they're never going to outright say this is bullshit. But there's an article every week that says there seems to be a problem with cosmology. Well, what the fuck do you think they mean when they say there seems to be it's an article like that every week. And these people are in poetic ways trying to say this might be bullshit. And it's clear as
Yeah,
day when you actually look. It's crazy that being, subscribed to Scientific American, that would be more of a flat earther. That's crazy. That's not supposed to happen.
Yeah,
That's what
definitely,
happened.
man. For me, it was so peculiar when Eric Debay came out. Was probably one of his first or second videos. He brought up the whole Flat Earth Society is a controlled opposition. So FES. And then in the next breath, he's like, I'm going to relaunch the International Flat Earth Research Society, IFERS. Instead of FES, I add one letter and suddenly everything becomes perfect. And I was like, but it's too similar to the thing that's the controlled op. Why would you choose that acronym? Why? It was just very peculiar.
yeah, I find it very interesting that when you start reading older books, you start finding weird stuff. Like I found that Coriolis, or the Coriolis effect, was described by flat earthers and was the main flat Earth proof uh, during the 16 or 1700s, and then it got co-opted and
You mean
given
you
to
mean the
another
lack?
guy.
You mean
Yeah,
the lack
the
of
lack,
Coriolis?
the lack of Coriolis effect in real life due to imagined Earth spin was described and was proof for flat earthers of flat Earth for a long time until they just made the name the Coriolis effect from Gaspar de Gustav Coriolis, who was looking at water wheels. So and the motion of liquid moving in water wheels. So they gave him the Coriolis effect and said it proved Earth rotation, but in actuality it debunks it. So they do that a lot where they co-opt something and then they ascribe it to someone else and they twist it. And that's a lot what we have to go through and disarm a little bit the pseudoscience that is plaguing modern society.
Speaking of co-opting, so the 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, which is obviously broken when you change the magnification of your viewer, right? Um, in the Rayleigh criterion, the equation is, and I wish I knew how to read this, but it's, you know what? I'll post it. Look, and mind you, remember the term coincidence theorist, and remember Jenny brought it to all of us, as far as I'm concerned, because that's the first time I heard it. Coincidence theorist. What a funny term, right? Now, look at that. The formula for the Rayleigh criterion. Oh, Drace is on it. See what I'm saying? Look at that.
We were talking about this with Flat Earth Data the other day. I had sort of come to that realization maybe a couple months back, and then he said that he'd been looking into it for almost a year already. But the fact that it seems so optical, and like Nathan always says, that they've back engineered perspective to create that pseudoscientific curve calculator, which is total BS, and how it was all optical and perspective was the driver of it. And then when you see 1.22 times the diameter of a lens, or 1.22 times the distance squared, it's both a value squared times by 1.22. It's so optical, there really isn't much wiggle room.
Guys, I'm lucky enough. Thanks everyone for the conversation, and speak to you guys soon.
Cheers, man.
Okay.
Great to have you.
Have fun out there, man. God bless. We'll see you.
Thanks. Bye.
Thank you guys.
100% success rate, Elijah.
Was he a Glober?
He is. He is. It happens every time no one rumpuses me. I'm telling you. We do amazing stuff here.
It was all you, Elijah. All you, man.
Yeah, he's a future flat earther. Apparently, that's what it looks like to me.
Oh,
He's
either
heard
way, it's 100%
enough.
success.
Yeah.
Also, the fact that people were able
When
to
he
hear
saw
that
the
live
Rayleigh
stream.
criteria, he said, "I can't deal. This is where I get off." No way, no way. Okay, I could take at best you disprove the radius if that doesn't prove anything. But don't show me this. No, hell no.
Do you
I'm
know the
out.
Do you
It
know the
keeps coming.
difference between getting it and not getting it, Elijah? You know the difference?
Phone.
Tell us.
It's measured in light years.
Mm. Mhm.
I do, Mark.
That's the only time. Hear you, Dave.
Dave.
So Elijah, I just wanted to say, sorry, Dave, before you jump in there. I've posted another one in the live stream of Coulomb's law and the universal law of gravitation, and how we ascribe universal law of gravitation like Einstein was this genius, and he came out with this incredible equation. And then you see it was just an existing equation from 100 years before. Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Terrible. Hilariously sad, man. That that is terrible. That's unacceptable. It's
But that
we
mathematicians,
fell for Hollywood. We dead seriously fell for WWE.
who do this day in and day out can't spot this. Like, how? But how would all the scientists in the world be wrong? Well, let's just take one at a time and we'll show.
Yeah, those are
Sorry.
equations I sent to you guys a couple weeks ago. Elijah, have you looked into that any further? I know you're really
Yeah, but
interested.
these are Newtonians, right? It's not Einstein.
No, I haven't looked into it any further. I haven't, to be honest.
Yeah,
Because
you're right.
in my opinion, there's if you look at Coulomb's law, that's more like similar to coherent,
Electrostatic.
like coherent magnetism, and the other would be more of like an incoherent. Same ways there's differences between coherent light and incoherent light, especially when it comes to
Right.
quote unquote refraction and stuff like that. So, yeah.
That I get. Yeah.
Sorry, Dave, you were going to say something. Is he still here?
Yeah, I'd very much like to clip however long that was.
So, what was your point that you discussed with Willis that got him sort of thinking a little bit?
I don't know. I don't think I would. I mean, I'm not gonna, put words on the man or anything like that. He, I mean, he said, he's not going to be a flat earther in 30 minutes, obviously, but he has to process information and probably go look into it, which is all we asked for. But how did it start? I don't know. It was India was here, Roger, uh, Sonny, Drace, Truth Prevails. Um, I'm sorry if I'm missing anyone, but I mean, we were all here having a
Nice.
conversation with the man. Um,
It never ceases to surprise me what resonates with another person. So I look at what I'm about to say and I think, okay, here's the nugget and here's the nugget, and I hope that I can deliver that part, and then it should persuade, or it should get the thinking started around the idea. And I was in a group of ballers the other day, and I just mentioned to them, how did we get the speed of the Earth spinning? And they were all saying, oh no, we did all these experiments and orbits and blah blah blah. And then I said to them, well, actually, the speed of the rotation of the Earth is based on an assumed circumference of 25,000 and an assumed 1 day rotation. So if you divide the 25,000 by 24, you get just under 1,100 miles per hour at the equator. That's how we determined the speed of the spin. And about 4 or 5 of them actually said, that is ludicrous. Like, now that they're adamant they're still globers, but they were really sitting there scratching their head, because to them, that caused them to question. And no, I've never led with that. Do you know what I mean? It's like Coriolis effect and all this other stuff, which should be the gem
yeah.
that causes the light to turn on. But it's amazing how sometimes you can say something in a slightly different way, and boom, you get a resonance.
I think I remember where it flipped because there was considerable pushback. I don't think he understood what our position was, and I was trying to firmly let him know the difference between who I am and who he thinks we are. So I tried to move him away from the we thing, and I tried to put it more on me because you have to have a conversation with an individual, right? And if you're going to exchange information and I'm talking to you now, then you're the person that is responsible for the information that I'm intaking, and vice versa. Like it's more of an exchange, and it can't be any incoherence, or it's gonna disrupt the the flow. You can feel it. So anyway, I think it began to turn when it's something about logic was stated, and I said, well, let's talk about the logic form modus tollens. And I told them, if P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. I went into that and I spoke about it that way. And I inserted, obviously the radius and blah, 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 blah. And he answered, well, you haven't proven it was flat. You just proved that the radius is not 3,959 miles. And I was like, well,
Boom.
do you know? And obviously, you know where that led to, well,
Yeah.
it's the crux of pretty much everything. And it was slow at first, but things began to cascade because the more open he was, the more I started to remember certain things that I just thought were absurd but can't be denied. um and I
What I
mentioned
love
eloquently an eclipse.
what I love about how you position that is that, in the beginning we used to say the earth must be much bigger. Like, we're seeing too far, it must be bigger. And then they would just say, well, it's a bigger sphere. but how you've positioned this now that the radius must be wrong. So yes, it's bigger, but it means the radius is wrong. And by bringing
And
it back to that point, if they admit that the radius is wrong, because they can see it through the modus tollens, if they admit, now they have to question because they've already seen a flaw.
Exactly. And I'm not that dogmatic. I'm not going to demand that I'm going to exchange with you, right? I'll exchange that this doesn't prove that the earth is flat, so long as you understand that everything you just told me about pictures from space, NASA's authority, everything that you've asserted from them has now been proven just worthless, obviously, because everything that they hang on is prefaced with the earth being what they claim. And if it's not that, then nothing else e- exists. Nothing else is true. And so if that's the case, then what? Then I'm left with my experience.
But you said something really, it's had me thinking since you said it. You said that 1.22 is based on the zoom of the lens because it's optical.
Mm-hmm.
Now, with like QE and them going with the modus tollens, the one thing I was, let's just say, less than pleased with is the way that he always says it can be no more than. Now, that means we're not taking into any refractive properties, because if there is still refraction that could occur, then it may be slightly variable to that exact 1.22. Maybe it's going to be 1.21 or maybe it's going to be 1.23 based on some kind of optical distortion. But now the modus tollens or the black swan that we've taken is from a lens of a camera that is zoomed in. But yet we're still taking that the horizon should be at 1.22, even though the camera is now zoomed in.
Mm-hmm.
And if the camera is now zoomed in, that 1.22 should extend. Obviously, it's not going to go 10 times further, but it's going to make, well, I guess is it dependent on the zoom? No, it's 1.22 times the diameter of the aperture. How big does an aperture grow? How big does an aperture grow when you're zooming to full, like when you're going to 80 times optical?
Mm-hmm.
How big of a diameter change was that? Does anyone know?
That I do not.
Because then if we were taking something from what someone saw, a 6-foot observer at 1 foot height with the human eye, then we should see the horizon at 1.22. But if we're using some technology that increases the f-stop, I guess it doesn't change the radius. So how would a zoom, because like no matter how much I zoom, I can't change if it was a physical curve. The physical curve below me is irrelevant of the zoom.
Exactly. So everything that you detailed there is optical phenomena. And that's exactly what we've asserted from the beginning. It's optical, not a geometric position. Boom. There it is.
But then does that mean that the modus tollens needs to be slightly revised based on the aperture size of the camera?
No, because the modus tollens is based on the physicality of the earth.
Yeah, but he's right in that we could probably formulate an argument based on the other thing that would still be valid.
Yeah, that would be like
I'm
more
listening.
precise. But isn't that interesting? There's that 1.22. The modus tollens in the black swan is used for geometric size only.
Yeah, that modus tollens was used to debunk.
Ah.
Oh, I see the geometric horizon.
Just a little bit.
And it was even formulated in such a way it forced them to actually look at refraction.
Just
It's
playing,
hilarious.
guys. How's everyone doing?
And then they want to educate us on refraction as though we don't know that refraction occurs and that the horizon is an optical effect. It's like they come back at us like, hey, guess what? 6 years later, after us banging the same drum.
I can't help it. That is so. It's really funny. Man.
Like I was in gym the other day,
Hilarious.
and I was basically nailing them on the, are you talking about land-based 7/6R refraction, or like real refraction based on air temperature, humidity, barometric pressure, all the things that cause refraction? So instead of us using the radius of an assumed sphere to project how refraction should occur based on the land, which is nowhere in refraction's definition does it say based on the typography. It's got to do with humidity, temperature, those kind of factors. So eventually, when they conceded that yes, none of their refractions for terrestrial refraction use any of the things in the definition of refraction, but then they said, well, neither does our modus tollens, because our modus tollens, the black swan, we haven't factored in any refractive properties
Oh my gosh.
into our calculation, which is valid, but it's valid. It's valid because if we're going to hold their toes to the fire saying you guys are not accounting for refraction, then we must account for refraction when we put out an equation.
Then why aren't those Earth curve charts, that official Earth curve charts, why they never show any refraction? Yeah.
No, they don't. They're guilty of that. Agreed. But indirectly, so are we.
There are some, but they're flat earthers.
So
that are including refraction. Doesn't make the Glover's argument any better, which was pointed out earlier.
But nobody proved it was a globe.
Exactly.
Also, as soon as they claim refraction, they have the positive claim. So now they have to go out and prove that they have the conditions required for light to be doing what they claim.
So, how's it, Solar? How's it?
Yeah, lekker you, man.
Ja, bliksem.
Bliksem.
Hey, Muffy, Quiz, Jana, Quiz. I was cool, man. Where are you in South Africa?
Johannesburg.
Is it? Ons van Germiston naar Sandton. Then
Nice.
Mandela. Yeah, lekker. You close?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm in UK, so don't worry. I won't be knocking on your door, mate.
Cool, man.
If you don't say Mars and Mood, then I don't really know what you are.
And also the other thing, the apartheid, I reckon, is something to do with a part hide. It's nothing to do with a separation. It's more like a separation of one with a hide and one without a hide. Sorry to interrupt.
I don't know what I would do if an admitted rectangular earther came to my door. I'm not sure how I would respond to that.
Rectangle is 800 million.
What? 800 million watts. What metric? 800 million seconds? 800
No,
million.
sorry about that. Sorry, the rectangle map is 800 million square kilometers, and the globe is only 500. So the Mercator map, everyone should know that is at least 3/8, whatever bigger than, what, 3/5 bigger than.
That's why you were muted before, because you're talking about this rectangular Earth map, bro. It's just so ridiculous. But okay, keep going. Let's hear more of it.
I haven't heard this. Go for it.
I never mentioned anything about rectangle map at all.
Lots of other maps you mentioned, though.
Sorry, guys, I'm just noisy at the moment, so I'm just going to let you guys chat, yeah?
That's funny. It's not noisy at all on my end of it.
Mine either. How is everybody?
Pretty good.
I'm on top of the world.
on top of
Aren't we all?
on top of the flat plane. Yes.
So, that's it.
I'm still trying to understand how exactly would you work out square kilometers on the azimuthal equidistant if it's designed only to measure from center outward? Then
Because
you
number
only have
one, you don't assume the north is the north, because you've got a compass that's got 2 points on it. And in South Africa, no. But anyway, so there's the inclination map of the world proves that everything points south.
Okay.
I know it's a
wait,
bonus map.
Sonny, humor me for a second.
Yeah, hold on. I'm going to get to the bottom of this. So, Daryl, tell everybody when you are in South Africa and you look directly up, which country are you looking at again?
I'm not making claims to anything now because I'm a believer in nothing. But what
Today it's believer in nothing. No, the other day you were telling us that if you're in UK and you look straight up, you'd be looking at like the South America or something like that. That Earth is a rectangular. We're on the inside of a big like soccer rectangular with 4 flat places. Yeah. What happened to that? That was the other one.
a South African Springbok Union rugby ball was made for a particular reason.
There you go.
And if you guys look into it, the ball was made by putting hexagons together, 32, I believe, seven sets of. There was 7 white. Sorry, Matt, I haven't got a ball in front of me, but it was something like there was 32 panels on a football. And the evolution of the ball, you got the tennis ball. Like you've got 6 different people, the 6 Vikings of the past.
Oh my
6
gosh! So
wait,
dude,
stay on the rugby ball. Make your point on the rugby ball before we go on to tennis balls.
Chris Cassini and his son, and a lady called Renee Descartes. There might have been a bloke, Renee, but they all argued that the world was prolate. And for anyone to make an argument against the sphere has to have a valid point. And
so it was prolate. So tell us what that means.
An upright rugby ball is probably the best description. It's an upright.
So are we on the inside of like a rugby ball?
Well, I only say inside because the outside and space and all that thing there is just make believe. So if we know that we're in a flat Earth and we're in, if we, if we think that we're in an enclosed environment, what's wrong with stretching the land up like an equator? Then how did the pack?
See, that's what I'm saying. So it's going up and then around and above us, so we can look up in the sky. Actually, beyond the sky is another country.
I mathematically worked it out, and all the numbers.
Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes or
If
no?
you look up from the UK,
Are you saying Earth is swooping up and the land is going up, and then if you're looking above you in the sky, that you're actually seeing parts of land? You just can't make it out. Right? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
No, hang on. No, you've got to let me answer the question. UK would be 150 degrees from the UK, going east or west. That pretty much would be what you'd be looking at if you looked up from the UK, and it would have to be at 51 degrees north.
Okay.
So can we
I
just
just
go back?
wanted, yeah, clarify.
Can we
I just
just go
wanted that
back to
clarified.
my?
Thanks.
Thanks, Sunny. Can we just go back to my original question? If we've got a map that you've only got one dimension from center outward to different continents, how would you get the second dimension to be able to square sufficiently and work out the square kilometers on a circular? It's the squaring the circle philosophy.
Yeah. So the circle's okay. So the circle is there. Yes, you can say it's flat, but naturally things don't square naturally. So we can naturally say we wouldn't expect anything to square. With regards to land,
but also things don't naturally go upwards on the sides and then become the ceiling. Things don't naturally do that.
A shalligrama stone does. A potato rotted from the inside does. Loads of natural.
That's heavy.
I'm just saying.
No, but we're talking about land. So give me an example of land doing that. Unless it's a sinkhole where you suddenly drop the interior like a rotten potato, you cannot just gain land on the periphery and sufficient to then enclose the ceiling.
Okay, so what degree? I'm going to try and sound as friendly as possible because I'm a South African. We kind of sound a bit of everything, don't we? So I was trying to figure out if we were convex, which is the same, originally was called concave down, believe it or not, before they're called the convex. So what degree per kilometer drop would we be expecting in simple terms without going to a calculator or anything, just between us? What are we expecting drop down per kilometer based on what they tell us? For example.
Well, they give it to us in inches, 7.98 inches per mile. If you want to take that to an angle, it's going to be a very minute angle.
Kilometers, bro.
Per mile, so 1.6 kilometers, 1.7.
1.6. What? 1.6. We'll agree on that, yeah? So we're from South Africa. We talk kilometers and centigrade, bro. Why would they call it centigrade and all of a sudden shut down everything to 90? Time controls navigation. If we only have 20 time zones, then something's wrong with 4 hours around our world. When they tell us the time is, they've told us what the time is, but if there's only 20 time zones, because if you look at the time zone map of the world, 5 million people would turn around and say, oh, there's discrepancies of time and this, that, and the other. Take away, separate 20 time zones, but then you'll realize that there's 4 time zones is missing. So 4 time zones is 60 degrees. And 60
but there's
degrees.
there's actually 26 time zones. There's two time zones at the stitching between the Chinese continent and the Alaskan continent, where there's an area that has a +2 to a 24-hour day. So there's 26.
Is that summer? Is that in the summer or the winter?
It's time zone, but in the north they do that daylight savings bullshit, which never happens in the south.
No, it happens in the south. It happens in Australia. They've got 3 time zones, bro. Three time zones. So when China doesn't have multiple
but
time zones.
that's just to stay in sync with China.
But China only has one time zone. Yeah, bro. So then when you look at it and you realize that I was watching the Olympics the other day, and in England it was like 7:23, and in Japan it was 9:23. Then because they were way before us, and it was whatever. So then I worked it out, and I said, well, that's 10 hours difference. And then if you go on the map of the world, and we've already moved an hour forward, for example, in England, so there should only be 9 hours between us, right? In real life, without daylight saving hours. So I looked into that, and then I started stripping down the time zone using a Mercator map, which is 800 million, and it should be 500 million because it's 20 by 40. So I look at the time zones and I think, hang on a minute, you've got time zones are away, and where the international daylight is, they're all doppelgangers, because you can't say that I've got 13 hours one way and another person says I've got 13 hours in the opposite direction. They're doppelgang the crack. So basically, where
But that's the 26 hours that I was talking about. So it's weird how they've stitched it back together, but there's some really strange shit where it can be tomorrow, and if you just step across a border, it can be yesterday. It's it's retarded.
That's because it's doppelgangers, bro. Because what happens is that when the north goes 1 hour ahead, the south goes 1 hour behind. Then there's a 2 hour gap. So then when it does it the opposite, I'm not good at explaining things, but it was so obvious that there's 20 time zones, because over the Pacific, and I was saying to guys earlier today, because I came on earlier, that Magellan, he never crossed the Pacific. So if he didn't cross the Pacific, then no one proved the Pacific was such and such long. And then if that is an illusion, then Captain Cook followed Magellan all the way up to as close to maybe just like short of Hawaii, but really high.
So were they actually sailing upward? Because that's what you were saying yesterday. So if I'm on the West Coast and I'm looking at Japan, I should be looking up, straight up.
No. You've digressed, mate. I'm just talking about Magellan here. Yeah, I'm not talking about whether we curve flat or whatever.
Okay, sure. Continue.
No, yeah. So Magellan goes up the west coast of the Americas to the Los Fortunate Isles, which is just off the coast of South America, just south of Santiago. Then he goes up and he goes, oh shit, we're supposed to be going north, and they're like, hey, our maps say that we should be going straight on, and he goes, no, we have to go northwest. It's all in his logs, right? So he goes northwest, and he was using the equine octial line, which is just the sun pattern. It doesn't anyway. So he goes up north, and then he goes to Ladrones Island, which is where Panama Canal is. He goes to the Tiburones Island, which is in the Bay of California, and then he goes through there because a lot of things said that California was an island because there was more water in the area at the time. And then he goes up north and he follows all the way around Bering Strait. But to him, he's going straight on a map that has 60 degrees less equator. And the only way that map will actually make sense, because you think, oh, no, 40 by 30, it doesn't work out like that, believe it or not. When you put 10 degrees missing, that it's proven all over Google, if you look up hidden lands in the north, there's 10 degrees missing up the north. When you put that in a flat earth map and you make your own flat earth map with basic compass and a ruler, then you realize everything sinks into place. And the magnetic equator, the halfway, because you've now got 100 degrees north and 100 degrees south. It works out like that. I don't have to add an extra 10 degrees in the south.
Is the ocean going all the way across the Pacific horizontal?
But then we're moving on, aren't we? We're moving on to something else. I'm just trying to.
Not really.
Does it curve up? I don't know. I've never done it. I've never done any experience. I can't prove anything. But I'm just saying, using the story that Magellan proved the world was round. He didn't, because he never crossed the Pacific. No one did. Captain Cook followed him, and then Captain Cook went a bit further. But the guy from Zealandia, which is up in Norway, he was the first guy to discover New Zealand. So Captain Cook might have circumnavigated south of the equator, but he didn't go that far, like south of the equator. In the model, if you whack an extra 10 degrees up north, if he was 40 south, he was actually only 30 south. Well,
there's no north-south, north circumnavigation. At best, it's east-west, east circumnavigation in a circle around the central North Pole on a flat
yeah,
map.
I'm just saying, Captain Cook had a clear way, and he followed Magellan, and he kind of done a Vendy. He kind of done like a Vendy race. They don't go anywhere near the Antarctic, so he might have pulled off a load of kilometers, but like
tried to pass through the Antarctic ice, but there was no
Captain
passage. There was
Ross,
no passage.
Captain Ross did too. Captain Cook stated that he was at how far? Let me see. Captain Cook, I think he said the furthest he was about 60.
That was the South of America. That was it. He came back up again, and he was pretty much like close to the equator, because the Moluccas Islands, which are the Indonesian, Malaysian islands, they all tried to find. Then they sorted the routes out with Magellan. Obviously, Magellan didn't live, so the story was told that he crossed the Pacific, or indeed assumed, because to be a ball, you would have needed a Pacific that was 40,000 kilometers long. But now, if there's 10 degrees missing up north, that makes the meter only worth 0.9. So if it's only worth 0.9.
But prolate, like a sphere or a circle is usually 360 degrees. 360 is divisible by 90 degrees. So 90,
Listen,
or 180, but you can't just add 10 degrees because effectively, just let me make my point. You're going from the equator, so you've got a vertical line, and by the time it meets the horizontal line, you've created a 90 degree as a square, as well as a sphere being divisible by 90. It's more like we've placed that metric on top of it and divided it by the 90 degrees. I can't see how you could divide a circle or triangle or anything by 100 degrees. It's not going to give you.
And so that's throwing off what we consider to be these degrees. There needs to be basically more land per degree or whatever for to account for the missing land from the missing parts of the north that aren't on the maps. Is that what you're trying to say?
He's saying that
it's not 0.9. That's like 0.9. So that'd be 0.9 per 1 degree.
He's saying it goes to 100 degrees at the north and 100 degrees at the south, but we've only been told about the 90 degrees north and the 90 degrees south.
Centigrade, Brew, it's not a conversion. There's actually 10 degrees more north and south. And it makes sense because the magnetic equator will then have a length of 33,333.33 kilometers recurring, which means that it has a day. There's a cycle of 330.33 years. So if 333, yeah. So the thing is, I know we say a circle is 360, but the thing is, what that is, it says that's a perfect circle, but also on a sphere, the dimensions up and across will be close, if not the same, if we're talking about a sphere. But if it wasn't a sphere, but a spheroid, what they did was they took their above measurement. You can
listen. Just sorry that
I'd like
to
point out just about the equator. First of all, the equator is arbitrary. It's not a real.
Hold on.
It's not a real.
Elijah, I respect you fully. You know that, but I think he's on something here. They're trying to say now it's a Blake spheroid to say that's what's making up for the variations in the missing of the map. Is that what you was going to? Is that what you was going with that?
Yeah,
because he said there's he said there was variations in the map that's missing. There's 10 degrees missing, right? And he said that's why they said it's in a Blake spheroid because the little lumps in the map. They've had to explain it by saying, "Oh, well, it's a Blake spheroid, isn't it?" So,
well, that doesn't quite follow. We could just be missing land section.
Okay, I'm talking
south, flat or round, and he could be talking about degrees of land that are missing as opposed to degrees of a ball.
I didn't want to derail his point. I'm just pointing out that he put out a number for the length of the equator, and I'm saying you don't know that. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. If there's 10 degrees missing up north, there will be 44,444.44 recurring kilometers north to south, and then back again. So if that's 44,000, right, and there's 60 degrees missing, which is 4 time zones times 15, there's 300 degrees equator, which does not make a sphere. It makes a prolate spheroid. So when the rugby ball came out, the rugby guys, which are the New Zealand guys, had the original Union ball, then the South Africans, when we were playing rugby as kids, we had a rugby ball that was concave, maybe you could say that.
Well, the degrees of missing land could also just be a token for missing land over a flattish surface. It doesn't even need to be an oblate spheroid or a ball. It could just be degrees of missing land, where we say 69 miles per degree, but it could be over flat land. So it could be, you know, degrees of flat missing land at that point.
You can say to yourself, well, the problem is that if there's 44,000 like upright, for example, if you're talking about a spheroid, then it means that the value of that per degree changes, and also the same with the equator. But
it would change anyway, because we're going off of the activity of Polaris as it dips down to the horizon by the diffraction limit over a flat surface. The ceiling will merge with the floor, and it'll give you, you know, basically a degree of, you know, Polaris dipping. But the sky could be curved while the ground is flat, and we're using that token of what's happening in the sky at 69 degrees over a ball, when it may just be 69 degrees of flat surface with the curved sky dipping.
I agree, but the poles don't necessarily dip down at the north, because if you are in the south, if we have an attraction above us pulling the south only, because the inclination map of the world projected onto the flat Earth projection, and if you get all the pinpoints and all the cross-reference points and mark them, you'll see that all attraction goes to the south of Australia, and it's one solid point that doesn't move. What does move,
as far as we can tell, most of the attraction is toward the north. We infer some sort of South Pole, but as far as I can tell, the compasses don't really point there. They really point to the north only, as far as I can tell. Do you have credible stories that I could see whenever you have the moment or whatever of stuff pointing to something in the south? Like there's a South Pole down there?
Okay. No. That's not what I said. I said things are being attracted from above, right? Now,
attracted from above? Attracted from above, like pulled up to the sky?
As in a Polaris, as in that thing that's in the sky above the North Pole, right? So when we go to the North Pole, what's saying that the South Pole of the compass, which it should be a universal compass and not weighted in the north and not weighted in the south, a nice, normal, straightforward compass. When you go to the north and you turn your compass on its side, 90 degrees, your north should dip down where the closer you get to the poles. But it's not saying that the north there's an attraction of the north pulling it down. There's nothing saying that there's something's pulling it up as well. So when we go to the north and we say it dips down, but we're not checking for any type of pull, are we? I mean, you know, the general person doesn't go up to the north and check it out.
It could be a pull. It could be a field alignment. Something could be pulled, or something could just be aligning with the field. We need to be careful with our terminology, because that's going to determine how we analyze this issue. If we think that it's being pulled towards some sort of magnetic source in the north, that's one thing. But if it's aligning with a field that has its alignment or whatever in some way toward the north, that's a different issue.
Yeah,
and
but
the
I'm saying
compass can only work when it's horizontal. So there's no way that you can put a compass vertical.
Wrong. Do it yourself, bro. It works every time. You put it vertical, and you can pretty much you can't lay a patio. You can't lay a road.
So they've demonstrated that compasses don't work in the south. Whenever they take them to Antarctica, they spin around wildly. So there's no sense of bearing in the south. They become useless tools. In the north, I've never seen a demonstration of a compass starting to want to point downward, as though you've reached the top of a ball.
So if it's pointing to an object, when you rearrange the compass vertically, what you say would make sense. But if the field is just aligned in some sort of way where the field is everywhere, you could do it vertical, horizontal, or whatever. It'll still be aligned with the field in a certain way, no matter which way you point it.
If you're standing at the highest point of the equator, which is 5 kilometers high, and you do this trick, when you start walking towards the north with your micrometers and stuff like that, they'll tell you that the Tesla AU. I'm not a scientist, or I'm a chef, by the way, so I'm laying my claim that I don't know much. So when you go towards the north, the Tesla readings of the magnitude increase or decrease, whatever, is given an example that there is a movement downwards of a, Your compass ain't going to make you, but you're only going to notice this possibly if you go really close to the North Pole to see your compass actually move. But the thing is, like on a rugby ball, it only curves right to the top, right to the top. So, and right at the point. So you're not going to experience it. And if you're in a rugby ball that has 4 flat sides, for example, and they're broken by 4 ridges, yeah, then, yeah, we could be a walnut. You know what I mean? We could be in a nutshell. We could be in a walnut.
Based off of the ancient cosmologies, it's most likely flat. The ancient cosmologies show flat land covered by some sort of solid structure of sky, a firmament dome or whatever. If it is a walnut, we'd have an additional burden of proof by, you know, showing where the edge of the walnut is. Why don't NASA show this walnut? You know, we need additional.
They're not gonna. If you told the world, if you know that movie Saw, where the people just wake up and they're in a room and all of a sudden they get their fucking heads blown off and shit like that. The freakiness of people like Big Brother to be in a situation that they wake up in and they're like, where the fuck am I? Like that movie Lost. And then if you were to tell humanity that they were stuck in that room for the rest of their life, you watch them fucking peel over time. And then you tell the world, the entire world, like back in the day of 1820, if you had 8 billion today and 2 billion in 1920, you would have had 500,000 people in 1820. It goes as close to 1066 with about 2,000 people left on the planet if you were to use that scaling. So
what planet? What planet?
What planet? What
Yeah.
planet? Everything's inside us, just like the flat earth is. All you've done is just extended the boundaries of the outside of the flat earth, and you could make the flat earth like the Orlando Ferguson map. If you get 2 of them and you face them together face on face, you get as good as what was accepted in 1880 when flat earth came out. In 1880, concave earth came out, which is a shit model because they assumed it was a ball. So they all went. The concave has done all the backward problems. They just used the model that we were given, and they just turned inside out. They didn't do any homework. And then they just basically filled in their gaps with theories or guesses.
Well, Auguste Piccard said it looked like a disc with upturned edge. So, based off of the observations and without the curving lenses, NASA fakery, or the poor understanding of perspective, ignoring the diffraction limit where the ceiling ramps into the floor and makes an unresolvable zone we call a horizon line flat over a flat surface, you know, you tend to assume that it's flat.
What about? I mean, for me, I always got stuck at the South Pole. The actual South Pole doesn't actually move. It's the one that's off the coast of Ross Island. It's not Antarctica itself. It's a misconception
The South
that
Pole
people
is just a ceremonial point that's arbitrarily chosen on what appears to be a ring of impassable ice. They just pick a point and just nominate it as the South Pole out of that ring, it appears.
What about star trails? I couldn't figure out star
be
trails.
warped off of going off of a curved glass surface. People demonstrate the phenomenon by having a piece of paper with concentric rings that represent your star trails, putting a curved glass cupola on top of it, warping toward the center and a warping toward the outer perimeter, which would be the North Pole Trail and the South Pole Trail. So it could just be deformation off of light passing off of a curved surface mixed with perspective.
Yeah, well, the glass bowl trick, yeah, when you put one over and you see what it looks like on the inside. I've seen that. That's good, yeah. There was a chick called Lisa Blair that I studied, and she had done 28,000 kilometer at 40 south. She got stuck south of Cape Town because her mast broke. She got saved 2 days later by an oil tanker. Took her to Cape Town, 6 months delay. But it was still said that she'd done 28,000 kilometers at 40 south. And there's many races that can verify that. And I know you can say they're fake and stuff like that. I kind of looked into it, and sometimes we have to accept a little bit, just a little bit. And so on 28,000 at 40 south, I was like, there is a limit of some sort that we can say, we can all agree and verify that. Yeah, definitely, maybe 10 degrees south, we can say that's the limits of our flat plane that we know about. And that's the same thing with Eratosthenes. The limits of what they knew about was 6,000 kilometers up, 10,000 kilometers across, 6,000 down, and 10,000 across. So he had 32,000 kilometers. You can change that and say 8, 10, 8, and 10. That's 36,000 kilometers. His circumference of the area that they lived in was probably 10,000 by 10,000 by 10,000 by 10,000. That was their perimeter. The word circumference was never used back then. They used to call it periphery or a peripheral, periphery, or it's a perifocal. It's a Greek word, whatever. So his circumference was 40,000 kilometers. That was the extent of the land they knew. When they got to 50,000 kilometers, they said, "Hang on a minute, we got a problem here." So then they kept on looking and looking, and they went to Australia in the 1700s. They went to Antarctica in the 1800s. They went to the Arctic in 1900s. And they're like, "Shit, bro, we've got like 60,000 kilometers here. Shit, we got no. And then it occurred that there's something wrong. Now, if you
Captain Cook was getting 60,000 miles. He clocked 20,000 leagues, which roughly goes to about 60,000 miles. It's
how many
20,000 leagues is 3 nautical miles per league.
That's an assumption. That is nautical miles.
That is what Captain Cook logged when he was sailing. Over 20,000 leagues,
which is over 90,000 kilometers, close to 100,000 kilometers.
I read up about 55,000 personally. I read up that Ranulph Fiennes, he clocked up a shitload of fucking miles. He was only meant to do something like 40,000. He clocked up the silly numbers, which made me think, hang on a minute, if Ranulph Fiennes
leagues is 69,000 miles.
Yeah, Ranulph Fiennes, 69,000
leagues with 60,000 nautical miles, which works out to 69,000 miles.
That's a lot, you know? And it 69,
looks like the land
a
is
nautical
expanding
mile.
ever outward toward a bigger and bigger perimeter, like a flattish pizza, probably covered by a dome.
Yes. So Magellan, his journey from the beginning to when he got to the whole Magellan journey itself by itself clocked up pretty much the same. And I would say that John, the Cook, he mapped. I think it was they mapped the right hand side of Australia. That was all Captain Cook done. He
mapped the whole circuit around from the time he left from the Cape of Good Hope to the time when he came back to the Cape of Good Hope. He logged basically one circuit around whatever it was, and he was logging approximately 69,000 miles.
Right, but if you're going to follow the sun and you're going to follow the moon and etc., and the celestial stars, you're going to be close to the celestial equator, knowing that you're going to stay at 33 degrees and not.
The equator on a flat surface would just be where the sun is passing directly overhead. It doesn't necessarily mean that you're mid along the way from the center outward or anything. It's just where the sun is passing directly overhead. That's it.
No, that's wrong, because the sun only passes the celestial equator twice a year. It doesn't do it on every single minute of the day. Everybody should know that. The reason why we can't see the moon on the days 27, 28, and 29 is because it's behind the sun. If you go on the 8th of August, July the 9th, June the 9th, and go back to roughly about the 8th, 9th, and 10th of every single month for the last 2 years, 20 years, anything like that, you'll see from the UK point of view, on that day of the month, you will see the UK point of view that a solar eclipse happens every 29.53 days from a UK point of view. And it might do that for a year and then the same happen in the south, but the patterns don't say that, because the moon only changes slightly every 18.6 years on a Saros cycle, which is very slightly. It goes to an extent as opposed to its closest, or vice versa. So when we say that the sun is the equator, it never was. The celestial equator is what governs our time. We govern our time on Julian calendar, not Gregorian. If you look it up, it'll say to you, right, the Julian calendar is 23.9344 hours in a day. That's 23 hours, 56 minutes, and 4 seconds, 0.0019 or something like that. 23.
Map our days by night cycle. The cycle of the stars is a little less relevant. It's mostly the day-night cycle that we go off of.
It's not. Ask anybody. We go by celestial time.
The day-night cycle is slightly off from the stars, which is what gives you the precession of the equinoxes and all that other stuff. The stars are off of kilter with the sun-moon cycle. It's like each of them have their own little cycle: the solar cycle, the lunar cycle, the sidereal star cycle. They're not all the same.
Yes. So the moon, right? So the moon is at 10 degrees north, and the sun equator is 0.25 degrees above the equator. Forget about the extra 10 degrees up north. This is just using what's going on at the moment. If you look up the declination or tropic declination of all the planets, I found a website that gives you all the information for like from 1950 to as far as 2099. So I stripped all the information down, and then I got the cycles of all the planets. And I'm still working on it now. I've got a lot on my plate to get done. And it turns out the moon equator is just short of 10 degrees north. The sun equator is 0.25 above the equator, the celestial equator, and the celestial equator is our equator. You've got things like Jupiter 0.45 degrees above the celestial equator. No. I think it's Saturn is 0.45 south of the equator. Neptune is about 17 degrees south of the equator. These are the midpoints. So that if you say that the sun equator is 0.25 above the celestial, everything is just a bit more and a bit less. It's the highest point that we see it, and it's the lowest point that we see it. And
well, with the vicissitudes of perspective, we might need to be careful about that, because we may see an not be physical. We ideally we'd have to be right under it, like we are with the sun. That's when we say that we're at the equator solar, was when we're right under it. We need to be right under the part of the star field that is midway from the center outward. Ideally have some semblance of a true equator. Otherwise, perspective in our eyes may be playing, tricks on us in some ways.
Is refraction absent at night?
It will get. No, I guess if you had enough light and stuff and tricks and stuff, but I think refraction is when we go back to the 360 degrees, but divided by 40,000, we get 0.009 degree. If we want to go back to the flat thing, for the human eye or any optical thing to see a 0.009 degree drop per kilometer, we're not even talking about height. We're talking about a zero height. Then we can't even notice that. And whether it was up or whether it was down, you would need hundreds of kilometers to even note a difference. That's 15 centimeters per kilometer. And when you do the triangle from the view, you would have two lines coming from the observing point, one going flat and one going sloped down. Because if we work in straight lines, then at least we can say if we're way off from the original calculations, then we've got more of a chance. And then you work out that, like on the curve calculator that some guy called Brian Millen done in 2016, the one that we all present was made by a flat earther. I got into flat earth 2014, I think it was, and the first thing I found was this calculator. Obviously that contradicts. I must have seen it 2 years later, whatever. But those numbers there don't match. The one thing they're in inches, and inches confuses a lot of things because blah blah blah. And I lost my
the
train.
40,000 kilometers is based off of the ball conception, which is based off of the solar equator basically intersecting the ball right at its fattest, thickest part. And we talked about how that assumption is off because it may not be midway from the center to the outer perimeter on a flattish plane. It may be a third of the way, and maybe 2/3 of the way. Who knows? All we know about what the equator is over a flattish surface at best is when we appear to be right under the sun in its path. It doesn't appear to give us any sort of physical information beyond that. If we're flat, if perspective and the diffraction limit is making the ceiling and the floor merge and making things beyond a certain threshold of vision simply disappear as unresolved horizon line over a flat plane. We would need to, back up, some of these assertions that they made about a 40,000 kilometer distance from the equator up to the north with, actual verification. Otherwise, we might need to go with another model.
And like I was saying earlier, is that if they only went from Dunkirk to Barcelona and said that's 1,000 or something, they divided it and said it is a meter, everybody stick with it. Nobody went to the North Pole. Now, I've got a bogus thing. I used to study hydrogen cell, and the hydrogen cell is, if anybody doesn't know, It's when you have a cathode and an anode, and you put a little bit of power into it, and then it goes into water. You split water into hydrogen and oxygen, but it costs more energy to do it, and that's where the problem was. So silica, what seemed to be the a silicon plate in the hydrogen cell seemed to work and be more efficient. So in the days when, sorry,
I was just gonna say I'm gonna make an HHO generator with a lighter.
a lighter.
Yeah.
No. So hear this. So we know that they were generating electricity back in the days of the Egyptians because they were electroplating the gold. We can verify that because we all agree. So Baghdad batteries, etc., etc. So they knew how to. In South Africa, my man Solar, like he'll know that we had lightning strikes all the time. There was the rocks in South Africa and probably more of Africa or whatever like that are, I don't know what the word is, but there's an attraction between that and lightning. So
there may be indications that they had a different form of electricity, different than the wired form that we tend to prefer now. They may have taken from the environment or from the air.
Electricity, static electricity is the same as electricity in the same sense that if you had enough static, you could electrocute someone. We all agree
they
that.
might have been able to generate even more power than we do now. There was somebody on one of the Flat Earth Society forums who does have some interesting science that he goes into, and he basically implies that they might have used something like ball lightning with sound and resonance to generate huge balls of electricity. That would have, given them like huge amounts of power. They have been able to develop ball lightning in a lab. According to his post, they did make a 3-centimeter ball that gave out 1 megawatt of power. And so if they were generating electricity by a different way, by sound or shape or something where they drew electricity from the environment itself, probably wouldn't leave much of a trace of technology compared to like wires and stuff like that.
Real quick, I'm sorry for interrupting you guys with that little piece of. Sorry about that.
Oh, please, man, you crack on. I'm honored to be here more than anybody coming on here thinks this is a joke. But this is like to talk to you guys. It's the top of my world, mate. I've waited 7 years to do this, so I'm grateful for being here, and I'll say that every single time.
Right on.
Oh, you wanted to say something, mate? Sorry.
It is interesting to go back to the past and see how they might have generated power using other methods other than wired electricity.
Right. So they Hudson Bay apparently was full of copper. So they mined that centuries ago, where we think that we had buckets and spades in the 1900s. There was a lot more technology. The Archimedes screw would have, there was a dull down in our consciousness, separated, and then they remodernized another group of people. Something like that. You can start a narrative by erasure and separation. Send the people to the loony bin. But in the days that they were mining thousands of years ago, because we've been around thousands of years or whatever, a few hundred years, whatever, they've done shitloads of mining. They probably had them big bucket spades that we think is technology today. We just inherited we repurposed, we inherited the architect. So if they were mining stuff, they would have come across ferrous material, magnetic, rocks and stuff like that. So they figured out there was something going on there. They used all the pyramids of built on top of artesian basins. Artesian basins are positive, not negative, positive water bore pressure basins. So what happens is, like oil, you find a positive, you don't find a negative. A positive means that it's a deposit of heap loads of stuff, probably even better in a concave environment, just for laughs, yeah? And it pulls a puddle of water, all pressurized towards anywhere. Then you pop a thing into the ground, bush, you've got yourself unlimited water, right? You use the unlimited water, you figure out the magnetics, you've got yourself unlimited water. That's why all the pyramids and everything are built on top of big water basins. And Australia, believe it or not, is something, at least 50% of Australia is on top of an artesian water basin. So they were generating electricity back in the days when Moses split the waters, right? He split the waters of the hydrogen. we're talking alchemy. These guys, if you check out a guy called Bernard Conkin, he's a friend of mine on my channel, and also Autodidactic is always doing a show with him. And he's like the alchemy. The alchemy is the methods, the symbols of the planets together with alchemy says that the planets are another guy called Jane 108 Academy. He talks about the relationships between the alchemy and the planets. And this guy Bernard Conkin, he shows how he could make a moon in his experimental lab, and you can say, but he's not a flat earther or anything like that. He's just into alchemy. He just got spotted by a big boy, and he's like, yeah, man, I'm just into alchemy. Just fucking have a few reefers and stuff like that. But the guy's fucking got methods, and it's so fucking cool, man. It's like the guy looks a bit like a member from the Avenged Sevenfold. Anyway, so Moses splits the water. And then he makes hydrogen, he's got hydrogen sorted out. They suss out, we know how to store hydrogen. Fucking hell, we go fucking cook our food on the stove and shit like that, And
I thought alchemy was talking about the transformation of materials.
Right.
Splitting the water is just like pushing the water out of the way.
No. That's a biblical term. But in alchemy, the scientific term, if you split the water, you got hydrogen. So back in them days, they would have had blimps and balloons and figured out how to map the lands. They mapped the lands thousands of years ago. So if they mapped the lands thousands of years ago, that's why an Egyptian yard is 0.9 meters. That's why that would be 100 kilometers per degree. If it was like 33,000 kilometers, it was 333 degrees. But then it changed there. But that's like, this is what I'm saying. If the meter is only worth 0.9, then things start to collaborate together. The world was measured, man. The world was measured, and they fucking knew what the fuck they were doing. And if you change all that narrative away and you say, oh, these guys are just picking their noses, we didn't have toilets till the 1800s. How the fuck did we go for a fucking shit if we didn't have a toilet till the 1800s? 1880. In 1880, in 1850, Tatooine.
How do you know that?
Well, they had them 2,000. Wait a minute. I just got to say that they had them 2,000 years ago.
Do you know that?
No, what I'm saying is that if you...
How do you know that? How do you know that, what you said now, that we didn't have toilet before that date? How do you know that?
But how do you know that we were ancient? How do you know that we were
primitive?
Do
you know that information? I'm so interested, really.
It's just a guess.
It's just a guess.
Good job.
You are speaking like a fact, man. You are speaking like a fact. We know. We don't know, man. That's
no, but I'm being honest. I'm being honest.
Yeah,
it's
like speak like a fact, man. You can say, you are honest now. Yeah. You cannot speak like a fact. Yeah.
Well, I think the official narrative is no running toilets till 1900. Whether or not that's actually the case, it's something else. As far as I heard, the toilet was what, 1900s or something like that.
They apparently they could fucking make gold and stuff out of people's shit. And Martin Leaker, man, fucking hell, man. The stuff I watch, it sounds crazy, but the no, I'm saying is that if you watch Martin Leaker and you watch John Levi, Martin Leaker,
that would be, yeah.
Well,
go ahead.
I watch what you guys watch. I'm in the same forums, man. I was Concave Earth.
Okay, that's it. Okay, no, you can't make a blanket claim, bro. I don't watch any flat Earth stuff, bro. No,
I
don't
make
watch
claims.
No. Yeah, you're telling us that you can tell us what we watch, bro. I don't watch any of that nonsense trash. Or
I don't watch
Eric
myself.
Dubé or any of those people like Eric Dubé or even Bob Nodell. All those people are idiots. No, don't put their name on us. Talk to us only, please. Thanks.
Were you saying that you watch them, or were you saying that we watch them?
I was saying that the videos that some flat earthers have watched.
Okay.
That's a statement correction. Thank you.
I apologize. And like I always say, I will not intend to insult, and I'm part of us, and I'm not here to insult. I'm grateful. I've waited 7 years for this, and I will not blow my chance. So I will, you definitely shut me the fuck up, because, I need to be told as and when, and I'm just here to be helpful. And I'm just here to be helpful. That's all.
You are being helpful, but that's the thing. Do you want to know the truth about this, God's construct of this plane of existence? Is it really important to you?
I mean, something like crater. If you got the old AE letter, which is an old version of saying A or E, because it was like you had a choice or whatever. It was a simpler form of tongue of the king of the time or whatever like that. So if you got the word crater, which is the same as saying creator, because E and A back in the day was the same letter.
Dear.
I'm not using that word. I'm just talking about the fact that God or Elohim or El Shaddai, I could use those terms to be more specific, created the heavens and the earth and the sea and all that in them is. That's why this is an important topic. Maybe most flat earthers don't know that, but I'm telling you that's what it is.
Yeah, so Gemsy had a wicked picture of a picture that somebody had taken, a UV light photo or something, and they showed an existent, almost looking like a face impression coming out of the shadows, like the front cover to the CD of Dream Theater, Scenes from Memory. He's got this image of like a person's face. It's interesting that the image was taken from one part of the earth, but does it look the same at all parts of the earth? And it almost looks like an inverted Diablo, or a duo hexagon diamond prism type of thing, but curved, because nature doesn't really do straight lines, or does it? And all our symbology.
Does. Yes, it does. I'll send you a picture if you want.
Yeah.
But yes, the straight line is the
no.
plane of existence and the heavens above.
Yes, nature does straight, but nature does straight using probably gravity, like stalactites.
No.
No. Relax. Go ahead, Gospel.
No, I just wanted to send a missile on this statement that creator and crater are somehow related.
Could be. I'm only guessing.
No,
I
it's
don't
not.
know anything.
No. It's provably false. So all you have to do is look into etymology. Don't say things that you're. I don't even know where you would have gotten that idea from, but it's just terribly wrong.
Apologies, mate. Like I said, a lot of stuff I say is guesses, but it is all guesswork, isn't it? At the end of the day, so
meaning and fact and truth is not all guesswork. There's such a thing as objective reality, and objective reality is incredibly important.
When you say the word heliocentric,
yeah,
why? No. I'm just saying on the word. The word is a clue they've given us. Everything that we think is not available to us, all our words, all our numbers, all our letters, they're all available and they're clues to us. Why would we assume that the word is heliocentric? Why couldn't it be helios-entric? And entric is to do with the stump. I'm just saying.
Yeah, you need to go take a course on etymology and how words are broken down.
What about do re mi so far la ti do? If you break it down, it means do reverse latitude. Why would it be like that? And you start on the do re mi fa sol la ti do. Do re mi so far, not fa so far. The fa so was kind of put in, and everybody thinks it's fa so. It's not, so far. So everything that they gave us, they could have given us anything, but they gave us those sounds there. And it's all the natural things of all the Da Vinci Code and everything like that. They all left codes and they all left clues for us. But the problem is,
you sound like one of those people that listens to that blood over intent guy. He's a British guy. What's that blood over intent guy?
Martin Leaker?
No, that's not the one I had in mind. This guy his name starts with a D. It's either David or
maybe Pete. Pete, is it?
I don't know. But there's a lot of people in that arena that that completely disregard etymology and the formation of words and the history of the English language, and they just make stuff up that sounds really cool, but it has no basis in the actual formation of words and the change of words over time.
What about the word circumference? What does the word CIRC relate to? Does it relate to outer or inner?
Well, it's actually circum, which is the Latin prefix of that word there.
Yeah. Is it inner or outer?
and then ference would be the other part of that word.
No. I'm just talking about the CIRC rule.
You
Yeah, the
can't
C.
just you can't just
No,
take. I'm just
listen.
talking about the C of the letter cat, and if you take the letter C, you also know that cement is made with the letter C, and because cement is made with the letter C, we know that cats are also cement. That's the kind of moronic idiocy that you're referring to when you take part of a
No.
word that isn't its actual part. You're taking part of a part and you're
listen,
making up your own little rules for how language forms. That's
No,
not how it works.
okay, so science just names animals and stuff like that. Just they have no.
Science is nothing. The way that animals have been named has nothing to do with science.
It's got something to do with Latin, which is French.
Maybe no, Latin
Right, so
is
the
not
word.
French, but it may or may
No,
not
no.
have anything to do with Latin. It may have Greek origins. It may have Latin origins.
Ask a French person. Anyway, so the word circum
Ask a
applies.
French person. I've taken years of French. I'm very familiar with the French language.
Well, French was the first language in America. French was the first. Huh? So
the guy was talking now. He's talking from fact. The etymology of words is the root of that word.
Okay,
and you
so
can't
what
just break up that word independently
can.
wherever you choose.
Syllables, circum or circ.
No. It's not syllabic. That's not how etymology works. That's not how etymology works.
Right. The word Sahara means desert. Yes, in Arabic. You agree?
I am
You
familiar
agree?
with Sahara meaning desert. I am familiar with
Okay.
that. I am
If you
not
take
an Arabic
right, no,
student
that's
or
fine.
expert.
No. We
It
all
means
know that.
sand. Doesn't
So
it mean white sand or pale sand or something like that?
Oftentimes, when you're translating from one language to another, it has more than one translation
yes,
possible. Back
right
to
now.
before you start going down this new road. Again, I posted circumference, okay, and just as I
Yes.
was under the impression of circum is the prefix there, and ferre is the root word of the prefix, and then ferre is part of the suffix, the ending of the word, which
All right.
means to carry. So you have to look in the etymology of a word to better understand it. You can't just make up. You're literally interrupting me in the middle of my words. What's wrong with you?
Because I started off and I said I'm just talking about the C space C rule, right? And the other
No,
rule is the C.
that's not a rule.
Let me
You're making stuff
finish.
up.
Let me finish. The C something V rule. Now the word circus is based inside a tent. When you circumcise a person, you cut the inside of their knob, right? They do it from the inner. They circulate is inner. When you succumb to somebody, you are bringing them towards you, right?
Did you just say succumb? Are you?
Yes, succumb. Yeah,
What word
succumb
did you
as in
say?
succumb.
SUK? Are you
SU
going? Or SUCCUMB?
Yes, is the same word as
No,
succumb.
no, that's not. That has nothing to do. That's a completely no.
So concave.
Sub. No, listen. You have you ever heard of elision?
Elision.
Yeah.
Elision? No, doesn't ring a bell.
Okay, so what happens in the formation of words is a language will have a word that has a meaning, and it's a simple meaning. Maybe it's a preposition of some kind, right? And then they'll have this other nominal word that has, or a verb, usually a verb, and they'll combine a preposition with a verb, and this new word will be formed from maybe a preposition and a verb, and it becomes a new word with basically a new meaning that kind of combines the meaning of the preposition. I'm just giving a generality here, but the fact of the matter is you reference the words that come, okay, which comes from sub, okay, and come there.
Yeah.
So these are two very different words that literally have nothing to do with circular or circ or succumb, or as in CIRCUM.
And then you got you got concave, and then you can go to the convex.
But I'm going to need some type of concession for your idiocy, because what you're doing here is you're just word salading your way until you maybe get somebody to give you a little round of applause. I don't think that's going to happen here, thankfully. But
let's go back.
but there's a problem with your logic here.
Let's go back to flat Earth then, because I don't want to waste time with you.
Prolate,
Yeah,
but you have to be intellectually honest enough to hear what the guy's just said to you. And he's shown you that succumb and succumb are two different, completely different root words that don't have the same CIR. Do you concede on that?
I agree. I agree, and I'm not. I don't need to take it further. Just food for thought. That's all. And I have no experience in etymology.
It's poison. It's not food. It's not food. It's poison. I'm telling you that pathway of you, the way that you're breaking down words, is poisonous to your brain and anybody else that ingests that type of nonsense. It's not part of how language works. It's not part of etymology. It's not part of discovering and understanding the meaning of words. Okay, it's poisonous.
The word Sahara, if you change the vowels, if you change the vowels in Sahara, there's a word. The Japanese have Sihiri, have Sohoro, and the Ethiopians have Sihiri. Three different meanings.
Show me connections between Arabic and Japanese in the formation of those languages.
If the Japanese were in Africa before anybody else,
mind-altering substances.
Ask him where languages came from.
Prolate. I'm having trouble understanding how I can say words and you just continue talking without any acknowledgement of what I'm telling you. And also, Flat Earth Solar, that more patiently than myself, thank you, Solar, more patiently than myself, was trying to help redirect you back to understanding what's being said here. And you're bulldozering over it as if it's not being said, but it is.
Are you a baller yourself? That person.
What?
Sorry, is there a baller on this call?
What ball? I'm not. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, sorry. It sounded like you. Sorry, mate. We all flat earthers. Great. I'll just ruling that one out. Sorry.
You think you live inside a ball?
I don't think anything.
That's fairly apparent, especially when it comes to the defining of words, and that's what I was trying to help you out with. But it appears that you're. I mean, most of the time people need to want help before they actually accept help. So I'm offering you unsolicited help, and I understand that that's usually unwelcome. However, I abhor language incorrectness and when people do silly or stupid things with words, because it's something that's part of demonstrable reality that is very concrete. There's such a thing as colloquialisms, but that's a separate topic altogether. Words have meaning, and it's important to not destroy their meaning. And that's a modern agenda that I don't want to participate in or allow if I can help it.
Okay, so my thing is to you guys, this is not an insane thing to say, but if I present you with a flat Earth map finished to scale and it works 100%, what would you do with that map? What does it mean to you? I know you say that we can't get existence, but this thing ties up every bit of information that is available to us, that we can say that independent people have done those, have sailed those things, they've done that. If I gave you a flat Earth map that worked, that had 66,000 kilometer perimeter, 55,000 kilometer Antarctica, we've got 33,000 kilometer equator, 10 degrees up north, 300 equator degrees, 400 polar.
Yeah, show us the map. Why don't you just show us the map and we'll look at it ourselves?
Okay, so but look, for showing us a map would prove that you've showed us a map. It wouldn't necessarily mean that those dimensions that you're trying to work within are the accurate ones. You would actually need to go out and measure them and then document the ones that are accurate. But Prolate, I just wanted to say, like, this room You may think it's just guys sitting on Discord, but there's a wealth of knowledge here. And
That's why I
approach this room as though you can also learn something as well as teach something. And
exactly.
I think the previous guy was earnestly trying to show you something that could save you a lot of misguided effort.
I
and
agree.
I think it could make your research sharper if you were working off of a solid foundation, especially with the etymology of the wording.
Yeah, our foundation, because then if we all act in the same way and respect each other, we know everybody, then we know what to talk about and what not to talk about, because we're not professionals in certain things. So I meant no disrespect, and I know who's who, and I'm getting to learn you guys. And you know, these introductory phone calls are just like ways of me getting to know you guys, and then therefore we become more familiar with each other. And the whole point of this conversation is that we can progress. I want to progress, and I feel I have the tools to show us how to progress, that we can show that the model is repeatable in more than 2 ways. And that will be cool. I thought, you know, it's the Trinity, you know, it's they have 3 different models, and then they're like, oh, you know, 6 different models. I just want to help out with what I've learned and what I've achieved and share that with you guys.
And that's
Yeah.
noble. That's a noble intention.
It is, but
Do it.
no.
But when you come in this
I'm
room,
sorry. Go ahead.
sorry, Sonny. But when you bring stuff into this room, generally people want to see evidence, or they want to see some kind of support for an idea, and something that's quite humbling to realize that you're not the first person to ever have thought a thought. When you start to look back at previous research and you start to find that certain ideas have already been well documented, and yet when we approach something as, for lack of a better word, layman, we approach something as though we have to invent the wheel to make this whole thing work. But sometimes it takes a little bit of time to just do a bit more research, and you see it's already been laid out for us, and then you can either find inconsistencies on that or you can build from that. But you've saved yourself a lot of time by not having to try and reach too far on certain things. I think that you definitely have sparked some curiosity, and I think that a lot of the map makers in this room will start to play around with some of the numbers that you've mentioned tonight and see if there's any concordance. So I think your seeding of a new idea is valid. I think progress in terms of the growth, we mustn't be scared to learn something new, all of us. But at the same time, if something can be shown to be obviously wrong, then there must be a concession on that if you're going to go forward in the right direction. Because some of us get really dead set on an idea, and the idea seems quite seductive and attractive. And then we start to try and find stuff to fit that idea rather than simply going on the journey of discovery and seeing where that evidence leads.
Yeah, so I'm working on it, and I'm going to make sure it's colourful. You can see all the islands as best as possible. I'm going to spend a good week on this. I'm not going to just rush it and show you a half-assed job. I've done
a good week.
Sorry, mate.
You say you're going to spend a good week on this. That's quite patronizing to the people who've been spending 4 to 5 years accessing records back to the 1500s, looking at every past map, every present map, every projection. If you think that in a week you can crack the nugget, good luck.
I've been doing this 7 years, and I've got a channel that backs up everything I say. I just haven't got the final, but I've shown intentions of how far I'm getting in my progress, and I've got a lot of material. I've got about 70 videos of a lot of material. Everything that I say to you guys is in that material somewhere. So I would never I'm
So
coming here.
are you your own citation? So because you
Yes.
said it, you can cite it.
Did you just say yes?
So I misunderstood.
Weren't you in here the other day pulling this same bullshit and got banned?
Yeah.
So why are you back?
Sorry, mate. I didn't mean to say. I didn't know what the question was asking. So I said the first thing that came to my mind. I didn't think about the question. So
Okay.
did I cite anything? Cite means that have you got the reference? I'm a lazy presenter. My presentation is the best I can do with the time that I've got, and citing stuff is I've done my best to help with
So
reference to what.
that's called an excuse for being lazy at researching.
You know what? My channel will show you that I spent hours on this.
This actually was a job interview. Somebody'd be being asked to leave.
I'm not looking for a job. I'm looking to
Well,
be
yeah,
part of the
I'm
team.
just saying, metaphorically speaking.
Yeah, sure, but we're not in a professional environment here. We're all like, we're all like-minded. We all can't just speak to our families and
You
our
say we a
families
whole
reject
lot.
us.
Well, I
No,
wouldn't go that
no.
far.
Okay.
Open-minded.
As a person that doesn't believe we are heliocentric, at least, I would say we. So then going from there, and you look back in past and you see that geocentric was never a sphere. Those are the 1800 drawings, the 1500 drawings, the 1300 drawings and all that just show a Frisbee. So when we say, oh, the world, they always knew it was flat. Yeah, it was a Frisbee. And a Frisbee isn't flat. It's slightly curved.
Oh, gee.
So I'm just saying.
None of the ancient cosmology said it was a Frisbee. They all called it a world egg. And they were the flat plane of inertia that separated the midpoint of this egg that went underneath them and above them.
Because
so no one ever thought of the space Frisbee flying through.
You know why they didn't
space
call it a
nonsense.
Frisbee? Because Frisbee wasn't invented yet.
Thank you.
So Frisbee is like a trademarked word for a little flying disc.
It's a shape they named. They named it. It's a shape that's been named in the mathematical books for centuries.
In the recent history.
Oh, come on, man. Come on.
Prolate, if you're found to be a little bit lacking in something, just don't double down. Like just listen to what's being said to you. The Frisbee is a recent shape. It could not have been ancient cosmology built on a Frisbee.
No, I'm saying if you look at the geocentric model of the 1600s that you'll find on Google, there's no sphere. It's just a flat Earth.
Geocentrism has always been a sphere. That's why I say go do a little bit more research.
No, Brew. Go onto Google. You'll find before 1800s or 1700s the diagrams of the old days and stuff like that. So you can tell they're the old days because it just shows you one side of it shows you a flat Earth, but only
on a Frisbee.
No, but it shows you a flat Earth. What I'm saying is, if they use the thing of the guy disappeared over the horizon, they put 2 and 2 together and say flat plus curve must mean a Frisbee or that type of shape. A spherical cap would probably be the better word. So it can be anything, but they would have said like the pancake making machines that you just pour it on the top and it's slightly curved. So they just use what they saw, and they saw. I'm just saying, like the geocentric model lasted 2,300 years in a flat model. It was not until the 1700s that they re-illustrated it to make it look like a sphere. So if you look at those old diagrams, you don't see a sphere. You just see a circle with fucking lands in there. You guys must know this, and like you go on Google, you see the timelines, the illustrations of everything they did changed after Mercator. It's like the small black island just north of the Bavaria of the Mercator northern projection map is another black mountain. That's the magnetic north there. It's not the one in the center.
Who is responsible for the geocentrism narrative or the geocentrism idea?
Is it like Aristotle or something starting with an A? You had Anaximander said that we were cylindrical. You had Homer that said we were cylindrical. And I found it once. It was so hard. It took me so many attempts to find it. the word geo broken down into one of the websites, because there's so many dictionaries. The word geo came up in one thing, and I deleted the page because I have like 200 pages open on my phone like daily, and it came up with the word to do with a column. Column was the word. So all these different words, when they say, oh, geo, it's called redefinition. The same thing they did with declination. Declination was a redefinition word. It was actually variation before, which is the word they use. It's either variation or deviation. I'm pretty sure it's variation. It's the word they use in aviation today. Aviation uses variation, and the nautical use declination. It's the noughts v the crosses. Everything that we know and the stories that the etymology of what we say on a daily basis, it's all part of the process. That the noughts and crosses is, the crosses were the people with the crosses, and the noughts were the spheroids.
Don't quit your day job, Prolate. Just focus on doing better at your day job, because I don't think this is going to work for you.
Look, Prolate, I asked you specifically who was the founder or who created the idea of geocentrism.
It was Aristotle.
No, wrong. All your answers were wrong. It was Ptolemy. And the
Ptolemy was only
point,
300 AD.
no, he was about 1500. No, he was about 1500, the late 1500s. So this is my point. This is my point that I was just trying to make earlier. Just do a little bit more research. Don't be lazy on the research, as you claim to be lazy on the citation side. Don't be lazy on the research side.
No, I'm not lazy, bro.
You'll see from the onset of geocentrism, they still assumed, well, the narrative we're told is that it was assumed it was a sphere.
Claudius Ptolemy, 100 to 7.
Thank you, D to the V. I appreciate your countdown and execution.
Yeah, it's about time. I was wondering when people were going to do that. I didn't want it to be just me.
No, it's not. I mean, kudos, Solar, for your patient fortitude.
Well, I just want to see if
and
if the
actually
lights
having
can
a
turn
point
on.
to what you were saying.
I just, for me, I like to have that moment where you see the light turn on in someone's eyes and they learn something. It doesn't have to be what you were trying to, it can just be they've had a little moment of realization. And in that moment, it was like you were just a catalyzer. You were just there to assist that realization.
Yeah, and it is a beautiful thing. I agree with you. Not everyone has the capacity for that moment in their life. And I don't mean to be too harsh, but did you read the YouTube bio, the about me or about his channel or whatever?
No, not yet.
Somebody posted it here.
Yeah,
a couple of minutes ago.
concave Earth. He's a concave Earther, a proud member of the concave Earthers.
Here you go, bud. There's the link to the comment up above. I mean, it's worth reading because when you see kind of where somebody's coming from, how they put their words together, they start to appear to be either disoriented or under the influence of a substance. And I understand that lots of people love substances. I'm not here to crap on people's love of substances, but I think that some people can at least acknowledge, maybe not all people, but some people can acknowledge that some substances cause harm. I've certainly encountered and counseled many people that were longtime abusers of crack cocaine and methamphetamines and other substances, and I've seen the long-term damage that occurs. And not saying that that's necessarily the case. I also know that people's involvement with the occult and other nefarious things can also do brain damage. Victims of cults and victims of satanic ritual abuse. I mean, there's all sorts of things that can cause diminished capacity for just critical thinking and communication and all those sorts of things. But one way or another, that stuff starts to become pretty apparent. It was pretty apparent. I knew right away when somebody starts taking random letters from a word and trying to equivocate, or languages like Arabic and Japanese that have no common origin. I mean, apart from the common origin of all language, which would be, in my personal opinion, the Tower of Babel. But, apart from that moment in time, there's no connection between those languages to make any type of inference or deduction about the word Sahara and Sahara or whatever. Like, this is just lunacy. And I just can't remember the guy, but he went on a tour. He suggested things, even I think flat Earth stuff. And it's not Dave. It might be Dave. I keep on coming back to the word. He also is a proponent of blood over intent, which is, form of divination and all that stuff. But does nobody know who I'm talking about? This guy he did a lot of public speaking. He was like really exciting to the truther community, at least some people. Does anybody have any idea?
About Infinite Plane Society?
This guy starts with a D. He's from England.
Yeah. Devin Magby.
That's not the one I'm thinking of. This is somebody else.
That's exactly who I was thinking about. That IPS.
There's more than one. Yeah.
Devin something. I remember.
Dave, Daniel.
But he was American.
Not Tiger Ban. No.
No. There's there's not cyber, no, not cybernetics. What is this other thing? There's another, maybe he did applied kinesiology stuff too. I can't remember for sure.
But it's so transparent when someone is repeating something they've heard versus something that they've logically deduced through reasoning and sound logic. And it's what I find is that, even when guys first hear about this topic, then some guys just want to believe because someone said it. And they want to repeat it to their friends, even though they don't really believe it themselves yet. It's more like monkey see, monkey do. And it's sometimes these guys get wrapped up in, they have 5 or 10 channels that they watch, and they learn how to repeat what's being said on those channels. And then they just go through this endless cycle of, as they repeat it to people who have never heard the craziness before and won't object to an inaccuracy, then they'll get through the entire statement and someone will just think, wow, that's a lot of stuff. But in here, each claim needs validation to be able to continue to build upon said claim. And it's this, when you actually drill down to why someone is believing what they've just said, very quickly you can see whether it's logically deduced or simple parroting of someone else's ideas.
Wasn't his name something like Flat Earth Dan?
Not this guy. This guy is an old white guy, and by old I mean mid-50s to mid-60s, somewhere in that range. And he's an incredibly compelling guy, but like motivational speaker type guy. And I can't find it. I'm looking and trying to search, and I
don't know if we'd get much out of finding that name, though. It might not be the prize we're thinking of.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Except for warning, but it's no good if I just can't remember. But yeah, I know what you mean. It's in my.
Yeah, I would say stop listening to all of them. Thanks.
Well, yeah.
I'll just paint a wide brush there. I wanted to say that this terminological origins and transmission and translation issue is a huge issue, especially for English only speaking Westerners that seem to have absolutely no clue how things
Yeah.
get translated or the etymology. That's why we have this crisis with people saying that Jesus isn't the name of God, but we don't speak the entire book in Hebrew or Greek. But then when it comes to Jesus, we have to. That doesn't make any sense, right? So it's like the name. I always give comparisons to Samoans because I know a lot of them and I know them personally. So I'm like, well, the name Samisi is translated from James. Would you like to tell me how many problems that seems to have right on the face of it? So when you have like names like Yeshua and Jesus, which are 10,000 times closer, I just pointed out like, listen, Siosi comes from George. I mean, you want to talk about eons away from each other. People don't understand. They don't have the slightest clue that names just don't translate by like removing one letter or adding a dot. That's not how translations occur. They are completely different translations into that culture that already exists with the way that they phonetically speak. It's not something that you can just go tic-tac-toe, 5 + 5 is 10. That's not how language works. It's a completely different other understanding of the construct of our language. It's not even literally understandable. That's why we can't get it. Thanks.
Yeehaw. All right. Now I've got to send Lou. I'll send it to you. I'm not putting it in the live chat because people will freak out and think that I'm just a sicko. And how dare you share such graphic images? I won't do that to anybody except Lou. I'll do it to Lou.
I'm sorry, guys. Brought this up before. Wasn't Jesus not in the old English Bible? Wasn't it pronounced with a Y and spelled with a Y?
It wouldn't make any sense to be spelled with the letter Y. It would make sense to be spelled with maybe a letter I, but
I've looked into that. That's not very accurate either. The I is not very accurate if you do some research. But here's the point: it was spelled with a Y, and Jesus was not there, right? So if in the English, not in any other language, in the English Bible, right?
So the Tyndale Bible.
We have a different name than the name that was pronounced by English speaking people. And
Yeah.
people can't
What do you mean by
get
English?
around that.
I mean, have you ever read Old English or Middle English or early late English? I mean, you do understand that modern English goes back to the 1500s. Middle English, you got stuff like Chaucer and stuff, right? And then Old English is into you can't read. Well, maybe you could read it. I don't know everything you know, but I can't read it. Most everybody on Earth can't read Old English because it's so
we done away
different.
with it, right? Because we done away with Old English and we brought something new and changed how we spoke and how we wrote. So if we
just as
change,
English continues to change year by year, always
so
has.
So if we change something like, let's say, the holy text that claims itself that if you change anything in it, right, that's not a good thing. In a couple of places, not just one book, but a couple of places it says that.
Change
So
inherently evil. Is this the argument?
to take out or to add. So if you take out something that was originally there,
so the Bible should have never been translated by your definition.
No. I'm just saying that, it's very strange that, and I use this instance many times, is, Netanyahu, if he came to your house, would you call him Netanyahu? Do you say hallelujah? Do you say these things? No, you don't, because you can pronounce Yah, right? You can pronounce Yeshua. It's not a big problem, right? So the thing is, I don't think people can get away from this. You admit it's Old English. It's Old English. It's not Old Spanish. some other it's Old English, right? So we changed a
I'm wanting
word we
evidence for these
originally
claims.
used. So we
So
changed a word we originally used. We took it out and replaced it with something else. Not
here it
only is it right, not only is it the name of the Son, but the Father and the Holy City, right? So we changed these three things.
Okay,
Now
so
that's
this is
very
the 1534, the Tyndale. Are you referring to an English Bible older 34 Tyndale? What Bible are you referring to? Because I'm looking for evidence of your claim. Because
okay.
this is
What does it say? Yeah, go ahead.
seeing as how it was written in Greek with iota, right? Which should never ever be transliterated with a y, ever, 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 ever. That makes no sense. Ever, ever, ever.
Yeah, neither does a
So
J, right? Ever, 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 forever and ever and ever. J doesn't make sense, right?
no, that's not true. You have
Because
to
it wasn't
understand.
in our English. It wasn't in our English, right?
Yeah, you have to understand the origins of the letter J. But the fact of the matter here is, and also how the letter J is pronounced originally as well.
So I have to
Um,
understand the origins of the letter J instead of the origin
you have to
of the
understand that in order
original
to not make the argument you were making that
pronunciation.
was incorrect.
Would I have to? Yeah, let me finish this question. So would I have to understand the origins of the letter J
Let's
and
go.
just completely dismiss that we could English people could speak it and write it a different way?
We'll go back to this. You made
We
a
just
claim that there was an old English Bible that used the letter Y in the name of Jesus. Go ahead, provide your source.
no.
Just demonstrate
The
that.
claim is that we changed it
You said
from
those
what it
words.
was
I'm
to a
waiting for
J.
evidence of those words to be validated.
Okay,
You made the
I'll get back.
claim that
I'll get
there's
back
an
to
old
you if you
English.
want. Yeah, if you want to just end the conversation, I'll get back to you on it. But it's very apparent and it's very clear to me that people are just beating around the bush, right? Because when you tell me that I have to understand the origin of the letter J when it didn't come into existence
Yeah.
till how long ago?
No. See, the problem is
How
when you
long
make a
ago?
claim about a letter, but you don't understand that why that letter exists and how it was used, then your claims have no founding.
But
It's
your
an
claim about
unfounded
the
claim.
letter J, and me having to understand the origin and why it even exists. Do you know when it came into existence? Should you have to understand it also?
This is a question
So
of transliteration, and you have to understand how transliteration takes place. Y is an inappropriate transliteration of the Greek letter iota, and J is an unusual one unless you better understand that this is about a diphthong of
it's a
iota
better one.
epsilon.
Wait a minute.
I'm
You
sorry?
just made a claim. It's a better one. J is a better one. Well, how
Again,
so?
let me finish
Yeah.
my sentence.
Okay.
Iota epsilon is a diphthong, okay? And it's important to understand when you're doing a transliteration, you want to be as accurate as possible to the original pronunciation, if at all possible, especially in regards to names. They get special rules, whereas other words just get translated, and only proper nouns are the ones that get transliterated. You've got names like Artaxasta, which gets transliterated into Artaxerxes, even though originally it would have been pronounced Artaxasta by the Hebrews, but not necessarily pronounced Artaxasta by Greeks, for instance. But this is just another example of how transliteration and pronunciation and transliteration, all these things, how they come together. So in regards to Jesus, what you have here is the original pronunciation of the letter J being Y, okay, which you listen to any old German, and that's exactly how that letter's pronounced. So yes, absolutely, it is the appropriate, because you have to look at who the Bible translators were and who would have been making the decision to do transliteration. Y would not be inappropriate because Y wasn't pronounced that way. It is today, but it wasn't then. So yeah, it was the most logical and appropriate letter. But then over time, the letter J, because of I believe the English, the Saxons, and so on, the way that other people were pronouncing this letter. You know, you've got a collision of a lot of different cultures, a lot of different languages. The Germans didn't
Yeah, I
play
understand.
by the same rules as the English, so on and so on. And you've got French words that get changed in their pronunciation and so on.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, I understand those
we say
things, and I
toilet,
understand.
we don't say toilette. You know, there's all sorts of issues in here. But the point is, J
That's
was
more
yeah.
of a dialect, right?
J was yeah, and it's an appropriate transliteration of iota epsilon.
Okay, yeah, so I understand everywhere you're coming from. Let me ask you this one thing again, right? So if Netanyahu came to your house, would you respect his name and call him Netanyahu, or would you call him Netanyahu?
Again, now you're taking the Hebrew language, and it's
No,
a proper
I'm
name.
asking you, a man has a name, right? And
Yeah,
he's like a respected,
I've
just let
been
me,
through this
can I
conversation
finish?
so many
If
times.
I can't finish, I'll just
Well, because I've heard you say all of this spiel more than once, I'm fully aware of what you're going to say
Well,
for
can
the
you
benefit
answer
of
the
the
question? Like, can you
others.
answer the question, or just you're gonna keep cutting me off? I'll just shut up.
It's a red herring.
It's a red herring?
It's a red
Really?
herring because
Like
the New
this
Testament was translated and transliterated from the Greek language, not from the Hebrew language. So had it been transliterated and translated from Hebrew, being, you know, the name of Jesus,
does it change the meaning of the name? Does it
That's
change the meaning?
irrelevant. That's
It's
irrelevant.
irrelevant? Are you kidding me, bro?
Yeah, it's a red herring.
change the meaning of something, right? You change.
No, it's a red
Are you
herring. You're
serious,
talking
bro?
about the Greek language at this point, or you should be talking about the Greek language at this time, because that's the language that the New Testament is written in. Again, this is a biblical argument and not appropriate for this room as always, but as we were talking about language and truth and how important that is for all of us to better understand, getting to the root and the origin of things, this conversation is still slightly relevant
Let's
because
just
it
debate it next week, man.
encourages
Let's
others.
just stop the
I don't
conversation and debate it next week if you're in for it.
I'm not at all. In fact, I abhor the argument because it's lunacy. And you refuse to acknowledge the fact that the New Testament was written in Greek. People
I
try to
didn't say
make
that,
these
bro.
silly
I never
arguments
said
that
that.
Matthew
I
was,
never
you
said
know,
that.
and all these other books were written in a different
I never
language. Okay, well then
said
it's
that.
a moot point. Iota
Yeah,
epsilon.
your point is
You know,
moot
your
because I never
Netanyahu
said
argument is a completely irrelevant argument, because then you're invoking a completely different language and the question of Hebrew to English direct, which is not the case. That's not how the New Testament is written, and that's not how it was translated and transliterated. So it's irrelevant.
I didn't say it wasn't, and I didn't. So, okay, man. I understand where you're coming from. You don't want to debate it. You don't want to give me like ample time to just have some things put together, and so I
Iota
can
epsilon. It's a
rattle
diphthong.
them off to you. So
it's very simple.
It's cool. It's not very simple, man. It's
It absolutely
if you
is.
change
Iota
the
epsilon
meaning,
sigma
if I take a
omicron.
word and if I take a word in the holy text and I change the meaning of that word by transliterating the
It wasn't.
word,
That's
then
not
I
how
change the context, right?
And you're wrong.
But I
So
can't finish talking,
transliteration
bro. So you just go right ahead, bro. Go right ahead.
transliteration
I
never
can't
changes.
finish, so you go right ahead.
Yeah, because transliteration never changes the meaning of a word. That's not what transliteration does. Transliteration is where you take the letters of a different language, such as Japanese or Korean or Arabic, and you ascribe the letters that are the phonetic equivalent in the language that you're trying to transliterate to. That's what transliteration. And in no way ever does transliteration change the meaning of a word, unless you start taking an adventure that what's his name that was talking earlier. I don't think he's still here, but I mean, it's an adventure down lunacy where you're trying to make one thing another thing that it never was meant to be in the first place. Like I was saying,
So-
cat starts with the letter C. Cement starts with the letter C. Therefore, cats are made of concrete because look, the letter C.
Nah, that's
It's
ridiculous,
completely.
bro. That's
It is
ridiculous.
ridiculous. It
That's
is ridiculous.
totally
I
and
agree.
completely
Again,
ridiculous, man.
Greek language, iota epsilon. It's a
That has
diphthong.
nothing to do
You
with
have to
what we're
find out what
talking
the
about, bro. That's
appropriate.
completely ridiculous.
You have to find out what the appropriate transliteration is for iota epsilon, the diphthong of yeah. And that's what they did. And there's nothing subversive or nefarious about it whatsoever, because it's simply transliteration. It doesn't change meaning. To make the claim that it changes meaning is deceptive, disingenuous, just false. And I don't understand the motivation. I kind of do.
Okay,
I kind of know a little bit about different movements that have that motivation, but I think it's dark.
Okay, so here's part of the motivation. Here's part of the motivation, right? From my understanding and doing a little research on the letter J, right? The letter J did not exist, right? In any
It's
other
irrelevant
language. Now you
to
said
study the
German.
letters,
Now
not
I
really.
listened to you and you said German and you gave me a little information on the pronunciation. So I heard you. I was not listening, right? I was listening. So when I'm speaking, just try to listen just a little bit. So the letter J in our language, when did it come into existence in our language? Could I ask you that? And could you just respond to me with an honest answer?
16th or 17th century.
17th century in our language, right?
16th or 17th.
Now let me ask you something. Why in our language did we change our language?
We change our language all the time, and a lot of it had to do with commerce, the collision of cultures. And
so we changed the name of God for commerce? Are you kidding me, bro? And you're telling me that has no consequences?
I'm not quite sure what the logical fallacy is right here.
I'm just going to
you
talk
just
about
made
how
the claim that
ridiculous
somebody
it is
changed
when
the
you
name
keep
of God.
overtalking, bro.
Again,
That's stupid.
transliteration
That's
is not changing anything.
I didn't say
it is,
transliteration, bro. We're talking about our language, right? We changed our
apparently
language.
you need to look up the definition for the word transliteration. I tried to define it for you, but there's something that's like disconnected there for you. You must, you're not understanding the word transliteration. It's very sad because I described it, I defined it the best I could. And
we went over that, right?
Drastically, you're not though.
Yeah. So
you keep on calling it change.
When I asked you why, you said commerce, right? You said
yes,
commerce.
That's one of the many
right?
reasons language changes is because
so
people
we
mix.
changed the name of God for commerce, right?
No,
in our language.
No.
In our language, you just said we changed the name of God. I asked you why.
No, no. Now
commerce.
you're putting words into my mouth, and that's not what I said.
I can rewind it, bro. We can go back.
No, can I leap in here? Actually, that wasn't what he said.
Oh, it's not. When I asked
you
him
asked why. Right, I'm going to finish my sentence. Okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
You asked him why language changes, and he said, I could tell that he was about to start a list before you cut him off, but commerce was the first word out of his mouth. Now,
okay.
Well, I've been listening for a while, bro. I don't know why you're talking over me. Why? Just shut up. It's easy, just don't talk. So, Gospel Bearer started that list. I didn't get to hear the end of the list, so maybe he can complete that when I'm finished. But I would add a couple more. Technology, immigration. These 2 reasons why language changes. There's all sorts of different reasons. Maybe Gospel Bearer can add to that list.
Those are great. Miscegenation and all sorts of, you could use the colloquial term of globalism. But the bringing together of mixed people in a singular place, which UK was the hub, or England, whatever you want to call it. That's why language changes. But again, you keep on making this claim that there's a change, which is not what I'm arguing. It's what you're arguing. And I'm telling you that's not what transliteration is. And you keep trying to make it mean something else.
I'm not asking about, look, I'm not even asking about transliteration.
You should be.
I'm just asking
You're neglecting it.
Yeah, I'm trying. I'm just trying.
I know you're trying to neglect it, and that's a problem. You can't neglect
There
it.
seems to be
irrelevant.
There seems to be 2 different things going on at once. So on the one hand, there's the idea. So there's, on the one hand, there seems to be the idea that a single language changes, and on the other hand, there's this idea that when translating between languages, that meaning is lost. And it seems like neither.
That's not my point.
It seems like neither of those are actually allowed to come to any conclusion. So maybe we can stick to one, finish that, and then go to the other one.
My point's being lost, bro. Completely being lost.
Well, maybe you can try and explain it better, because most people here understand that I'm very good at understanding. Bro, why are you talking? One of the best things I'm fantastic at is hearing what someone's point of view is and responding to it. If I don't understand what you're saying, you're not being clear enough.
Okay, can I make it clear to you and you respond to me?
Fantastic.
Okay, let's have it where I finish a sentence or a question, and then you finish yours or you whatever. So we're not cutting each other off, and then one of us claims the victim, right? And one of us claims that, oh, you're just not getting it. You're neglecting this. You're neglecting that. You're neglecting that in our language, we had this, and then we added the letter J, and you told me it's for commerce and a few other things. And to bring all these mixed groups of people together, all these different followers of different gods and all these things together, right?
No,
I understand
not
all
right.
that to make a
Not right.
the whole world get along, right?
Not right.
I get you. To do
No,
business
you
with
don't
your
get.
enemies and all that kind of stuff, I get
Guys,
it,
everyone
right?
stop, everyone stop,
But
everyone stop, please.
here's the
Please,
thing.
please.
Like
I want you to.
so go right ahead, bro.
Okay, stop,
Go
please.
right ahead
I
and
want
just
you.
talk
I
all over.
want you. Stop. I want you to present your position, not to piss and moan about what's already been said. Present your position, please.
My position is this. If any respected man come to your house and his name is what his given name was when it was given to him, for instance, Netanyahu comes to your house tomorrow, you're not going to call him Netanyahu. And this
Obviously.
letter J and this letter J that's added for the explanation of commerce and a few other things. And basically it's commerce because you're telling me so the whole world can get along and do all these things together and work together. So it's commerce. It's all about money. So it's strange to me that you change the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy City. It's very strange to me that something is holy and you change it. Like we're adopted into a family, right? We're not supposed to be calling them out by a different name, in my opinion. So when you take anything out of a language that you already spoke and you take it out and change it for any purpose for any man or woman or child or anything on this earth, is wrong. And you do change the meaning of it.
Who does?
You can't tell me you're not changing the meaning of what
you
it
keep saying
means.
this.
Because I look up the word
saying
Jehovah, right?
You
When I
keep
look up the
saying
word,
this.
when I look up
Bro,
the word Jehovah, even in the
you
Hebrew,
can't
even
filibuster. You
you
need to
can't let
stop
me
at
finish
some point.
talking, bro.
No, you've said about 6 sentences and you're
Yeah.
filibustering. I would
I
like
only
to
need a
address
minute.
something you said.
Nobody
Yeah?
else does that, right?
I only need a minute, literally.
Okay, but can I just say what I was going to say?
Yeah, of course.
You filibustered, and I wanted to address something you said. Because you wouldn't shut up, I've now forgotten my point. Very annoying. Are we having a conversation, or are you just monologuing?
I was trying to make a point so you could see that my point was established, and I was trying to finish it up by saying, even if you read the word Jehovah, when you read it in the English, right? And then even if you look in the Hebrew at what Hova means, you know what Hova means? You know how Jay-Z, Jehovah?
Oh, boy.
You look at Hova, right? Even in the Hebrew, and it means mischief. It means wickedness, right? So I'm just saying all these different names and the changing and all these things,
what mean
it does
Jehovah?
change the meaning.
Okay, please,
So,
please. This
What
is
mean Jehovah?
please.
What mean
This isn't gonna.
Hold on. Whoever that was,
Sorry,
just hold
Sasha.
on. I just need a minute, okay?
Hang on.
Netanyahu comes to your house and you're reading okay, so Netanyahu goes to some guy's house somewhere, okay? And the Greek newspaper writes an article about it, okay? And you don't speak Greek, but you're trying to get the newspaper read. So you get a translator, you get a transliterator. The translator is going to do the process of transliteration. And they're going to take the letters of Netanyahu in Greek and equivocate them in the Greek language. And then if you take that Greek newspaper and then translate that Greek newspaper into English, you will not have Netinyahu. You won't. You won't come to that conclusion after it's been transliterated from Hebrew to Greek and then from Greek to English. That's not how it would ever work. You wouldn't get the letter Y. You want to know why you wouldn't get the letter Y? You wouldn't get the letter Y because in Greek, the letter that looks like the letter Y is actually an upsilon, but not. It depends on how it's written. But the fact of the matter is, it makes a different sound, and that's just not how it works. So
I
probably
understand
went
what
over
you're
a little
saying.
bit over a minute, but the fact of the matter is, the Greek New Testament was translated and transliterated for all proper nouns from the Greek language. Everything else is completely a moot point, as in not relevant. All your arguments and boo-hooing about the meaning changing is not true and irrelevant. I don't know how to
So
say
the
it any
guy
other
at the
way,
table
really.
is not going to call him Netanyahu, right? He's not going to
Not when
speak
he read it from the
verbally and
Greek
call him
newspaper.
Netanyahu.
I rest my case.
But he's not going to say Netanyahu when he speaks.
Not when he
If he
reads
doesn't
it
know
from the
his
Greek,
name, right?
Greek
He has no idea
newspaper.
what his name is, right?
Not
He
when
has
he
no
reads it
idea
from
the
the Greek
man that he should,
newspaper.
like the man that he should
That's
have
not
like
how
the respect
translation and
for, right?
transliteration works.
Like
How
when a
Chinese
man comes to your house.
Chinese will read that.
Oh, Lord have mercy. So when a man
Isn't his
comes to your
first
house,
name
you're talking about reading
Benjamin?
a newspaper to him, right? But I'm talking about knowing the man's name and
But you're
having
not.
respect for the
That's
man's
not how
name.
the
So your point
translators
is
work.
moot. Your point is moot because you're talking
North
about
Star,
reading a
bud.
newspaper.
North
I'm
Star.
talking
The
about a man coming
translators
to your
didn't
house
know
and you're
Jesus.
sitting at the table with him, right?
The translators
And you know his
didn't
name
know
and you
Jesus,
say
bro.
his name out of respect, right?
It's completely
No,
irrelevant.
Did you
you're
hear anything I
wrong.
said, or were you just talking the whole time?
North
You just
Star.
repeat what he says to you. If he comes up to you and he goes, "My name is Rex the dog," you'll be like, "Okay, I'll call you Rex the dog."
Done.
Yeah, but that's not how
That's
transliteration and
the whole point,
translation
It
right?
doesn't
works.
even matter.
The whole
It's got
the
nothing to
whole
do with
point is
transliteration. It's got to do with the fact that he told you his name and you repeated it back. That's got nothing to do with anything.
I didn't say he told me his name and I repeated it back. I said I already knew his name before he came, right? You already know his name. My people know my name. My name, not some other,
Okay, fine.
not something else.
How did you
They
know
know
his
my
name?
name. But see, if
How
I
did
can
you know
finish,
his name?
if I could finish with it. So you keep cutting me
How
off.
did
I'm
you
not
know
even
his
gonna have
name?
the conversation, bro. If you want to debate me,
How
we'll
did you
set it
know
up
his
next
name?
week. I'll debate both of
How
you
did
next
you know
week
his
if you
name?
want.
How did you know his name?
I'll debate both of you next week if you want. If you don't want to, it's
How
cool, man.
Nobody
did
would ever want
you
to debate with
know
you.
his name?
That's a great and relevant
I
question, Crypto.
will
The
debate
reason
you
that's an
and him.
all right, I'm just gonna do this. I don't
I
really
don't
need to
care
listen to
about
all that.
debating you. I just want you to answer a simple fucking question. How did you know his name?
Yes, and I will interrupt and I will say that whether you heard him say it and whether you read it from a Greek manuscript is extremely relevant. Everybody have a great day. See you later.
But actually, gospel, it doesn't even go that far. The fact is that someone must have said it at some point in order for you to know how the sounds sound, right? So that's how you know his name. You fucking heard it. It really doesn't get more complicated than that.
How we know what is the real sound of the word?
Well, that's just a social construct. People just agree on
Yeah,
sounds.
If we go to history,
This is so irrelevant.
How we do know how people said Yahweh or Yahweh or Yahweh or wah wah wah? How we do know that first word? How we do know that?
You don't.
Of course.
People just agree. It's just an agreement between people. We're going to say it this way. Okay. It's not that formal, but that's exactly what it is. Okay. We're going to say things in a certain way. Cool. Job done. Like, why is this more why is this being made so complicated? It really isn't.
I know why you get this, Crypto, because crypto's international. I just got to say, so crypto's being international has an understanding of different languages, and this is why he understands this differently. It's not what Westerners think, and they're so limited to their vocabulary trying to do this every time. That's what the whole point of transmission and translations do. They do change, the meanings stay the same, and they don't just replace one letter. That's never what a gospel bearer ever demonstrated at one time. The whole word has changed, and from Hebrew it's backwards, from Greek it's left to right, and that's the reality of. That's how, again, COC comes from George, and I know these people, and they have no problem knowing their name is George when it was originally COC. Thanks.
I originally joined to just say, can we all agree that the word diphthong sounds ridiculous?
Wait, are we talking about George Floyd?
No.
Stop.
And we're not
But
talking
like
about
crypto,
joggers either.
Crypto, if my name's John.
No, that's the liberal Jesus.
Okay. if my name is John, if my name is John and I go to Israel and they call me Yohanan, I'm not gonna be offended. Thanks.
I would be.
Yeah, you are Jovan, man.
Not me.
It's just
not me.
In that society, they've agreed to say that word like that.
In Mexico,
that's what you're gonna get when you go there.
In Mexico, you know who would be offended by that? No, Juan.
No. You know, man.
How about Johann? What's that name mean? Oh, it means John also. Okay, thanks.
Is it Spanish where James means Tiago or something? Is that the one?
Could be.
I think James is Tiago in Spanish. It's a bit weird.
That makes sense, actually, just like Siosi's George, Samisi's James, and Samoan. Yeah, absolutely. But there are other people, 3,000 years ago, one named Joshua, which was pronounced Yahshua. That's very close. That's literally almost the identical word, right? Yahshua, Joshua. There's almost no change there at all. Yes, the J was put in there because, well, the language isn't going from right to left anymore. It goes from left to right, and it's gone through, 2,500 years of translation. No biggie. I bet the word gay has changed meanings in the last 100 years. And that's completely different. That's changed meanings, and it's the same word.
Hold on. That actually comes from Ganymede, who was Zeus's homosexual lover.
I would just like to point out as well that there's an Australian ice cream called Golden Gay Time or something like that. But it's Australian.
Well, well, that obviously means that is clearly what it would actually mean on the internet in America. Yeah. The other big factor that wasn't discussed, crypto, and who else cares, but these people couldn't pronounce those names. They literally did not have the ability to say those types of names. You know what I mean? Like, we're talking about a 2,000-year gap of language. It's just like people today, when crypto, this, when somebody that learns a new language, they have a deep accent, right? Or sometimes they have a terrible accent, right? That's just, and again, that's going to influence the way people say things, right?
Yeah, for sure. And actually, this is actually true in Afrikaans. A lot of English speakers can't make a lot of the guttural noises in Afrikaans, even though they can say most of the kind of. I'm not like a language expert, so I'm kind of going to use fuzzy terminology, but most of the sounds aren't a problem, but it's the h sound, like that you get with a lot of the G's.
Yeah, the Hebrew.
That a lot of people can't. Yeah, but a lot of English speakers can't make that h noise.
Hey, crypto.
Yeah, go on.
Y'all, what's a nice British car? Is a Jaguar?
A Jaguar, yeah.
Oh, Jaguar. Okay. What about a Mitsubishi?
Mitsubishi.
What about
a Japanese? That's not English. Nissan's also Japanese.
I know, but I'm an American in a southern accent.
All right.
Pronouncing a Japanese word to an Englishman who has a different pronunciation of it.
Right, yeah.
It's 270 years ago we interchanged S and F in our writing.
Yeah.
So
yeah, old English maps have like there was no S at all. It was just F's everywhere.
Yeah, I have no idea how anything sounded 2,000 years ago. I have no idea. So to me, it's almost pointless.
Pretty much
Well, when you
everybody
think
in the
about it,
world, pretty much everybody in the world hates how we say Audi in the United States.
I say Audi. I say Audi.
Yeah, that's the way to say it. But like even when you think about it, like the way that like the parental generation and the children's generation speak, there are big differences in a single generation. So, of course, when you compound those differences generation over generation over generation, it's going to be an enormously different sound. I mean, if you listen to old American commentators from the 50s, they actually sound a lot more British than modern American commentators.
Exact Longines chronoscope with Admiral Byrd. Yep.
Yeah, so it's interesting.
What about the way Japanese pronounce English words? I mean, I don't want to do it because it would sound extremely racist. I know memes would like that, but it's really bad, right? It's when you hear Japanese. Because I'm not. There it is. I know.
Give it a shot.
How is saying things racist? I don't.
If in the way that memes just did, with the accent in play, which is it's an accuracy. It's how they pronounce it. So yes, some people will think that is racist, but it's actually truth. That's how they pronounce those words because of their dialect. They don't have the ability to say words like we do. Whatever.
Yeah, it's kind of difficult.
All you have to remember about the word racist is that it's actually a word that's designed to. So whenever you hear someone saying that word, you can just discard it out of hand because it's not actually a legitimate criticism of anything you've done.
I absolutely agree. Yep.
I just want to throw this in here. I was listening on YouTube, like, yeah, like it's about your attention and stuff like that, right? People that are dogmatic about the name, I disagree, but like when you look at the Gospels, like the Gospel of Matthew, right? In the Greek, it says, so listen to what the Pharisees say, don't do what the Pharisees do. And then right after that, it says, do not listen to what the Pharisees say, right? Which is a blatant contradiction, but there was a Hebrew gospel found in the quote unquote junk drawer of the Vatican, shocker. And it shows you that they actually changed the swoop, right, from Hebrew. So it changed the he to a they. So it actually says, listen to what he says, being Moses, who was given the law. Listen to what Moses says, not what don't do what the Pharisees do. And then it says, don't do what the Pharisees say. Well, that makes sense. So that just is one of the many pieces of evidence that it seems like the Gospels were not originally written strictly in Greek, as is the misnomer. And so that changes a lot. I think that the argument comes down to like putting all this importance in the Greek being the authority when we know the Greeks they twisted so much regarding the scriptures and made a religion. So I mean, I'm not big on the dogma about it. I don't think that's the route at all, but I do think it's a deeper conversation than people realize. That the Hebrew has been hidden. So just to throw that out there, like the Hebrew Gospels would paint a different story. So we were like, well, you have to say it this way because it's in Greek and the New Testament's in Greek. That's not entirely true.
Aramaic would have been the other language.
There are Hebrew Gospels.
I'm really not interested in what like the pedo church decided in the Council of Nicaea or whatever. All 200 bishops decided this. I don't care.
Meme, try now.
Exactly.
You wrote it.
That's my point.
Meme, do you want to try to pronounce?
I already did.
I want to know.
Listen. I wrote it down. See, I did it.
Listen. Now listen. Żwań.
Very good. It's exactly how I sounded when I spelled it.
I want to know if the Hebrew translates. Hebrew translates from circle of the earth to a ball or 2D circle. Which is it?
A 2D circle. There's a different Hebrew word for ball.
The Hebrew word
What's the
used
word
is
for
the
ball?
same Hebrew word is the same word they use when they're describing flat bread.
Yeah.
It doesn't say the earth is a circle anyway, so that's mute. It says the earth has a circle because God sits above the circle of the earth. Like I have
Of the earth,
shoes.
yeah.
That would be Exo's shoes. I'm not a shoe. I have shoes.
So the
Yeah,
same,
that's a good point.
the same circle it's using is the same descriptive circle they're using when they're describing literally Greek flat bread, like
He drew
flat
a
That's
bread.
just
circle in
above
the
the
face of
circle
the
of the
deep.
earth.
Right,
And
but
that's
Yeah,
it. That
remember,
because the
makes it
Earth
flat
has
bread.
a circle.
but Godric, remember, it doesn't say the earth is a circle. That's a problem many flat earthers have as well. It doesn't say the earth is a circle. Just remember that.
Just it
Says he
has a
drew a
circle.
circle. Says he drew a
Correct.
circle in the face of the deep, and the face of the deep is frozen. It's kind of like a track for the firmament to sit in. But I want somebody to establish that claim of commerce and changing his name for the simple, fact of let's just go on commerce for
Gospel
now.
bearer isn't here though. That was his.
Give me the proof of this. Show me how that worked out, right? Show me how we changed our language, his name, and our language for commerce and how it worked out. Show me how that worked.
I don't even know that.
Who was the people?
So that's actually a disconnected
It's
claim that
disconnected.
you're making there.
I didn't
So
make the claim. You made. I didn't make the claim. The other guy made the claim, right? So he told me for commerce, and I'm asking you
again.
to show me
North Star, shut
where
up.
is this proof?
Shut up. I was
No proof
talking.
for it. Yeah, I was too.
talking.
Yeah, so was I.
No,
You
yeah, I know you were talking because you were talking over me. Stop that. So
you were talking to
I
me
was. How could that possibly be the case when I started first?
because I was still talking. That's why.
But I started first.
No, I started first because when I came in, I had already started.
I'm
I'd
just.
already been about a half a
Does
second.
anyone else agree with North Star? Anyone at all?
North Star, I think you're
I can't
coming
even
in a little
finish.
bit
So how can
aggressive.
anyone agree with my point?
So
I think you're
anyway,
coming in
I
quite
think I can
aggressive, North
tell
Star.
why North Star doesn't actually understand things because he doesn't wait for anyone to finish their point. So here's the point I was making to you, North Star, is that you actually asked Gospel Bearer two separate things and you put them together, right? So the first thing was, why does language change?
That was not my question. You didn't hear the question I
Yes,
just
it
asked. I
was.
said, look, show me the proof that you made a claim. He made a claim and he said that we did it for commerce. Now show me where, what date, what people did we do this for? Show me where the claim. You made a claim, right? The claim was we changed it for commerce. That was the first one on the list. But you're still talking. You're still talking when I'm talking, right? You're gonna play victim. You're gonna play victim, right?
Understanding
Play
where you're
victim.
going wrong.
I wish I could get my hands on it.
You're not understanding where you're going wrong, and I'm trying to explain it, and you don't want to listen. This is the problem. So, Gospel Bearer's answer to your question, why does language change? Yeah, nothing to do with God or Creator or anyone else. It was very specifically, why does language change? His answer to you was commerce, and then you cut him off. I then later added.
And then you came in and protected him, right? Then you came in. You came in and white knighted, and then you got through a whole list, right? You got through a whole list, right? And I heard the whole list.
Over me?
I heard the whole list. Yeah, everyone hears me because you're going over something that was established about 15 minutes ago, right?
Also, what did I add? What did I add? Tell me.
You're speaking about something. You're speaking about something that went on. Are you gonna let me finish? Okay, so you're speaking about something.
I want you to answer one question.
Yeah, I'm trying to answer you, bro, but you won't shut your mouth, right?
What did I add?
You added to my question that I just came in and tried to ask, right? This is not like a 15 minutes ago. We're not going to 15 minutes ago playback, right?
You weren't listening. This is the problem, North Star. You weren't listening.
Listen.
So
if you don't think I'm listening, bro, I just heard you said you said I got two things mixed up. You said I got two things mixed up, right?
Yeah,
I'm listening to you.
We haven't even got that far.
I got two things mixed up.
We haven't even got that far because you won't shut up. You won't shut up, right? So here's the thing,
you won't
right?
Shut up. You won't shut up.
You know what? Fuck off. You're banned. Bye bye. Just fuck off. You're a waste of everyone's time.
We were on the topic of the circle of the earth going in the right direction. Maybe somebody can continue.
What a fucking retard. Sorry.
Don't forget that for they are willfully ignorant that the heavens were of old and the earth is standing in and out of the water.
So do you think that the firmament moves?
Oh, it doesn't seem to. I don't know. I think it seems like it's a separation for the waters. I don't know if it moves. Could be wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, I have no idea. It's a tough one.
But I do know that the important thing that maybe a lot of us aren't getting because we are so distracted by so many red herrings and things is that they told us that there's a large rock of earth with a little bit of water, right? That's what they believe. This ball just has a surface of water, when in reality, what's it? There's a little bit of earth, and the entirety of existence is by far mostly water, right? Because even in Exodus 24, there's waters under the earth. So that's the main deception when it comes to the construct of earth, is that earth is not an object. It's just, it comes out of the waters. The waters are the vastness and the majority of this creation.
I definitely agree with that. Yeah. Land is the minority.
Correct. That's again, even in Genesis 1, it says in the land, dry land came out of the water. You see, so that was easy. And the other important factor would be that's the third day dry land came out of the water. So before that, obviously in 1, it's in the beginning God created the heavens, the earth. The earth is a form and void, which means it didn't exist, and darkness was on the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. So it's all water until day.
Yep.
What's the Hebrew word for circle or flatbread? So I'm working on my debate.
Well, is their argument going to be that the earth has a ball?
The argument is that circle was translated from Hebrew as sphere. That's their globe claim.
Right. That's a lie. That means that they're saying the earth has a ball. That would be, unless they want to lie further, their claim is the earth has a ball. Great. So the flat earth has a ball. That's what it says if that word means ball. Thanks.
Right. They say it's a ball, and I'm saying it's not a ball. It's a 2D circle.
No, it says the earth has a circle. The circle of the earth, not the earth is a circle. The earth is neither circle or ball. It has a circle, and only God can be above the circle, meaning anybody that's claiming they see the horizon dip is in big trouble, because only God can see the horizon dip, which is an interesting fact. So yeah, that would mean he's claiming, he or she is saying that God sits above the ball of the earth, not the earth is a ball, just like it's the circle of the earth. That means the earth has a ball. That would be the translation. So again, you already have to have so many assumptions and mistakes.
Here, I'll send you
to go down that road.
I'll send you a link, man, that breaks the whole circle ball thing down.
Thank you, because there's at least 20 or 30 verses that describe the earth as a flat plane in different words.
Right.
Yeah, it never does anything other than that.
And a couple of them, they say that a circle's a ball.
There you go, man. There it is.
I mean, the Globers say that.
Right. Can you put the burden on them? Like, okay, great. When I show you that the Hebrew word is circle, then you know we're living on a plane. Because no, they're going to have another excuse anyway. It's just a way to avoid the point.
Yeah. They're going to just go down swinging. Like, a movable and fixed means fixed in orbit. Like what?
Yeah, there is no translation that says ball that has any credibility whatsoever. And that's why we have these Jewish scholars, Hebrew scholars that all agree it's circle. It actually means encompassment. Like the horizon? Thanks. Like everywhere I go on Earth, I turn around and I see the circle of the Earth. When I'm at altitude, we see the horizon. If I turn it 360 degrees, there's the circle of the Earth. Yep.
Yeah, it's Isaiah 22:18. Isaiah 22:18 is where it says the Hebrew word for ball, which is like dur, and then you got Isaiah 40:22.
Right, that's the best way to do it. Show them that the word ball is already used in the same passage, in the same book of Isaiah, which proves that obviously Isaiah knew the difference, and that destroys the argument.
Exactly.
You know who
Another
saw the
factor
circle?
is, go ahead.
You know who
Sorry,
saw
go
the
ahead.
circle of the earth was Richard Branson just recently. I think I saw it in the window.
Thanks, Richard.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Well, I mean, that's the thing is that that and there's one other scripture that they're going to divert to in Job when it says that God stretched the heavens, you know, over the empty places and he hangs the earth upon nothing. That's going to be their next claim. And actually, that's a mistranslation because in the Hebrew, it says what is, not what isn't. So it says the earth isn't hanging on anything. So completely different sentence, completely different meaning. The earth doesn't hang on nothing. No, the earth isn't hanging on anything. Like if I said, okay, I put my truck in the shop and somebody says, oh, is it hanging on the lube rack so we can work on it? I'm gonna say, no, it's not hanging on anything because it's on the ground. It's fixed. That's the point. And after that, after those two, Godric, they're out of luck. There's nothing else they can use. But since you're in this topic, Godric, I don't know if you're new to it, but you should probably turn to 2 Peter 3, where God says they are willfully ignorant that the heavens were of old and the earth stands in and out of the water. So do they want to show you the ball earth sitting in water or underneath, like it says in Exodus 20? There's about 1,000 more verses. There's not 250 like, you know, we have our memes saying. There's about 1,500 different flat earth verses or planar earth.
Which is the one that says stands in and out of the water?
2 Peter 3. And what's really nice about it, it says they are willingly ignorant if they ignore it. That's what I love about it. They're willingly ignorant. Like what's it and I are saying, it's really all about water. The whole creation is water. I mean, literally, just Genesis, Earth doesn't exist for 3 days. It's all water. It says there's a face of the deep. Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. So all these are literally planar descriptions, as in horizontal planes, right? Heavens above, earth beneath, waters below the earth. So again, it's all just consistent. There's nothing else. So they would have to claim that all these other Bible verses are in contradiction. Also, God, Rick, since we're just going to go down this path, that God also explains that the city of Jordan is on a plain. So an entire city is on a flat surface of the earth. And that's what the Bible describes. God continuously says there's plains and there's mountains. Plains. Plains. P-L-A-I-N.
Which one says Jordan is flat? Which one is that?
Well, it says Jordan's on a plain. Hold on, let me find it.
I just want to add that Samuel 11:11 used to actually state that the earth is flat, and then they've changed that to plateau.
It's Genesis 13:11. Then Lot shows him all the plain of Jordan.
Correct. Now, the thing is, though, look at the whole 13. Is that 13 you said? See it again.
Yes.
It's 13. Yeah. Yeah. So look at the whole 13, Godric. It says plain several times describing these people moving away from each other. It literally is describing linear movement away from each other. Plains this, plains that. It's not just one verse. Read the whole 13.
I can't think that they're gonna say a plane is a local plane, like playing fields, not describing the curvature
Yeah.
of the
There's local planes all over the ball. Yeah.
Okay, then I got a much. Then we can just go to Israel, the New Jerusalem coming out of the sky. It has dimensions. Yeah, they're planar dimensions. It's a square or a rectangular shape. And if we live on a ball, the edges of New Jerusalem would stand approximately several 100,000 feet above the earth.
Yeah. Hang off. It just go off
Wait.
the edge.
Yeah, wait, Widget, what'd you say? You lagged out there, Widget. Say it again.
It go off the edge of a ball.
Okay, I got most of it, but yeah, isn't that crazy? The edges of New Jerusalem would be higher than the so-called Kármán line. So I guess you think New Jerusalem is going to be in outer space, kids. Thanks. And it's always just back to the one excuse. That's just allegorical. God was just joking 99% of the time throughout the entire Bible. Is it silent in here right now? Where you at, Witsit? Right after 11, 11 says, then Lot chose all the plain of Jordan, and Lot journeyed east, and they separated themselves the one from the other. Abraham dwelled in the land of Canaan, and Lot dwelled in the cities of the. So now we have a bigger problem. We have a bunch of cities.
That's what I said.
Wicked sinners before the Lord exceedingly. And the Lord said unto Abram, after that, Lot was separated from him. Lift up now thine eyes and look for the place where thou art northward and southward and eastward and westward, more planar directions. For all the land which thou seest, to thee will I give it, and to thy seed forever. And I will make thy seed as the dust of the earth, so that if the man can number the dust of the earth, then shall thy seed also be numbered. Arise, walk through the land in the length of it and the breadth of it. Jordan's on a plane. Then we said all these cities are on a plane. And now we're saying, arise, walk through the land in the length of it and in the breadth of it, for I will give it unto thee. So the measurements are right there. So 13:17, Genesis 13:17 says that entire region is flat. Thanks.
Yeah, I gotta. I'm going in and out of service, but so like I'm about to post a picture. This is the depiction of New Jerusalem on a globe. It's so funny.
I wonder if I've seen it before. Let me see.
All right, the next one I'm posting about to be hilarious. We're gonna have some foundational issues here.
Look at that. Listen, I don't know. It's the city of Jerusalem. God, can't you put some stilts on the corners? Does God know what he's doing here? Because I can't get this thing to be level. So God, Rick, go ahead and save that picture that Witsit just put there, because you know they're going to just go into their zombie mode, I'm assuming, and then have that ready and go, is this what you believe? Because that's what they're going to have to believe, bro. God gives us measurements. He gives us these exact specified details and repetitive and over again. And that's why they're without excuse, bro. Then if you're Want to still have some fun? Go to Joshua 10, 12 through 13 and watch how the sun and moon are over two small cities. How could the sun and the moon, that are supposed to be these large size, the moon is actually too big, let alone the sun, but both sun and moon that appeared to be the same size also appeared to be over two separate cities in that region when Joshua asked God to stop the sun and moon. So that's another real big problem. Again, there's no way out of this. Gibeon and Ajalon would be those cities.
I'm sorry, what's the significance of putting a box on a globe?
So this is New Jerusalem. So New Jerusalem, right, has measurements, right? It's literally a physical, planar depth, width, height, three-dimensional measurements of New Jerusalem descending from the heavens above. So if they live on a ball earth, Whitsitt went ahead and found what that would be compared to, and that's what it would look like. The edges of New Jerusalem would be in outer space, Godric. That's how stupid this is. The edges, not just high up in the air, they'd be in outer space, literally, according to their claim.
Wait, how big is New Jerusalem?
And I think the measurement that I came up with was over 50, or actually over 60 miles. The edges would be 60 miles higher than the earth. A plane reaches its limit at about 10 miles. That's the highest plane in the world, can barely go 10 miles. So good luck getting up there.
I said New Jerusalem goes up
like
to the sky.
1.9 million square miles or something. 1.9 million square miles.
Hey, Whitsitt, can you give me a boost? Can you make me a ladder? Because I got to get up to this door here.
Yeah, that would literally be in space. That's weird.
Yeah, that picture's hilarious, bro.
I hear Jacob has a ladder.
We need that ladder, Jacob. Get that ladder so we can get to New Jerusalem. At least a beanstalk. Come on.
Just build a tower.
Don't jack around with the beanstalks.
Good idea,
Come
actually.
on
Good
now.
idea. Let's hope the Babylonians will fix this problem.
If we built a giant tower, what could go wrong?
Nothing. It's a great idea.
Didn't they say they're going to make an elevator to space? Or is it NASA, or is it the scientists?
Yeah, I used to believe that shit. They said that they were going to use this really high tensile carbon rope, and they were going to launch it up with a rocket. And then because of how long the rope is, and because of the orbital rotation or the axial rotation of the Earth, the centrifugal force would actually be wanting to throw the rope out into space, and thereby that rope would now remain taut up until space, and then we could use that as like the bridging infrastructure to use lifts and platforms and take everything up there. The only problem is that when you start to do the physics, like even the first 10 miles of the steel reinforced lack of a better word.
Carbon nanotubes they were going to use.
Yeah, that shit weighs so much that even 10 miles of it is going to be so many thousands of tons that you'll never get this thing to stand upright, let alone the spin of the earth holding it because of the centrifugal force. Oh, man.
Real quick, Godric, you still there?
Yes, I'm here. Go ahead.
Right on, man. I'm just going to give you one more. What's up? Go ahead. Somebody else?
Oh, whatever. It was related to what we were just talking about, but if you were trying to get something in there.
Well, Godric is in a vicious battle with scoffers, so I'm kind of, I prioritize that. So I just wanted to tell him that there's one more.
All right, hold on one second. just related to that other, like the space elevator thing. Yeah, the carbon nanotubes are supposed to be like the strongest, lightest material known to man, but like something at that length would still be a lot of weight, is kind of what you're saying. There was even a story a few years back about a dam, I think, being built in China that's going to be bigger than the Hoover Dam. That they're claiming that just building it is going to, or did, I think it's done being built. That it changed the rotation of the Earth, like it kind of threw off our speed a little bit. That's what they claimed. So yeah, what would an elevator to space do? First off, obviously it's ridiculous, but
Probably.
So,
I was want to say it was probably an idea made by a glober, thinking that they're going to get the orbital thing going, but then they realized the globe is not a thing and it's flat, and they couldn't do it, so they gave up.
Godric, write this down. I'm just gonna try to. I'm just gonna, since you're writing stuff down, write this down.
I got my journal.
Okay. Okay. So we're just gonna say ball of all the earth. Okay. Ball of all the earth. BALL of all the earth. So if the Bible said ball of all the earth, this is what you're gonna ask your scoffers. And they would, ask them, if the Bible says ball of all the earth, that means the earth is a ball, right? And they're going to hopefully say yes, unless you're talking to, schizophrenic, demon-possessed psychopaths. So they're probably going to have to say yes, or then run away because they know that you're setting them up, and they're going to, there's no way around it. So when they say yes, go, great. Well, it says face of all the earth. So Genesis 11:9 says all the earth is a face. Thanks.
Yeah, and then ask him how is everyone going to see Yeshua when he comes back on the ball?
Oh, that's, you know what, Witsit? Kent Hovind, who Kent Hovind has lost his mind so much, he says, because everybody has a smartphone now.
Wow.
God needs smartphones to fulfill his prophecies. Yep, thanks.
I've heard Christians say
Also,
God is so large that as he approaches the ball, we'll be able to see him from every angle, because he'll come around the ball.
How did the devil show Yeshua all the kingdoms of the earth on the top of the mountain if it wasn't flat?
Yeah, because he was at the center on a flat earth, and probably the tallest mountain in the world had an equidistant view.
Hey, what verse is that where Satan took Jesus up in the air? I want that verse.
You mean Satan taking Jesus up to the tallest mountain?
Yeah, it was mountain, not air. Enoch was the only one
to see all the kingdoms of the earth at once.
Right, that's Satan. Satan tempting Jesus. Yeah. So let me find.
Roderick, I
Matthew 4:8.
posted the 200. I posted the 200 Bible verses that describe the flat Earth, and they categorized.
It's Matthew 4:8.
Thank you so much for that.
Matthew 4:8.
Anybody remember what Jesus said to Satan? You shall not tempt the Lord your God. Thank you.
Yeah. When he told him to throw himself down.
Oh, I love that one, bro. That's intense.
Satan is the one who rebelled against God.
You don't say.
Right, and this is information for the atheists. They think that Satan is enemy of God. Satan's the enemy of man. It never says Satan's ever the enemy of God.
Right, but he kind of betrayed God, so he's the enemy of both.
You shall not tempt the Lord your God.
Well, Satan means opposition. I mean, he is in opposition to the Creator.
Right.
But he's not on an equal footing, though.
Oh, absolutely.
Not in competition.
Correct. Now, but remember, in Job, Satan has to get his permission from the Father. Realize that. So there is a craziness going up in the heavens. There is a war in heaven that we cannot comprehend.
Yeah, for sure. And then also, like, of course, who sends the great delusion? the Creator sends the great delusion.
Amen. Yep. He gives them what they want, Witsit.
In the same way that he used the earth to basically cleanse the earth. It says he used the earth to kill, wipe out that.
No, waters. He used the waters. Remember, it's a little bit of earth and a lot of waters. That's the big deception. They said we live on a rock with a little bit of water. It's the exact opposite. It's all water, a little bit of rock.
Everything's water, hence the firmament separating the two waters. The heavenly water and the earthly water.
Right.
Then they have the super dense salt water at the very bottom of like the Mariana Trench and whatnot. It's pretty interesting stuff.
Key factor when God is speaking to Moses, one of the most important moments in history, obviously. And the Father himself is telling these things to Moses. He is saying, you shall not have any graven images of any likeness of anything that is in the heavens above, planets, the earth below, curve, or waters underneath the earth, back to space. So he's not only telling you that all of these things in the space religion are exception, they're graven images, which is the second law given by God, pretty big deal. The second, right after you will have no other gods before me. He's telling you not to make any graven images, no CGI, none of that, guys, of anything that exists in the heavens above, the earth beneath, or the waters underneath the earth, solidifying that, by the way, there's waters under the, not outer space. And this, I guess, for the severity of the matter, for any Christian that says, why does it matter? I think God's law matters.
Yeah, actually, I was doing activism yesterday. I had someone come up to me and say, why does this matter? I said, well, it's one of the biggest lies ever. And, I'm telling people the truth. And she's like, the gospel is the truth. I'm like, yeah, that's kind of the whole point.
Well, that's why I go right to the law with it. And also I say, what does God hate the most? And when they say something like murder or this, and I go, no, actually he hates liars. Amen. That's right. Because liars protect all criminals, all murderers, all rapists, all these disgusting, you name it, which I can't say on the server. They are protected by liars. God hates liars so much. He says, a false witness that speaketh lies. And 6 lines before it, he says, a lying tongue, just to make sure he hates liars more than anything. So when someone says that wits it, I'll just say, doesn't God's opinion matter? Thanks.
Right.
That's
I
a
just
good
started
point.
spamming her with Bible verses about the earth,
Dude, Austin, I just so appreciate you every single time I hear you use the word coincidence theorist. High five, bro. Thank you. It's awesome.
It's hilarious.
I mean, what else would it be? What else would it be, though? I mean,
He says it on the loudspeaker too. It's great. It's amazing. Seriously amazing.
And then the overuse of the phrase, this is weird. I love that. That's awesome. It's awesome.
Yeah, this is weird. Don't make this weird.
Come out and tell people they're wrong. So I love the delivery and everything, bro. You're just so amazing. In fact, my heart is kind of broken. I could have saw you live when you were in St. Louis, dude. I'm only like a little bit over an hour away from there. So
Dang.
if you ever at any time ever get stuck around this area, let me know. You can have my whole place to yourself.
Okay, I'll hit you up.
I just have to point this out. Sorry to end off with that, but there's somebody in the chat, and they are obviously upset with us, and I won't give their name out. But again, when this is all I need. This is not just evidence for flat. This is evidence for the word of God. And this is what I'm talking about when the Bible says people are willfully ignorant. And that's why God says no coward will enter the kingdom of heaven, because these people are scared to death of truth. I'm going to literally quote what this guy says, and you're not going to believe me. You're going to think I'm the idiot because I have to be making this up. This guy just said in the YouTube chat, there's no evidence that maps are flat. Thank you.
Wow. I think that deserves a standing ovation.
Yeah, that's
That's the winner of the Globies, the Globie Awards, the Golden Globies, the winner.
I'm gonna have to sit down because I think I just lost several million brain cells reading it.
yeah, that's one of the
Did you-
silliest
yeah,
things that Glober's ever said.
You got to go screenshot that, dude. It's got to be an entry for the Golden Globies.
I guess that's settled then, guys. We can all
We should
pack
actually
up and
make
go
a
home.
Top 10.
we should make a text channel dedicated to like the silly things that Globers say.
We had a whole server for that. I think we still do.
Yeah. An entire server. How about that, man?
Oh, can I be invited?
Mhm.
I found something really funny that I don't think I'm gonna leave the link up, but I'm gonna put it in Livestream voice text so you guys can click it, and then I'll delete it like in a minute or
Okay.
two.
Oh boy.
Uh-oh.
Not cool, man.
I mean, people wonder why God made the lake of fire. I got to be honest with you, I don't. And there's the screenshot to prove why. So again, then the guy is backed up by somebody else saying, "Yeah, there's no flat Earth maps."
Yeah. Oh wow. Let me see. Let me see this for myself. There is no evidence that maps are flat. Man, that dude needs to stop smoking weed and talking to people.
Yeah, maps are literally flat.
Wait a minute. Wait, can somebody ask him? Does he think there's such thing as flat paper? I'm curious.
Dude.
Wait,
Only,
let me do a shout out
spherical
to
paper.
Triple
So
for the Truth or Beardzilla. Somebody in the YouTube chat, can you please ask that genius if there's such thing as flat paper? And then once he says no, can you ask him if there's such thing as anything that's flat? Thing.
So I want to know what model, like a little globe you carry around with you for when you get lost and you need directions because you don't get any GPS for some weird reason. So you got your little globe in your car and you're trying to find out where you are. Get the fuck out of here. Like, what? Well, I hope he is appreciating his 15 minutes. You know?
Sorry to interrupt. What are you guys watching right now?
Well, we're
We were-
making a comment
Sorry.
about. Oh, you go ahead. You found it.
I was just gonna say the demise of humanity and its slow suicide, bro. That's what we're watching right now, Logan. Thanks.
Oh, okay. I thought you was watching like some live stream or something. Okay, fine.
We are the live stream. They're watching us, and we were just told the most profound claim from the atheist globe movement in history, and I was so shocked. I had to have somebody to confirm that it really said what it said because I didn't believe my eyes. I thought it was refraction.
Oh, really?
There's no evidence that maps are flat. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Even if the heliocentric model was true, that statement. He needs to stop smoking weed, dude. You've had enough for the day.
That's not weed, Jenny. Don't insult weed smokers, please. That's not weed.
I guess, yeah. I guess I was being too nice.
That's like something way more hardcore than weed. That's like
Yeah, it's called ball crack. Literally, it's called ball crack.
That dude needs to come in here. We need to find out if he's okay. Maybe we need to make a phone call for him for his safety.
Yeah. He's on like deliriums or something. That guy's in a psychosis.
I don't think he understands what he's even saying. I mean, that can't be the level of any type of human walking around.
Hey, every time I unfold a map, I can never get those creases out. I'm just saying.
Yeah. So how many areas of flat land does it take to make a ball? That's what I want to know.
The answer would be all of them. Thanks.
Yeah, it takes infinite maps.
Oh, wait.
It's
I would like a
1.225.
picture. I would like a picture of a curved tectonic plate. That's what either they're flat and there's a bunch of flat plates that make a ball, or there's a curved plate. Either one I'd be interested in knowing about. Oh, but wait, we didn't measure those things though. I mean, not directly. What is it like? Somebody was in here, I don't know, a week ago saying about seismic activity, and there's some sort of instrument that penetrates the deeper layers of Earth. And I'm not really, this isn't really my topic, but y'all know what I'm saying.
Yeah, ground penetrating radar and S waves and P waves and all that.
Yes.
Because they're mathematics. Proven.
The chat obliged me kindly. Thank you very much, Gordzilla, and I think Gabriel. They asked that person, is paper flat? Two different people asked him if paper was flat, and he just says that you guys are pathetic. That's his answer. Thank you.
Oh, that's great. That it totally absolves him of his idiocy.
Yep, you're pathetic. That's the answer.
Okay, it sounds like he knows a lot. Maybe he should come in here and school us. Tell us how it is.
I think Sonny was telling me about this new study. This is actually a part of the incorporation of the bending of space-time. And what you do, Jenny, and for you guys that don't know this because you're stupid flat earthers, is you take a piece of paper and you bend it. And first you can actually draw a circle on the paper, then bend that, and you have a curved circle and curved paper, which proves the Earth is also a globe.
What the motherfuck? Sounds like some demented Disney Pixar movie. Jeez.
What are you talking about? Makes total sense.
Correct. Yep. I guess my point is, I'm sorry.
You forgot that you can also push a pencil through it, and then that proves the warping of space-time, and that you can create wormholes between the pieces of paper.
Correct. Absolutely correct. Which is evolution, because you're changing the shape of the paper. That's evolution too. Thank you.
Well, if you take that same piece of paper and crumple it up, you'll be crushing the whole time. It'll be amazing.
That's also evolution.
Okay, I have a famous quote. It's kind of an old school one, you guys, by Cat Williams. You guys remember that black comedian dude? Okay, so this is what he says. Evolution says we came from monkeys. And the question is, why are there still monkeys? Expletives. Are these the retarded monkeys? They didn't turn into people just yet? I mean, seriously, anybody who believes that we came from monkeys and they're still monkeys. By the way, I feel like I did Cat Williams an injustice. I did that horribly. I should have just cussed. He calls his own people, you dumb motherfucker, you.
Yeah, I've heard them argue that it's common ancestor. So therefore, the monkeys we have today are monkeys because they had an ancestor, but that ancestor just happened to be our ancestor also. But we just diverged at a certain point. And that because it's the common ancestor, that's why there's still millions of monkeys.
Oh.
I just posted a GIF now about, so if there's millions of monkeys and there's millions of humans, why aren't there millions of transitions?
Okay, here. Somebody posted for our convenience the Cat Williams thing. I'm going to play it, you guys, real quick.
Evolution say people came from monkeys. And the question is, why is there still monkeys, you dumb motherfucker, you? Is this the retarded monkeys? They didn't turn into people just yet. Get your
Love
stupid ass the
it.
fuck out of here.
Fuck science.
Get the fuck out of here.
Well, not fuck science, but fuck their science.
Mhm. All right, I'm definitely saving that to play more often. Thank you.
He was hilarious, man, until he started getting screwed with.
So he didn't want to do what he was told. Funny that.
Well, good on him.
Yeah, no doubt.
These atheists are the kind of people that try to have sex with monkeys because they know if there's offspring, they could really prove their point.
Yeah, monkey homunculuses.
Well, I'm not lying. I absolutely bet on my life that many of them would try it.
I wouldn't be surprised. Exo.
But again, this might not sound right, but the easiest way to destroy evolution is ask for an example of adaptation, because there is neither adaptation or evolution, because adaptation is just a micro version of evolution. And once you show them that, there's no point to
change of
anything else.
kind.
It's
Yeah.
no,
There's
there's
never been a
no,
change of
right,
kind.
but hold
So-
on. But watch, even if they stay the same kind, they could still have an argument for evolution if the kind had
Yeah.
new DNA or new
Mhm.
features to help it survive, which of course never happens.
Like,
because then
like the Galapagos
because-
finches.
Right. So the necessary antecedent to birth is the already existing gene pool. So the existence already depended on the genes existing. So again, it's a catch-42. If it doesn't already have the ability to survive, it doesn't survive.
Right.
Period.
But they often
End of
argue with the word kind. They say kind
Yeah,
is a
big argument
biblical.
there. That's
It's a biblical word,
Well,
and we need to
well,
use genus
I
or
got an answer.
species.
We're all the
Flat Earth
same
Solar.
kind.
Hold on, wait a second, wait. No, wait a second. I had an encyclopedia. I took a picture of it. It says right here, species or kind. It's the same word, so that means they're just scared to death, and that's why they have to make you define words and let me hide from that term because I'm smarter than you. I use the word species because I'm smart and you're dumb. That's what that means. The word species isn't real. It's a man-made construct. There's no such thing because you require a speciation event. It is used synonymously as a synonym of kind, but it's unnecessary. The word kind in English already exists. There's no such thing as a kind event because they are already that. So there certainly isn't anything as a speciation event. Curious Linnaeus's claim of the phylogenetic tree is not reality. It's man's interpretations trying to structure and categorize God's creation, which never works, and it's never got anybody anywhere, and it's never helped anyone. Period. And
So species doesn't mean intelligent and complicated rocks, but by any chance?
actually, that would be a much more accurate description. Yes. Yep. It's much worse than we thought. The point is, it's much easier. It's much worse for them. And the reality is, that's why every time you talk to these people, they try to overcomplicate things because truth is simple. They're not interested in truth. They just want to overcomplicate it. And that's what they do. Just like when they come in here, well, how do you explain this and that? Let's hide from the earth and we'll talk about everything else. That's what they do. Let's hide from evolution. And I'll tell you that cats making kittens is now actually evolution. That's what they do. They hide from their own evolutionary belief system because all the scientists, remember, here's the point. The greatest part about this is that every single research in evolution that's been paid for always admits it's based on inference or assumption or a previously existing belief. They admit there's no evidence for it. That's why they have to keep changing all the theories and keep changing their minds. Now they say normal reproduction is evolution. Now they say because you're not identical to your parents, that's evolution. Thanks.
I got a little clip real quick.
Listen, you little wiseacre. I'm smart, you're dumb. I'm big, you're little. I'm right, you're wrong. And there's nothing you can do about it.
And there's no evidence that maps are flat. Thank you.
Oh my God.
So you can't believe that he really said it. Every time it's brought up, you can't believe it.
I'm just waiting for one of them to say, well, it's not science without assumption.
It'll come.
Isn't it a cult when people don't think, the people that are in it, they don't think it's a cult?
Uh-oh.
Yes.
Wow. Isn't that crazy, man?
I'm not in a cult.
People that believe in scientism. So sad.
Right. The people that use the word religion when they mean Christian, and they're actually the religious zealot. That's the most. That's the best irony. Right
No. I mean pseudoscience, scientism, not true science.
They've already abandoned science, guys. They've already abandoned science. They now say science doesn't prove anything. They're again scared to death of their own slave masters. They no longer agree with science because if we use science, then I guess their religion gets thrown out the window. They're religious. They don't even believe in scientism. There's an internet culture. Yes, a cult, just as you described. There's only 20,000 people, maybe, that believe. Listen, here, okay, let me just put it to you this way. There's 10 times, guys, there's 10 times as many flat earthers in existence than there are psychopathic, literal Dunning-Krugers that think magical refraction just makes the ball look flat. That is the minority. That's something that a lot of people aren't getting here. The masses of people of this world are not perversely stupid and incompetent enough to claim that the earth just always looks flat because of a magical force called refraction. Nobody believes it. You're talking to the smallest, most perverted, psychopathic, atheistic cult in history. It's the anti-Christ, anti-flat earth atheist movement. Thanks.
Real quick, I'm gonna go up into VC check in too. If anybody needs me to check anyone else, I'm just going up there.
Alrighty. All right. So
being trolled.
Hey, so the flat map guy, we're waiting for you. Come on in, brother. Discord.gg/flat earth. Come on in. You're the next contestant on the Flat Earth is Right.
His next claim is going to be, I don't debate crazy people. That's what my assumption is.
And if they can prove globe Earth, we shut down the server.
And I'm sure there'll be a cash prize involved with that.
Well,
But
they
yeah,
won't.
of course, it won't happen. We don't want to hold our breath.
They
Okay,
won't
I got a
use
new claim.
science. They won't use science to prove the globe Earth because science doesn't prove anything. So
This is the new claim. Let me just paraphrase. I'm going to mix a couple of their claims together because, you know, they're basically Legion, if you've ever seen that movie. So
Yeah.
the new established understanding is there's just so many different Bible verses, so you can't tell which one's right. So that means that there's no such thing as flat maps. Thank you.
Jeez.
Oh, and also there's no proof for God, therefore babies aren't real either. That's also one of their consensus claims. Thank you. I wish I was joking.
That can't be. That can't. I'm not calling you a liar, brother, but
Yep.
that can't
Yes, it
be.
is. It
That
is.
can't be.
It is. Yes, it is. I know.
You
This
would
is,
be
trust me.
surprised.
It is.
These globers are deranged and they go against God.
Right. Remember, I use the term atheist, right? So not all globers, but we're talking about the majority. We're talking about the hatred you guys get, you know, Nathan Oakley gets, all these channels get. The opposition to the consensus is atheism. I'm sorry, to this flat earth understanding, the consensus of a small group.
Well, yeah,
the opposition is
it's
Satan.
it's that we all came from quote unquote nothing.
Correct. That
Nothing.
is the true,
Nothing.
right. Right. That means this is
Wow.
a spiritual. So remember, guys, here's the thing I always try to tell people. This is a 100% spiritual warfare. It has never been about it has never been about evidence. You have people telling you there's no evidence that maps are flat. Do you think that guy wants evidence? Thanks.
I don't know, but this is starting to get really embarrassing for the human race. I'm getting a little bit fearful that we're just going to start seeing zombies around us pretty soon.
starting.
Well, I'm
Yeah.
trying to be optimistic here and not be make myself sound dramatic or something, but
Every day
yeah.
I go to work, I'm surrounded by zombies.
Smartphone zombies,
Brains.
all with their heads facing down into the palms of their hands, staring at some screen that gives them some temporary fulfillment.
Well, now people have watches, the Android and Apple watches. There's this one older lady. She's like 60. I call her Judy Jetson. So yeah. Yep. Pretty weird.
Can I go on a bit just for a second about the watches?
Mhm.
The scary part about those is they're taking your heart rate constantly, right? So it's checking when your heart rate increases. It's linked up with your phone, and they know how long you look at certain pictures. So now they can tie certain pictures, certain phrases, anything like that that you look at on your phone
to emotional responses.
Exactly. So they can map your emotional response and completely tailor everything that you see coming through that screen to get some sort of reaction out of you at any
Damn,
point.
dude.
With the eventual goal to increase the amount of scare value, or it's always about
control.
growth.
Yeah, and they're building AI to be able to track all of this, right? So it's not like somebody has to sit there and physically go through the numbers. It's all algorithmically logged by AI.
Yeah.
So it's pretty
effectively
scary stuff.
You've got a Bluetooth receiver on your skin permanently, and it's placing your phone against your head is said to
No,
be
thanks.
not good because of how it microwaves your brain, especially at the point where the phone call connects. That's when the higher signal is outfitted.
Yeah, I refuse
on
to
the
use
wrist.
Bluetooth.
And on those wrist watches, the Apple watches and whatever, it's like I know people who don't even take them off to sleep because now they want to use sleeping apps to see how much they rolled over and how much deep sleep they got. And so they're trying to monitor, every single aspect down to the calorie almost of.
Well, I don't
Yeah.
think people realize where their data goes and what it's being used for. People just don't seem to have a care in the world about that. I mean, you either agree to what they want or you don't get to use the app. That's how it works.
Well, in Islamabad now, they've basically rolled out a 4-step program that they're going to do temporary SIM blockages on anyone who won't go get the medication injection.
Yeah.
And then stage 4, they're going to do a total SIM blockage on all the unmedicated.
That sucks.
So when something's good for you, that's normally when they have to force it on you and coerce you into it. And it's good. But they've gotten us so addicted to these things that we carry around with us. And then they're going to use that as a temporary method. If you don't go do this, you'll be blocked off social media, off WhatsApp, or Facebook.
Yeah, if
of all
people
those
don't
things.
get a clue with this, I don't think there's any hope, man. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, we're really at a
I think-
precipice right now before a lot of this
Mhm.
starts to come into fruition. We're right at a tipping point.
Yeah, right now they're just messing with the people that want to travel internationally or across the nation. Those are the people that are getting it right now. But people aren't thinking, gee, how did this just go away? People they're just giving so many mixed messages, people that took care of what they were supposed to and they still have to wear the face diapers and you can still get it. They're telling them that now. And, people don't get a clue that they're being led around by their short hairs. We're fucked. Or they are.
Well, think about it this way. I guarantee you there's tens of thousands of people who have maybe had to do international travel for work, but might not necessarily agree with taking
Right.
something.
For sure.
And now that they've already got those people to take something, they're going to be less likely to resist when things come down the pike that are a little bit more draconian.
Yeah, that ball's rolling. We here in SA, there's a couple of large companies that basically filed new memos recently saying if you don't go and get it, you forfeit your raise for the year. You forfeit the ability to take Fridays off or have half days. Basically, like all the perks that come with the occupation are being held against those who choose not to.
And
So-
there's a good ratio of Americans that even if they have a higher pay scale and lifestyle, they're still like a couple paychecks away from being broke.
Destitute. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say the word destitute. Thank you. So it's pretty crazy because people don't really own outright a lot of their material things that they're accustomed to.
So this friend of mine went and got his so that he can get his raise this year.
Wow, dude.
And
It's
I said to
horrible.
him, you sold your soul for a 10% increase.
Damn, dude. I would have said, no, you can keep it. I'm good.
But where do you draw the line? Like Napalm just said, once you say yes to this, then what
You're
would
hooked in.
you eventually say no to?
Yeah. Scary, man.
Our education ministers just said that anyone entering grade 1 or grade 8 must show proof that they've got it. And they basically, in my understanding, then they'll just wait a couple of years, like 7 years. And then by that point, all the grade 1s are grade 7 and all the grade 8s have finished grade 12.
I think that's when it's really going to become an issue right there. When they start doing, making the mandates for children, that's going to cause a lot of issues with a lot of people really fast.
Well,
That's
they just
my
signed ours. They just signed ours saying grade 1s must and grade 8s must. And it doesn't, and if it was really something that you had to try and get this full coverage, you would say all. Why would you be so selective with the 2 entry points into junior grade and senior grades?
Think of it this way as well. If you think back to when you were in school, the younger you were, the more a year felt like a lifetime. And high school itself felt like a lifetime, and that was only 4 years. So the longer that this gets drawn out, the more it's ingrained in these people, these young children, that this is just a part of life. This is how it is. They have very little ability to resist against something that they have grown 100% accustomed to.
Yeah, I see kids now where adults will say to them, you can take your face diaper off, and they actually shake their head. And if they do, it comes down for a matter of milliseconds and it goes straight back up over their nose. And there's almost I think as a child, you're normally growing into yourself and you're a little bit embarrassed. And if you had the option to wear a large hat and baggy clothing and stuff to hide yourself, you would have. So there's a lot of embracing of these damaged, fragile psyches now having the ability to hide more, which allows the damage to continue. It's like this endless cycle.
I mean, technology and the fact that younger generations communicate a lot more online and less in person, even with kids in their own class, in their own neighborhood.
Yeah, it's so weird, eh?
And that's another way to hide behind, right? To not
Well,
present
it's like
yourself.
I see it with some of my friends who've got sort of kids in their teens. The average when I was 14, 15, 16, couldn't find me for like the whole weekend. And now these kids, they never leave the house. They just have group calls where, 4 or 5 of them are chatting online. And they call those friends, but they never confide in them because it's always like in a group setting, which means it's very superficial and you're not actually getting that one-to-one thing that you get from a real human interaction where they challenge you and support you, challenge you in certain things, make you feel better about yourself in other things, and sort of help your personal psychological development. It's like you're watching these shells who all want to be perfect on Facebook or Insta, and it really is alarming at how the adults who know better find that acceptable.
Yeah, it's scary.
normalized.
I know here in the States that most kids, children, you can get your driver's license at the age of 16 here in the United States. And the amount of my friends' children who not only aren't excited to get their driver's license, they flat out almost refuse to drive, is mind-boggling to me, because the day I turned 16, I got my driver's license because that meant freedom to go hang out with my friends. And nowadays, this generation seems like they have very little desire for physical person-to-person interaction, which takes away so much from a conversation. I mean, as we know, trying to type into chat and get a point across, it can be taken a bunch of different ways. Even like when I type in a joke, sometimes I think it's like, oh crap, the way I type that, somebody's going to think something totally different.
Man, even talking it, sometimes you can get the meanings crossed. It's like misunderstandings occur in no matter which form of communication you choose. But even having the ability, like we're doing now, to talk, there can still be miscommunication. And that's where looking you in your eyes while I spoke to you and you could see my eyes, there would be no miscommunication. And there's power in that.
And it's a lot harder to lie to somebody's face. And it's a lot easier to tell if somebody's lying when they're directly in front of you.
Absolutely.
I find it really amazing that I think people, especially in here, are pretty good at being able to sense people who are lying by their tone of voice and how they say things and stuff like that. But definitely body language is a dead giveaway. So I see what you're saying.
Yeah, you lose all that nonverbal communication that our subconscious takes in, right? And our subconscious can obviously steer us or give us that gut feeling just based on things that we're not picking up verbally,
Right.
Well, it's not just those cues we're not picking up verbally. When you look at the stats, it's 90% nonverbal. Then I think it's 5% verbal, and the other 5% is tone. So in terms of actual words being exchanged, that's about 5% of a message. And that nonverbal communication is generally the overwhelmingly dominant indicator for you. If someone's shaking their head up and down and they say yes, while effectively nodding no, you looking at them will pick up the no. You won't even
the
hear
body
the word
language. The body language has to be in sync with the words. Right? That's what you meant?
But when they're not, the body language overpowers anything they say. So when someone's standing there closed with their arms, like arms folded and crossed, and then they're telling you how open they are, you can instantly see that they're not open, and
Right.
disregard anything that comes out their mouth afterwards, because you can see from the body language, and the body language is the 90% dominant truth. And the body language is normally the thing that the human being can't consciously control.
Yeah.
So it gives away these cues, and your brain is hardwired to bite onto that cue more solidly than anything that's said by that person.
For those people that are fairly good at controlling their body language, because they're good at being deceptive, there is one thing, for sure what you said that you can't control, and that is your eye flutter rate, your blink rate.
Correct. And your eye wandering.
Yeah.
There was old things about if you look up to the left, it's creative, and up to the right, it's actual memory storage. So if
Yes.
someone's lying, they're being creative and exploring their creative mind, and normally the eyes will follow a certain path. But people can be trained, like there's lots of ways to fool. But the average interaction, we actually pick up so much more through not talking.
Right. Very true. Yeah, I
And
love forensic psychology and abnormal psychology in general. I find it all fascinating. Like I love graphology, because usually when we write, it's like a kind of an extension of our psyche, or it's kind of involuntary almost. You don't have to consciously think of how you're going to form a word. You just write it. Once you learn it, I just think it's amazing myself personally.
If you want to see something amazing, there's somebody who did graphological analysis on Freud and Jung in letters that they wrote each other. And if you know about their relationship and how it all soured in the end, and you see the analysis, it is so good. It is so good.
Dude, DM me a
Yeah.
link, would you, pretty please? That would be interesting.
Yeah, I'll do that. When I was at work today, there was very, very few people. I mean, I work in a building where normally there's between 150 and 200 people. And I work in a psychiatric facility. And it's a really nice building with like skylights. It's got wooden interior. It's modern. It's clean. It's welcoming. There's a lot of greenery around. It's not an office block. But today, and for the best part of since all this shit kicked off, there's only been about a third of the people in the building. So I literally go to work. I walk through reception and say hi to the people there. I go up a flight of stairs into my office. I close the door and I don't speak to anybody for the rest of the day, if I so choose. So I went to the kitchen today to go and get some water for my tea. And when I came out, there was a young guy coming towards me, quite slender build, droopy shoulders, black t-shirt, black pants, black mask. And so the moment I clocked the mask, I wasn't wearing one. I haven't worn one. I wore one once because I had to go to the dentist, and that was it. And if you think where I work, that's quite an achievement. And so I immediately thought, okay, I'll go because there's two doors with a glass insert, so I could see him. So I thought, okay, I'll stand here and he can pass. I'll give him a wide berth. He didn't make any eye contact with me. So about 2 hours later, I go to the kitchen to wash my cup, and he's coming the other way. And I don't know him. He must have been employed, and just because there's so few people around, I've not run into him. So this time I'm carrying a cup of hot water, my phone, and a bowl with some lunch in it. And again, he's coming my way, and we both getting to the store, and I say to him, "Is he holding the door for me?" And I go, "It's okay. I'll just," because he looks so like he didn't know what to do. But then his chivalrous nature made him hold the door for me. And then I just laughed and said, it's okay. I usually kick the door with my foot, which I do. And I so wanted to just look at him, like so that he can see me, look, eye contact. Because I believe eye contact can give so much. I
agree.
I knew a woman who was dying of asbestosis in a hospital, and she was in there for 6 months before she passed away. And I went to a to do a communications course. My brother was like high up in Scientology. So when he started talking to me about it, I started getting interested. I read their flagship book, which I won't even mention the name of. And then I started doing some courses there, which I had to pay for. And the first one I went and done, which is like a basic entry level, they want everyone to do that, is a communications course. And on the first day I went there, I was taken to this classroom, which looked like really impressive with lots of paraphernalia and stuff. And lots of people busy and high energy and stuff. And I went upstairs, and the supervisors, there were 3 of them. So they just assigned this man who was like doing something else, and they said, this is like, introduced me to him. And my brother was like, you know, a person that they all respected. So I'm the younger sister. So we went and sat on the side of the class, like where the wall is, facing each other, 3 foot apart, hands on your like knees, not on your knees, like on your legs. So take up a relaxed posture. And the first thing we did in that exercise was we practiced eye contact. So I had to look into the face of this guy, into his eyes, without touching my hair, touching my nose, coughing, sneezing, anything like that. And and when I did it, I just did it. So the supervisor would be looking over from a distance, inobtrusively. And she came over after, I don't know how many minutes. And she was all gushing all over me because I did it so well. And for me, it was just like, okay, whatever, whatever that proved.
Right. That's what we're supposed to do anyway.
So the whole course, it was quite lengthy, and I had this book where I had to write my observations in. It was very expensive as well. And
Wow.
so in this course, and I think there is some value in it, because at one point we did what is called bull baiting. So we had to assume the same position, and the next time I also got this man, and so we had to like lightly insult each other to draw the person out and make them react. And because
Wow.
it's supposed to teach you that words have no force, that you
Right.
choose to react to things. Those are things that you have to resolve.
Right.
And stuff like that. But this young boy today, I was so upset after the second time I ran into him, because he tried to make himself so small. He wouldn't even give me eye contact. He had that icky mask on, and I felt really sorry for the guy. I felt like
Oh,
it was on
no.
the tip of my tongue. I'm such a big talker at work. Everybody knows me and everybody talks to me. And I just felt heartbroken, seriously, at his demeanor and, what I probably read into it. But I almost said to him, wow, do you wear that the whole day? Or something.
Yeah, people don't realize what science is. It's incredible that nobody has questions.
After all this time, Jenny, and the fact is the building was empty. There was no need for it.
Well, I was driving down the highway just the other day, and there was a person in their vehicle with the windows up, alone wearing a mask. I don't know. It could have been a double mask. I didn't look that long, but I mean, come on. People don't know the alleged size of a virus, what it's supposed to be, much less to say that it was isolated or photographed or other things, four things that have to do with Coach's postulates, none of which coincides with what's going on right now on all four
I
counts.
think it's just I think it's just easier because it's like wearing two faces. You know, the face that is pre-approved by Fauci or Fraudchi versus your real face that is like, what the hell is going on? I think the cognitive dissonance is just too much for people. They just, pick Fraudchi just to be on the safe side.
I felt quite sick after that. I know it's my reaction. I don't know what's going on in his head, but
Well,
the
it
whole
sounded like his spirit is broken.
yeah, the whole thing just made me feel sick. And because I wanted to say something, and then I could end up in a disciplinary procedure or something. Seriously.
I mean, people don't understand how small this little bug is supposed to be. So, my favorite, the face diaper is like a chain link fence to keep out flies. That's what that is. People, I mean,
Oh,
I don't know. Have you watched anything by, I guess he's been around for quite some time, Andrew Kaufman. He's talked at several different conferences and such. So I think he's got some pretty straightforward questions that can't seem to be answered.
man, he spelled it all out last year. I think maybe April. He was so quick off the to talk and to speak out about it. That man actually helped me to get to the bottom of everything.
I mean, yeah, he's great. It's pretty straightforward. There's no qualifying statements or words, like if, or, what I'm saying, like what if, and that seems to be the beginning sentence to everything that has to do with scientism. And claims without any proof. It's people's appeal to authority is hopefully it's diminishing as we speak. I'd like to think so.
I'm in a group on Telegram, the Nurses Alliance, and it's just nurses talking to each other and giving advice. Especially pertinent is advice regarding occupation or what your work contract is. So I go over these things in my head all the time. Like I anticipate that I'm going to be called in to go and have a conversation with somebody about why I haven't, why I'm a refusenik. And I had this idea today that I am going to print off that thing that says, okay, if you want me to buy what you're selling, then sign this liability. Sign it. If you want to stand by your product, then sign this. And the other thing is, I think it's medical malpractice to tout for a drug that you don't know what the hell is in there.
Well, people don't realize that when they try to enter a business, a public accommodation, and they have this battery operated temperature thing that they just immediately point to your head, that's a medical not a procedure, but that's a taking vitals, and there has to be like consent. People are just totally not doing that.
Yeah,
I mean, it's either you do this or you can't do that. That's what's happening. Kind of like when you agree to use an app You have to agree to everything or you can't use the app. It's so yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy. I haven't updated my iOS since COVID began.
Me as
my
well.
my camera now won't allow me to record video
Uh-oh.
unless I update to latest iOS.
It's a small price to pay. You know, I've de-Googled my entire everything that I could. I mean, last year when all this started, I actually got some fabric that stops the radiation from getting to my bedroom. I was really on such a mission. You know, I was looking at so many things, and I'm quite a solitary person as it is of late. But yeah, it's really bizarre world, like you say, Jenny.
Doesn't lead paint keep out radiation?
There is a special paint which is highly expensive and it only comes in black. So
Oh wow.
it's your sockets, it's your appliances, it's everything.
Well, I know, but you know how they stopped using lead paint? Doesn't that have some sort of Faraday cage effect with signal?
I don't know. I looked at Faraday cages. I looked at everything. I sew. I'm quite handy that way. So I just got like EMF. It's got copper woven into the fabric, and then I tested it. You know, I made layers of it to see how many layers I would actually need for it to be like super effective. Because I was starting to have sleepless nights and stuff, like disturbed sleep. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I got you. Yeah, totally. Hey, the guys are having quite the heated debate in the voice text. I guess maybe we should give up the floor.
Well, sooner or later that has to be settled, doesn't it?
All right, gentlemen.
Did you guys
Battlemont,
ever
what's
try
up,
getting?
brother?
You guys ever try getting those Faraday cages for your phones? Like, there's a few different companies that make them.
Yeah. I would like to get one of those. That would be nice to have.
Just make sure to get one that fits your phone, or get a phone that fits that one. Because I got one of the Blocket Pocket ones, but my phone is just barely small enough to fit inside it, so it works. But you know, you have to be careful with that.
Oh, yeah. I got you.
Is this
Although
a
I think the
Dale
Blocket Pocket ones might be better because I think the other ones, at least I don't know. I don't know how many companies are selling these, but the only other ones I looked at, they only have the one pocket option where you put it in the Faraday cage. The reason why I like the one I got is because it has two pockets, so you can take it out of the Faraday cage pocket and put it in the second pocket, and then use it for like Bluetooth and stuff.
Are you talking about the radiation from 5G by any chance, or?
Oh, from your cell phone.
Any radiation.
Oh, just in general? Oh, okay.
If you look at the terms and conditions, even when 3G was the only thing that was available, there's a warning in there for men not to put their phone in their trouser pockets.
Oh, gee.
Or in any pocket. Men should wear handbags. You know.
Wait, where is that
Yeah,
warning?
I don't put mine in my pocket.
It's in the terms of service agreement of any smartphone.
Well, they make ladies spandex now with a cell phone pocket in the spandex. I wouldn't be doing it.
At the moment that you receive a call, your phone becomes a receiver and it outputs a microwave frequency for a certain radius. And when it's
So you
placed
mean a
against your
transmitter?
head, no, I guess it's transmitting back to the base station, but it's more receiving the signal. So at the point you've got a lot of power coming from a base station, towards your phone to connect the signal.
So you're saying when you're in the process of a phone call itself, it's worse, is what you're saying?
So what they did is they took the EMF reader, and the moment that the phone starts to ring, you watch the thing start to climb from 100 to 600 to 900 to 2,000. Then the moment you connect the call, it spikes at 3,000 or 4,000, and then it settles down to like probably about 1,000 of whatever measurement they were taking of the radiation. And when you place it against your head for 5 minutes, you've irradiated up to 3 inches into your brain with microwaves. So when I saw that whole study, I started to talk on speaker more because I don't want this thing anywhere near my head, and also to try and not keep it in my pocket.
Yeah, I did the same exact thing with a speakerphone for years. I did that same exact thing. I still do.
What about using Bluetooth speakers or something?
Oh no. Don't do it.
Is that just as bad?
I went on a month-long excursion last year looking at the EU regulations, looking at the last safety studies that they've done. And, you know, the scientists who delivered the verdict, they were bought. It's not safe. Look at the bees. Look at the birds. There's been massacres around these cell towers. And I think, you know, this year in my vegetables, I took a paintbrush to pollinate the flowers and stuff for my vegetables to grow, because I hardly saw a bee. That EMF radiation is poisonous.
We got a Felicia in the voice text. I'm just letting you guys know.
Yeah,
Hello, Felicia. Hello, Felicia. Welcome
studies.
to the server. If you'd like to unmute and join the conversation, feel free.
Yeah, radiation poisoning only happens on a flat Earth.
Wait, is Felicia here? I don't see them.
Oh, JD, that's so harsh.
Hey, it's an old tradition. I got to keep it alive.
I do too. Guilty.
Oh, that's my favorite. The day the Earth spun. That's the best.
Oh, and another thing I want to mention is I'm such a Sherlock Holmes, but they say on Twitter there are people who are expressing regret for having taken, you know, for taking part in the medical experiment, and all those kinds of comments are swiftly removed. But in this group,
Imagine that.
But in this group that I'm in, the Nurses Alliance, which this group exists because of this problem that we have. Wow, the quality of information. They actually did a study and said that the skeptics are very well informed. And
Yeah, isn't that weird?
Contrast people like us with people who are just blindly, you know, I don't even know how to word it anymore. Because I've
oh my God.
I've found out people that I thought more of, you know, that I've found out that they are just, you know, that they've done no investigation. They haven't found any holes in the rhetoric. They've just blindly gone with it.
Yeah.
And I shrink from those people. I don't know what to say to them. I think, you know, what is the outcome going to be for them? And at the same time, I think, what is the outcome going to be for me?
Well, I guess it just depends on what they say. That's how it is for me when I talk to people in real life about this. I mean, I think the biggest thing is that people understand that there's a lot of deception happening.
Well, I said to a very good friend of mine who is a professor, I actually uttered the words and said to him, "How could you?" Because we hadn't spoken for 2 or 3 months last year. And then I messaged him and said, "Give me a call when you've got time." And then I immediately just jumped in with everything. And I said to him, are you buying the hype? Are you happy with this? And he was like, "What?" And then and then I asked him, "Did you get it?" And then he said, "Yeah, I got it." And then I just went, "Oh, how could you?" But really, you know how I felt when I said that. And I haven't been able to speak to him since.
It's horrible.
Yeah.
Trust the experts, they say.
Yeah, and when I was driving home this afternoon, there was a conversation on the radio, and this government official was saying that they are going to have to get rid of batches because people haven't come forward to get it. And I was like, yay! Good. Yeah, well, I said a long time ago, and I know it's a criminal offense, but I feel like taking my spray cans and going out in the dark of night and like spraying messages on buildings.
Oh my gosh. Oh, you know what? Do it with sidewalk chalk. Do it on the sidewalks. Just have a bunch of sidewalk chalk with you.
No, I actually want to make like a template thing that I can just quickly spray and move.
Are you guys referring to? Sorry, because I'm just trying to get what you're saying. Are you talking about like the vaccine being dodgy? Is that what you were kind of talking about? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Interesting. There's definitely a lot of question marks in and around it, right?
Yeah, this group that I'm in said these protests are taking place over weekends. And so people can basically remain unaware of them because they're not being reported. People should now start making protests in the weekdays.
Hey, where did Felicia go, you guys? Did he really leave?
Oh, Felicia was a dude? Not that it matters. It sounds like a lady's name, that's all. I'd just
I
call
didn't.
him I would just call him Linda anyways, especially if he's a globe head.
Yep, I guess Battle Mod eviscerated him in the voice text, and he just seemed to be exhibiting. He just seemed to be exhibiting by Felicia type behavior. So
That's my man, Battle Mod. Yeah, Battle Mod.
Mm-hmm.
And that
Did you just
dude
call
was
him a
rambling.
globehead?
That dude was rambling out mathematical equations that didn't equate to the numbers he finished them with. I was like, what the fuck is this dude doing? Why do all these numerology dudes go, 277 times 2 equals 354? No, it don't, you fucking moron. If it does some other way, you better build the fucking formula, because that equation's wrong.
He's a globehead. He's been smoking globe.
I shot you a DM about 5 minutes ago, Battle Mod. Check it before you go to bed.
All right. Yeah, they come in here every night smoking dope. They ain't thinking right, hitting from the pipe. That's why every night we watch crackhead fights.
Yeah, stick that in your pipe and smoke it.
Crackhead. Do the scratchy and itchy shuffle and get the fuck done.
I've been busy. I haven't been in here much lately. I've been really busy, guys, but I've been getting a lot of shit done quickly, so I'm happy about that.
High five,
Anyway,
bro.
Yeah, right on. I have missed you guys. I've been paying attention and putting in the odd thing, but yeah, I haven't been listening or spending as much time as usual.
I was wondering where D to the V is. See that power of suggestion the other day? I was asking somebody where the hell is he at, and then bam, here he is.
Hey, D to the
Are any
V,
of
what
these
kind of
guys in
music?
here muted?
What kind of music you got, D to the V? That looks like a great Halloween costume.
I don't know. I was thinking something else, but yeah. That kid's a little too big to be going door to door for candy, but he should be at McDonald's,
Wow.
Burger King. Trick or treat, go large, motherfucker. He looked like he eat a rack of ribs by himself. Shit. I'll try though. Don't get me wrong. I like some ribs. Cracks me up. People on here get banned and they're like, "Hey, who banned me? Where's that motherfucker live?" I'm like, "I don't know." And then they tell me who banned him. Well, where's this guy live? Well, fuck, I don't know. Listen, I don't care who you are. Even if I do know where somebody lives, I'm not going to tell you. Now, if they want to offer you bus fare, then cool. But if you want to whoop my ass, all you need is bus fare. I'll send it to you.
That's because you're solid, brother.
I mean, what kind of derp? Hey, man,
Ew.
what's your bro's address?
Hey, I got a picture I came across. I thought of you, Michael. Look.
Yeah, his address is 1515 Eat Shit Road, dumbass, 44922.
There you go, Michael. You know who that
Oh
is,
yeah.
right?
That guy? Yeah, I know who that guy is.
That's Joan Jett.
See, I know I got you with that picture. Jenny saved that picture. I said, tell me that's a motherfucking girl. That ain't no girl. Look at them shoulder caps on a motherfucker. That
No, no,
bitch a
no, no,
queen
no,
and
no.
jerk.
Look at the hips. Look at
140.
the hips. You got an Adonis belt right fucking there on both sides.
Yeah, where's the hourglass shape?
Those are men's hips. That ain't nothing to do with no lady.
See, my brother used to think she was all hot, go to her concerts and shit. You know, I got a big life-size poster of this in my bar, and I'm like, my brother's name's Ad. It says
So gross. Sorry. Keep going.
Edney's Wet Dream on. You know, I hit them all up with there ain't no real girls in Hollywood. What are you talking about? And every time his wife looks at that, she laughs. She's like, well, you do have a few extremely harsh cases, Michael. I mean, the ones that have come out and said it, yes, I know those are dudes that look real good. But some of them, it's undeniable. I'm like, yeah, my brother loves some skinny dude.
Ew.
I don't think she even went to the chop shop. She just threw on a bra and
Well,
declared herself Joan.
Well, I guess I don't know, man. I guess I'd have to look at the clothing she used to wear back in the day. But definitely
Joan
need to
Jett,
put
look
on some.
shit.
Maybe if she had on some weight.
I seen Marines with less of a manly figure than her in
I
boot
mean, look,
camp.
seriously,
Shit.
look at the Adonis belt.
Fucking
It's
gonna
just
make me
insane.
piss my fucking pants, Battlemon. Holy fuck.
I mean, in the core, you know, I looked over and seen that stomach next to me and some titties. I'd be like, damn, that dude got some tits. And I'd just go on with my day. I wonder what his parents were feeding him, you know? But
No way, ma'am.
I had some other ones of her. Let me see if I can find them. It's like undeniable.
Dude
Look
looks
how
like
she
a
holds the guitar.
lady.
Look at them big ass hands.
Dude looks like a lady.
Yeah, it's funny how oftentimes, or not oftentimes, I mean, sometimes you know, you look at a guy like that and you're like, oh, that guy's got some tits. But you never look at a woman and say, oh, yeah, she's got a dick.
Dude,
Yeah.
you're so right, though. That's
Hey,
funny, but
side boob
it's
or real
true.
boob? Yep. Side boob or real
Thinking
boob.
about Justin had it right. Justin, wow. Yeah, he was onto something. I wonder how that happens. That's fucking gross. I don't care if it's fake or not. Yep, with the rise of deepfake technology, we're not going to be able to know what's real soon. That's probably why they're doing the whole fake news, crying about that all the time.
You look like Planet NASA.
But yeah, good old Joan Jett. Definitely, I've seen a picture of Pink. She looks like, I don't know, how many chicks have you ever seen that have an Adonis belt? That's what I want to know.
I haven't seen any, but I've seen a lot of dudes that changed into chicks and had it on his belt.
Well, yeah, you can't
You
get
got
rid of
guys
that.
yeah, you got guys that are like, but some different races have a different body structure. Like, look, dude, whatever.
Mm-mm.
It's about hip to shoulder ratio, bro.
Yeah.
That's the difference between an hourglass shape and a.
Men have longer arms. Proportionally.
Yeah, we got wider shoulders and skinnier hips. They got skinnier shoulders and wider hips.
Yep. Yep.
There's exceptions though. There's like I know of definite natural born women that just didn't happen to develop much for hips. You know what I mean? Like they're pretty straight down there.
Yeah, I've seen that too. I'll agree with you. I have, yeah. I've
I'm
wondered
not
about
talking
that.
about the fat. I'm not talking about love handles.
No, I'm talking about actual like
Mm-mm.
bone structure, like where they're kind of got. I don't know. They're just not much for hips.
I know what you mean, Lou.
But they also don't have broad shoulders, right?
Right for the most part. Yeah. I don't know of any that I know of. But like I've got an aunt like that. She looks top heavy. She's got big tits and like no ass, like no hips whatsoever. She's like straight down. It's like what the fuck's up with that?
Yeah, I've seen some real skinny girls that don't have big hips. I have.
I think I've
But
something
they
with
also
you
they don't
also,
have.
like especially like them gymnast girls like probably the hormones that they take and stuff like that, but like they never develop
Ew.
like hips, you know what I mean? Like look at the female gymnasts in the Olympics right now. Like they never have any hips whatsoever. They're 24 years old, like,
Well, it's
and
okay for trans females to be in. Are we sure this is a real woman we're talking about first?
I thought of that, Michael. I seen
I mean,
a
they're not
picture.
even hiding that. They're not even hiding that. There's absolutely transgenders in MMA.
Could they hide that?
yeah, not many dudes are like 89 pounds and whatever, they're 100 pounds. How heavy are these Olympian gymnasts? They're like, if they're over 100, they're big, right?
I've seen some light in the ass dudes, but they're actually around 5'7", 5'6".
Maybe Bruce Jenner should give it another shot.
Mm,
He'll be governor, you
maybe
watch. I bet you any money he'll be governor.
the next governor of New York,
No, California. Goof.
Bruce Jenner. California. Why not?
California.
Our first actor president was Ronnie Reagan, right?
Yeah. And then wait, okay. I'm glad you brought this up because to further that thought, I also thought that, well, I guess Arnold Schwarzenegger could not possibly be president because he wasn't born in the United States. Isn't that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Yeah, he's not. He's gonna be president.
Wouldn't that be cool though if he could have been, the Terminator as our president? That might as well make it more entertaining.
I don't know. You,
I have
you
a
think the
suspicion
state
that he
of
does.
California is cool?
And did he do a good job as governor?
He hasn't been governor for
I'm
quite a
not-
while now either. And California sucked before he became governor too. That's how he became governor.
Tell me, when did California not suck? In the gold rush? After that, it sucked.
Yeah, but did it suck less when he was the governor? That's the question.
Oh no, it sucked more.
Yeah, but when it's just got a trend of never-ending downward sucking, like, is that really his fault? Did it suck?
Damn.
Isn't he a neocon? I mean, he runs as a Republican in name only, Rhino.
Wow.
Poor California. It's a beautiful land. It's just a shame that it sucks so fucking bad, really.
So much of our food is grown there. I wonder if it would be cheaper if, the state government was run differently,
Doing nothing.
Whatever happened to
Think a
those?
lot of
Whatever happened to those talks a couple of years ago that started about California turning into like 3 different states? Remember they were talking about that?
I left that bitch about a year ago. Fuck this place.
It seems like there's some sort of real estate acquisition happening slowly but surely, if you ask me.
Oh,
Well, no,
sure.
I mean they were gonna draw a couple more borders. They were gonna turn it into 3 separate states instead of being the one.
Yeah, like a secede
Yeah.
or secession.
That was something that just like got said and then nothing ever came of it and nobody talks about it. Like, was it actually serious ever?
Probably not much more serious than Cascadia. A few years back, some people were, and I guess maybe some people still want to do it, have Oregon, Washington separate from the rest of the 50 states and become Cascadia, its own country.
You guys would have been screwed. Like,
oh wait, it might have been Idaho too in there.
It's like I'm sure the rest of us would let you, but like, okay, you want the whole place run like Seattle? Like.
Well, wait, that same concept applies even more so to California. I mean, if that became its own country, if California became its own country, how do you know it wouldn't just be, taken over by the Chinese and then we'd have the Chinese right next to us?
Yeah, no, we're not talking. Nobody's talking about let it being its own country up until like whatever you just said. This is that what that is? Literally
listen, dude. You think we wouldn't just rush over there and forcefully remove invaders? We're just gonna let China take a chunk of land?
And what if they own it?
Well,
they already own the port.
I think most Americans don't give a fuck. Can't sell our country off.
Yeah, doesn't China own a good majority of a lot of real estate in California?
You tell me.
Whatever.
They own a lot of real estate everywhere.
Yeah, they bought, from what I've been hearing, a a lot of Australia.
And
Who
all
bought?
those
Who
ghost
bought real
cities,
estate?
all those ghost
We're not
cities too.
allowed to sell any land in Michigan to out of country people. They got to rent it. They lease the land.
What do you guys make of all those ghost cities? They're buying up all this land, have all these ghost cities ready for millions of people. What are they doing?
Those are weird. Some of those cities where it's just like high tech empty buildings. Like, why would
crazy.
you
Smart.
why would you leave those empty? Because the way technology advances, by the time it gets filled up and used, technology is already surpassed.
It's out.
It makes no
Smart
fucking
cities.
sense.
Yeah, it's a trip. It makes you think about like the different grids that you see on like Google Maps. You know, the street grids that of places that didn't exist. And you like total just in the middle of nowhere desert, just street grids, and there's no history of a city being there.
Looks like a circuit board, right?
Yeah, similar, yeah.
No history that
Yeah,
you know of.
Yeah, that's true. None that we've been told. But we've been told that primitive Native Americans did all this, and then you look at half the shit that's been hidden from us. I don't see primitive Native Americans doing things that they hide from us.
I mean, I
If-
suppose
if-
with what you
Even if
said
Native
about
Americans were primitive.
with what you're saying about these smart cities and what I just said about like the technology, like sure, maybe the technology is there for right now, but yeah, in a few years, it so a lot of that'll be outdated, right? It won't take long. So the only thing that really does make sense if those cities like these resets we're talking about is if like literally this is a reset, like just like that's like those cities will be filled very soon.
Yeah.
They're not
Agreed.
going to stay empty for long.
The smart city can only last so long, you know. Well, then again, if they thought that through, and they have technology way further.
I think you're much smarter. I think you're much smarter if you live in a stupid city.
That's the nicest thing you've
Me
ever said to
too.
me.
I say all the time at work that I want to go back to the one landline phone in the kitchen with the 25-foot cord. That's all we needed.
Or more importantly, the cord itself.
The standard phone doesn't cause cancer.
Yeah, I think I'd be just fine with a stream and elbow grease. That's all I need.
I think it's all right to still have a lot of electronic items, but I just think that they should be wired more and much less wireless.
Well, yeah, I'd rather have a desktop, to be honest with you.
I've grown out of them. I really just have 2 shakes of a lamb's tail about any.
Well, I don't want Wi-Fi, really.
I just like coming on to you. Where am I going to find people like you?
I might be a boomer, but I'm not a boomer. I'm actually technically a millennial, but I'm like a boomer. I hate touch screens. Like I can't fuck around with this shit.
Oh, I hated.
It's got to
I
be on the
hated
PC.
Yeah, I hated when the cell phones went from a full keyboard, like an actual push button keyboard, and then we had to use the on-screen one. I hated it.
Well, I mean,
But
like,
now if I
don't
talk like a
mind.
robot, I can use voice to text, and generally it's not too horrible.
Yeah. I mean, I don't mind having touchscreen on the phone, but like there's a lot of things that people do with just their smartphone or whatever that it's like
I
what a
know.
pain in the ass. Like let me get on my computer.
I just have a phone right now, and I really need to get a desktop and like hardwire. I don't want Wi-Fi.
Well, what the fuck happened too with the fact that, I understand technology is getting pretty gnarly out there, but you're talking about like there's $1,000 phones nowadays. What the hell's
Oh
Yeah.
going
God,
on?
it's
Mine just got
crazy. It's more
mine
than
was
that.
13. Mine was 1,300 that I just bought.
Yeah, I remember you
Yeah,
saying to me that. I was like, what the fuck? I didn't even know they were
yeah.
that expensive.
I am totally okay
Detached.
with being at I am totally okay with being at home to use the internet. I don't need to be anywhere I am and I have to be connected to the internet and posting things to Instagram or what have you.
Well,
Yeah.
because of the price of phones, there's a lot of people. Most people probably they do that where they lease it. They never own the phone. They just pay a
Yeah.
per month
Right.
price and they just lease their phone nowadays.
Yeah.
I buy mine
Like
outright.
leasing your
I buy mine
car.
outright, but I hold on to my phone for 4 or 5 years and then replace it. I buy a good one. It lasts a long time. Like a lot of people they want the latest and greatest you know, every other year they upgrade, right? And because they're leasing, they just get to upgrade to the newest one when it's ready. So like that's what that makes sense, I guess, for people. But yeah, you
Yeah.
don't own your phone and you got to trade it in, and there's a lot of private information that ends up on your phone. I'm not comfortable with doing that. I just buy
Any
mine
pho-
outright.
any phone I've ever owned was a hand-me-down. I don't think I've ever bought a phone
Hand
before.
me down. Good for you though, really, because phones are ridiculous now. I've had prepaid service for a really long time. So yeah.
Actually, there was an LG when back in the day. There was an LG. It was like you could use it like a regular phone, but it flipped open. And it had that keyboard you were talking about. I like that phone. That
Oh,
was
I
cool.
know. That was so fun. Phones like that. I had one like that actually. They were when the on-screen thing came, I was like not
Mhm.
for it. I wanted to just keep on using what I was using, but
Yeah,
evolution
with
of technology,
Who has
yeah,
folks.
the who
Internet of
has the
Things is coming.
who has the device that tells you if you have bad radiation from certain parts of your house? What is that called?
Wow.
Uh, what the
Uh,
like a
you can
If I can
there's
read
A
it's
Geiger
fine, but
counter,
reading like 100,
a
110
Geiger
is
counter.
like harmful to your body.
You looking?
so
You want a Geiger counter to check for radiation? Is that what you're saying,
or just frequencies in general.
oh, forget what? Yeah, okay. I don't know what
you
that
can
means.
laundromats are using or using cell phone apps now. You pay from there and everything. You like start the
Are you
machine
kidding
and
me?
crazy. No, I'm not.
Wow.
I
I
forget
remember.
which town it was. I forget which town it was. It was here in Missouri.
How
Oh
this
no, I'm sorry. It was in Illinois, like in Lawrenceville or something, or Indiana. I don't know.
this
But
laundromats you? Yeah, sorry.
I mean, it was pretty cool and everything, but I don't know. It goes towards the whole cashless society.
Yeah, totally. Because
I
laundromats aren't in the business of spending a whole bunch of money,
Oh
And that
yeah, it
must
was
have
a
cost a
really nice
lot.
laundromat, dude. It was a really nice laundromat. I'll tell you
Yeah.
that. So yep, that'll be an investment that virtually pays for itself.
Yeah.
Damn.
So much more
I
to
mean,
come, man. It's getting scary.
well, yeah, self checkouts and stuff like that. There's too many old people in this town for us to go self checkout.
What's
My
wrong with self checkout?
my 4-year-old
Nothing.
doesn't even want to leave the house. My 4-year-old, she's I'm sure you've heard me say it, she's Down syndrome, but she literally at this point, you want to go bye bye. She doesn't want it. Has no drive to go
Does she
anywhere.
read? Do
She
you read to her?
Yeah, we read to her. She's very, very social, and she loves to go out and do things. But in the past couple weeks, I've found that anytime you ask her, you want to go for a walk, you want to go to the park, you want to go outside, you want to go to the store, no, 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 and with like a concerned look on her face. Weird.
I don't blame the poor little thing. Just keep reading to her all the time, like
Yeah.
because I guess that's what I would do. I'd want to
Yeah, for sure.
do.
Yeah, I feel bad earlier. We're doing the potty training and stuff, and I got a little mad at her for it, and that was really stupid on my part. She felt, she really butthurt about it.
But yeah, there's probably going to be a lot more homeschooling really soon in the future.
Yeah. And now it's something that the governments want. They didn't want it at first, for the
Oh,
longest
really?
time. And now it's something that they're pushing for.
Oh,
So it's like,
geez.
what do they got up their
I
sleeve
feel
now?
bad for parents right now. I
The
can't
government
imagine
doesn't
what
want
parents.
that. The government wants to school your.
Dude, you're breaking up super bad. You're going to have to rejoin.
Even though, what they spend on schools for public schools is like nothing in their budget compared to what they do
Pitiful.
like with military and stuff like that. It's
Yeah.
another significant budget that they can cut out for the most part if they have you homeschool.
Yeah, I won't let my kids even go on a campus in any way, shape, or form with those industrial Wi-Fi fucking systems they have in those damn places.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, they were busy during a
They-
certain period of time, a year or so back, right? Upgrading those systems.
But
Yeah.
they're not going to really be pushing for actual homeschooling. It's going to be public schools moving to Zoom
Yeah.
school. Like that's
Yeah.
Well, they're going to push. They don't care if it's people homeschooling, public schooling, Zoom schooling, as long as someone's teaching the agendas they set forth diligently. I don't think they give a fuck.
Well, they're gonna be
Right.
mad at me. They're gonna be mad at me. 'Cause I don't. Every narrative they try and teach him, everything that book says, I'm there to tell him what the real story is.
Well, you tell him to keep that to himself, though, right?
No, I tell him to fucking. If your teacher says anything about second law of thermodynamics violation, you bring it up to her.
Oh. Oh, well, yeah, sure.
Dude, they better not fucking cancel another fucking school year partway through.
Yeah, I have a feeling this is gonna be a lot more dramatic than the first one.
Yeah, they're gonna make it worse. And they're gonna blame us, and they're gonna make the zombies hate us and
Yep.
pressure us and
Two-class system.
us. Yep. But yeah, it's just the kids. I know a lot of people in this community, the truther community, be like, good, get them out of those fucking indoctrination places. Like for them, I totally get that, but they also do learn very valuable skills while they're there too. Hey, we made it through the system, right? It just takes having like good parents involved in the kids' lives so that they can discern truth from bullshit when it comes to indoctrination and all that.
Well, the
right?
problem with that is most of the parents were indoctrinated with the same bullshit. You know?
Yeah.
Except for people like us.
The majority of the reason for public school is basically daycare because the parents need to go to work so that the corporations can make their money, and then the parents can pay their rent or their mortgage and be good consumers, right? So it's mostly daycare. Is the way that the government looks at it anyway, is what I would imagine. So if that's all it is, you just really they just got to occupy the kid's day, and that's all they're thinking. Like, um, of course they want to program them, but maybe they don't need to. You know, that's what this whole you know jab thing's
There's
all about.
yeah.
Yeah, people
This
basically getting the download from here on out. They don't really
yep.
have to. They don't
They
really
don't have
have.
to try. They don't have to try so hard. They've got them where they want them. They've reached the end. The to their means or whatever the fuck that how that works. It's almost like
I mean,
they've
you don't
figured
want.
it all out.
So if school is just daycare for the most part for the good consumer parents while they're working, well, now they're out of jobs for us. They're trying to get rid of the jobs and get rid of the parents, get rid of the people, right? Like,
Yeah.
or at least their usefulness. It's all trying to be replaced by automation and AI and shit like that.
By
So,
Flippy.
so those parents have no use. They're going to be at home. Those kids are not of much use. Yeah, it's such a fucking crazy looking future. I don't
Yeah.
even know how to sum this up right. I'll just ramble forever if I don't just stop quickly.
I hear you, bro. It's mind boggling. It really is. Because in times past, I mean, we've been pretty good about figuring this or that out, or before the fact or after the fact. Nowadays, what the fuck's going on? You know, like that's the way I feel in here. I used to be able to figure out what the fuck they were up to. I mean, and I know ultimately what they're up to, but you know what I mean. Like, there's a lot of random shit all happening all at one time. It's just unlike anything in history.
Well, it's funny. Technology, like if you were in a conspiracy a long time ago, you remember always hearing how, they always tell you technology is 50 years for the military is
Mm-hmm.
50 years ahead of the public, blah, blah,
Yeah.
blah. But over the last, say, 20 years, like since 9/11, for the most part, I mean, we got like smartphones and they're cool and all, but technology, it seemed like it stayed sort of stagnant for a while. Like we didn't really get all that much of anything groundbreaking. It's just kind of like refining things. I'm guessing that the technology is all there, like ready to go for actually replacing masses of people at like major jobs. Like they're ready to just roll out the fucking machines.
Yeah.
That's what I think. Like they've just been sitting ready to go.
Yep. I agree. They have shit figured out decades
They've been
in
foreshadowing
advance.
this and everything for long enough. It's not like it's a secret that people have been thinking about this and working on it.
I mean, for crying out loud, we got patrolling robot dogs patrolling our streets and trash picker uppers and what the fuck is going on? I guess the trash picker uppers are bad.
If we feel threatened,
Hmm?
are we allowed to shoot those dogs if we feel threatened?
Yeah, I wonder what the rules are or the laws are about that.
If they come near my property, near my kids.
Or if they malfunction.
I
Like,
guarantee
can you?
you they're like protected by the fucking government. Like it's like shooting a police dog if you shoot the fucking robot. I guarantee it.
Yeah, but it's like you weren't here. The thing malfunctioned. It was coming after me. What was I supposed to do? You need to take my word or the robot? We'll take the robot.
It's basically like a traffic light, like a cam light. Well, they try to give you a ticket if you're within the red
Yeah,
zone.
it's property would be
Nobody's
you would have to pay the restitution on it, but you don't want to have to pay a restitution on what do those dogs cost? Those dogs are probably what, $20,000 for one of those things.
Probably,
If it comes
yeah.
after you, it's not malfunctioning. It's doing its job.
it's
you hit that thing with a hammer and they fix it, well, you're still gonna pay for a new one.
They're
You know
level
what I
5
mean?
AI. Hang on. They're level 5 AI. They don't actually malfunction, so they're immune to malfunctioning because they're level 5 AI. They're scientifically tested and approved. So actually they don't malfunction. So it's our fault.
Oh, is that how it works?
Yeah, if it doesn't go after you, then you can shoot it because it's malfunctioning. If it's not trying to kill you.
Yeah, level 5 AI means that it's unable to malfunction. It will work 100% of the time.
I wonder if that's Kevlar they've got on the outside of them. You know those little panels?
I'll get some nitroglycerin. I'll freeze the damn thing.
You would think that they would think some kind of protection like that.
You're trying to shoot it with these lead bullets, and that thing is made out of, I don't know, reinforced titanium or something, and it doesn't even flinch when you shoot it.
I don't know. I think if I had my 45 caliber 1911 to nail him in the right spot, he'd probably fall like a sack of potatoes.
No,
I think
what you do is you outfit a drone
there
with
you go.
with a can of spray paint, and you fucking spray its fucking sensors.
There you go, dude. I like that one. I've got plenty of drones capable of that. That's for sure.
Yeah, my drone capability at this moment is off the charts.
Got to be a toy drone and one that's not like connected to like China and all that shit, right?
Yeah.
Like it can't be a
Well,
DJI like mine. It's got to be some
No.
like one of those you build your own drones. Fuck one of those.
Hubson's a good brand that they make a really good toy grade. I wouldn't even call it toy grade because the options that are the different you can buy metal parts for it and everything. It's more of a hobby grade.
Toy with drones goes by weight. It's if it's under what is it 130 grams or something like that, or 230, I think, under 230 grams. That's considered toy drone, and then you get into like hobbyist consumer grade, and then whatever you got, big drones too, which takes another license.
Hey Lou, there was a county in California. I think it was California. They saw some flying object, and the police was trying to follow it. Then they sent a helicopter, and they said it was a drone, but they were following like for 3 hours, and it just went away. It just they couldn't reach it because the
Well,
helicopter
there's all kinds
run
of
out of
drones.
gas.
I mean, there's big like there's big drone airplanes. Like a drone is just an unmanned aircraft.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, but they didn't know. They normally you find drones that are these toy drones that you were talking about, but they couldn't follow the drone because it was it took too long to. It was going too fast and it was flying for too long. They couldn't get it, and it just
who couldn't
just
get
went
it?
away.
Who couldn't get
Were
it?
you here? Were you here the other? Sorry.
The government they were following with helicopter, but then the helicopter ran out of gas and everything, and it was like 3 hours. It was like a 3-hour flight.
It was probably one of those bigger drone companies like that, the one Google bought or something like that. Like one.
Were you here the other night, Jimsy, when I was talking about that sighting I saw over the 91 about the helicopter? He was hovering and observing a light that was about 50 feet in front of him.
I didn't hear that.
Night before. No, I thought that's maybe why you were talking about. That's just so weird because it's exactly what I saw. This thing was like just chilling, and this helicopter had this light pointed at it, spotlight. And I'm looking at it. It's directly over the 91 freeway, which is a very busy freeway in California. So there's no way they're doing exercises above the 91 freeway. So that's the first thing that came to my mind. Next thing I know, the light drops in a split second, like literally a split second, from where it was to about 300, dropped about 200 or 300 feet, leveled off, and started heading south. and then I could hear a helicopter in the distance heading in that direction, and the helicopter that was watching it started following after it. It was a pretty trippy thing to see. Because I mean, I know how to fly. I fly drones, and I know all the different types there are. And the way this thing dropped altitude, leveled off, and just bailed. Yeah, I've never seen a drone do anything like that before.
Was an alien drone.
It was from another pond on our extended plane.
You want to see some crazy shit? I don't even know what they're called, but like because of my buying a drone, like all of a sudden I'm getting like different types of drone videos in my feed, right? But they got these RC planes that they're big, but they're not. They can't carry anybody, right? They're it looks like a fighter jet, but it's the size of like I don't know, it's probably 12 feet long, maybe 16 feet long, and like almost looks big enough to maybe carry somebody, but there's nobody in it. Anyway, they do these crazy tricks really low to the ground and stuff like that. Like, they're really cool to look at. I don't even know what to search. RC big.
Do they have do they have that Y tail by chance?
They look like fighter jets for the most part. The ones, but I've seen all different ones. Like they were popping up. They got ones that look like anything. You can make it look like okay, here we go. I just did a big RC plane is what I typed in YouTube. Type that in and then look at some of this shit. Yeah, like I'm looking at a $70,000 RC jet.
Crazy.
That's taking a hobby to a new level right there. Fucking
70 grand for remote control.
Oh, wait a minute.
I don't think that person's hungry. $70 grand for an RC remote
Dude,
control.
old dude, that's the perfect video. That's the first one that I ever watched, and that's the one that got put into my feed. Yeah, that's the one. Watch what these things can do. Watch old dude's video.
Yeah, it hit my feed as well, Lou. Exactly. I think we're both getting the same feed, mate. I got all the drone stuff sent to me too. I've not bought one yet, but I was looking at them and I priced a couple, and ever since, inbox, spam, drone stuff. Yeah,
Hey, if you guys
RC land.
ever need any input on some good places to get some really high tech drones for half the price you'll pay for a DJI, just hit me up.
Dude, I was thinking we'll see what happens. Right now, it's such a time of uncertainty. Being an outdoor worker in construction, and fall's coming up. Fall's good. It's once we get into winter, especially with this whole Delta variant. Who knows what the fuck my money situation is going to be looking like in 4-6 months. So but if everything's okay, another drone. I was thinking I've got the DJI, good for photography and stuff like that, but it would be fun to get an FPV racing drone or trick drone, right?
Yeah,
that would be a ton of
I'm
fun.
setting mine up right now. I'm setting mine up right now to show you guys. Thing fits in the palm of your hand. It'll fly fucking. I get to where you can't see it anymore. And it's
What is it like?
No, they just fucking went up like 90 degrees, bro. Like it was not like butter.
Yeah, yeah, dude, those planes are insane. That's what you can do with a plane if there's nobody in it.
Yeah, planes are so much fun. I used to fly a Cessna all the time. Fucking batteries.
I couldn't help but hear you say something about the Delta variant. I was listening to the radio on my way home from work. Don't know if it's true or not. I'm just going off what I'm hearing. 72% of vaccinated people have the Delta.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to get into a whole conversation about that. I was just saying how who knows how I'm gonna be economically come winter time.
Yeah, no telling. No, I just figured I'd mention that while he was getting his drone ready.
I used to, when they first started making them, or before even the United States, people in the United States knew they were, a thing. But I always kept my ears to the railroad, and so I would start to buy and do a lot of research on some of the better drones, like the quote unquote toy grade drones. That's what they call them in China. If you bought it from China, it's a toy grade, which is bullshit. But long story short, yeah, I would take the best parts of each drone. I'd buy one of each because it's so affordable, and I'd take the board of one and mix it with the motors of another. Add some longer booms, do all kinds of different shit to see the different flying characteristics. It was a lot of fun. Building them from scratch.
I can't believe they're sitting there like. I can't believe they're sitting there like loading and shit. What?
Yeah, dude, I love that with these RC freaking fighters, the Russian Mikoyan or whatever. Like when they're just pointed straight up, just hovering around. That is nuts. That's so cool.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is it proven to Coriolis?
I wouldn't go that far. Not that cool. All right.
That's the magic drones only. I wonder
And people say, oh, you know, the way that thing flew, like was just with the laws of physics, it's just impossible. I bet you they've never seen. I've never seen anything like this. So people
Yeah,
are
it's
just
just
full of shit. They just say stuff.
Yeah, they're just people. They just don't know what RCs are capable of. They've never seen one before. I'm sure that's a lot of it.
So you could have an RC plane this big doing this shit, and how hard would it be for them to fake your alien invasion?
Tell me about it.
No, that's yeah. I'm not. This is like
silent too. It just sounds like compressed air.
Right? Right? It doesn't even sound annoying. It sounds like tiny little jets.
It all depends
Or
on
how
how
about
you
the
define alien.
how about those slaughter bots on that one?
Because you will see alien.
What was that video? You see it on YouTube sometimes. It's that guy that goes on stage and he's talking about the slaughter bots and he blows up the mannequin's head, and you know what I'm talking about? With the swarm drones.
Oh, I think I remember. I think I know the video you're talking about.
That's creepy.
Yeah,
I'm
well,
gonna have to
that's
go on and
dude, that
see.
shit's old. They've had that technology. Think about it.
Yeah,
They showed us
yeah.
that. They've been able to do that for a long time now.
I'm gonna have to go on and say even though we know that space is fake, they might be able to go on and land rockets the way that we say is impossible. I mean, looking
Right.
at this,
Yeah, if you
looking
see
at
these
this,
RCs, you tell me SpaceX can't land a rocket on a landing pad like that? Yeah, they can, but they're not going to fucking space.
They're definitely going into a area they're unwilling to tell us about. I just wouldn't call it the heliocentric space, but they're going into darkness for sure.
You think they could land them rockets upright like that?
Dude, you look how they're doing flying these RC planes around. It's just a bigger RC fucking plane. Yeah, they
I
can
don't know.
land it upright.
I don't know. It's
Look at this shit.
it
Like,
looks reversed to me.
yo, the second half of the whole video is them just chilling.
Right.
Like,
Just
you
hovering
know,
around.
and they could change angle. It seems like they can do anything at the drop of a dime. Like they can just be hovering and then all of a sudden, he'll angle it and boom, like the thing is moving again. It
Yeah, you
like
should.
it's so what's the word? Versatile. Like I
Yeah,
can't believe it.
you should see some of these sport drones that I have, man. It's just amazing how how fast on a dime they can turn and just gain altitude in a split second, drop like from nowhere. They're amazing.
Now see if they didn't own the sky and I could go see MJ in the UAE in like less than an hour. I mean, I'm living on the East Coast. He's right across the water, basically. All right, I see him like 45 minutes. You know what I mean? Like, if we could do that, we would have been knew it wasn't a ball. Like, you know how fat? Like, we think because the Earth is big, but it's not that big, or at least the area that we know about, it's really not that deep. Like when I'm looking at clouds and them shits is going northeast, I'm like, yo, crack villain. Looks like some clouds is headed your way. It might be raining in a little bit. And that's exactly what happens. It's not that it's big, but we could be confined in this small area of a much larger place. We don't even know.
Absolutely.
I wonder what stuff they have for the oceans too. They probably have some crazy water drones under there.
Yo.
Oh, you mean under?
Can't even
right.
imagine.
Yeah. Guaranteed.
They
Because
definitely
that
got
is
drones to
even
set
more
off.
discreet. No one's gonna see that.
Yeah, no,
No
they
one's
like
those.
submersibles. I'm
They're
sorry.
using underwater drones to set off
Yeah.
World War I, World War II underwater mines.
Well, in the 90s in elementary school, I remember learning about like the Jason project and these submersible things where they're exploring the deepest cracks of the ocean, places where it was too much pressure for even the best submarines to go, right? Well, you guaranteed that like the military subs got them some submersibles, so, right? And the technology from the 90s that they showed us is probably well beyond anything that exploration project had, even then. What if you're already so quiet and so hidden, like a nuclear sub for the Navy, and then you also had these smart submersible drones. Like, yeah, that's guaranteed they have that. Why wouldn't they? Tons of them.
So if they got nuclear subs, they really got nuclear bombs?
Nuclear subs, nuclear bombs. Yeah, I don't want to make the. I love how every time the word nuclear is used, all of a sudden it goes to nuclear bombs exist.
I know. I don't know.
I
I'm
don't
just
know.
saying.
I don't know if they do.
I don't think.
I think nuclear energy for sure does.
Yeah, I know.
I think they're
somebody
just
that works
boiling
on
water.
it, so-
I mean, like with that that stuff they used to use for heating homes. You know, what was it called? The radium stoves. Anyone know what I'm talking about?
No, we had freaking radium fucking stoves.
Yeah. They actually had a window on the front that actually had that. That's where as far as I've found, the window on the front that lets you look inside the stove itself has that symbol for biohazard. You know, the radioactive symbol.
On ovens. Regular
Yeah,
oven. Conventional oven.
almost like a wood burning stove, but there was no need for a chimney because it was radium.
No,
So
never
it just makes you think that, you know, how hard would it be for like a nuclear sub or whatever to boil water? That's basically all they're doing is boiling water to make a. You know.
I think a biohazard symbol looks different.
Yeah, biohazard does look different than radioactive, but it's
Very
a radioactive symbol. It's the radioactive symbol. You look it up, you'll see. Look at radium stoves and look at the windows.
Oh, sorry, bud. It's hard to believe them subs used to be
You don't
diesel
have to.
powered.
Did I hear somebody say nuclear submarine?
Oh, we weren't talking to you. God damn it. How did we do
Maybe they should put those nuclear symbols on cell phones.
that? Listen to Kai. Chocolate at him. All right, yes, we did say nuclear sub platypus. Tell us all of your
He's so weird. Platypus is just so weird.
Is this one of Kai's remixes?
Am I roboting?
Really bad.
You were a little bit.
Oh, why?
Are you going to tell us again how you popped up at the North Pole and walked around? Platypus.
Well, only
Like a
if,
gopher?
Only if somebody asks about it. I don't go out of
I
my
just
way to
asked.
talk about it.
I just asked. Can you tell everybody about how you popped up at the North Pole and walked around?
It wasn't the North Pole. It was 87.2, 87.3 degrees north latitude. So pretty close.
Did you swim with the sea lions?
Didn't see any sea lions up there.
Was there a giant whirlpool that led to the center of the Earth?
No.
No.
There was also not. We also didn't run into 4 rivers or any undiscovered landmass.
Are you
When you say up there, do you mean? Do you mean over there? What do you mean by up there?
Well, I think Lou used the word up as in literally coming up through the ice.
Yes, I did.
Yeah, but you said up as in the top of the globe.
Oh, whatever. Up, over, who gives a fuck?
Not a globe.
You gotta get trained, get woke, platypus. What's wrong with you?
Yeah, I gotta get woke. I'm gonna do some self-woking right now, breaking the Cuervo back out for the second night in a row. Getting off a 3-day weekend, motherfuckers.
You know it's bullshit that the LGBTQ XYZ all that stuff like community stole our word. Like they're now woke. What are we gonna do about that? Do we have to just come up with a new word? Because we lost that one. We lost that one.
I hate that.
How about double woked?
I hate that woke expression. It was as a person
I
who
didn't like it
firmly
anyway.
believes-
I didn't like it anyway, so I'm ready to replace it. What do we got?
Yoked.
Truth. Just truth.
Reality.
Fall back to where it started, where truth is.
Delusional.
Ah, fuck you. Get out of here, you fucking liar. Popping up at the North Pole without seeing a whirlpool. Fuck off.
Just call it
mammal that lays
reality.
eggs.
Can somebody please change my name back? Getting so tired of that.
Yeah, change it to mammal that lays eggs.
Pouched person.
Call him the Easter Bunny. Easter Bunny.
Am I roboting now?
Maybe a tiny little bit. You also sound quiet.
You should definitely talk shit to Platypus for a little while. Either way, go.
I don't know. He's always drunk and then like brags about being drunk.
No, first of all, I'm not always
It's kind of
drunk.
awkward. Yeah, you are. And then
No,
you're
I'm
like,
not.
oh, I just fucked my wife. Like, who brags about that in the live stream? Like, that's weird. It's
I don't
very
brag about
suspicious.
that. I don't brag about that.
No, I can get the receipts. You literally were bragging to people about that. Who brags about that?
Explaining that I was away from the keyboard for an hour and 15 minutes because I was having sex with my girlfriend is not the same thing as bragging about having sex with my girlfriend.
No, I'll find it. I'll find it. It
You
was
come
just
into
very
like a
suspicious.
social media Discord, whatever, bragging about how you just got laid. Chances are you probably didn't.
I know. It was just super weird.
Is she your girlfriend all the time or just that night? And how much does she cost?
Does anybody have a picture of two platypuses doing it?
Almost crossing the line into being genuinely offended. You're talking about the mother of my 3 kids.
Oh, dude. Okay, I apologize if that's true. Yeah, sorry.
Hey, well, I want to get some more tea on this. So she's your baby mama, but not married to her. Correct.
Yes.
Why? Why no merit? Why no ring?
Neither one of us really want to.
That's what
It's
he's
always
saying.
one more person doesn't want to than the other, and the other is just like cool with it. So who is the more against it, you or her?
Are you married?
No.
Do you have a boyfriend?
No.
Do you have a girlfriend?
No.
Why not?
Because I'm too dope.
I'm single too.
Yeah, they'd probably overdose if they tried her.
Yeah, trust. If I wanted to, I could, but I don't currently.
Of course you could. You're no offense, but of course you could. You're, a woman.
Is it because you're a Glober?
But if I was having kids with somebody, I would want to be married with them.
Well, that's your personal choice.
Well, I don't know. I just feel like I don't know.
Yes, you feel like that, and that's okay. You can feel like that.
Yeah, just like how you feel like you live on a globe.
There we go.
Look, Kai, it's really easy for a guy to feel that way.
I bet you guys love that.
Don't stereotype us. I'm on a different wave.
I'm not saying that guys should feel that way, but it's really easy for us to feel that way. Like it makes everything set up like.
I would argue that with the women in mind. It depends on your perspective. Depends on your experience. Doesn't even matter.
To be fair, though, if you never get married, you never have to deal with the problems of divorce.
Exactly. I basically did what Platypus is doing. I didn't have 3 kids, but I mean, she had a child from somebody before me that she was not married to. I basically took on the daddy role for that one. I had a kid with her. I was with her for 10 years, never married her. But
good on you.
Like
I got a soft spot in my heart for dudes that take on parental responsibilities for children that they did not directly make. So good on you.
Yeah, I mean,
so do you get like child tax credit? without being married?
I do, but that's only because between the two of us, I make significantly more money than her. So we just every year I just claim the kids on my taxes.
Right. So you don't see that they're incentivizing to not get married?
Well, no, technically, if we were married, filing jointly, we would save a little bit more money on our taxes. The problem is the idea of being married or not being married for us is not a financial one.
Oh, so it's still the opposite way of. In other words, if you did get married, you would have better benefits.
Yeah, no, you get a way better tax
Oh,
break.
okay. I
if
thought
you
they
get
turned the
married.
corner on that.
You get a
Oh,
way better
sweet.
tax break if you get married, but when it comes to a divorce, which if you look at statistics, most relationships do end in divorces, unfortunately. If when it comes to divorce, the typically, not always, typically the man has a lot more to lose, especially depending on how their state deals with divorces.
I think
So-
we get so many divorces is because we've been led to believe marriage is something it's not.
Well, I definitely agree
Some
that
people.
getting a state marriage is, I would be very wary of. I would rather be like spiritually married, you know? You just
Well, right.
symbolically married, you get yourself a ring still, you still call that person your husband. But just the state
So why
doesn't
does it matter?
necessarily-
So then why does it matter if he gets married?
Why does
Well,
it
you do
matter
have
if
to
I'm
have
not married?
you do have to have witnesses, and it's a contract with God. So
It's a private thing anyway, so it's not really anybody's business.
If you're worried
But
about
the-
marriage, I mean, if you're
the whole
worried
reason
about
of
money,
getting
though,
married is to show that publicly you're taken.
no, completely irrelevant.
It's the whole
it's
point
not-
of it.
No, no, that's
Yeah,
completely
It is
irrelevant.
symbolic.
No. Marriage
What's the
is
wedding
between
ring for?
you and your wife.
What's the
and if you're
wedding
worried about-
ring for?
Okay, irrelevant. If you're worried about money, you don't have a marriage. It's irrelevant.
Also, I
I
hate to
agree
tell you
with
this.
that.
I hate to tell you this, but going into
agree
a
with
church, hold
that.
on, going into church,
Just don't
participating in an hour and a half long ceremony, and putting a piece of gold on each other's finger does not magically make that person incapable of cheating on you. Like that's not the way that works.
No. That's what I'm getting at. So they've used they've got us to believe marriage is something it's not. Like most women, they'll wear white, even though you're only supposed to wear white if you're a virgin. So the whole sacredness of it is lost already.
My mom walked down the aisle 33 years ago in a snow white dress while she was 3.5 months pregnant with me. That's
Yeah.
what happened.
So did mine. So
So
did
should
mine.
it? So
And I
should the
asked her
color
why.
be
I
like?
asked her
So
why.
she shouldn't have been wearing white then, huh?
And I asked her,
Should the color be
why did you
reflective?
do that?
Like you have a. All right, go ahead. You finish, then I'll do my joke.
No, it just. I mean, mine's funny too. I asked my mom, why did you go down the aisle in a white dress if you knew that you were pregnant with me? And she was just like, because it's my wedding, I get to do what I want. I was like, okay, mom.
Right.
You do
That's
you.
the whole reason. That's the whole reason.
So do you go like pearly white, egg white, off white, manila,
Cream
what
if
like
you're a hoe.
beige, right? Like does it get
I would say if
darker,
you're-
brown, burgundy? Like what? How does it?
I would say if you're
Black.
doing, I
Who
would
gets
say if
black?
you're doing off white, you're
It's
doing
no-
everything you can to look like a virgin.
It's no
Wait. What if
secret. It
what
is
if she had
no
done it with another
secret.
woman? What if she did it with another woman but not another man?
I can answer that
But
question.
then,
I can answer that question. I got a family member that got married to another woman in Michigan, and both of them walked down the aisle in tuxes, black tuxes with white undershirt. So
Interesting.
there's no
Yeah.
color thing there.
Were they
Same
marrying
thing.
each
Same
other?
thing when my brother
A
got married
bride that
to his
wears
husband. It was the
white.
same
no,
thing.
you misunderstood the joke. I didn't mean like that. I
Bride
mean, what if she did it with another woman and not another man?
The whole white dress
She's a
thing.
virgin that way, but not a virgin the other way.
The white dress thing, like he was about I don't know what he was about to say, but I was trying to get in a minute ago. The white dress thing, it's no secret, like that ever since that's been an issue about what color dress you're gonna wear. Ever since then, when a girl gets knocked up by her boyfriend, all of a sudden they're like, shit, I'm pregnant. Now we have to get married. That's the way it's been. Like they just, in order to not piss off the grandparents, right? Like or
Yeah,
the
I
parents.
understand that.
Okay, but that
So
leads
yeah,
to
the whole idea
But that's
is to wear
just
the white.
degrading.
The whole
This
idea is to wear the
degrading the
white dress
sacredness
and
of it.
lie. You know, like you still wear the white dress even though you know. You know, if your mom walked
No,
down the aisle in a white dress even though she knew she was pregnant with you, it's
you're
because
cursing the marriage already. From the very beginning, you're cursing the marriage.
I'm not cursing any marriage. I'm just saying that it was.
If you're wearing white and you're not a virgin, you're
How
cursing
about
the
you
marriage.
let him finish? How about you let Lou
I
finish,
don't
bro?
believe in curses. I don't believe in that shit. It's just a thing, a tradition that people say, and they, you know, like they're just trying
Yeah,
to
like the Earth
hide.
being a globe.
That's not a curse. The earth being flat.
So
There's no
okay,
curse.
well,
Curses most
this is
definitely
what I
exist,
was
but
gonna ask
that's neither here nor there.
because I don't really care what platypus does, but it brings up a good question, I guess, for guys. Like, would guys be cool to get rid of marriage? But then, like, what would you be like? I don't know. It's weird. Like, people want to
It
get
would
rid of
go.
marriage, but I
Who
feel
do
like
who do
it's
you think? Who do you
needed,
think? Who do
though.
you think? Who do you think set up the structure?
Oh, I'm sure
The
it's been
Bible.
gravelled. I'm sure it's been gravelled heavily, but I
The
feel
No,
like
not the
Bible.
Bible,
No,
James.
no, no, no.
God.
I mean, like
Well,
what?
Godly
God.
union's
Yeah.
way.
Who do you think idea was it
the
to
creator.
find? Well,
It was the creator. He's the one that
Yeah.
said that. Yeah.
Well, I'll give you another.
It's a
I'll give you another
contract
point. I'll give
between
you another reason why we don't have a Catholic. It would
The
be
Bible
Catholic
didn't
if it
start
were going to be
crap
anything.
either. It came way down the road.
Yep.
No. That's
Another
just what
reason
you've
is
been
my
taught.
Yes.
Good luck
The
with that.
Bible's not the beginning of the
It was
Holy Scriptures, guy. Sorry for your
it's the
ignorance.
beginning to the end. That's what the Bible
Listen,
is.
that's
From
not
the
where the story
beginning
started. You can
to
argue.
the end. Okay.
Well, then why is it only 66 books and why is it missing all the apocryphal
Why are
books?
you saying it's only 66 books?
Can we please not get into the whole Bible fucking study
Yeah,
again
let's not go
today?
there. But I would love to talk to you about it on a certain setting if that ever
It's just
happens.
the truth. The Bible didn't start anything. Scripture pre-existed King James Bible.
So
I don't
God
care if you
didn't.
agree.
God
I
didn't.
don't need. I don't. Listen, James. Don't ask me if God co-signed this or co-signed that. That's not address what I said. The
I
Scripture
agree
didn't
with the
start
King
with
James
King
version.
James.
King James started way after the Bible.
Yeah, that's not what I'm asking, and that has nothing to do with what I said.
Right. I guess I'm ignorant on what you're asking me. I apologize. But let's not go there, man. These guys don't want to go there.
Well,
I
I've
don't
said
blame
it
you.
5 ways. King James was not the first
Sorry,
of the
I
Holy
kind of took
Scriptures.
it
Yeah.
that road.
Oh, we were uncomfortable
No,
enough.
it was not the first. No, it was
My
not even
fault.
close to the first.
Took it that way.
Yeah, you asked
So
a
if we
question,
just
No.
get rid of
question
The
about
Book of
marriage, and
Enoch
now
and the
this
Book
is
of
where you're going.
Jasher
And I
are
swear to
in the
God,
real one.
nobody better blame this derailing on me. This is not my fault.
no, this is
I
I
get
take
accused
the
of
blame.
derailing all the time.
I was gonna
Hey,
say.
you
I
put the
said
blame
let's
on
not
me.
go there.
I got
Let's not
tired of
go
5
there.
motherfuckers talking at once, James.
I was guilty.
It's still weird, though, that people are arguing over the customs of men that came from the heathens about a private bond between two people. It's super weird.
I think we could
Yeah.
all probably agree, right, that the state being involved with marriage and, you know, like it's a contract of law with the state. Like, that's what it is. And most of you think of it as a contract with God, but that's not the way. That's not what your license is about.
Nope.
It has
Right.
nothing
Yeah.
to do with God.
But the
Yeah.
Bible clearly tells you not to allow third parties into your marriage, which is what the state is.
So they should
Bible
all be
is the
And
ceremonial.
other hoes too.
Christ
It's
comes back for his
supposed.
bride.
Hold on.
The
It's
whole
supposed.
story is about a marriage.
A marriage is supposed to be private. It's a private
You're even
contract.
pissing my dog off.
Normally, the public isn't in on it. That's a modern thing. That was generally for princes and for kings and shit like that, where the public was in on it. everybody else's marriage, the public didn't know. It was none of their damn business. What you're supposed to do is honor each other.
Did somebody
Ring,
just
no
like
ring, necklace, no necklace. It doesn't matter. If there's no honor, there's no relationship, period.
that was the weirdest glitch I've ever heard. You sounded like you got like you were on an analog record and somebody sped you up for a second. I've never heard that before. Anybody else hear that?
No.
Nope.
Marriages were originally
I know
private,
what you're
though.
talking about.
It was private. It was like the family and the priest or
Nobody
whatever.
disagreed with you, bro. Don't keep repeating it. Nobody
Yeah, I
disagreed with what
agree
you
with
said.
that. I think that's like the dream marriage, but even still, some people don't want to follow that concept. Like they want to just stay,
A union is between a man and a woman alone.
I guess. To me, like it's not that there's anything wrong with like being boyfriend and girlfriend. I feel like if you have kids with them, like it's almost like it needs a different title because like boyfriend and girlfriend to me just sounds like a useful like temporary. You know what I mean? Like
Jack, yes or no? Sounds too high school for me.
yeah, I don't know.
Well, just talking about it, it doesn't seem like it would have a consequence within society.
That's where terms like
But if you're not
soulmate
using the sacredness of marriage, it's gonna have a consequence in society.
No,
Sure.
what Kai was just saying, like, that's where terms like soulmate came from. But then all of a sudden, that quickly got attached to, like the gays, basically. Like they started calling
Yeah.
you.
Listen,
So
James is on a whole nother level. He's talking about morality, and morality starts at home. If you don't have a good home, good marriage, and a lot of morality, it's gonna fuck society all up. Look around.
right,
Already did.
I agree with that completely. I mean, that has to do with what Platypus and me both have done with relationships. So, like we long term relationships that were monogamous and respectful, just like a marriage, but without getting married, and there's nothing wrong with that. If it's gonna last, it'll last either way, right? If it's not,
Let's
then
change the subject from long-term relationships that go bust, bro. Cool.
To what? What is it now?
yeah,
I don't care. I don't care as long as it's not about 20-year unions that go busted. I don't like
Gas
bankrupt.
pressure.
sometimes they do go bust. Like mine did. My 10-year one did. Like it was.
Why is
I mean,
that? Why can
I
nobody
don't.
stay
What,
married anymore? Isn't that weird? Like
Grass looks
it's like
greener on the
weird
other
now.
side of the
No one
fence.
can do it anymore. I'm not
Because most
saying
no,
that I'm
just
gonna be
her
successful.
and I over a certain amount of time stopped seeing eye to eye, and I can only imagine that. Yeah, we could have been married, and the same thing would have happened. It would have just been a lot worse on the breakup. Like that's the only difference. Things were really good for a while, but then once they started to go sour, they just got worse and worse and worse for a long time. I saw it coming. Like we were just miserable together for a while. Like if you're trapped with a contract with the law, it could have been even longer. We would have been miserable for even longer. We finally agreed that it was time to go two different ways, and we were able to do so because the state wasn't fucking involved.
Hello.
gas pressure.
I have a pickup.
I'm sorry, man. I feel terrible. I feel bad for people who couldn't find love in I couldn't find it. It's not meant for some people. And it says it in the word, not trying to bring the word up, but I'm just saying that it's not meant for some of us.
And I feel like now it's like even harder for people. Like in
Oh
this
yeah,
time.
no, definitely, definitely. Sorry, no,
So flat
because
earth and gas pressure.
It's an absolute sacrifice. If you're going to let the hard times destroy you, don't do it.
Right. I got a friend over here talking about gas pressure, wanting me to go ahead and prove it without a container. So I don't know about you, but I cannot do that too. So I'm looking at you with a different kind of point of view. We gotta come up with some kind of way to show these people that we can.
I don't know where his mind went. Something about a gas pressure
All right,
gradient.
That's dope, man. You need anything, Mick? Lay that sucker down. I got you.
Hey, man, like Elijah, you gotta be in here hearing me out, like play sometimes. I like to just everything is freestyle, bro. I just like to freestyle, man. Ooh, I got an Arby's coming here, and it is gonna taste very good. Got me some cheddar. Never mind. I'm getting hungry. Are you guys hungry?
So
You got
what's
some cheddar?
Oh yeah, I got.
Not for
I
fast
don't agree
food.
with I don't agree with the guy philosophically, but if you like freestyle, you should check out Harry Mack.
It's all philosophical.
Yo, Harry Mack be the born to Mac bitch. That motherfucker YouTube famous.
Talking
Oh,
about
you know
my
him?
Arby's sandwich.
Yeah.
Leave my,
Harry,
leave my
hey,
Arby's sandwich alone.
That guy's good, man. Freestyle.
I got 3 words that'll stump his ass. Where's my
No way.
child
Let's hear it.
support?
Let's hear it.
Where's
Oh
the
yeah, that's the
child
one.
support?
He's already done that one actually. Go on with the other two.
Those were the 3 words. What do you mean?
Just child support.
Where?
Those are 2 words.
Where's the child support? See, you like to talk in the middle of people talking, James. That's why you don't hear them.
I just didn't hear the where's, dude. That sounds like 4 words though.
I feel sad when it comes down to this.
Child support to compound.
Never mind. Nah, child
Year.
support gets very depressing.
actually it's a concept.
Right. See, I paid child support because I was married and divorced.
Hey,
I
did
was
you
married,
say a
I was
cop out?
married at the age of 15. I literally was emancipated. My parents signed me away.
I'm
They had to
sorry.
convince the court that I could take care of myself.
Because I mean, like, I'm not.
And then I was divorced at the age 19.
Oh, Christ,
15
man.
to 19.
You're supposed to speak when there's like that pause, you know? Like that little pause, that's when you talk.
Well, we got 2 people that aren't pausing, hon.
wasn't gonna
They're
try
not
to
pausing.
speak over
They're not stopping. When do I jump in? Is there a
When
yield
do
sign?
Exactly how I
Man,
felt.
what's
Like he was
hysterical is
talking to
when
me
you
about
want,
Is it-
when you got something to say, you do the same thing, man.
Left hand rumpus merge.
We know which type you guys are at an orgy.
Can I jump in? Can I jump in?
That makes it real awkward.
Mine
You went
that is so fucking funny, Elijah. You done with that, bro?
Yeah.
That's fucking funny. as hell.
Ew. Oh, he said, you know what's good, bro?
Enoch, you should
Refresh
play Gold
that.
Digger. Should
What
play
did
Gold
what?
Digger. If we're singing about child support, you should play Gold Digger on your guitar.
Oh
By
my
Kanye.
Hey, look, and when it
Oh
comes
my
to child
gosh.
support, also,
Go ahead. Go ahead. Get down.
a decent person will honor, like the person that they're with while they're with them, with or without a contract with the government. And if you make a kid with that person, you're gonna support that child also, like no matter what. Like
Yeah.
if you're a decent person, that you don't need a government to force that shit. Like when me and my ex separated, not ex-wife, but the mother of my child, you know, I started paying her right away. I gave her money all the time, and not like $50. You know, I gave her like, you know, $500 was what we agreed on every month. Eventually, she took me because she wanted to get on the state health plan, whatever, Badger Care. And it makes sense. So like we agreed she was gonna take me to court. And now I pay like $650 a month for one kid. Like, but I have no problem doing that. I mean, it's what you got to do. A kid costs money, right? Like,
Making a moral issue out of child
Is
support
it?
doesn't make any
I'm
sense.
sorry. Is it your kid though?
yeah, I don't pay child support on his
Cuddle,
kid.
Cuddle, did you say child support's a cop out?
I said making child support a moral issue is completely ridiculous.
Oh, I thought earlier you said it was a cop out.
Well, I mean, I would say I have to kind of disagree with
Because-
that. Like, it really is a moral issue.
Well,
Like,
what does the law say?
Morally, if you make a child, you are responsible to take care of that child. Like, that's
So
a
now-
moral. That is a moral issue. Don't say it's a cop out. Do you have any kids? Do you have any
But
kids?
is it
Do you have
really?
any kids?
But the question is it really a moral issue to the degree that we have this system specifically for it? I think that's his point, and it's a good point.
The law is 50-50. 50-50 doesn't say that anybody owes anybody shit. That's the
What
law.
state are you
No,
in?
look, if you're
50-50
not
custody.
together, somebody is taking care of that kid for you. If it's
Somebody
not,
got
doesn't.
listen. No offense, but yeah, it's shared parentingship, but sole guardianship. So you pay support to the person who has sole guardianship.
that's right.
What
Yeah,
state
that's
are
not
you
the
in?
law. That's the
It
amended.
is the law.
But
That is
that's
the
like
law.
when they. But
It's
that's
not.
like when they make.
It's not an
That's
amendment.
like when they make up laws
I
for,
got full
say,
physical custody, dude. I don't take child support. I support my child.
I know men don't
No.
do that usually. I know.
No,
I know somebody
if you
that.
have
Wait. Men don't do
If you
what
have joint
usually. This is
custody,
the thing that I'm.
you have the kid 50% of the time. She has the kid 50% of the time. Neither one of you pay each other. You just support
Rumpus
the kid.
No, it doesn't always work that way, especially if you're
Not-
That's what I'm
separated by
saying.
50
What
years.
state are
Like,
you in?
It doesn't always.
You can't.
If you're in Colorado, you're
It
going to find
doesn't
a
work.
fucking
It
Y'all
just
aren't
doesn't work
addressing
within
the
a
act-
family unit. Because even if you're separated, you're still a family unit. When you
But y'all are
have a
talking
child,
past each other.
when you have
Y'all
a
are
child,
talking
Yeah.
past each other.
you're
That's
still a
the
family unit.
problem.
You cannot.
Every
You
Lou.
cannot separate time exactly 50-50 with a child, especially when they're going to school in a certain school district and you live in a couple school districts apart. Like, it just doesn't work that way. So that's where child support becomes necessary. Like, they're living primarily with a certain parent. Yeah, you have shared custody or joint custody. I have joint custody. I'm
Lou.
when it comes to
Lou.
major decisions, I'm able
Lou.
to. Yeah.
I think that everyone thinks that what you're saying is right. And I also think that everyone thinks that there's an issue with accepting that this is right on a mass scale. So much so that a system is required to make
No,
people
the
take care of their
reason
kids.
the system is required.
Listen to what I'm saying. I hear what you said. I'm not denying that a child needs to be taken care of. But the issue here, at least what I'm hearing, is that there's an overreach from the system who's pointed out an issue that might have been not really an issue to the point where they can now step in and manipulate certain things that is none of their business.
No, see, my issue
So
with
what
the
I'm
system.
saying is,
No,
what I'm
hold on.
saying,
No,
what
no,
I'm
no, no,
saying
no,
is
I'm
there are
jumping in.
law.
Look,
For
he
example,
was talking about
I have
whether
to
it
make
should
an
be a
example. I have
morality
to
thing.
make an example so that you know what I'm saying, that
Nah.
you understand what I mean.
You're taking it off what his point. His point was
No, I'm
that
actually
it shouldn't be a
I'm
morality
actually
issue.
trying to elucidate the point. I
No,
heard what he
you're
said.
absolutely not. You're making your own
How do
point
you know?
separate from
How do
his.
you know? How do you
You're
know?
making your own point separate from his. Because
What's
he
my
didn't say
point?
it. That's how I know.
What's my point?
He didn't even
say
finish
it.
it. He's making a great
What's
point.
my
Oh
point?
Christ, James, stay out of it.
What's
Look,
my point? You got to know my point and his point
your point
to
is
know
that
that
the law shouldn't be so it shouldn't always have to be in there. And I agree with you.
that's not my
He's
point
saying,
though. That's not my point.
well, that
Although I'm addressing that, that's not my point because I don't think that's his point.
no, his point was that it shouldn't be a morality thing. Like you shouldn't be judged on your morals based on if you support your children. That was his point.
Well, that
So
like I was gonna
right
say,
now you're taking his point to something completely different.
for example, right? There are laws out there. There's this whole culture, an entire culture behind telling men how to treat women as if 90% of us are out here beating the shit out of women.
That has nothing to do
Because
with
of
it
this
at
idea.
all.
No, it actually kind of does. Is that
No, it doesn't.
I'm trying to draw a parallel of the overreach based on a belief that something is morally being overstepped to a large degree.
Look, if you make a child, it's your responsibility to see that that child is taken care of. Okay?
Who disagrees?
If you listen, he said it shouldn't be a moral issue. Somebody who in essence saying
Well, ask
somebody
him
who
if he disagrees with that
doesn't
statement you just
financially
made.
support their child shouldn't be judged morally on that as like a character flaw.
Ask him if he disagrees with the statement you just made so that you're not arguing with yourself. Ask him if he agrees or
No,
disagrees.
look, you jumped. Look, I like you, man, but you jumped into this conversation and started making your own point and taking it completely in a different direction, and now you're putting it on me, and that wasn't
You
where
know, I'll
what we
back
were
up.
talking
I'll
about.
back
That wasn't
off.
where we were
I'll
going.
back off. It's all right. I'll back off. No problem.
Can we just bring it back to flat Earth and get off your personal air laundry?
I just was trying to make the point off of what Cuddles said about it shouldn't be a morality issue. That it is a morality issue, and any guy who makes a child and doesn't take care of their kid, it shouldn't take the state, right? You should automatically do that on your own, like just be sending money. If you can't be there, you should be sending money. If you can't take care of the kid 50% of the time, then you owe somebody some money. Like you should be able to work that out as adults between the two parents, how that's going to work. The state does not need to be involved, but they feel like they do. Now, is it a morality issue though, Cuddles? Yes. If you don't do anything to take care of the kid,
What if?
Hold on, man. Because if you want to talk, we can talk, but I'm not going to have you broadside me.
What about
broadside,
giving
you
the
stepped
children?
out and said that a few minutes ago.
What about parents that are there for
Well,
their
Bong,
children and love their children and give their children shots?
Bong,
What about
Bong,
that?
if you don't mind, I would like to see this conversation concluded between
Go ahead.
Lou and
Go ahead.
Hell,
because I wanted to help,
can
but
we get through
I
this
want to see
shit?
who's right and wrong. Yeah, please
I
let's.
just wanted to troll you guys.
Well, listen.
Trolling me.
I don't think either one of them are right or wrong. They're leaving out too many variables. There's,
That's why I'm trying to clear it up.
there's
I'm
always
trying to
circumstance.
that's why I'm
There's always
saying.
circumstance to every fucking thing. Could be daddy's in the penal correctional facility and mama's in fucking state pen. Could be daddy's in the motherfucking morgue and mama's out there tricking for crack. Could be a lot of different things that do it in a perfect world. It would be two people who share. In a perfect world, I'm trying to finish, Lou. I wasn't done yet.
Daddy in the morgue is paying
In a
support.
perfect world, it would be. In a perfect world, it would be two people who just share joint legal custody and physical custody, and they just try to make it work. But we don't live in a perfect world, and you brought up a lot of reasons why that doesn't work out. But you, in a perfect world, you should do what's best for your kid.
So the moral of this story is, and if you don't wrap it up, get ready to pay.
Joints and blunts. Exactly.
See, but
Wrap it up.
Absolutely.
but this is
Absolutely.
all of that. Nobody disagrees. Here's the thing: what if most people do what they have to do? What if it's not the case? Like, because I think based on TV, based on daytime court television, and based on all of
Take
these
my money
emotionally driven
when I'm in need.
conversations with all of these stars and whatever.
Yeah, she's
What
a
if it's actually not
trifling
the case?
friend indeed. Sorry.
Oh,
She's
This is the
going
point.
there.
I'm
This is the
listening.
point
I'm
that I'm
listening. Hold
making.
up.
What if it's not really okay? What if it's not the case that majority of the people don't take care of their responsibilities? Because that's how they paint the picture. Like most of us can't fucking take care of our responsibilities. So we need the
That's
government to put these regulations there so that they make sure we do. Because most of us just choose not to. Does anyone
Them damn.
believe that when people
people
have children, do you really not have like I mean maybe I have a little too much faith in people, but I think that most people who have children take care of them or at least try to. But there's this
Your child
idea that that's
is
not the
your
case.
moral responsibility.
Well, look, man, we've been conditioned to be like this. Men have been conditioned to pay attention to sports, entertainment, women, sex, right? Women have been
No,
conditioned to pay
Richard.
attention to the way they look, makeup, equality with men, right? And it's like it's a big campaign against the family,
We're
the
not even
family
talking
unit, to
about the
destroy
same
the
thing.
family unit, right? Well,
Yeah,
it's the
but
reason
got
why.
the point.
It's the reason why men, right, are the way they are, and women are the way they are, and families are the way
No,
they
I'm
are.
saying what is with this assumption that men are the way they are and the women are. That's what I'm saying. There's this big ass assumption that's here that I'm saying, hey, has anyone looked at this assumption? This
What
appeal to
assumption?
majority that most people are fucked up. So we need these governmental systems to make sure motherfuckers are taking
Well,
care of their. This
it's the
assumption that the
governments that
majority
caused.
is fucked up.
It's the government. It's the governments that
Not
caused
it's
it.
the
It's the
government.
propaganda
You're
that.
taking it for granted already. I'm saying, can we step back and question the assumption first?
Yes, I agree.
The assumption
I'm
that
picking up
that
what you're putting down,
men
bro.
are
That
neglecting.
you
Oh,
damn
you're talking
Samoans
about.
aren't supporting your
You're
kids.
talking
You
about.
damn Samoans.
Hold on. I know what
You're
Elijah's saying. I
Hawaiians
think.
and you
I don't want
Samoans.
to
You
lose
got
the
to start
point,
paying your
man.
fucking child support, man. That kid's your moral responsibility, whether you agree with it or not.
Well, TV puts out that image that men are like that. That's why the assumption exists. Just like Black
Listen,
Lives Matter and all this
Bong,
other
the
bullshit.
assumption is that, listen, the assumption is everybody needs the government to hold their hand. I don't need no government to hold my fucking hand, so I'm 100% with Elijah.
Oh,
Fuck no, we
yeah,
don't
nah,
need them.
yeah.
We need more
I don't assume that
morally
shit.
bound people, and less immoral degenerates.
Then who do you
That's what we need.
call if the baby daddy is nowhere to be found? Who do you
Well,
call?
if you're my sister,
Who do you call?
you call me, and I go find his ass. If it takes me 3 days to find him,
You call
and
the
I'm losing
ball
money,
busters?
you know he's going to get his ass beat before he comes back.
We call the COVID busters.
Sorry,
Whose
I was
responsibility-
downstairs when
Hold
you
on,
asked
whose
that
responsibility? Wait. I'm sorry to rumpus you. I because I'm trying to like cut down on that. But whose responsibility do you think it is when my dumbass, just for example, my dumbass sister gets knocked up by a dude that everyone said, yo, that's a bad idea. Okay, now you got knocked up. Now you got this knucklehead. Now it's our job as part of your family unit to check this motherfucker, not the government, because you fucked up. So at the very least, hopefully your family is there to help your fuck up. Right? But that's
what I
how it
mean,
should
yeah.
go. Because first of all, you fucked up in the first place because you made the decision. Whatever it may be, it's not anybody's fault.
Yeah, but
But
my
you
point is
want to
all
prevent
this
the.
stuff.
Sorry.
It all comes from customs of men. My point earlier was exact.
Nope.
The only one that can argue with me even a little bit would be Battle Mod.
Yeah, it doesn't come from customs of men. It comes from a social compact or an agreement made by men, a trust.
Yeah, but statutes aren't laws, dude. Statutes don't even have enacting clauses. So
Well, they all listen. They're all based on that original agreement, that original trust. And when you continue to follow them, you're still in the social compact.
yeah, but the organic laws from the original trust are 50-50. No 60-40, no 70-30. And
Yeah,
if
but listen,
you take care of it. That's the original trust.
social. No, that's natural law. That's the original
Unless
law.
it's written, there is no contract, dude.
We've left
It doesn't-
natural law. Yes. Listen, hold up. We wouldn't have a government if we weren't under a social contract. What are you talking about?
We don't have a
None of that shit
government.
matters,
I
guys.
have a
None
government,
of that
and
shit
everybody
matters. You
else
can be the
around me.
perfect
So all
fucking
men
dad.
follow
You
these
can
laws.
be
They
there for
agree
your
upon them. You
children.
got
You can still raise shit ass fucking
1,000
children.
million idiots
Point is
take the
that
government
you're
put
not,
their hand in every inch of my pocket and play with the tip of it.
dude.
Come on.
You don't raise your children. That's what I'm saying. Even if you are there for your children, both parents are there for their children. If you're teaching your children bullshit like what the government teaches them, what the fuck does it matter? I'm better off without a fucking dad if somebody's gonna be there to tell me the truth. Like you can both be there for your children. Your children grow up to be pieces of shit. Like, what is the point of calling the government to come fix our fucking problems if we can't even raise proper children, given that all things are there for them? You know what I mean? Like, we're still going to have to raise these children. We're still going to have to teach them that the earth is not a ball, that there is a creator, that they are special. They're going to be bombarded by bullshit when they go to school and come home and say, fuck you, mom and dad, you don't know shit. So what the fuck? What the fuck if you're there for your kids and you can't teach them truth? You know what I'm saying? Like even if we were all there to teach our children shit, what are we gonna teach them? That the earth is a ball? That we should wear masks? You know what I'm saying? I agree with Elijah. Sorry, go ahead. I mean, I
I think
agree that we
everyone
don't
needs to
need
just
government.
split
Yeah.
a Xanax tonight, guys. I will grind one up for us. We'll just all take a little bit of it.
I ain't doing no Xanax with Mrs. Gets It. Mr. Gets It might not like that.
Well, it's not for me. It's for you guys.
Zen, Papa Zen. Zen.
Elijah's just trying to explain where I was coming from, but I've studied this in law quite thoroughly because I've had to help people with divorces. When I first started studying law, that was one of the first cases I took on to help a friend of mine with her divorce. So I know most of the laws and where they come from on all this matter. Most of what everybody's talking about with child support, it ain't got shit to do with the law. It's a statute.
I wanted to slap my divorce lawyer. He wasn't worth the money I paid him.
Abraham was told to send off Ishmael and his mother into the wilderness because,
yep,
you know, so that guy needs to pay child support.
Right, but that's the weird thing. It's these customs that Babylonian system has ingrained in people through indoctrination camps and indoctrination on TV and all this crap. Everyone thinks all this shit is moral because they've been fear-mongered into thinking that way.
Saying that, listen, number one, let me start this off with saying everyone should take care of their children and their responsibilities. That being said, saying that there's this system that should make sure, like, because there brings a focus as if it's really a serious issue. Yeah, I'm not saying it's not an issue that people don't take care of their kids, because obviously that's an issue. But there's this idea that there's this group in mass that's like just not doing what they have to do. And in my mind, that's the same thing as the government saying, well, you know, men have to go through sensitivity training and sexual harassment before they actually start a job because most men are just rapists, let's face it. Well, who the fuck said that? Right, but that's what's actually going on in some places. Oh my God. If you live in a city where the Democrats are running everything, I mean, yo, I'm telling
It's
you
a
how
man.
people
Get him.
think. So all I'm saying is, like, there might not even be that like this massive group of motherfuckers that aren't taking their kids, taking care of their kids, but at the same time, it's blown out of proportion to such a fantastical degree that all of these laws are in place for it. When a brother should have just beat a dude's ass, and that would have been that.
I don't know, man. I knew a guy, a Mexican dude
happens.
that worked. I knew a Mexican dude who worked for us. Who this was years ago. He did come over from Mexico. In his, I think when he was like around 30. And so like when he started with us, he didn't really hardly know English, but he learned it pretty good. He learned quick. But this dude had 9 kids from 7 girlfriends in 6 states plus in Mexico. Okay. He was
Damn.
paid. Yeah. This dude.
That's a problem.
Yeah.
That's why I
That's a
like the
fucking
idea
problem.
of
That
marriage.
dude was
That's why I
not
like the
missing
idea
a
of marriage.
beat.
But guess
not
who's
missing a beat.
guess whose problem that really is though? Baby
The
mama number
government.
2. Hold on.
Dude,
Baby mama number 2. Baby mama number 3. The people that are choosing to open up their leg, the woman who ultimately, unless she's being forced,
And mama
has the
number 5.
decision to bring the child into this world. The women after baby mama
True.
number 1 didn't do their fucking homework and continued to have babies with this fucking guy. And now it's on the government to fix that?
Well, that's why I have a solution to that, and a lot of guys hate that idea. But you just tell them then
Are you
you're
gonna
not
say
doing
kill him?
anything until you're married. Just you have to be married to me then. How does that how does that sound? Guys hate that idea.
I don't mind.
Half of y'all don't
I don't
even want to
mind.
be married. But that's how you solve the problem.
Elijah doesn't mind.
I don't mind. But you know why?
That's how
Because
you really
I've
solve the problem.
But
You guys got to get a ring. And you
I'll,
know what?
I'll
It would
come to
take
the
2
wedding.
weeks.
Yeah.
It would take 2 weeks to solve that problem because K's would be on back order for diamonds. But if every woman decided that they wouldn't have sex until they got a ring, all like 90% of relationship problems would be done.
Video games.
I'll be like,
you know what the
I
problem with
wouldn't
that
have
is
sex
though?
with you until we got married in the first place.
But you know what the problem with that is? The assumption
Look
that
at
women
diamond.
don't like to have sex as much as men. That's the
Oh, I
problem.
never said that. I never
No,
said that. I
I'm
just
not
said
saying
that would
you
solve
didn't.
problems.
I'm
You don't
not
do
saying
it for
you
the
didn't.
ring.
I'm
You do it for
saying
love.
Take some for the team, guys. I'll take
I'm
some for
saying
the
like
team.
a woman told me, right? She was used to telling guys this. And she's like, listen, I every relationship I've ever been in, I haven't had sex before a year was up. I really like to be intimate with the guy, get to know him. I'm like, yeah, whatever. I don't even care. Do you, right? Less than a month, we're having sex. None of that shit means anything. Okay? None of it means anything.
When shit
At
hits
the
the
end of the
fan,
day, all I'm saying is at the end of the day, when you are talking to a person, you have to take responsibility for the relationship that you're starting, whether it be a friendship or something more intimate, or with your children, with your family members, like that. We have to take responsibility. That's why we're in the situation we're in now with this heliocentric nonsense, because we haven't taken accountability and responsibility personally on an
I
individual
know.
level.
That's why I think I
To be honest,
I
can I
didn't
be
follow
honest?
this, but I just think that if every girl decided that they weren't going to have sex with any guy unless they were married to him, then all cheating would end. All
Dude,
I
cheating would
almost made it.
that's not even
I almost
true.
made it,
The
man.
problem with that thought is,
You'll never end right.
according to statistics, if you believe that, what 27% of men cheat, 24% of women cheat. most people don't cheat.
Who could the
That's
men
not
cheat
even a
with
real.
if the woman would only sleep? I'm saying in a perfect world, this would have to be every single chick would have to be on board. In a perfect world, if every girl only slept with their man, then all cheating would end. Because the men couldn't hook up with Becky across the street because he wasn't married to her.
Oh,
With
right, because they're not having sex with her because they're having sex with their husband. That's
But
true.
when you
That's
say
true.
that, guys freak out and you're like, but. So, I'm just saying.
I'm good. I'm good with
like
that.
that.
I haven't.
You can
I
get rid
haven't
of all
had.
Still
child
treating the
support, all
symptom
that.
and not treating the actual ailment. That's way too simplistic.
There's a problem with that, though, Elijah, what you're saying, that 24%, because with modern DNA technology, that's been proven false. The number's actually quite higher than that. A third of the babies that have been tested don't belong to the husband.
I thought, well, I'll take it even further. I think it's wrong. I think it's wrong to give your children public education. I think it's evil, and I think it's neglect. If you send your children to school to learn from these magicians, these wizards, these assholes, then that's bad. I mean, Santa Claus, I mean, everything has to be thrown out. If you really want to look after your children and make sure you're being morally, a responsible dad, mom, you have to do these things. I mean, not just put clothes on them and food on the table and water, and you know what I mean? You have to teach them these things. So, you know what I mean? Like in a perfect ideal world, I mean, what do you do? Like, do you stop? Do you say, all right, no more public education because they're teaching lies to our children, and that's even worse. And it's even worse that parents willingly do it without being responsible enough to check things that they're exposing their children to. So what's up with that? I mean, I've been thinking this since flat Earth. Like,
You teach them
public
logic.
education is evil.
You teach them logic. You teach them how to budget. That's the
Well,
budget.
Well,
value their
school is
time and budget their time as well as their resources. I mean, ultimately, that's everyone's problem that's failing right now is they don't budget their time or their resources. That's literally the only problem with everyone who's fucked up right now.
But basically, what I'm saying is sending your kids to school is like sending your kids to the Freemasons so that they can look after them. And whatever comes out of it, one day my son comes home and says, Dad, men, there's ain't men or women, and women are men, and so I have to explain that to him. Then he comes home and says, Dad, there's some kind of shots that we have to take. Then you know what I mean? Sending your kids to school is like sending them to the witch, to the evil men, the people that we're trying to stop. So I mean, it's so much deeper than that too. Like it goes even deeper. Like when you're born, you're born in a hospital where they register you as a product. Like like a ship that's just being moored and they're unloading the product. They give you a number and everything. It just keeps getting worse and worse. It gets to the point where what can we do to escape this? You can't escape it. Your children are always exposed to it every day they go to school or open the computer. I'm just saying, like, we're arguing about something that the problem is deeper, than we're just at the surface level arguing about, refraction and leveled straight, level curved, leveled. That's what we're doing when we argue about these things. That's my opinion. Go ahead. Sorry.
I love this conversation. I think you guys are onto something here, but I want to take a poll and ask, how many people here think that man is innately corrupt, and how many people here think that man is overall pretty good morally?
I think man is the most filthiest, most disgusting creature on the earth. That's my opinion.
Man is innately corrupt, but we are warned about this in the Bible. We have to guard ourselves
Man
from
is a
sin.
virus.
We struggle
That's
morally.
so
We have
bad.
to
That's so
protect
bad.
ourselves
But
from Satan.
I agree. Look, Batman.
Yeah.
Look, if you're gonna compare us to other species on Earth, yeah, like we're bad.
We're
But
bad.
if we're just comparing, like, I guess it would be like what else do you compare it to? If you're just saying people in general, if you're only thinking people versus people, what are you really comparing it to? I would say for the most part, people are moral or want to be moral. They think they're being moral. They often fuck up. They make bad
Men are
decisions.
fucking disgusting.
Okay, well now, Lou, I like what you're saying there. With one little caveat, you say that people want to be good, but is it possible that what they believe is good is actually not?
Yeah, that's what I was leading into.
Okay.
Actually, exactly. That's
all right.
But what causes
I don't think so. But because this is all meta, I can't prove it, but I don't think so. I think there's a universal law for everything. Like people say beauty is subjective, and that's a damn lie. We just lie to ourselves because we can, at least on that front. The things that aren't physical, we can get away with lying about those things. When we all know what we all know deep down, we just lie. And that is the position of man, to just straight up lie. I don't know why,
Okay.
but that's what it is.
So the Bible would agree. It says that the heart is deceptive above all else, and so the heart of man, the will of man, is basically morally corrupt. And so, yeah, so we would please ourselves. We would seek pleasure at the cost of our relationships and our morality in pretty much every situation if we thought we could get away with it. And I think that's why we're here right now. I think we're irresponsible. I think we act like Babylonians. I think we act like children. And so, that's why we're at the position that we're at, because somebody mentioned it earlier. We're bad with our time and we're bad with our choices. And I think that was you, Elijah. And that's essentially, we act just like children. We don't adopt a spiritual or moral maturity that comes from a source from without us. Instead, we create our own moral fabric. We become our own gods. We define what is good for ourselves. And that's why we live in the world that we're at, because we'll justify everything. We'll compromise morality to please ourselves. And that's what creates a world that is upside down. And just that's where we're at, I think.
Right,
Yeah,
but that
well
scripture
said. I agree.
is more for the carnal man. The heart of a carnal man sure is on evil, but the heart of a righteous man, evil is nowhere near it.
What makes the man's heart righteous? What defines a man as righteous?
If you don't know, bro, we have this conversation.
Natural law.
Oh, it's faith in the Creator.
See, the moral lawgiver is the Creator himself. So if we agree to do this life according to his will and his law, then that is righteousness. If we do it according to our own, if we become our own God, then we are essentially corrupt.
Yeah, I think what defines a man's righteousness is who he serves. Does he serve himself, or does he serve a higher power, a higher coming?
Right. So I make a good, valid point, and then you question what righteousness is. The heart of a carnal man will be like that. Yeah, there's a lot of carnal men that I see doing a lot of stuff. A lot of carnal women that I see doing a lot of bad stuff. Period. Carnal. I don't see a lot of good people doing all this crazy shit.
But to your point, when you said, man, what if what he thinks is right is wrong? Well, I mean, we can just test that with thinking about how things play out in our art, right? Because art imitates life. Like all of the evil characters, they don't do what's right. They do what they think is just.
Did King David do what was right?
There's a difference between them thinking, I'm doing this because this feels right, like the right thing to do, like it's never about that. because usually it's them cursing the creator for whatever reason. And they're doing what they believe is just against the moral code that's already set up. At
You know
least
what's
in
funny
that
about
story.
so flat Earth has been a really cool thing for me, at least, because it really brings everything down to brass tacks. What actually manifests as truth in this life always manifests in reality, because we can kind of try to do what's right in this life. We think it's moral, but it ends up sometimes as being a subjective opinion, and then it turns out that it costs us a whole bunch later because we weren't right. Is there an absolute right and is there an absolute wrong morally in this life? I know that there is, because whatever choice that you make will eventually manifest itself in reality. It's the same thing for cosmology. If the world is an actual plane, then it's measured that way. It's that way in reality. You don't have to conjure it like the globetrotters do. You don't have to manipulate people's imaginations to get them to live in a world that doesn't exist. All truth is based in reality. Morally, cosmologically, it doesn't matter. If it happens in real life, it's true, and that's what God's law does. It brings it down to brass tacks. He says it's true. You make the choice according to His word and His truth, and it manifests itself in reality. It's not easy, but it's right. That's right.
So what if I tell you that right and wrong is not really actually, damn, for the lack of a better term right now, what if right and wrong is not really the right thing? Like the same way clockwise and counterclockwise aren't directions. What I'm saying is just subjective versus
whatever subjective.
versus truth and falsity. There is no subjective there, right? It's
right and wrong.
It's either
is not
you're
subjective.
telling me yes it is.
Well,
But
I can debate that with
you're
you.
you're not hearing what I'm putting forth to kind of differentiate the two to say, okay, I see what you're saying. You're just trying to debate me because you heard something I said, but you didn't hear
Okay, go
everything
ahead.
that I was saying.
Go ahead.
So when it comes to the scientific method, when it comes to heliocentrism, when it comes to everything that we talked about tonight, at the end of the day, all of this would be taken care of if magically we would have to deal with the truth. If we had to deal with the truth, none of this would be a problem, right?
Agreed.
But if we had to deal with what's right and wrong, well, there could be many different variations of right and wrong versus, hey, you said you were going to do this. Did you do it? Is it true or not? Like you can ask that in any situation. Well, is it true or false? Okay, you're telling me that something exists. Is it true or not? The question, if you ask, well, the globe Earth exists, is it right or wrong? Isn't that a totally different question? Isn't it more edifying to ask if it's true or false?
I guess I'm trying to narrow down exactly what you're saying. Could you give me a better contextual example between, let's say, true and false and right and wrong? Could you give an example of each?
Well, I guess I'll go with what I just said. So the globe exists.
Okay.
And then is it right or is it wrong? Versus the globe exists, is it true or is it false?
Isn't that the same question?
Is it?
I think it is, because in reality, it manifests as flat. So true and right are the same.
Well, we can't ask if a basketball right, being a ball, if it's right or wrong. It's a ball is a ball. If it's not a ball, it's not a ball, right? Like there's no morality there. But truth, I think, is just like you guys were talking about. Facts versus truth. Fact is just a shadow of the truth.
Yeah, I mean, right and wrong have no objective nature to them. They're all situational. Whereas I think Elijah's trying to get that there's with the truth and falsities, there's objectivity to it. To some
Obviously it's a lie. Obviously, if they're lying to you, then it becomes a matter of right and wrong. They are wrong because they are liars. You know what I mean? That's and then there's deception and all these things behind it, nefarious plans.
So
Go
one
ahead.
has
You
to
guys
do
care
with
if I
right
say
and
something
wrong,
on it?
and the other has to do with reality. So one has to do with reality, and the other has to do with morality.
It's wrong that you've been lied to by these people, right? But then it's false. Like what they've lied to you about is not true. So I mean, yeah, it just like you said, a plane is a plane, and there's no need to argue about it. A table is a table, and a ball is a ball. But if somebody's
Yeah, I
lying to
understand.
you,
You guys don't mind me speaking on it. I understand
yeah,
both of
man.
you because if a person was to do that which is true, he is going to do that which is right or righteous, right? So I agree with because I see what you're saying too. Right and wrong. Is this right or wrong is a different question than true or false. But I see what he's saying because if it's true, then you'll do what's right.
I agree
Not
with that
wrong.
too. I see what you're saying. It all ties in. We can all go home happy.
Yeah, I think so. I think my favorite example sometimes is like let's call it a white lie, right? And if you're a male in the house and you've ever had a girlfriend or a wife, and they ask you this question, does this make me look fat? Okay, so it does, right? And we know it does. Are you going to tell her that it does, or are you going to, for the sake of her feelings, right? Because that's where we start to justify things. Well, I don't want to hurt her feelings, so I'm going to tell her that no, honey, you look great. You look
Yeah,
fantastic.
I would tell the truth.
And then she
I'm
goes to the
not
party looking like a
thinking
fat ass.
bullshit.
Now, or is it possible that it's actually better for the relationship for you to be honest with her and say, yeah, honey, that does make you look fat. In fact, it's possible, and you've got to be as gentle about it as possible, right? And ladies, you can come at me if you want to, but maybe you would like your man to be a little bit more honest and say, hey, listen, because I love you, the choices that you make in your life are affecting your health and they're affecting your image. And it would be better that you make different choices because this is good and this is true for your health and for everything else in your life, for your state of mind, that you make different choices. Yeah, that does make you look fat and you don't want to wear it.
That's not putting it. That's not being delicate, bro.
What I was gonna say was that you should speak for yourself because I was just speaking to my fiance and letting her know that, babe, you know, if your butt looks big in those jeans, I'm gonna let you know.
Yeah.
That them jeans make your butt look big. And then I'm gonna let her know. And then I'm gonna let her know. I said, babe, but it's okay because I
It is
like
okay.
a juicy butt anyway. You know?
Yeah.
That's what I'm gonna.
Yeah, I would tell her it's not the jeans.
Yeah, it all comes back to that. Do you want comfort in lies or inconvenient truths? Which type of person are you? I would hope I'm with a person, if I'm ever with the person, that they want the truth, you know, and they can handle it.
Yes. And if you want to, and if you want
I
to
don't
help
need
her
to
out,
sugarcoat them
if you
through
want to help
life,
her,
you know.
well, she's asking you for a reason, right? Because she thinks it makes her ass look fat or whatever. I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing. So if you want to help her out, you could be like, yeah, babe, it does a little bit, you know, maybe that other dress might
Yeah, but
look
what
better.
helps her?
You know what I mean? She's asking
Fine, helping
you
her out in the next 10
because
minutes. She doesn't feel,
because
you
it's
know, low
yeah, but it's
self-esteem or
not because
whatever.
it's not for you, right? It's
For the
not about
next 10
you.
years, she gets fucking
It's not.
diabetes because she's
No,
becoming
no.
fatter or
She's
something.
saying she's not asking you for your opinion. She's asking you if other people, when you guys go out, that other people are gonna think she's fat. So that's what she's
That's
asking
true.
for.
That's true.
So that's what you should respond to. Say, well, maybe
Honestly,
that
when
other
most
dress.
people, when people ask questions like this, they already know the answer.
Right.
This is also
Right. So
true.
you want to
Just
help
mind
her
games.
out.
It's just bullshit.
Right,
She'll
but when
probably think
this
like, "That's a
It's
liar."
it's the type of shit that wastes time in life. Honestly.
right, but how does somebody's lack of maturity to handle reality Like I don't get how that's okay, how that's even acceptable.
Yeah, it's no. That's my point. It's like I
That's
wouldn't be
like
with a person
the
like that.
correct
That's
answer to that question would be like, oh well, what does it matter what others think of you? I love you for who you are, no matter what.
It's all
You know?
wrong, bro.
That's
It's all
true.
wrong. Like her asking you that question is asking you, does this make me look sexually attractive? Does this provoke other men to want to have sex with? Does this inspire sexual immorality, babe? That's the problem. Women aren't supposed to be dressing up this way, going out and showing other men what they look like, or other women how much hotter they are than them. That's evil. Like, we shouldn't even be thinking this way. This comes from TV, from the goddamn propaganda they've been putting on,
From
and now we're
Jezebel.
thinking
Yeah, you're
like
right.
this.
Yeah, you're totally right.
No, you're
So
right, Mom.
we shouldn't even
Well
be
You're right.
thinking that way, but
Well
the
said.
world is so messed up, you know. Remember when wearing skirts above your knees was considered oh my gosh, that's too much, revealing. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
women are supposed to
flashing your
cover up.
ankle. You know, like what 80 years ago. That was the
Because
shit.
because it makes other men want to you. You know, I believe in the Bible, and the angels are watching. So you know, women have a responsibility.
That's the
You
whole
know,
notion
to
behind the burqa,
morality.
isn't it? In Islamic
Right.
religion.
Even the head shawls that Hebrews use. Yeah.
Yeah.
If women are good,
So it's
men
they
are
can
good. If men are
they can
good,
look hot underneath that thing and reveal it to you when you
what
get home,
to
right?
you only?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
it's
the
you
woman
only.
is only supposed to reveal her sexuality or femininity to her man,
Husband.
her husband.
Oh yeah,
It's only for him, you know.
Plus, you know, the imagination is a lot better than, you know, what actually happens. So, you know, if you're the husband of the wife and you only get to see her like once a day without her face covering, you're just like, wow, you're just the most beautiful thing. You're more beautiful than a jasmine flower in the desert. You know, that kind of a thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the Western culture has compromised itself into a basically a pornographic society. And now we're in a really big problem where men are being attacked visually all day, every day. And it just kind of is this perpetual degeneracy that
And
I
women
don't know
are
how we're going to find our
abused.
way out of it. Yeah.
And women are
Objectified,
abused
abused,
to shit.
and
These porn stars.
yeah.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
disgusting. It's horrible.
That's why I conclude that women in right now they have the bigger responsibility to pull society back from the brink than men.
Right.
I
Right.
truly
Because
believe.
if women are good, men are good. If men are good, the earth is good. That's how it works.
Well, we're at a time where I mean, we know they did the black president thing. We know they're trying to work in the female president thing. Who knows how well a female president does, but hopefully it doesn't take 2 or 3 of them before they start fixing things, because I have a feeling the first 1 or 2 are going to make it worse before
Well,
it gets
there's no
better.
way in my mind
Yeah,
that Kamala doesn't take
I
over
like
at
to
some
use
point.
an analogy. I'm sorry if I interrupted. Sorry.
No, you're fine.
The analogy I like to use, because it's observable of what you guys are talking about, is like we used to not allow in America, you wasn't allowed to swear in music, right? And you seen the result of that. And then you also seen the result of allowing it. So it's like we have this ability or willingness to say, this sin ain't that bad. Let's allow it. And then it starts manifesting slowly into the next one. See, is that kind of what you?
Yeah, it's
Oh,
it's
yeah.
almost like the curse words have cursed us.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah.
That
Well,
goes for men
what's
too.
that?
You know, guys have a responsibility too.
Yeah. Isn't there a saying that's something like there's no real tragedy in this world except for when good men do nothing? Something to that effect. Have you guys heard that
Yeah.
before?
Evil will
Yeah.
always
We get
prevail when good men
bad
do nothing.
bad men
And,
succeed when good men do nothing. Yeah, I think that's the thing.
What,
and
what, I,
so,
what I was getting at though
prevail.
was this
just like in the
society.
garden, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. It's fine. I interrupted you.
So once again, back to the Bible, because that's my thing. But back in the garden, this is the way it always happens in this world, no matter what, is that there is an offer put before everyone, and it's always laced with some disinformation, right? And that's what happened in the Garden of Eden. But they'll just kind of keep throwing this stuff at our society, this licentiousness, this scantily, this skanky clothing, the curse words and the rap songs. I mean, when all that stuff was coming out back in the 80s and 90s, and like Tipper Gore was fighting against it, believe it or not. Al Gore's wife was like, no, we can't have this, bad language and this gangster rap. And people were like, no, it's cool. We'll figure it out. And so,
when it comes to that,
we allowed all this stuff, and now we're at this point where like
we didn't allow any of that stuff. It was all a conspiracy. Okay, the gangster rap, the music, it's all a conspiracy. Well, let me start with gangster rap. Gangster rap was started, like this. Prison industry talks to the music industry, and says, hey, we need to keep these prisons full, right? So inspiring violence was the plan. Dr. Dre is the guy. So let's back up. Let's back up to the 70s. Same thing, right? The psychedelic era, right? The Aleister Crowley era, the heavy metal era. That's the 80s, but the 70s, going back to, say, what's his name? The Doors. What's something Kenyan?
What he's saying is we allowed it.
The music,
no one ever said no.
Keep it from our children.
I wasn't even born when half this stuff was starting to transpire. I don't know how I allowed it. So
it's all about manipulating how you view the world. Think about this, right? In the 90s, what we were talking about just a minute ago, Bonk. In the 90s, Tipper Gore, blah, 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 what she was fighting for, that was a liberal Democrat, right? That was saying those things.
That's
the people in this very server fighting for the things we fight for. Back in the 90s, you were probably on the left. Today you're on the right.
I was a victim.
A lot of you guys are into patchouli oil, no wearing shoes, dreadlocks, and all that shit, right? You're a bunch of fucking hippies. You were a bunch of Democrats and liberals 20 years ago.
Yeah, but that's because if you're going to classify yourself left or right, you're putting yourself in a paradigm.
Yeah.
And
what I'm saying is that you're still the same person. It's just society and its morals and its beliefs and its ideals, whatever, all that bullshit constructs of men, they change and they change rapidly around you.
Yep.
Yeah, that's
my
true.
ultimate point was
think a lot
that
of people
in
in
the
like 20 years have
scenario,
made a lot of self progress.
my ultimate
Yeah,
point in
there's a
that
country
scenario was
song.
that
Go
men
ahead.
never said no. The good men in this country, I'm going to just deal with the United States, all right? We just didn't say no in the way we were supposed to say no because we kind of wanted in some ways what they were offering, right? We always do. Like they're offering something that innately in man, the natural man, the fleshly man, sort of wants. And so we'll compromise it. When if we would have been paying attention, if we were morally strong, spiritually strong, and we weren't fluoridated and trying to, just pay our taxes and work our asses off, we would have said, hell no, stop compromising our society, stop compromising our morality, because it always leads to destruction and death of the society itself. We should have kicked their teeth in. Instead, we said, whatever, I got to go to work tomorrow. I don't give a shit. And now we're at where we're at.
It's been, we never had control of anything. We were never in control of anything. We have always been controlled by them. I think that's another people think they're free when they're not free. The saying, the best slaves are the slaves that think he's free, right? That think they're free when they're not.
That they're slaves.
That don't know they're slaves, right? So
here in the
here we are
States, we
thinking-
only had about 25 years of actual freedom, and then we were back under the crown.
Yeah, that's true. Yep.
So we've had
America?
true freedom. Yes, here in the States, we've had true freedom. It just didn't
That's an
last very
illusion.
long.
That's an
Yeah, I would
illusion.
agree with that. It's about 25,
Yeah,
30 years.
You never had true
There was
freedom. How can
so
you ever
much
have true
freedom.
freedom if the country that you claim to have true freedom in was set up by Freemasons and the Eastern Trading Company and
I
the
see what you're
Merovingian
saying. It
and the
was all
Crown,
for
right?
Cuddles is talking about not
whole thing
our
was
generation, but a
like
generation, a few generations back. That's what he's talking about. We haven't experienced it at all.
there was a
Me and
time.
We have
Battle
Let me
Mod
always.
say
would
this
actually
in defense of that
probably
guy. Let me
agree
say
on
this.
this because me and Battle
So
Mod know the history here.
yeah, well, the guy
Look,
that just
somehow
mentioned
you think America is special,
25
right?
I'm
years
not
ago.
gonna listen. I'm not gonna listen to Cuddles try to pull some kind of rank or
Is
authority.
China
Mister
wrong?
always trying to frame himself as a lawyer when he doesn't have any like license or like degree in law.
Well,
Like I
There is
understand
no
he
need
studied
for
it.
a license to
that's
practice
not
law,
that's
dude.
No, look,
Back
you
red
don't try.
herring.
No, I wouldn't have said shit except for you just tried to pull some kind of authority or rank. No, you're gonna back off at that.
I'm
the
not
point is
doing
the point
anything.
is
I'm telling facts.
the
You're
point
getting
is these
emotional.
law the point is these so-called laws, statutes, whatever come from a justice system, right? That's not justice system. It's not for you. It's not justice for you. It's justice for Freemasons. Okay, I said it for Freemasons. That all Freemasons are created equal. That's what the Constitution is about. It's not that all men are created equal because we are not men to them. If you understand what I mean.
Yeah, we're kind of useless eaters and breeders and stuff
Or,
like
or we're
that.
cattle.
Yeah,
We're
yeah, we're
that's what
cattle.
cattle is. You're a human resource. Think about what that means.
Yeah, yeah.
You're a slave. So you don't have any rights. Slaves don't have rights. They don't have any nothing. They just do what they're told. And they think they have rights. They think they're manipulating and controlling and causing an effect, affecting policies or whatever. But no, you're just some guy who has to go to work every day. You pay taxes. You're too busy. And Jesus said, look, quit your job and come follow me. To a tax collector, Matthew, rich guy. And he left everything. I mean, hey, well, you want me to quit my job and let my kids starve? Do what you gotta do, bro. Life is life. I mean, what are we gonna do? We live in this world where we're being treated like this. Do we have to play the game? Do we have to play along? That's all I mean.
That's because we're barely acting.
I mean, there are things
that
like
again.
teaching our
Barely
kids
what?
that Santa Claus is bullshit and Christmas is bullshit and it's sun worship. Teaching our kids that the earth is not a ball. These are the things I think we can do to really affect change in our world. But arguing about laws and policies, like, dude, who does that? Like people are watching sports. Nobody cares. It's coronavirus and everybody still wants to go watch sports and go clubbing. People want to get vaccinated so they can go clubbing and then they close the club, but it's too late because you got vaccinated. Like, you know what I'm saying? People are crazy.
Yep.
It's conditioned.
It's Babylon.
Sorry, my rant is over. My bad. I got a little.
No,
Because
I
people keep saying
agree.
America is this place, and what about Australia? What about China? What about the UK? What about these other places? What about
Same
Russia?
thing.
To
Babylon's
be honest,
invaded all of those places.
Yeah,
most us Americans have an America-centric worldview.
this is true.
Just to be honest.
I mean, if
Yeah,
you're a
most
Bible
do.
believer, right, then you know that you are part of a different kingdom. That you shouldn't even be involved in these so-called, whatever systems they call the justice system, and they're so. You know what I mean? Like, we should be living that. We should be looking at people that way. Like, we're not part of any government here on earth. There's a name, and it's attached to your body, and that's all it is. It's just a name, and you're not. Your body
Right,
is
bro.
not theirs.
But that's part of the problem that Scripture points out. Woe unto you, returners! For you yourselves did not enter in the way, and you have hindered those who were entering. It's the same problem we had 2,000 years ago.
All right.
It's the Jesuits, it's the bar system, it's the Babylonians, the Romans, the Vatican. It's all the same shit. They're hindering people from getting to their lot, to entering into perfection. And perfection in multiple facets of your life looks different. Perfection for housing, guess what? You own the deed. You don't owe anyone anything because it is yours. There is no one to pay at the end of every year because nobody else has an interest in it. It's not theirs, it's yours. Where can you do that? What, Spain? Saudi Arabia? If you're a citizen born there, sure, you can do that. But that's there. What about the rest of us? The other 142 countries.
What happens when I walk away? What happens when I decide to drop this name that I was born with and all the identifying stuff with it and just disassociate myself from it, right? What happens when my body just vanishes, right, from this name, and now they have this name? It's not mine, it's theirs. I don't care what they do with it, right? Because it's how they track the body that I call me. So that name is not, me. It's their stuff. It's their thing, not mine. I don't care if they say, "Look, you owe this much money." I was like, I don't give a shit. Well, I don't owe it. That name owes it. You guys deal with that name, that corporation. I don't give a shit. I'm just me. I'm just gonna go. My name is now Batman. You must call me.
They took
Batman,
your
what's up?
God-given name and your family name, and they incorporated it, and they turned it into
Yeah, my name is
fiction.
Spartacus.
But that's
It's
part
a
of
good
the
idea. It just makes
problem.
it hard to work in commerce. I mean, that's about the only thing. It just makes it harder for you to get a bank account and work in commerce. But I guess at the end of the day, there are ways around that. But it's just kind of how much trouble do you really want to go through?
Render to
Private
Caesar.
membership association.
Render unto Caesar what is Caesar's, and give to God what is God's, which is your body, your service, your mind, your time. That thing. Yeah, pay the taxes or get rid of it. Get rid of the name. Up to you. But that's why it's like playing the game.
Right, but you're talking about it playing a game that most people don't even comprehend. Income tax isn't even a thing. The definition of income, most people couldn't tell you what it means. And it's not your wages. It's not what you earn from a job. Right? There's the only clue I'm giving anybody.
It's what the Pope. It's because the Pope tells you to pay taxes. That's why.
All IRS taxes are voluntary. They stopped printing that in their books in the 2019 edition. If you go and look in the 2018, 2017, and before, it's right there. Page 1, page 105, chapter 3, chapter 7. It's there. It's voluntary.
Think about that movie Unforgiven. Just build a cabin somewhere in the middle of nowhere and just live there with my family and my guns. My computers.
This is the thing, though. I want to bring things back to the way that we were supposed to go to enter into perfection that the Eterners are keeping us from. But everybody seems to want to get off onto weird shit. There's a solution to the problem that we all see.
Well, I think Flat Earth has helped me see the. Yeah, Flat Earth has helped me see the way very clearly now. Like before, I was always questioning, like, is it real though, God? This Bible. And then Flat Earth blew it out of the water.
Flat Earth brings it all together, huh?
Yeah,
it
just
really
like God
does.
showed us this.
Everything makes sense.
Yeah.
I mean, with the illusion of freedom, it's really easy to see if anybody does any actual study on the law of flags and any history study on flags, that the flag that's flying here in the States isn't even American. It doesn't even belong to this country.
It's Indian Trading
is
Company
American.
flag.
No,
Indian Trading Company.
When you say I'm American, what do you say? That's what I asked myself when I was in the Navy. When I say I am American, when other people say, you American? When I go to foreign countries, when I come here, go back to you fucking Yank. Like, what do people think about when you say I'm American? And what do you think when you say I am American? Sounds very patriotic, right? I mean, it sounds very cultish. Very,
it sounds like you have a nationality.
Very tribal. Well, it sounds tribalistic. It sounds like I'm American and I'm better than you, Chinaman. What does the Chinaman think? Oh, you Americans so stupid. Not China number one. China, you know what I mean? See the false dichotomy here? Like, People are hating each other because of government systems, because of the way their governments govern them and the beliefs, democracy versus communism versus capitalism. But yet those systems don't even exist. Everyone lives in the same system, right? Right in the middle.
In Spanish, you could say I'm a maricón.
Americano.
No. That's not even funny. That's not even funny.
I'm maricón.
Do you know what a maricón even means? It means land of the plumed serpent.
The problem, Long, that you're bringing up with the saying I'm an American is a nationality thing. Most people don't even know what nationality is, let alone the steps to actually gain a full nationality. Most people don't even know the laws about that.
It's easy. It's easy. You accept Jesus as your Lord and Savior, right? You go through water baptism, and you become a national citizen of the kingdom of God. Simple. I mean, it's 3 steps. And baptism by fire. The Holy Spirit will come and animate
Now,
your spirit.
Bong, I love you. You're very studied. I'm going to make a small technical edit on what you just said. We're not just
Yes,
citizens
please.
of heaven. We're heirs to the kingdom, right?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
Priestess.
That's what I
Which is even
meant.
a higher position. Yeah.
Sons of Almighty. Yeah.
Co-heirs with Christ.
Yep.
That's not a
But
slave.
question,
A slave
I
does
know.
not inherit. Right, exactly. Only a son does.
I get
How
that,
awesome
but
is this
see,
offer? Go ahead.
what I'm saying is there's things that were taken out of the books that are missing. There's things that were even taken out of the missing books out of the scriptures, all right, that show you how to perfect the title, perfect yourself, perfect everything in the realm of law. That's what's been lost. That's what they've been hiding from everyone. You have the heirship. It's right there. The problem is according to a state law, you're supposed to claim it. How do you do that? Where do you do that? Why is it hidden? These are the questions that people need to be asking.
Yeah, but the only
but they're
way you
not.
know that scripture was taken out of the scripture is because there's still scripture that has it all.
What if I told you you're concerned about Roman laws and we're concerned, and I'm talking about God's laws? Like, what about Rome and their laws that I should listen to and pay attention to? You know,
What
one of their
part?
laws, one of their laws now is that I have to. Well, I don't know if it's a law yet, but it's probably going to be gay marriage. Okay, gay marriage is something that's been approved by these same people. So why should I consider any of their laws? Of course, they're all based on the Creator's laws.
Objection
So
off
why don't
topic,
I
Your
just
Honor.
go ahead?
It's a contradiction in terms. It's impossible.
Right.
So it's Rome's. These are Rome. This is Rome's system. America, Australia.
No, because God set up nations in the Old Testament. God set
Babylonian
up
system. We
nations.
still use the Babylonian measurement for time.
God set up nations and kingdoms in the Old Testament. So you're telling me that all nations and kingdoms are of the devil, but God made a bunch of them in the Old
I'm not
Testament
so
by
sure
what
that's
mistake?
true, man.
That's what the Bible
Jesus
says.
Christ.
That's what Jesus says. Yeah, that's what the Son
That's what I'm
says.
saying.
He says
So there's
you're
something
in the world, but you're not of the world, right? Come out of her, Babylon. Come
right
out of her,
out
my
of
people. That's what he
Babylon, out
said,
of the
right?
heathen ways to perfection.
Which is
Which is
America,
what I keep.
Australia, all the countries of the world are those
Yeah, if you think of
are those
Sodom and
systems.
Gomorrah, America's like 100 times worse. Just give Sodom and Gomorrah the internet.
They would be appalled at what they see today if they were to check the internet. They would be like, "Oh my God, we would never have thought of such things." But it's like,
Right, but I'm trying to steer the conversation like a direction. Kind of, because there's importance there. Otherwise,
Well,
it
now,
wouldn't be
Cuddles,
notated.
Cuddles, I'm gonna back you up just for half a second because I asked you this question before. I know that in theory you know this process to get to perfection, but I don't know anybody who's done it, and I'm pretty sure that you haven't done it yet either. So until then, aren't we just kind of speculating or being theoretical? Like I want to know someone, or I want to do it myself, where I perfect this process and enter into. Some people even call it the rapture, right? But you enter into this perfected system of equity where everything is atoned for and everything is covered. I don't know anybody who's done that. It's all rumor. It's all internet rumor, as far as I'm concerned.
The wages
I know a
of
few
sin
people.
is
I
death.
know only a few
That's why
people that
death
have,
cannot hold him, because he never
and
sinned.
I have friends that help people through this process, which they've
I
helped
know
several
why.
people through this.
I know why, and it's not meant to anybody here, just in general. Possibly myself included, because people are fucking lazy. That's why.
What are we actually talking about? Like, where to get to? Like, what are we actually, like, what is this thing? Are we talking about money or something else?
What I'm talking about is perfection, and what the scriptures have, the trail of crumbs that are left behind. Perfection in your house is owning your land, having the title and deed free and clear. You don't owe anyone anything, and no one can come and make a claim against your land. That's perfection there.
Does he know about our lovely money system? I mean, doesn't that tie in?
Right, but see, that's where things get different in equity. Everything you know, when you go over into equity, into perfecting everything, giving unto Caesar what Caesar's, and keeping what belongs to you that was given to you by God, which is your name.
Yeah, but even if we do everything right, okay, like there's still the rich young ruler who went to Jesus. He did everything right, everything. You could probably say he was perfect. And then Jesus said, well, there I see the problem here, right? You have money. So what I'm saying is, like, rich people back then, wealthy people, were considered good people because they didn't really do anything bad because of their wealth. You know, their wealth.
Right, but you're taking something out of context there. You're missing why Jesus said it. The man was perfected in title because he had all of his rights. He was perfected in his household because he owned his house. However, he coveted his riches, and that's why Jesus told him to sell all that he had and give it to the poor.
Right. But that's what I mean
Because
by
he coveted his
perfection.
riches.
Even if we were to be like that rich young ruler, did everything right, right? Like there's still perfection is not something that we can have in this life. Like you're never every day you're probably going to be sinning. You know, something's going to, whether you know it or not. So we can't expect perfection in this life. You know, we can only strive.
Fine. That's
Because
you.
look, because what you're saying is that we can earn our way into heaven, and that's not
No,
what
I'm
the
not
Bible is
saying
about.
that at all.
The Bible
I'm
is
not
about
even
grace,
close to
right?
saying that.
Right,
Faith
but then to
without
say,
works is laziness.
but then to say perfection, right? That we should. I mean, that's something that's never going. I mean, even if all
Bro, what
things
is
were
perfection?
ideal,
What is perfection of title? Do you know what that even means?
nope. It's English. My bad.
It's something in law. It's old law. Pre-Persia. It's been around since the beginning. To say a man can't be perfected on this side even a little bit is to say that God has a limit to making you a righteous, perfect man. And who could dare limit God?
Well, that's what the message of the cross is. That's what I was trying to point to.
Right, the message of the cross is to give up the carnality, your carnal feelings, your carnal thoughts, your carnal desires, and to take in his thoughts, his mind, his heart, his spirit, his desires. It's changing you from being a carnal thing to being a perfected being.
He said,
If
I
you can't,
desire mercy. That's what he said. I desire mercy. I want you to be merciful to each other. I want you to serve one another. I want you to feed the homeless and house the orphans and the widows. That's what he desires.
right, but question, how can
He
everyone do
calls
all
that
of this?
perfect religion. Yeah.
Wrong.
Go ahead.
If people don't even have their own houses in order, if they don't have perfection in their own lives, how can they then go and show somebody else how to be perfect in theirs? You can't.
He
You're a
told
noisy clanging
these
cymbal.
boys. He said, Jesus, your one of your family members had died and would like you to attend the funeral. You know what he said to them? Let the dead bury the dead. I am about my Father's business. I mean, he totally basically told them like, yeah, nah. I mean, is that what you mean by, you know? And then if you don't hate your mom and dad, right, and love me more than them. Now he doesn't mean hate them. He means if you don't love me more than your mom, dad, or children, then you can't have any part of me. I mean, these are, you know, I'm not saying, you know what I mean, but
What did he say?
well,
Because you keep throwing scriptures out,
it
bro,
says
but a
leave
lot of the
everything
stuff.
behind. He says leave your family behind, everything behind, and come and follow me. Right now, when God asks you to do such a thing, are you going to say, "Well, who's going to take care of my family, God?" Dude, God is asking you to leave them behind and go do this. God can take care of them. I'm pretty sure if he can make a tree and a person, he can take care of your family.
Right, but that's off context. You're on another red herring. What you
My
first
bad.
said
Okay.
was
What?
out
Go
of
ahead.
context, but I don't even remember what you said now. The
Okay,
first thing
I
you
was
said was
saying
out
that
of
here real
context.
quick.
perfection.
Hold on a second. Here's the thing. So here's the big beef I have with, you know, this law equity thing being kind of intertwined into the Bible, and some people asserting that this is all the things that Jesus was actually saying, and this is what the Bible's actually about. Because in the New Testament, ultimately, Jesus and most of his disciples were persecuted even unto death. So this equity system that people are trying to shoehorn into this particular Bible, into the scriptures, it doesn't work out well for the people who are trying to leave Rome. You know what I'm saying? Like if it all tied together, then Peter wouldn't have been crucified upside down. All that stuff, all of Jesus' disciples, people who followed him, the church, the ecclesia, they ended up getting
Chopped in
persecuted
half.
even unto death, thrown into the. So you can't really say
Fed to
that, oh, if you
lions.
just perfect yourself into, you know, equity, then everything's going to be hunky dory. That's total horseshit. And I don't. That's
That's
the
not
part I
what
don't
I've
really
said,
buy. It
though.
doesn't work. So tell me then, as far as the Bible's concerned, and biblically, historically speaking, where are we supposed to perfect this, and when does the hunky dory stuff start?
Okay, I didn't say anything about hunky dory. I said perfection of title and perfection of your own life and the things in your life, things that you can control. I didn't say anything about not being persecuted anymore and everything being hunky dory and all these Babylonians loving you and washing your feet. That's a bunch of fairy tale bullshit.
Okay, so
You're
what's
red
the benefit?
herring.
What's the point? What's the benefit or the point?
Bro, what's the benefit of staying where you're at? You're already getting beat up as it is, and you don't
So you
own any
go to
property. What's the benefit of
war
where
with
you're at?
Babylon. So you go to war with Babylon for the rest of your life so that you can maintain the system of equity, or you pay your taxes. Either way, you're still going to have to kind of battle it out. Either you're going to go to work or you're going to go to work. Both systems end up with you working until you're dead. Neither one of them there's no free lunch in either system. That's the curse of the world.
Are
Yeah,
we
no
talking
shit.
about
I
getting?
didn't say there wouldn't be
So
work.
what's the point?
What do you mean? What's the point? You
So
totally
why even
missed the
bother?
question.
So why bother
Okay,
with
then
equity if you're still going to war and going to work?
Then you don't have to. You don't worry about it.
Are we talking about getting more money and like owning property here?
Owning property.
Not really.
Perfection of
Because
You don't
title.
own anything.
That's
Because
what I
you
was
get everything
bringing
goes
up.
to somebody else.
Perfection, because like
Young
requires
money.
work.
Money. Yes, Jesus taught, Yeshua taught more about money than anything else. If you check it out, read about it. Yeah. Because he knew that's most people's
I own
problems were
property.
money problems. You know,
The issue is people worship money. They only care about money. They would even give up their freedoms so that they can earn more money. That is the problem, is money. Now, you could sit there and say, oh, we can't live without money. But what exactly is money? You know, I keep hearing people
I
say,
am.
"Well, does that going to make you make more salt? Can you make more salt
Time.
doing it?" Like, what?
Time is
I am
money,
money.
right?
What is
I
salary?
am.
Your
I
time.
am money.
No,
I
it's your
am
time.
money.
Your time, right, is where the value is. Where you apply, you see, in the book Morals and Dogma, Albert Pike said it. He said it, wasted force. He called it wasted force. All these men, all these goddamn men, just wasting their goddamn time and energy doing whatever they want. We can't have that. We need to put that force to work, the greats work, right? That's what money is, your time. That's what it means. You get paid what? $30, $40 an hour? An hour? That's how much your time is worth? That's not money.
Right.
I mean, damn, you just devalued your own time. You could be home teaching your children that the earth is not a ball, that Santa Claus is bullshit, that the world is fake, and that Yeshua saves us. You could be doing that. And that is way more valuable, infinitely more valuable than going to a job that pays you $40 an hour and you have to do this for 10 hours every fucking day. I mean, come on.
You could raise your children, your offspring, the way you want. You could be at home to teach them all these things if you could own property.
No, you need
But you-
time to do these
yes.
things.
I would
You
argue.
know,
Own.
property,
Shut up!
having a property. Listen, wait.
Shut up! For a second. For a second.
Go
Just
ahead.
shut up,
Go
please.
ahead.
If you owned property and you didn't owe anyone for that property, what do you have plenty of? Time. Duh.
Well,
Well,
how
you
you
never
gotta
really-
you gotta maintain the property, dude. You gotta pay.
So what?
Yeah,
So
I mean,
there's a
in
little
America,
bit of work.
you can never truly own property because you rely on the police to defend it. So unless you can
Right.
defend it yourself, you don't really own it.
Well,
Yes.
having
Especially
somebody
now.
else help you
Damn it, is
defend your
that
property,
Sasha
that's
again? Get the fuck
You
out of
can
here.
defend your
What?
property in Arizona and Texas.
It's not your
you can in
property.
a lot of
Listen,
states.
listen, dude. My island, okay, my island. About 90% of it is a national park. That's my fucking island, mine. Okay, this is my 3 villages, less than 2,000 people. But the goddamn federal government owns 90% of my fucking island. It's a national park.
Yes, I know what they did
So
to
I thought
those
about. Listen,
people,
no,
bro.
wait. So I asked myself, living on this island, I said, who am I, and how can I fucking defend my little piece of property that's left to me? Right? Is it even mine? Can I? Then I said to myself, look, if you can't defend it, it's not yours. And I can't defend against the United States Navy if they fucking showed up. Like, I can't do shit about shit. I'm just some dude that operates on this land that they've claimed with guns. And I think
Dude,
I'm free. I think I own it, but I don't. I die,
It's
and that's
more
it.
about
Yeah,
it's more
we're
about
chatting.
chain of title than anything is. And again, I'm gonna keep bringing up terms that people don't know shit all about because they've never
I
studied
don't
it.
care.
Chain of
I'm gonna
title
keep bringing
is very
up freedom,
important.
the true freedom that God gives. I'm going to keep bringing. Whenever people tie us down with laws of this world, I'm going to bring up the Creator and how He frees us from these laws and this wretched life that we live in. I'm sorry. I hate Rome really, really much.
I know, but most of what you're saying, you're responding without even listening to what I'm saying, and then you're arguing against what I'm saying that what I'm saying is bad, but you've never even tried it. You've never even
neither have
tried what
you.
I'm suggesting.
You haven't tried
I'm
it. You
saying-
haven't tried it either, Cuddles. You have not
I'm
tried
saying
it.
that the Bible is a very big book to read, and it's got all the statutes, all the laws, and everything we need. And I don't have time to be reading and learning about, those laws when I've got the Bible got to learn about. I've got all these things I got to learn, that are more important to life and my happiness and fulfilling life for my family. You know what I mean? Like
The
it's
Bible,
not.
the
It's not
Bible
that
says
I'm
that every
ignoring
man
it.
should have his lot. And do you know what a man having his lot is? It's called private property ownership, where you don't owe anyone anything. It's your land. But how do you get your lot? You don't know,
Yeshua said.
because the
Yeshua
attorneys
said.
won't let you.
Yeshua said, birds have nests to sleep in, right? The bears have caves, but the Son of Man does not even have a pillow to lay his head on. He didn't own anything, nothing. He owns everything. So to me, I own the world because God owns it. You see, and all I have to do, right, is what He tells me to do. All right, this is what I want you to do. And that's what everyone should be doing. I mean, trying to fight this thing on your own is futile. I mean, by your own, trying to fight this thing using Rome's, fighting it. See what Paul did? Paul is a good example of how he dealt with laws and Rome and going through the justice system. All his letters he wrote. Romans, Ephesians, these books he wrote. This man
What
went
about
through
the
that
time?
process and wrote about it
What about
and did
what
all
about
these
the
things
time?
as he was. Yeah.
What about the time where they were about to beat Paul up and take him to jail, and he goes, "Oh no, I'm a Roman citizen," and they started shaking. Why? Because
Yeah,
they
that
knew the law. He had a
yes.
perfection of title, and guess what? He had rights in his perfection of title that they couldn't trespass upon. Otherwise,
God
they would be
chose
put to
Paul.
death.
Yeah, and I believe God chose Paul for that very reason because he was raised as a Pharisee, right? So he knew the law of the Jews and he knew the law of Romans. He was a Roman citizen because of that, naturalized or born.
Right,
But the point is,
But
God put the right man in the right place for the job.
right. But
Paul
my
still
point
got
was
his
the
ass kicked
perfection.
too. Let's not pretend like Paul
Yes.
didn't get his ass kicked.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
I
Yes,
mean,
he
yeah,
did.
he
He was
was.
murdered about 5 times. I know. He
Yeah.
got up out of the pile of stones and dusted himself off and kept going. Yes. But my point,
So the perfected title didn't
point,
help him at all. He got his ass kicked and thrown in jail.
it did in certain situations. But that's the thing. It's just like, oh, well, it didn't work all the time, so then why the fuck do it? Like, it's a red herring. Y'all keep red herring me every fucking time.
That's not a red herring.
Well, he
That's
still
just
made it.
saying that his perfected
It is a
title.
red herring because he made it into the
not
kingdom of
absolute.
God.
Sasha, shut the fuck up.
You're wanting it to do everything everywhere, but you don't even know what it does, even where you're standing.
Let's say I'm in China. Let's say I'm a Chinese-born Chinese man, okay? And I live in China. How does that apply to me then? It doesn't. I'm still. If I was a Chinese man, if I was a Chinese man born in China, I would probably go to the Bible for freedom, to find freedom.
Do you know how perfection of title affects you where you're living currently? Yes or no? If the answer is no, going to another country, you don't know shit about it there either. So you don't know what.
Do you know the Muffin Man?
Right, but I do know
you're gonna keep red herring.
Well, define terms. What does perfection of title even mean?
I don't have to know what gravity is to know that that's bullshit. You know what I mean? I just know.
Hold on.
No, I like the question of what does. I want to hear the definition because he tried to pull rank because he's trying to say I know something you don't know and doesn't want to define it for us. So once again, Cuddles is trying to pretend.
Bro, I have not done that to you. Stop with the red herrings.
Now, but let me try to clear it up. Okay,
God.
so it's already true what he said, right? Like you can. It doesn't matter whether you're here or somewhere else. Like I can guarantee you that. Like if what you're lacking is something mental, some knowledge or something that like you're gonna have the same problem regardless of where you go. There's really nothing to be debated on that point. But what is he trying to say? I agree with everybody else. I would love, just for my own ignorance, I would like to know what you mean. Can you define that term that they're talking about?
Of title.
Perfection of title.
Yeah. Well, what does it
According to
mean?
trust. Hold on. According to trust in estate law, it is at the
Mastery.
age of majority claiming your title, your rights to your person and your physical being, your dermis. Dermis is defined in legalese as land. You have to have a claim to your land, perfection of title. It's all out there.
Mastery.
Can be challenged. A claim
I
can
got
be
friends
challenged
helping
with
people
guns.
in 15 different countries do this shit.
So,
I'm still
or if I-
learning things myself, and I'm doing what I can as I'm moving forward.
Well, Unam Sanctum, right? The document that the Pope, long time ago, sent out. That document says that he claims the earth as is.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
So that
And
claim has not been challenged, right?
Yeah,
And
that's
yet
what I'm
supposed to make a
saying.
claim.
That's
then
what
good luck
I'm
challenging the
going.
beast.
Hold on. That's what I'm going towards. But I'm not doing it alone. Even if I'm the only one doing my own paperwork and doing my own research, I still have God. I still have the angels. I'm not alone. I don't need other people that are gonna, try and tell me, oh, well, all this and I don't get that. And dude, I'm gonna keep moving forward, and I teach when I can.
Yeah,
So
I like
People,
to
perfection.
you
back
get.
around
Yeah, right
because
on, bro.
this is still spiritual at the onset. This is always going to be spiritual primarily, right? I
Right,
mean,
right.
Correct.
And it
okay.
starts in the mind, the changing of the mind from
Yeah.
carnal to spiritual, the changing of the heart from carnal to spiritual, the changing of the spirit from carnal to spiritual. Everything throughout Scripture is you changing into a spiritual being, perfected in body, perfected in. Oh God,
To
well,
add,
we're still here on Earth, so I got to be perfected here too,
Yeah,
somehow.
well,
Because if I couldn't be,
wait,
then
hold
there
on.
wouldn't be a need for me to even perfect how I'm behaving.
To add to that
you should
point,
join the
with the
Masons.
whole,
Yeah,
with
you
the,
should be a Freemason
hold
because
on.
that's
To
what
add
they
to
do.
that
Go ahead,
point,
go ahead.
Dude.
with the whole mental thing, right? It's so true because another way of putting it is, um, it well, it's your awareness that like the fuck, I fucked it up because I was trying to get bunk. God damn it.
That's all right. It
I'm
happens.
It's
sorry, bro.
awareness because you can like because we call people who aren't aware, right? NPCs, right? But the
Mhm.
moment you become aware, when we talk about awareness, it's the God. That's what we're talking about. The awareness that something greater is moving things, and that you can choose to embrace it or fucking not be cognizant of certain processes that go on. Like you're driving, but no one's upstairs.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just got a quick question.
Oh,
How does all of this information about mastery and claiming titleship have to do with the flat Earth topic? That's all I'm wondering. Because it's like been 2 hours since I've joined, and we've been on the same argument.
Oh, thank you.
I've been trying to change it.
hello.
I've been
Well,
trying to change it over to gas pressure. I tried like 7 different times.
right.
let's try
Well,
again,
can we
Well, it
boys. We can do
can we move?
But
this.
it does because the
I'm with
biblical
Josh.
Earth is flat,
I,
right?
I've been waiting. I've been trying to be polite, but I'm about to throw
Battle
politeness
Moss
into
here
the
now.
fan.
It's over now. Battle Moss.
Are there any Globers in the house? Anyone want
Good
to
night,
argue the
sweetheart.
globe?
Well, it's time to go.
No, 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 no,
Well, I
no.
appreciate the discussion, but we should just keep it on flat Earth
that's fine.
because it is
And
interesting.
I'll just answer his question and then we can talk about gas pressure. It has everything to do with flat Earth because we live here and all of these things apply here. All of these principles apply here. Everything applies here.
Right.
So
Yeah.
gas pressure is a law of nature.
Yeah.
I mean, in
So it's
some
like
ways,
It is a necessary antecedent for us to have life and to be able to breathe. So a law allows us to breathe, but the necessary antecedent for the gas pressure is that we have to have a container, which means the container has to be another law too, right? Because gases must be contained in order to have pressure, right? So that's got to be a law
yeah.
too.
So hang on, just real quick. Are you meaning to say that most of the people have a twisted distortion of reality, therefore they think we live on a ball? And as long as they think we live on a ball, they're not going to truly look for the definitions of the words they use all the time, right?
I know ballers that have done well, yeah. I know people that actually still believe in the globe model that have.
Well, no, I'm not talking about the legalistic thing. I'm talking about just definition of words, right? Like gravity. A lot of people don't know the definition of gravity. Some flat earthers don't even know the definition of holy.
Oh,
But hey, we
hey,
can
that's
agree to
going to take
disagree.
us back to the
That's
Bible
because
and
that's because
the Tower of Babel.
Yep.
That's
All right, but
because
what year
gravity is
was
not
the
defined. That's
what?
the reason we can't define it, because it's not defined.
As far as science goes, that's
We don't
correct,
know. Next
Elijah.
question.
But question: when was the word gravity actually defined? Does anybody know what century that was?
What was
The
it
Gravitas.
before it was
18, I think it was the
gravitas? Yeah.
1800s,
And
wasn't it?
it's
I
not
know it.
the gravity.
Gravity means get money.
No,
I
yeah,
know
the
gravity
it
is
came,
another
came
word
Money.
for
from
ball.
gravity.
Money.
It came
The
from gravity,
Bond's right.
severity.
essentially meaning weight. It could either mean literally your weight or the weight of a situation.
Right, the
That's what it
seriousness
was
of a
originally used
situation.
for.
Right, in the 15th century. So 1400s
Oh, I
has
was
nothing to do
400
with
years old.
science. It was actually coined, I think, in the 13th century first, but then it was brought back up in the 15th century. But yes, it's seriousness of a situation or the weight of a situation or a choice or decision. Has nothing to do with
You got the weight of the world on your shoulders.
God. I love etymology.
Think of the gravity of this situation. So
Wait. Oh, sorry.
yeah, but so we
It's a
talk about
great
cymatics, we talk
gravest
about
subject.
flat Earth, but the globe, people's perception of what law or legal or what's illegal and what's not, all of these things, all of this reality that people think they live in a reality that only exists in the mind, and that imagination, that mind world that they live in is because of words and spells and vibration, right? I mean, just think about it for a second. Everything that people believe about the globe only exists because people told them something and showed them something, and then it's implanted and developed in the mind. It doesn't exist in reality. They live in a mental delusion.
It's my best friend. She wrote that. Drop out on car. She on me.
What the hell is that?
All right, then.
Elijah. Who said that they loved etymology?
Subtle.
Gotcha. Well, hello,
No,
friend.
it wasn't me.
I love etymology.
Please, somebody start a conversation about
Like,
etymology.
I want to be friends.
Please, please.
You said I
am a
want to be
fan of
friends. I
rap.
love etymology too, damn it.
What's up, man?
What up, yo?
Huh.
You
I
guys
think you're
are
talking
trying
about
to
two
cause.
different kinds of entomology.
You always make me chuckle when folks say entomology. I'm like, hey, I remember the good old Super Nintendo game Sim Ant. That was pretty fun. But yeah, no. Did anybody see the picture I posted on the sun about 45 minutes ago? At least up here at the more north than I've ever lived before.
No, I was pulling out too much hair.
Yeah, it was pretty aggravating earlier.
Where'd you post this? What's the time?
And scroll. Oh, I'm in the wrong channel. No wonder I can't find it.
Kind of hard to look up your name, Boxel Bear.
Oh yeah.
Again. Let me just crack
choice.
open what Battle Mod is saying, because this is lost on people. You can actually find. Okay, let me give you an example. If you type it, if you go to the search, and it seems that they've updated this, so I fucking have no idea how to tell you how to do this. But it used to be that you go up and you click the search bar, and then they'll give you a list of options, and it'll give you like from or in channel, et cetera,
Sure.
et cetera. So you can click from, and you can click quantum eraser, and then you just press enter, and literally all of the citations you will ever need to destroy anyone is literally right there. My point is, it's very easy to just search something just looking at someone's name and the channel that they posted in. A lot of people could use this tool to find things. So they're
You have
always
to be able to
asking,
put
"Where's
the
this?
characteristics of their name in there.
But the
That's the
issue with
secondary.
I guess my username has special characters in it because they're not like the normal font, so they show up on some people's
Oh,
devices
well,
incorrectly. So
if you
sorry
just
about that.
start spelling gospel, in that search bar, it brings you up. Okay.
Oh well, good.
Yeah, it's
Stuff.
because your Discord username is Gospel Bearer.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
If you look up Michael Smith,
Oh, there you
you'll
go.
see the battle mod.
There you go.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah, there's a difference between the server name and Discord name.
Yeah.
Yep.
Touche.
Mine's just a nickname. Yep.
For a long
Not
time,
my
I was
server.
I was setting like keywords in like certain things that I'd post. That way I could just go research it real quick, you know?
All right, let's have a quick competition. We're doing the latitude game.
Okay.
Anybody? No, it's all
What's
good.
the? I don't understand the question.
Put here.
Everybody's like, oh no, let me expose how dumb I am. Retreat.
No. Sorry. Go to latlong.net and just type in your city or whatever you want to type in if you want to cheat, and then or whatever. And I'm curious if I'm the most northern. I didn't used to live so northern, and now I feel so special because I live more north than like what 35 or 40% of Canadians because of how south most Canadians live. I find it very fascinating. I'm 6 miles away from the Canadian border, and I find it so fascinating how that works.
Oh,
But then,
hey, are you in Minnesota?
North
So
Dakota.
it might be it might be crazy to say, but some of us thought, based on looking at the sun all day long, trying to figure out what heading was what day.
Farther north than me.
And the thing is, we had said, yo, the way that it seems to go, it kind of seems to be something like an oval, right? And like you being in the north and saying that the sun comes from the north just makes me think about that.
I didn't
What
say
is
the
it doing
sun comes from the north. I just know I see a lot more of the sun than I ever saw in my entire life. Back on June 21st or whatever, the solstice, it was a 16 and a half or maybe a little bit more than that hour day. And then conversely, apparently on December 21st here in this area, I'll have like an 8 hour and 20 something minute sunlight day, which gives cause or allowance for why you can have like such extreme temperatures in North Dakota. So North Dakota has a record high of 120 and North Dakota has a record low of -60. Coincidentally, in the same year, if I'm not mistaken, 1937, had in the exact same year it had that high and that low. Very very fascinating to me, but yeah, there's just I can't quite wrap my my little mind around that. I can and I can't. It kind of makes sense in regards to the circle being closer to the top and then further away from the top. Like I get that. That's really the only way that makes sense. Yeah.
closer to the top and then further?
Yeah, you know the whole circle or what the Tropic of Cancer, Tropic of Capricorn, that whole deal.
But see, like thinking about perspective, that's why I'm saying oval. Maybe I don't always use the best words.
Where's oval coming from? I don't know what you're talking about with oval.
Well, you're saying up and down, but I'm just saying. Forget it. Never mind.
I'm still thinking in terms of a circle. But but then again, like it's gonna appear to be an ellipsis across the sky, or a curved line across the sky based on your position within that your proximity to the edge of that circle or whatever.
Yeah, I'm with you. In Michigan, our longest day was 15 hours, 52 minutes this year.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
So you got a little bit more daylight being more towards the northerly portion. And I'm with you on the tropics.
With the you mean like with the perspective thing and how it does
Yeah, I
actually kind of
understand what you're
make sense.
saying.
Yeah.
Huh?
But yeah, the sun was just super red. It's 9:55 right now, and I still have a little bit of. I mean, the sun has set; it's out of line of sight, but there's still light. It's
Pretty
still
much,
light outside.
pretty much everywhere because of the wildfires that are going on. In North America, the sun and the moon both look more red at all observations for the last couple of months.
Gotcha. It was the reddest
Now,
I've seen it personally.
now is that really the case though? Like,
Yeah,
like they said, yes, the fires and all of this. And the fire made it all the way here to New York too. Like,
Yeah,
and
no,
all the way to
everywhere,
wherever North
everywhere,
Star is.
everywhere has these ozone alerts. If you look at your weather, everywhere says that it's like if you have asthma and all that shit, you like
Do we
everywhere
believe
has
what they say about everything everywhere is the
dude.
question.
If you go outside and you have trouble, like
I
if
mean,
you know somebody,
like sort of like COVID is everywhere. But this is what I'm
no,
saying.
no, 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 no.
This is the
No. COVID is completely different than smoke in the air. We know that there's smoke in the air. Like we can
No,
see it.
you're saying
feel it.
we know that there's smoke in the air. Smoke specifically.
Okay, if you want me to break down the chemical compound of everything that's in the air, I'm not going to be able to do that. Sure, but either way, there is definitely a carcinogen in the air that is causing it. People having trouble breathing. It's making all observations of the sky to have a tinge of red. There's something actually going on in the air right now.
I would agree with irritant. Carcinogens is still a really confusing topic to me, but irritant is demonstrable.
Okay, no, wait, I'd be willing to bend on that. Sure, fine.
Something is in the sky. What I'm saying is they
Mm-hmm.
always take credit for like the X or they have the explanation. What if something natural happened that obviously the heliocentric model would be hard pressed to explain?
Forest fires
right?
are natural, bro.
Forest fires with smoke.
Forest fires are natural. So
forest fires are natural, but I've never heard of like there being a fire way over somewhere else, and now
Yeah.
New York City is all smoke.
Hey, look, I understand what you're saying to a certain point, but to say you've never heard of it, then you're late because I heard of it for the last every single summer for the last 10 years straight.
Depends on
that
where you
the
live.
entire West Coast in Canada was burning.
Yeah.
So that you're 10 years late if this is new to you.
It impacts different
Well, then
people.
why the hell do people believe in heliocentric? There's no way in hell that makes sense. It just would. You give it because why would there be like this system of smoke that could just travel these distances?
Yeah, but you're also talking about why would they believe it with the spin of 1,000 miles an hour, and wouldn't it just dissipate? Wouldn't all that smoke dissipate and different things like that? Is it?
Well, that's where my mind would go if I was a globe earther. But
Yeah, I mean that's what I would think. I would think like with that amount of energy, that 1,000 miles would dissipate the smoke evenly, and it would affect everyone everywhere. But but it doesn't. It's very
Hey, hey,
localized.
hey, after me and the boy get out the front of the pickup truck, we can see again, by God. We hotbox that motherfucker. That you burning a big fucking spliff if you're hotboxing the earth. The earth. Y'all smoking some good shit, dog. Here to you.
Well, they say thousands of acres, tens of thousands of acres or whatever, but I wouldn't know. Like, I don't actually, it's just like the population of Earth thing and how they really don't even know the answer to that. And it's all just based on models.
I could see soot from a fire seeding a bunch of clouds and causing a storm system. But I can't see smoke from one state going 5 states over. Can't see it.
Thank you, Battlebot. I mean,
no, look. I don't disregard that. It does seem strange. It seems like a newer phenomenon. Like where you're saying it's new to you. Like I'm thinking new, like within the last few years. But no, it's not new. We've been having these experiences for at least a decade. At least.
The point is not that they have been happening. I'm not blind, man. What I'm saying is the official narrative behind it. You really rolling with that is what I'm asking you.
No, I'm not really rolling. Look, there definitely could be. It could be a part of weather manipulation, which is where I think you're going with it. Like it's, I often I think a lot of the fires that are caused, I think that it's all a part of a political agenda, like a part of like the 2030, end game, basically, like this whole green earth and blah blah blah. They're environmental activists in most cases starting fires. A lot of you guys like to say it's dew weapons, lasers in the sky that are starting them. But no, it really just in dry areas.
Yeah, that's not me. I don't believe in that stuff.
No, I'm not saying that's you, but a lot of people do in here, and yeah, I think it doesn't take much to start a fire, like all you have to do, like there's a ton of like really.
He's talking about them. He was talking to those guys that say 333 plus 22 equals 666. Those guys.
Yeah. Basically.
Oh,
Like,
you mean
up,
Felicia?
I know I'm high, but did I I missed part of that equation. Where is it at? Oh wait, no, it's just not there.
Yeah. So the what they call environmental activism, like these environmental extremists, it's environmental activism. I think there's a lot of that going on out west. I think most of these fires are actually sparked by them.
You know what? Look, hold on. Time out. Okay. Look, check. When the towers went down, I could smell it. That's not a smell that I'll ever forget for the rest of my life. Right? I know what a fire smells like. I've been in one. I know what a smoky area smells like. The other day when I was like, it's an unusually foggy day out here. I didn't say, it's an unusually smoky day out here because it smells like smoke. I just thought it was a foggy day. So maybe I missed it. Are you guys, are some Lou or
we're getting that's the thing. We're getting foggy days in Wisconsin and Michigan like you're talking about. They're not fog, it's smoke. We're getting that in Wisconsin and Michigan from fires that are in California and Canada, like out west, like West Coast.
I
And
haven't.
you can add
I haven't
North
seen any of
Dakota to
that.
the list. Well, I'm seeing it here in North Dakota. We've definitely been having them, and
does it smell like smoke?
You're not getting them, Michigan, because I'm getting it here
No,
in Wisconsin for sure.
It's not even foggy here. Shit.
In Wisconsin, it's been red sky, red sun, red moon most days. Like for the it's been clearing up, but up until say a week ago, Yeah, it was every.
It was
I mean,
weird as hell. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm on the East Coast. I'm in the Northeast, New England, and we've been getting this smoke all around here as well. So that's what they're saying. It's fire smoke.
Y'all
Yeah,
keep,
I think
it's smoke.
they're getting the
Y'all
fires
keep
under
saying it's
control.
smoke.
That's why we're not getting it as much
That's
now.
the
But
official story. That's what they're saying. Smoke from fires.
that's what I'm saying. It's weird that I mean, y'all are saying it's smoke. They're saying it's smoke. I saw what everyone is calling smoke, but was it reminiscent of
No,
smoke?
dude, I work outside. Like when this shit happens, even like in
I want
years
all
past,
smoke.
like I'm outside all day long every day, and you can smell. It smells when it smell even the ones that were closer, that were like the ones right now. They're pretty far away from where I'm at, but the ones that were a little bit
It
closer,
didn't
say a
smell
year
like
ago,
smoke. It didn't
say a
smell
year
like
ago.
smoke.
Hold on, I'm talking.
Yeah, you've been hugging the mic. I'm talking
Nah,
now.
fuck off. Shut up, Jimsy.
No, it doesn't smell like smoke. It doesn't.
No, it does
does,
smell like
dude. It
smoke.
does.
It
It
does.
does to me. It depends on where you, dude. But Jimsy, you just said you're on the East Coast. He said where
Yeah.
he's at. I'm in North Dakota. We're in different places. Wouldn't it be reasonable to expect that we would have different experiences if we lived hundreds and hundreds of miles apart from each other?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Sure.
cool.
You can't
So, because
like listen.
I'm
We
smelling smoke,
we
he's
gotta
smelling
think
smoke.
about the second law of thermodynamics.
Ah,
Why
gee.
why am I getting how I don't understand how that smoke from over there is making it over here. I mean,
Well,
California's
maybe
had fires for my whole life. I mean,
maybe there's
come
a
on.
whole lot less room for that
Refraction.
smoke to dissipate than we are being told.
You guys should actually watch videos of a forest fire. It spreads incredibly fast, and it's like
Listen,
it's not that
We're
surprising.
not talking.
fires have been
We're not.
happening my
We're not
whole life.
talking about the fire here. Look at the wind patterns over the United States of America. Does it make sense that I should smell a fire in Michigan that is burning in California? No offense to me. I can read that map.
Yeah,
Hell
but
no.
it's
All
possible
I'm
that there's
telling
a
you,
fire
all
in
I'm telling
Canada
you
or
is when
something.
they claim that the reason why the sky is red and hazy and it smells like smoke outside is because of fire. I believe them because it smells like smoke outside.
Yeah,
I
not
I don't smell
California,
smoke.
Mike, but
Let some
definitely
bonfire.
Canada. Canada would make sense. Look at where the arrows are coming from.
Yeah, well, yeah. A lot of my air comes down between the lakes from Canada. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, see, this moon was taken last night, and this was facing in the east, facing towards Arizona, where there's no fires. And there's no fires for like 800 miles in circumference around me. So why did it have that red haze?
Well,
I mean,
according
because
to
the air
air
around you
current,
is still.
And
that
that's like I played with my pro settings to where it was exactly what I was seeing visually.
I wish I had
Nah,
that
but the
because the
air around
iPhone
you is
does
still.
not do that. I'll tell you that. But
But
look
the
at the air
air
current thing
Like
on that map.
usually Samsung has professional settings. You
Yep.
just have to keep scrolling to the right.
I took this with a Samsung phone. 1 second. I've got that moon zoom going on with the Samsung GS21.
Nice.
Ultra. Yeah. So 1 sec. Hold on.
I got the A20.
So this was about a week ago, and this is a full moon. It should not have been red, but it was red that color because of the smoke in the air. I'm telling you.
Michael, you're gonna hate me.
NASA Goddard 2017 hurricanes and aerosol simulation. Simulation. So what is that? I mean, what? Okay, so my question on posting a simulation, like, is it recorded actions or only what they would expect to happen, right?
Why suddenly you're talking about simulation? What are you talking about?
The what citizens he posted.
Oh, you're talking about like a simulation of where wind patterns would blow things.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it shows smoke and dust. One of the interesting things is the dust that like spins in a different direction, like even above the like equator. It's kind of weird.
Mm-hmm.
See, we all admit, Battle Mod, and I love you, man, but it's a dynamic system. Whatever this map showing the arrows, that's us. Those are the arrows of a sample period of time. Like, they're not always exactly like that. They move around.
The Coriolis.
Well, yeah, that's my moon to the east.
Somebody's like Coriolis.
That's my moon
Gotcha.
to the east from last week, and it's like, this was after the day cleared up. And
Which
still,
looks a lot like Lou's moon, just with the different zoom, but it's very similar color.
I'm in New York City. I just thought it was a very peculiar thing. I didn't smell the thing that you guys smell, but what
It's probably
I don't even,
co-fraction.
I don't understand. It maybe it's not for me to understand, but I mean, also the thing that I should be understanding is a story that someone is telling me that there was a fire in a place that always has fires for this fucking my whole life, right? But all of a sudden, here's this rare event, and it's like, oh yeah, it's the same thing that's been happening, except I guess it was, a greater magnitude.
Elijah, I gotta tell you, Elijah, that in the Caribbean, we get something called the Sahara Desert sand on the air, and it covers the whole sky, and it's coming
Yeah,
from
travels
from
1,200
thousands of miles away. That's what they say. I don't know if it's true, but it's apparently the sand gets on the air and it reaches the other side
But
of the world.
guess what? That's sand, right? We're talking about gas particles.
Well, I mean, I guess I'm trying to figure out what
Actually,
you're
are
really
we?
trying
We're
to say,
talking about
Elijah. Like, is it just something super conspiratorial? Like instead of it being smoke, even though
No,
it smells like smoke.
what you're saying sounds like I'm saying. Why the fuck is everybody saying that it's what they're saying it is? I just thought it was a foggy day. That's all I'm saying. You're the
Right.
one saying that all this conspiratorial shit.
Why?
That I spoke from the West Coast.
It's only a conspiracy if some human being is conspiring to do it. If it's a natural occurrence, what makes it a conspiracy? Nature isn't conspiring.
Well, yeah.
No, yeah. I guess what I was asking Elijah was, I mean, are you trying to say that the smoke that you're getting, even though those
I'm not
states are
saying
burning,
it's smoke. You keep using the word smoke. I'm like, that's
fine.
odd.
The haze that you're getting and whatever else, the haze that you're getting, you're saying those states were always burning before, but you never noticed the haze until now. Is that what you're saying? I mean, and
No,
if
it
that's
hasn't
the case,
happened, is what I'm saying. It hasn't happened. It just happened to be, to me, a hazy day here, and then lo and behold, everyone else has reported a hazy day where they were too, and I was like, wow, that's sort of interesting. That seems like something that could happen in an enclosed system or a
This is the
closed
first
system.
time I've ever
That's
heard
all.
of
That's as far as
smoke.
I thought of it. But they're saying it's smoke, and I'm like, that's what you would say. I guess if you, I don't even know how it makes sense anyway. But I mean,
No
I'm
smoke
not saying
around.
anything extra than it looked. I thought it
No,
was a fire.
no smoke around here right now. Clear as a bell.
yeah, no, I would say it's pretty clear right now here also. But a week ago it was different. A week ago it was pretty thick. Like you could smell it, you could feel it in your breath, you could see it in the sky. Like there was definitely a haze in the sky, and it smelled like smoke. It smelled like fire.
I'll bet you any money it didn't come from 2,000 miles away to the west in California. Whatever's going on over there, 2,000 and 3,000 miles away, you guys, has nothing to do with what's going on over here.
Saying it's from Canada.
Yeah, which
makes
is
sense
only
on
a
a flat Earth.
few miles for me.
Couldn't happen on a globe.
Like at the North Dakota State Fair, people were complaining about it smelling smoky midday, because of Hashtag Canada. Canada ruins a lot.
That damn Canada.
And yeah.
Like, see, I just think of like, cause I don't know what makes the weather, right? You know, clouds form and then it rains after some point, and that happens. I don't fucking know how. We
Yes, you
have this.
do. Yes, you.
Yeah, we have the hydrological system or whatever.
Yeah.
We know. But what I'm saying is, smoke doesn't work that way,
What?
right? Smoke is not
What?
going to act like a cloud and just travel and then mist up places as it goes along. It's
What else is smoke going to do?
Well, I mean, smoke kind of is a
So,
cloud.
so
That's
where
not
did? So what are you trying to say? Are you trying to say I didn't smell smoke or I didn't like?
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. That's not. I don't. I like you're saying that what I experienced is smoke. That's the problem. I'm not telling you
Look,
what
you
you
heard
experienced.
where there's smoke,
You're
there's
saying
fire. So
that
you know
everyone is
the smell of
experiencing.
smoke. Everybody here
Well, you're
knows the smell of
basically
smoke.
doubling down on what I'm saying. You're saying.
Elijah, you are on the East Coast, right? So did it smell like smoke
I'm
for
as
you?
far east as you could possibly get.
I heard some reports that there was people saying they couldn't smell anything, but they saw smoke.
I think
I
For
didn't.
Lou's.
me, it didn't smell like smoke, and I smelled
I
smoke
didn't smell
like
anything.
many times.
I
That's what
think
I'm saying.
Lou's. I think Lou's area is the problem. Him and all those Wisconsiners are starting fires, and now you smell it over there, or
Sonny,
you don't, or you
Sonny,
don't smell it.
no,
You never mind.
California needs to get
Somebody's
dumped off
just
into
blowing a
the
bunch of
ocean.
smoke
It's
up our
easier,
ass.
bro.
Whoever smelt it dealt it.
That's funny.
I like that. They're blowing smoke.
No, it's because they just legalized weed there, so everybody's chiefing.
That was a long time ago now. Wow.
No, I think he means on the East
I'm
Coast.
fucking with y'all. I should be playing Call of Duty on my night. y'all are funny as hell.
But
Yeah,
yeah, I mean, where there's smoke, there's fire. You smell smoke, you know there's a fire. Like, and I'm just saying, like, the only big fire known was thousands of miles away. So the wind took it to us. I don't know how you're gonna explain it. Like, just because
Thank God there's wind, because
doesn't mean I didn't smell the damn smoke. Sure, maybe there was a fire closer, but it covered the whole damn United States for the most part.
See, that's my problem. Like when you say I smelled smoke, I have no problem with it. But you're repeating the rest of the narrative as if it's actually true. You're saying that I also
Where are
experienced smoke.
you saying the fire was? Because when I smell smoke, I know there's fire.
I'm not talking about the fire. Like I don't give a fuck what happened all the way on the West Coast. I don't give a shit what happened at the same time that I had my foggy day that had nothing to do with that. I'm allowed to say that my foggy day didn't have shit to do with that. I didn't smell smoke. I didn't experience what you experienced.
Same here. It didn't smell like smoke.
Yay, things are different at different places.
I'm on the East Coast too, and it didn't smell
Maybe it
like
was
clean
the
air.
entropy. Maybe entropy
Whoever smells it,
diluted
dealt
the
it.
smell.
Yeah, water level is getting all technical. I think about that too. Water level. I'm like, well, there's always those machines. I don't know what they're pumping out, but I know what they're talking about. Let's just say that statement was far more true a couple hundred years ago than it is these days with weird technological devices. Water level said smoke machines have no fire, in case nobody was reading that. Okay. Yeah, that was invigorating and so good.
Yeah.
Is anybody closing their eyes and seeing a bear with a nice ranger hat on?
I'm just wondering if y'all are done blowing smoke up our asses.
Oh man, I was
I
gonna
want
start.
to know if
I was gonna,
you guys
go
have
ahead.
seen. I posted this twice today, but I keep deleting it because I don't want to leave it on the server. This all right here. I'm posting it again. All right, Aussie Peppa Pig. You guys got to watch it on your own time. I'm deleting it again, so you got like 30 seconds, maybe a minute to click it.
Well, I know they have a whole episode about chicken pox at some point.
Why
I
you
don't
just
remember.
No.
stream it?
This is this is hysterical.
I'll watch it. I've seen my good fair share of Peppa Pig over the last 10 years.
It's not real Peppa Pig. All right.
Oh,
It's comedy. Go ahead.
yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds hilarious. So what were you guys talking about anyway? Besides weather, it didn't even sound like it started at anything like that though, and I probably
No, I
missed
don't
it.
know. It somehow the
I asked
fire
about a
came up.
picture.
Somehow
Yeah, it
somehow
was my
fire came
fault.
up, and it's like, do you believe it's really fires? Some real conspiratorial shit. Like you know, like you smell smoke, you see smoke, you taste it practically, and you're like, are you sure you believe the official story? Like,
Then
yeah, I
where
believe there's
did
a fire nearby.
the fires come from?
Right.
Well, I have an idea about updraft. Can you imagine how much updraft there is? Check it out. Like, so when the prevailing winds from the west hit all those foothills, right, and then they start rising up, and then eventually they run into the Rocky Mountains. Well, also at the same time, you have a huge area in the southwest that's like 120 degrees in the freaking shade most of the time, you know, and that's super hot. Can you imagine how much updraft and stuff? And then we know that after the Rockies, it's going to come rushing down, and then that Arctic wind comes through, like, doesn't it come from? That's where it comes from, Canada. It comes down, it rushes down that whole middle area.
Wait, yo, Lou, I just want to let you know that you have given me the best part of my day today. Today goes to you. That video is fucking hilarious, bro.
Dude, I watched it like 20 times in a row, man. Yeah. I got it memorized. It's so good. It's so good.
I'm trying to figure out which one of my friends I can send this to, just because who can I share this with that will laugh? Because you know everybody's like, that's not fucking funny, obviously, right? Like, the ones that are, you know, like I'm like, which one of my friends are open minded enough to fucking laugh at this shit? This shit hilarious.
I had the same problem, man. I was looking through my friends list. I'm like, who do I put this? Who do I
Can
send
you
this
guys
to?
stay quiet? I'm trying to listen to the video.
It's called deafening yourself.
Especially you, Lou.
Anyway, so the thing was the only place I could share it was really here. So like, but I don't think it's supposed to be here. So I had to like share it and then delete it, and then share it and delete it, and then share it and delete it.
No, I really appreciate that. Oh, this is, he said, now I'm a fucking potato. Oh my god. All right. Oh man.
Look, it's on YouTube. Somebody needs to save it. I haven't saved it yet. Somebody needs to save it because that's not going to be there for long, and I don't know where it's going to go.
They're gonna delete it from the internet. Dun dun dun.
Wait, can I watch?
What? That,
What the
that was
fuck do you
hilarious.
want now, you little cunt?
Who is that? I know, right? I just listened to that. Oh my god.
Hey, what's the text code for how you make a message invisible? I forgot. Is it?
Alt Control Delete.
Oh, come on now. Is it? It's not colon or? Is that what it is? Is it colon?
I don't know, man. What do you like, Dick Tracy? Like the code, the secret code
Gosh.
text?
On Discord, when you're typing a message, there's a way to make it hidden, and you have to click on it to see it. Just seriously, you guys don't know what I'm talking about.
I'm just kidding, man. I'm just kidding.
I'm Mr. Literal over here, and nobody had a quick answer.
I'm still laughing from the thing Lou posted that video. It's
All right, guys. Well, we have no idea.
That's amazing.
No idea.
Yes,
I must not
yes,
be
I'm a moderator for
describing it
no damn
properly.
reason. I have no idea how any of the functions of Discord work.
That must be upper top secret Discord usage.
It's really simple. I just can't.
I'm just kidding.
Hey, I'm gonna drop the link for the YouTube mate so you can download that video. You could also just type in after YouTube pi.com after that. So YouTube, and then add after the end of EPI, and then hit enter and it'll resolve it so you can download the video. So you can save it. Oh, I'm gonna delete it.
And 80,000 views is pretty good.
He said I wouldn't turn into a vegetable. Now look at me.
Is this the gay wall? No, it's the children's ward. Ah.
Gay children. Oh, Pepper, you're such a cunt. Oh,
you cunt. What?
You know those two straight lines? You know those two lines on your keyboard that's straight up and down? You know those? You know those ones I'm talking about?
Thank you, Bong Style. That's yes.
Yeah. 2 bars on the left and 2 bars on the right.
Yeah.
And then the word in the middle. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. That is how you do it. Too late. Sorry, Lou.
I did. I watched it
Friggin'
20
boomers.
times. I'm dying in laughter through memory. I'm not even watching it right now. I'm just hearing you.
Yeah, it's Aussie humor for you, mate. Fucking Peppa Pig.
Oh, Rainbow, is this the gay ward? No, this is the children's ward. Gay children's ward. Oh, Peppa, you're such
Why
a...
is it a rainbow?
I'm gonna listen to it.
Oh, that's the funniest thing I've heard in quite a while.
Every second of that freaking video is awesome. Every second of it is another joke. Like, I don't know. I haven't seen a better video in a long time.
All the kids are going, autism, autism. It goes autism.
Don't click what I just typed, though.
No, he's always had autism. No, he's... Oh, fuck you. Or what is
Oh, I
it?
like that. That is pretty cool. Make it invisible. Huh. 2 dashes before, 2 dashes after? Or is it the bars?
The bars. Here, I'll type it in.
No, I think I know which one says there. Yeah.
Put two on the left, two on the right, on the outsides.
Oh gosh.
Boomers.
Don't get me started on that. Huh. Boomers.
It's called code. Like, what?
It's fucking Peppa Pig.
Bro, I got so sick of Peppa Pig. You know, my co-workers making, like cracking jokes, coming to work. So, have you seen this? Have you seen this? Like,
What? Why does that say deer? I don't want to click to learn more. It's not a deer.
what?
I don't know. IKEA posted a picture of not a deer, and it's when you hover over it, it says deer. Click to learn more. Is it one of those IP grabbers? Can you use? I guess you.
Discord
That's
sticker.
quite handy.
Can you use an IP grabber in standard chat like that?
No, it's a
Yes.
Discord sticker.
Oh,
If you click it, it just shows you where it's from.
Friends
Oh.
don't let friends stay numpties.
I'm not trying to over criticize IKEA. Sorry, it's just
not
not
that
a
long.
deer, so I'm
It's
confused.
long.
Yeah, but what are you gonna do with the IP? With someone's IP, it changes every 3 months, 6 months, I think. Do you know
Well,
that? Everyone's IP is dynamic. It always changes.
well, unless you're a business and you're paying for a static IP,
Right.
but which
Right.
The reason that's relevant is for people like Jim Browning or Pierogi with Scammer Payback. These professional scam baiters that are trying to coordinate takedowns and raids against Indian scammers and stuff. Really good stuff. Good work that they do.
Yeah.
They use IP grabbers to
That's a
to
real
identify locations and stuff like that.
IKEA Solderham sectional 4-seat. I didn't even notice that before.
IKEA.
What the heck?
Oh dear.
Okay.
I have an IKEA. Why don't we?
I think I'm like 1,000 miles from an IKEA now. Well, no, that's not true. Minneapolis has an IKEA.
I was gonna say I have an idea, but it didn't come out right. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
We
Is
all
that
have IKEAs. What are you talking about?
Is that one of those deer rabbits?
Mr. Quabs, I got an idea.
Drabbits, right? Rabbit ears. Oh, they got this team here in Australia called the Rabbitohs. So it's probably a rabbito. It's a doe, a deer, rabbit, rabbitohs.
600 miles to the closest IKEA.
Yeah, no.
Better start early.
I mean, you get shopping at IKEA, you got to buy the whole set, right? I mean,
Beat
no
the
way.
crowds.
It's like letting somebody else design your life for you. Like, hey, boring person, why don't you buy our very nice artistically designed for you? Because you're too busy working. So just let us design for you your life. You know what I mean? I was just saying.
IKEA, the serial budget murderers. You walk in and instantly they take an AK-47 to your budget.
Yeah. I've never gone there. I've gone there once to look around. It was creepy. So big. It's like, where am I?
It's really big. at the end, at the where the checkout area is, they had this like wall of boxes of chocolate. Like you would buy these bars of chocolate in a box. It was like really inexpensive, but really good chocolate. Yeah, I bought 2 boxes. It's like, well, how can I not buy 2 boxes when each bar is like $1.10, but it's like really high quality chocolate. And I think it took us 8 or 9 months.
I've never looked into where IKEA gets their stuff from, right? Like, how do you get high quality chocolate and
They have
at
all
such a
sorts of stuff.
price?
Well,
Yeah,
they
at such a
so
low price.
supposedly IKEA is supposedly a nonprofit. If I'm not mistaken, I read that somewhere. Can we address the Glober? Oh, so IKEA's Glober.
Yes, he was in the lobby lobbying for the globe, and I said it would be better spent down here in the meat of the
Yeah.
conversation.
Okay, IKEA, how do you get high quality chocolate all across the world if it's a globe?
Yeah. Let's see if he's muted.
No, he
He's
piped,
VC verified. All right.
yeah, he piped up a minute ago when I was questioning the creature, that the sticker thing or whatever.
The real answer
Oh,
is that
yeah.
they grow their own coca trees in the
Oh,
back of the warehouses.
the free creature feature?
What was that?
The free creature feature.
Like you see,
He said,
the storerooms aren't like obviously can't fit in like the entire building. Like you know that, right? There's way too much extra space. So all that extra
What
space is just gone to like making the stuff in the back. They grow their own coca
making
trees. It's that easy.
It's
they
not a
grow?
Trees don't
Coke,
grow.
They
cacao.
grow
Yeah,
what? They grow what?
they only grow in the tropics, by the way. So, are you talking about
And
the
it's
Coca,
IKEA
they
stores in the
grow their own
tropics?
coca trees in the
No, that's a
warehouse?
joke.
What the?
You know, greenhouses and hoop houses, hot houses, all that stuff exists on the flat Earth.
But the coca
Even
tree is for
shipping,
cocaine. Cacao is
and
for
the
chocolate.
cacao tree. Yeah.
no, I just want to hear the answer that he has for IKEA. What's your best evidence for the globe?
I mean, I'm not in the mood for arguing right now, but
Yeah,
I
it's not an
really do
argument
like talking.
question.
No,
It's
It's an
just
no,
simple.
I
argument.
do like
It's
talking
just
about space and satellites specifically because that's really something that I'm interested in, like going on in the
Oh,
future. So
how did
I
they
think
Cool.
that's
measure?
first map.
How did they measure the
What?
curvature? How did they measure the curvature before they went there?
You know, it brings me to a funny
If
story.
the
That was the very first question I was asked when I joined the server, and that was the very first time I was beaten by a flat earther.
well, you'll always be beaten by a flat earther,
You're in the
especially if
middle of
you're a
the second.
glober.
You're in the middle of
Curvature
I
cannot
would
be
like to say
measured,
otherwise. I have a
so
whole
there is no
screenshot folder
curvature.
full of.
You're in the
Occam's
middle of the
razor.
second time now. I was talking. You're in the middle of the second time now.
I'm just gonna go back to being muted.
No, we just want to know, like, we don't want to, pick on you. We just want to know, like, why people believe that the Earth is a ball if we cannot find if the curvature or the measurement that we've been
We're
given, right?
curious. Yeah, we want to
Yeah, and
know.
if we go out there
Thinking
and we
beyond the
see
curvature,
that at the ball, the radius is way too small because we've been given a radius, right? Therefore, it should be out there. It should match the real world, but it doesn't. In other words, it is appearing and presenting itself as a plain, flat, level surface. So, the question that we ask people is, why do we believe the Earth is a ball, right? If there is no curvature. That's all we're trying to get from people. Why do they believe it? So when you say things like space and satellites, right? I could say things, well, the Earth is flat because Darth Vader exists. I mean, he lives on a ball Earth, but hey, I can just say, or sorry, not Darth Vader, Gandalf, because Gandalf. See, Middle Earth is a flat Earth. So if I say something like that, you might be like, but that's false. That's fictional, right? So
I think
how
this is the last thing I'm
can
gonna
that
say.
be fictional, right? But space and satellites not be fictional if there's no curvature.
I think here's the one thing that I think everyone in the server needs to understand. And this is the last thing I'm gonna say. Everyone's satisfied with their own level of knowledge. I'm satisfied with my level of knowledge
I'm
with
not. I'm not.
everything that I have right
You're
now.
making a broad statement. You're saying
I'm completely fine.
everyone is satisfied. That's not correct. That's false. That's
Okay, fine.
you're
Everyone's
assuming
not
something.
satisfied. But
You're assuming something based on your own feelings and experience.
But you ask, why am I a globe earther? Why do I not believe in anything else? Because I'm satisfied with the knowledge that I have.
You're no, the knowledge that you have is this, bro. The knowledge that you have is that it's a ball because it's flat. That's the knowledge. You're satisfied with something that makes no sense, right? That goes against math, science, logic, reason, everything. That's what you're satisfied. Well, guess what? People aren't satisfied with that. People are not satisfied with lies, especially us.
Hang on.
So if that's what satisfies you, that's your choice. Go ahead.
Let me do it this way, okay? I'm 40 years old and I learn something new every day. I am under the philosophy of life that if you go one day without learning something, it's a day wasted. So are you saying that you're content with ignorance, IKEA? Is that what I'm hearing from you? Are you saying like after you went through a certain rite and ritual of graduation, you no longer need to learn anything?
He's a troll. That's all I'm gonna say.
I've been in the server for a while. I'm not a troll.
How come
All
you're
right.
not
So what
like,
is what,
okay, then,
what
then,
is
then Iron Man your stance on the globe and stop straw manning our stance on our reality that we can observe, measure.
Bro, I said I didn't
I
want to
don't
argue today. I just was
I don't
listening.
think I don't think he is.
You were
That's what he was.
arguing a half hour
That's not.
ago in the lobby.
Yeah. What was he
Yeah, I
saying
said I
in the
didn't want to
lobby?
argue in voice chat. My God.
Well, you only want to argue on in text chat.
Your God, what God is that? Gravity? Big Bang?
Nah, Hinduism, my man.
Einstein?
Look. Well, you're the point is he's satisfied with bullshit, right? And you think everyone is satisfied with bullshit. And that's not right. That's not true. That's false. And you shouldn't be arguing in text chat in lobby and then come here and say I don't want to argue in voice chat. You know what I mean? Like, what's wrong? What's the problem? Why run your mouth there but not here?
Well, he feels incapable of raising his voice because he said there's sleeping people where he is. So I can understand
That's
that. I've got
fine.
3
That's
sleeping
fine.
children myself, so
But
I
what
get
is
it.
this LMFAO, this chat? What does that mean?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Do you think this chat is fucking hilarious and stupid and funny?
You
That
think
you
we're a fucking
laugh my
joke?
ass off?
You
Yeah.
fucking zealot?
What's that? Are you politely telling us to go fuck ourselves? Are you being respectfully saying go fuck yourselves? This
Seems
fucking
very
chat. Is
passive
that what you're
aggressive.
saying? Exactly. Just
Like the
keep
guy,
it to a whisper. Yeah.
like the agent that was on earlier, Daryl, saying things like, "That's not the. Listen to this. Listen to this, and this is not an insane idea." Yeah, who prefaces a statement with "This is not an insane idea"? Sorry, he didn't mean to bring that up. Anyway,
It was
moving
an
right along.
eccentric. An eccentric person would say that.
Oh, I know this is gonna sound crazy, but hear me out. Hear me out. Well, that's how they preface everything, right? Like, we astrophysicists believe, that's how they started off, right?
A lot of the times they answer or they provide a question with a proposition on top of an answer as being a proposition. Well, if this was that, then this has to be that.
I think that's what that statement is. Somebody that would sit here and listen but can't talk. I can't talk about it because there's people sleeping in the background.
Let me rephrase that. If the Earth is a ball, then curvature. But because no curvature, therefore, Earth is not a ball. Modus told him, right?
Yeah, like Occam's razor. If you're trying to measure something because you have an idea that something might exist and you try to prove that, it means it's not provable because you cannot come up with a quantifiable measurement of said curvature. Therefore, no curvature.
The key word
Yeah.
is if, right? Not because the Earth is a ball, right? It's if Earth is a ball. See the if.
That's the kind of answer we get though when we ask for proof. I can't talk about it because there's people sleeping in the background. That's what we have in place of any proof or evidence or even just a conversation about it. No, it's got to go to something like that.
Yeah, when you're young, a teenager, yeah, you're not too concerned about these things. But when you start paying bills and life starts fucking weighing down on you, you're gonna wonder what the fuck. There's got to be something better than this shit, right? I'm not gonna spend 20 years of my fucking life hauling fucking this shit
Yeah.
every day.
Yep.
Doing this.
And
They
just
want
you
you.
won't care.
They
Right.
force you to go to school. Then after school, they have a very high incentive for you to go to college or university. Therefore, before you even become an adult and experience the world for what it is, you are neck deep in debt.
Yeah. And then you might care then. You might care then why, what the hell, like what is going on here? And then you might think, am I being lied to? Who knows? We'll see in the next 5 years how well you do, Miss IKEA. Right? We live and we learn. So you're still growing and you're still in that phase of I don't give a shit. Mom and dad's got my back and all that crap. One day mom and dad are not gonna be there. It's just gonna be you. And who will you turn to? The government? Have fun.
Especially when they've become hamsters.
He's like saying, I am satisfied with my level of knowledge that I went into $100,000 worth of debt to acquire. That's all bullshit.
Yeah, that sounds like
May.
Einstein. Knowledge isn't important. It's imagination that is more
Damn,
important.
100 grand. 100
You
grand.
know
How
when
many years you going to college and what college you going to? Fuck.
it's like 6 years of college. Yeah. But
It's
oh, man.
expensive these days, guys.
He went into astrophysics or
Not that expensive.
astrophysics. Yeah, string
Yeah,
theory,
did you
like
know? Do you
contemplation
know
type stuff.
if you go claim bankruptcy, let's say you get your college education, you buy a house, you're into debt, you can't afford, you have to claim bankruptcy, and you do claim bankruptcy. All the debt will be cleared. You know, you're gonna have shit
No.
credit, but you know what's not gonna be cleared? You know what's
Your-
not going to be wiped out? Your college debt.
Student
It's called
debt.
Sally Mae.
Correct.
Yes, your student loan debt. So have fun with that. You
There's
know,
one other type of debt that isn't wiped out in bankruptcy,
slavery.
and that, well, if you want
Go
to,
ahead.
you could call it that, but governmental
Medical?
debt, like, no,
Oh yeah,
medical's
yeah.
wiped out, but government debt, like IRS, debt,
Yeah.
anything like that, that's also not forgivable or,
You can get a bachelor's degree for 30 grand at Michigan State University, and that's if you don't have your own room and board.
Damn.
yeah, room and board is
It's-
definitely part of the,
It's it's $10,000 cheaper if you don't go on campus. Say I
big
only got about 19.5, I think, into a 4-year degree, but I know that was a while ago.
yeah, but think about what $5,000 of tools would do, and apprenticing as an electrician. I mean, just it's just remarkable. Or $5,000 of
Yeah.
tools and apprenticing with a pipe fitter. I mean, you would be. I mean, there's just so
Skilled
many
trades always
trades.
set you up. Yeah, skilled trades always set you up. The problem is they listen to these guidance counselors and they
Mhm.
take, well, what do you want to do? No, it's not about what do you want to do. What does the fucking world need, and what's the most valuable education? That's what it's about. If you're going to get locked into the system, you might as well do what's in demand. Well,
You
you
know,
lack
that's funny.
engineers, be an engineer.
I remember a speech a lot like what you just said back in my high school shop class. Like, it didn't come from the school counselor, it came from the shop teacher, like the metals class teacher. And he said exactly that. Like, well, not exactly, but he was talking about, like, at the time. I mean, this was the late 90s. He was saying how he had kids who graduated, a couple years previous, who were now making, $25 an hour, right out of high school, versus the kids who think that they have to go to college and they're going to have to pay all this money and down the road, hopefully they get this job and blah, 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 blah. And like the shop teacher was saying, like, this is money now. Like, and it's a trade that once you know it, like you can always get that money. Like you it's
own
not
it.
something that can be
Get
taken.
You own it.
money.
Yeah.
Young
Like
money.
I'm that guy that can
everybody
stop
should have
and
taken
fix your
shop
car on the
class.
side of the road with a butter knife and a coat hanger. Say, baby, it all the way there, buddy. I'll follow you. I own my trade.
If you really know, if you can be a master of your trade, you don't have to speak the language of another country. You can go anywhere in the world, and if you're good at what you do, you can just do what you do, and you don't even have to talk to the motherfucker.
Is broke?
You can just
broke? I fix mucho dinero.
yeah, you right.
I
Pound?
fix. Yeah. I make better. Yeah.
10 trillion yen, motherfucker. I fix now. Hey, she looks like she's
I
broke,
speak
eh? But about
language,
20
right?
minutes out there in the outback, eh? And I'll have her handy dandy for you, buddy. It's only gonna cost you $1,000, eh? Hey, you ain't got a beer, do you?
Michigan State Spartans. I mean,
If
green
you're-
is cool.
if you're in Canada,
I would have probably
real learning,
$30,000. Yeah.
Real learning comes from learning a trade. Comes from hands-on experience. Yep. Like everything else is just superficial constructs of man in this society, which is in the brink of destruction. So
Before school, there was apprenticeship programs, and there's still apprenticeship programs.
Yeah, my son's in an apprenticeship program. He's going to be a mechanic like you, Battlemont. I'm so proud of it. He loves it.
And
Well,
through an apprenticeship, you could become a journeyman, then a master when you create your masterpiece. So you
I'm
become
a
a master of
highway
your craft.
engineer, but
I tell him
I've
about
been
you,
a
dude.
licensed mechanic since I was 18. I love automotive.
Yeah, I talk to my son
I'm a-
about you. I tell him
I'm a
about. I show him all the
licensed-
shit you.
Yeah,
show
it
me.
started with weed whackers and chainsaws.
Yeah, I hear you. Mine was
I should have been a carpenter, man. I would have loved it. Fuck. Yeah, it should have been a
Farming.
CB. You know what I mean? I was like, fuck, man. I should have
Hey, I learned to weld in the field with 6
carpentry in a
batteries, 7 pair of jumper cables, and a coat hanger.
Well, how to build a house.
So
you know?
in a Mad Max world, it's going to take a combination of carpenters and battle mods. You know, like to like. But
I want to build. I want to build my own vehicle.
what
I want
I'm
to build.
saying-
Go ahead.
What I'm saying here is though, like carpentry is probably something that every man should know at least something about. Like it's one of those staples of just getting by. Like, how are you gonna erect a shelter? How are you gonna, like, you need to know how to cut and use wood.
You go to erect the shelter.
Yeah, IKEA, if you do not know how to use a tape measure, IKEA, I suggest you learn.
Quick, get to the shelter.
Yeah. Number one, have you ever picked up a wrench in your life? That would be a good question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know,
you're not
do you know which
going
way to twist a wrench to take the cap screw off?
Hey, I make $50 per lawn.
Oh
mowing
my
lawns.
lord!
So it's like $50-$75. Yeah, you
Hey,
can make
this
money
guy's a
doing anything.
professional, man. You could drop this guy
What's
off at the
up,
Arctic
Kiwi?
Circle and wearing a pair of bikini underwear without
He'll
his
find
toothbrush.
some gas to grow.
And what the fuck, man?
Fuck
You
battle.
can't hear me?
Fuck the joke, man. Shit.
Dude,
Yeah, Kiwi. Yep,
it's a
bikini and a
rumpus
toothbrush.
hour.
Yep.
Guy's a professional, I said. You could drop this guy off at the Arctic Circle wearing a pair of bikini underwear without his toothbrush, and tomorrow afternoon he's going to show up poolside with $1 million smile and a fistful of pesos.
Professionals.
Fucking guys. What the hell are you doing? What's it? What's it in here?
Fucking guy. Yeah, he's lurking.
What the hell are you doing?
Probably
What's
just
it?
listening.
Wake
Why
up!
are people lurking? Stop lurking out there. Cut it out.
All right. What's going on, guys?
We're just shooting the shit, talking about the end of times, which are so imminent, and how we're gonna survive them, knowing trades instead of getting degrees.
I've been trying to initiate a Glober for 3 hours and 54 minutes, and they have nothing to say.
Of course.
One of them said that they were satisfied with bullshit that they know already. I was like,
I
well,
just finished off a signature numpty clip. Hillbilly Blue Balls, the redneck retard, aka the photosynthetic redneck, aka no marble science. I just finished one off. Let me tell you something. This boy's mother isn't gonna recognize him. It's fucking bad, man. So Hillbilly Blue Balls, if you're listening, anyone know Hillbilly Blue Balls, no marble science, photosynthetic redneck, better tell them. It's fucking bad, dude. Look out.
blue marbles.
Just keep up opening up those incoherent pie holes, sons. It'll be your undoing. You're fucking screwed, dude. I don't know what's gonna happen after this. If you thought McToons was bad, you ain't seen shit yet. Fucking pretender clown numpty dipshits.
Oh, what's he saying? What's this guy saying?
Oh God, can't do it. You're gonna have to wait.
Okay. Well, share the link when you finish. Yep.
Shit.
Exciting times to be alive, right? The troll.
Well, they'll be documented forever, man. They're filed away. I'm gonna save them in the Library of Congress.
When your children grow up, they're gonna have this video to watch. When you...
Yeah. Yeah.
Like,
yep, that's what you get.
So gnarly numpties coming up.
Oh, it's more than, dude. This isn't gnarly. The English language, any language, hasn't got enough to encapsulate what's going to happen to this fucking hillbilly blue balls. It's bad, dude. He's a fucking idiot. Look out.
The Nutcracker Suite.
Well, all the signature numpty clips are that way. Fucking angular momentum fucktard.
Hey, on the topic of education and flat Earth, what do you think about the common sense thinkers in the universities at this point? Do you think a lot of them are aware that the spinning ball is a lie? And is there any like foreseeing of this being something they're preparing for? What would happen, do you think?
Don't know. All I can tell you is the professors that I dealt with. And these are good people. For the most part that I dealt with. That no malicious intent whatsoever.
Right.
I can only speak to those. But I went through an
just saying.
actual science degree, so I can't speak to, the pseudosciences. I can't. All I can do is look in from the outside and fucking laugh.
Well, if this were to come to the point where they could becomes just an obvious thing for the majority, what do you expect the
Most people aren't aware of it.
breakdown to happen?
Most
I know,
people
I know.
probably in the ivory towers, even in the actual science, probably don't even think about it or haven't been exposed yet. They're just walled off. Right?
They're going to have more and more students coming up and challenging them.
Yeah, I'm just speculating. Yeah, but they're not going to. If you're in a biochemistry course, you're not going to fucking challenge the Coriolis effect.
No, of course not. I'm just talking about the staple of the pseudosciences.
The staple of pseudosciences is
storytelling, astrophysics, all of that. Yeah, exactly. Do you think that you think they'll be able to survive somehow? I mean, not the pseudosciences, but how would educational universities adjust for this? You know what I'm saying?
What are you saying? If everyone knew that they were pseudosciences, there would be they would be finished. There would be there'd be mass chaos. Everyone would be tearing down
that's what
those
I'm thinking.
walls.
Yeah. Right.
That'll never happen.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah,
It
there's
seems
too
like
much
it has
cannon
to.
fodder. Too much cannon fodder for their side.
Right.
Hold on a second, guys. I'll be back in a minute.
When all they do is have to type in the lobby. They got a lot to say, but as soon as they come down here, they clam up. You guys do realize this is the place for the discourse, not the lobby. That's troll containment. So if you keep going back to the lobby, that means you're a troll that got through VC check-in. Yeah. Just because your buddies are there and can't figure out how to do a proper interview doesn't mean, you should go back there and be friends with them. You should move past them because they're just really hindering you. It's an intellectual type of thing.
Well, you do know, I agree with you. That's how I treat it. But there are a lot of like high level people in here, including admin, that they for some reason just really enjoy spending their time there in the lobby. They keep finding themselves there too.
Well, no, I go to the lobby every once in a while, and I try to get them to join the VC and jump into the main discourse of the conversation, right? That's what the whole thing's about. Hey, you want to get checked in? Let's do an interview real quick. Let me find out you're not a troll, and then get you in the live stream so you can Iron Man your stance.
Yeah, no, but there's some people who just love the freaking ridiculousness of the lobby too.
Yeah.
Hey, were you talking about students and stuff challenging the professors? Is that what you were talking about?
Yeah.
Or society as a whole?
Well, both. I mean, it just seems so obvious. I mean, there's no argument. It's so over. And
Students
anybody paying attention knows that by now. So
No, they don't. Students are not going to do that.
Anybody paying attention to the argument knows that
Students, they're not paying attention.
I know.
Number one, students aren't going to do it. Too much peer pressure. They ain't going to do it and expose themselves because they'll be marked. All right? Think about it.
Right.
You're going to have a total society turn against it. I don't see it happening.
Do you think they want to go on as a laughing stock is the problem?
Well, they're a laughing stock. I don't think they know that they're laughing stocks.
It's going to become more and more. I mean, it'd be one thing if it was like, somewhat opinion based, but it's just not, it'd be one thing if you could be like, oh, well, this and that, and this side says this. It's just so almost like they have to absorb this somehow is what I'm getting at.
I'm not saying
Otherwise,
probably pretty much everyone's been exposed somewhat to it, like they heard it somewhere, they've seen it on YouTube, or I'm not saying they're not exposed to it. They probably blew it off. I'm talking about professors, the pseudoscience professors. They probably just blew it off and just moved on. All right.
For now, yeah. But sooner or later, it's going to become more and more obvious to more and more people.
Well, it's obvious, but I don't know if you're going to attack them in the ivory towers, man. I don't. It'd have to be a societal.
I'm not saying. Yeah, of course.
It's not going to happen with students.
It's just
not going to.
It's
not
just
going to happen.
interesting to speculate about how it could possibly, how could they absorb it? I think Witsit was saying actually the other day in one of his streams that it's just there has to be some kind of shift because they don't have anything to go on. They really have nothing. It's just the math doesn't work out in any way. I mean, all of it doesn't work out. And once that gets passed on from enough internet savvy people that are coming up in the school system, it's going to be hard for them to continue on with the charade and everything.
Not from students. It won't. It has to be a societal thing.
No.
Not
well, if it was, what would that process look like?
All it would
What
take
would
is
the
everyone to
process
say
look
no.
like?
Yeah.
What would the process look like if it's a societal thing? Look the fuck out. And I'll speak to the United States. Their ass is grass. That's what's going to happen.
What it would take the entire society altogether to come to an agreement and just civilly disobey every last word they say, and that's just not going to happen.
Nope. Nope.
People are too
Not that.
scared.
Not that I can see.
No. I'm just too scared. It got too much rhetoric and bullshit pumped down their throat that they're willing to do whatever they say. And then some.
It's been what, 6 years now? Shit.
Fucking crazy, man.
What are you gonna wait for? How long?
Yeah.
Not gonna happen. Not that I can see. I could be wrong, but I don't see it.
Well, it was 10 years after we all talked about what happened in New York in September, and every one of the people I was trying to convince that, 5 years after that,
Yeah.
5 years later, they were coming to me and saying, yeah, you're right. It's impossible, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
So,
That's
to
true.
try to teach that as a fact any longer in school might have a lot of problems. And it's kind of the similar way with this, after 10 years, most everyone's heard. It's like a good joke. I always put it as like a good joke. Everyone's heard it eventually, right?
A fact only stands until proven false.
Right. And it's gone too far, even now, people
I wouldn't.
either they found out about it or they haven't found out. It's not something you hold an opinion about once you've looked into it.
I
You
wouldn't be
realize there's only
surprised.
one answer.
I wouldn't be surprised if they over time started to phase out, like publicly phase out slowly but surely the way they do with a lot of the things. The moon landing,
Yeah, they
for
might have,
instance,
right? Mm-hmm.
because they fucked up. They just did not do a good job, and they know it. I could see that happening, slowly but surely. Right now the moon's in our atmosphere all of a sudden.
Right.
Who knows it'll be next year and the next and the next and the next thing you know, the moon landings didn't happen.
Right.
But
Even,
what do I know? I think the Earth is flat.
Well,
Yeah, I can't believe
it's
NASA.
not at all.
I cannot believe NASA said the moon is in the orbit of the planet. So what?
Not the orbit. They said
Or
that.
the atmosphere.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Extends out beyond it.
And it's
that
like
doesn't
all
change. That doesn't change anything.
I know.
other than
It
us,
seems like
other than us saying we told you so.
Well, even Buzz Aldrin's thing on Conan that's come out, no one noticed it. But it was in 2000. He said you never saw the moon landing.
Yeah, right. I see it.
It seems like it's slowly going towards that direction of, I don't know. I'm just wondering.
I'm sorry.
How could they
What
adjust
did
for it?
What did Buzz say?
It's a Conan clip from 2000 that nobody noticed until now, I guess, because I haven't no one's really seen it.
Let's
But he
check
was
it
just
out.
saying, Conan was saying, I remember going down with my family to watch it on TV. And he's like, you didn't see it on TV. What you saw was an animation. He even called it an animation.
That is so cool.
Reminds me of Deathbed Confessions,
Yeah, seriously, drunk ass. He's about to go. Wow, I can't believe you said that.
Didn't he take that trip to Antarctica supposedly with John Kerry, and then all of a sudden he says what's down there is pure evil, and then he started talking about we never went to the moon on his Twitter.
Yeah, there was a handful of people that went down there. Was it like some kind of Russian priest or
Yeah, like a bunch of Orthodox Russian priests.
Orthodox Russian priests? The weird shit. John Kerry of all people and Buzz Aldrin.
Right.
What the fuck's going on?
We'll never know. For all
Yes,
we know,
sir.
that whole story was fabricated.
Yep.
I mean, but it's kind of funny how perhaps they're playing like the devil's advocate just to create more confusion.
I could see them doing it. I mean, I don't put anything past them.
I put that clip in from Conan in the live stream.
Thank you.
Oh, nice. Questioning our reality. I'm gonna have to probably subscribe to this guy.
And it's funny that the way they worded the headline for it. Buzz Aldrin tries to confuse Conan.
That'll get a copyright strike, wouldn't it?
Just the audio? I don't know.
Let's not test it.
Small transcription.
Tranquility base my ass. I got a tranquility base you can have, you motherfuckers.
Deleting it.
I have to worry how they'll try to claim flat Earth, as if play it off like they needed to lie to us and it was for our own good. And
It was for
they'll
your
try
own
and
good.
they'll try and prop up some messiah figure with the revelation of it to the masses. Same way,
Well-
like Trump is the messiah figure of revealing the deep state and all that fucking nonsense.
Or they'll
You know,
pull that
they'll do the
that
same thing.
bullshit. Or they'll pull that bullshit with the aliens coming, our creators to come to
Yeah,
like
that's the
Von
worst
Von
outcome.
Braun said.
Deception. A
That they-
deception so diabolical, right?
Yeah, the
Tell
worst
us-
outcome in my mind is they play it off as not a big deal, basically, and they
Yeah.
will be able to do it because people just they don't want to get
Believe.
involved. You know,
Yeah.
they just want a quick answer and then forget about it.
Exactly. They're Google kids, man. They don't care if the answer's right or wrong. They just want one.
Yeah, yeah. They could play off the entire last 100 years of heliocentric deception, and they could get away with it, and that's the worst thought, personally.
Hey, it's even worse is, they're probably going to follow through with this Virgin Galactic and all this shit. It's going to be a new form of travel for the rich, and it's just going to be a really fast way to get somewhere really high up. That's what it's going to be. They're going to give you some BS about, well, we're not quite at the elevation to see the curvature, but we're up here, and I could see them pulling all kinds of crap with that.
Yeah.
And you will know when we reach space because there'll be a down jerk to the craft and you'll feel momentary weightlessness.
Parabolics.
They just have, they can manage to co-opt anything that has goodness in it. They could reveal flat Earth to all of the world, but they could have it in such a way that it further contributes to like an evil mentality in society. Like they
From
would
what
take
I've
all the
noticed.
good out of it.
Sorry, brother. Go ahead.
No, it's all right. I was finished.
Oh, no, I was from what I've noticed. I lost my train of thought now. What were you just saying?
I was just saying how the powers that be or whatever, they can take the goodness out of flat Earth, like what it's supposed to bring, knowing this, having this revelation, and knowing that we're a center of creation, etc., etc.
To know to not accept authority, or those that have a false sense
Yeah.
of authority, the crest of dominion that is owned by the House of England.
Yeah, exactly. That it gives to a person that knows the truth. They'll be able to take that out of the knowledge of flat Earth, and they'll co-opt it into a way that it just further contributes to somehow they'll do it a nihilistic society and all the shit we already have.
I feel so bad for these kids in the future. Well, I feel bad for the future because of the kids, but
Yeah, I don't know about you guys, but when somebody lies to me, it pisses me off, right? So how can all these people sit there and go, oh, well, it doesn't really matter? They're not human. They're not people. They're not the same as me and you.
Oh, that's why we're here.
they're
And
definitely a
that's why
different
everybody
breed.
else isn't. They're missing that fucking part of their brain, apparently.
I mean, I understand it sounds stupid. I get it. We were all there. But it takes the intellectual. It takes someone that, with a little, something upstairs to actually, you know what? I'm gonna swallow my pride and I'm just gonna look and see what this is all about. And the minute they do that, they'll see something that's gonna make them look more and more and more. But they won't even take that first step. Bullshit.
Pride, vanity.
Takes balls. Courage.
Gravitas. Takes gravitas.
I
right?
think most people in this world have the minimal level of intelligence or whatever cognitive ability to comprehend flat Earth. It's
Oh, yeah.
not about it's not about intelligence. It's about courage.
I think if it were to be revealed tomorrow, I think might see if this even took place in history, but people jumping from fucking just like the Depression, jumping from windows and shit, like flipping out.
And
I
that's
wouldn't be
perfectly
surprised.
fine. That's perfectly fine. That's the conclusion to some people's lives.
I
And
can't
that's that.
take this. The Earth is flat.
No, I mean, if you're not
I would
already
say
jumped out of a fucking building in this shithole world already, and then you're going to be told something that makes it a beautiful world, basically, again, and then you jump out
life
of a
is
building,
short.
then you're retarded.
Shorter for some people, but life is short.
Yeah. It's as with anything that's repressed, you know. If you leave it too long, it will completely blow up in your face when you finally, the floodgates open. You know. So I mean, yeah, not realizing your entire worldview is just a deceptive lie, and you're like 50-year-old, for example. That's a heavy toll. But everybody had the opportunity to ask questions from the youngest stages of cognitive ability. It's their fault. They didn't do it, and they just let it grow and grow and grow. And then, yeah, as I said, you open the
Sorry, what
floodgates
the
when
fuck are we
you're
talking
too old.
about?
I'm just rambling, man.
Oh, okay. Sorry, bro. I came out at a bad time. I just came upstairs and
What
we
the
were
fuck?
originally talking about
What's up, Battle Mod?
what'll happen with society if flat Earth comes out.
Listen to you choke on your hooter.
That
Who's
was
choking?
that was Ryan choking.
My bad.
Good hit.
Yeah, that Delta 8 makes me cough like a motherfucker.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, man.
Yeah, it does, dude. I was smoking that, but finally I've been finding some good
But the
good
potency of the
California
flavor, though.
free THC pens lately, which oh man.
Nice.
Dude, why waste your time with the Delta, right? The Delta 8 and 10. You guys got Delta 10 where you're at too?
I haven't seen it yet. No.
It's kind of. I mean, I don't know what kind of smoker you are, but like, I'm a little high strung myself, so I prefer like the more like indica type stuff. If you're gonna go with the Delta 8 or the Delta 10, uh, if you're high strung like me and maybe you want something that mellows you out more, you're gonna go with more of something like similar to like an indica. That would be like the Delta 8. But if you want something that's more like a sativa, like more uppity, like get you going, do shit, that's gonna be more like Delta 10.
I prefer weed.
Yeah. I've been smoking the flower too, but like honestly, dude, I don't have the lungs like I used to. And my vape pen gets the job done quicker, easier. Like nobody's gonna fuck with you with it. And, like you can just smoke it in the middle of a crowd. Nobody gives a shit. Like you right next to a cop, doesn't give a shit.
Yeah, but it's kind of
Right.
expensive, and I tend to burn through them too quick, like 4 days.
Yeah, I get
So
that. I get that. Yeah.
I haven't had any flour in over a year or going on 2 years now, ever since I moved here to Oklahoma. I don't want to get an ID here, so I can't get my rec without an ID, so I've just been sticking with the Delta 8 and shit like that.
I could probably send you some seeds. Indeed.
You get a wreck in a lot of states and you won't be able to buy a gun.
Yep.
I'm surprised that
That's
Delta 8 is legal here in Texas. I'm really surprised. I tried it and I was like, whoa. Surprised it's legal.
It's funny. You could be smoking. You could be puffing on a vape that's like 99% THC, like literally feet from a cop, and he probably won't even flinch. Or you could like take one hit off of a bowl, with like 45 feet away, and he'll get a whiff of it and be like, "Get that dirt ball, get him."
hey, is Delta 8 like in flower form?
Yeah, you can get it in flour too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what if you just have that Delta 8 container and you just have the regular stuff in it?
When I travel, and
That's
what I do. In Texas, they say they cannot tell the difference between hemp and marijuana. So
No,
here in Texas, they don't even prosecute for marijuana anymore unless it's over a certain amount,
Right.
because
Well, that might
they
be in
say that
Texas, but
they cannot tell the difference.
They're
They're gonna violate your right.
They can
by
tell the
doing so.
difference. They can tell the difference. It does.
They
I mean,
say on
it
the
can't-
street that they can't.
If they can't tell the difference, then that sucks for most states, because just because you can buy it at the vape shop or whatever else, like if it tests positive for THC, they're still going to convict you on it.
You can't have Delta 8 without a container.
You can get those CBD buds delivered to your house in any state through the mail, because it comes with the analytics for it, and I think that's what it's needed, is the analytics.
The CBD versus the Delta 8 and the Delta, like the Delta 8 flower is different than the CBD flower. Like CBD flower doesn't, it's got a very low amount of THC, but the Delta 8 flower has a pretty significant amount of the Delta 8 THC, which is one molecule off from Delta 9 THC that they normally test for, and it'll still ring the test. So, even though
they
it's
got to do an analytical test
sold
on it.
legally, even though it's sold legally in the store, if they test for it, it's going to test the same as the illegal substance.
Yeah.
That's why in the state of Texas they said they're not going to prosecute.
Well, they're on the way to medical right now, aren't they?
Here, seriously, I will be the last state, I bet, to make marijuana
Like
legal.
terminal cancer patients is what I know of right now, where they're trying a pilot system on it. I'm not sure if that was Texas or Arkansas.
Are you guys familiar with CBN? I think I might have brought it up the other night, but I don't know who was in
CBN,
here.
CBG. Yeah, isn't CBN good for your stomach? Like if you have the gastropyresis?
Yeah, I guess it's good for quite a few things. One of the main things I remember them telling me, supposedly, like if you take a dose, it's about like the equivalent of taking a Xanax. Makes you tired, makes you relax, that kind of thing.
And it tranquilizes your guts so you can digest your food, because some people have
Yeah.
a condition where like they can't hardly eat anything. They can only eat specific things. Otherwise,
Yeah.
their stomach just turns into like a huge knot and it hurts.
Mhm.
I feel for those people. You know,
Yeah,
I wonder
seriously.
if that would work for passing parasites.
DMSO is really fun. I've been finding some good uses for that lately too.
I heard mullein is really good for passing parasites.
Mm-hmm. Very.
And like mullein seed is really good. It's illegal to do, so don't do it. But mullein seed is really good for catching fish. But it's illegal as shit. Don't do it.
Wait a second. I've been a fisherman my whole life. I've never heard that before. They literally tell you're gonna get fined if you use a natural seed as the bait.
Yeah, because what it does is it releases a tranquilizer-like toxin into the water, and all the fish knock out and float up to the surface.
Yeah, that's fucked up.
Oh, so you wouldn't like
Kinda
put
might,
one
but
on a
quieter.
hook. You wouldn't put one on a hook. You would just throw it on the top of the
Yeah.
water in an area.
Yeah.
We just wait for him to start floating up. What the hell? It's like fucking Crocodile Dundee and his dynamite.
Yeah, it's dynamite fish.
Except quiet. It's silent dynamite.
Yeah.
That's not enough.
It takes like
You
2 years
gotta-
for it to go to seed, but you could also use it for toilet paper.
As a kid, I was ruthless. I would go down to this like park in the city, and I would find string and a hook just tied up in the rocks around the area, and I would go ask one person that was fishing for like a worm or something, right? And I would catch one fish, and I would pull it up because these things they would just bite at anything. And
Yeah.
I'd pull it up and I'd rip its eye out and use its eye for bait.
Yeah.
I'd rip its eye out for bait for the next fish, and I'd throw it back.
Remind me
probably
to fight. Remind me to fight till the death if you try to arrest me. Okay.
It was probably crappie. Crappie got that really paper face. Faces tear really easy.
Oh yeah. Like whenever I do that to a bluegill or a crappie, I feel bad, so I take it home, put it in an aquarium for like 2 weeks until it nurses back to health, and re-release it,
Yeah.
reintroduce it.
Have you ever seen
'Cause otherwise it'll
Oscars?
die. Yeah.
I don't know why we're talking about Oscars. I love them. The fire Oscars. They're so cool looking.
A buddy of mine has like 3 albinos.
Oh wow.
I felt really bad when I caught a one-eyed fish, by the way.
It was probably the fish that you had scraped an eye out to catch its brother, and it's like, hey, it's my eye. Oh, what?
He's like, I'm a celebrity, motherfucker. I was on The Simpsons. Put me back. Oh, you know those 3 eyes, huh?
Yeah.
Like, I think you got that your mask a little off there, man.
Not bad. It's the Delta. It's the Delta 20. I mean, hey.
Unless the fish was wearing glasses. Oh. Missing one eye, wearing glasses. That's
by the
cool.
way, in a survival situation, though, that's like actually a really good tip, because fish do for some reason they really like fish eyes as bait. Like they reflect light in a funny way or whatever. They love
It's a really good way to get water too. Like because I think like what 80% of the eyeball is made of water. Something like that.
Yeah, but if you have a river where you're getting the fish,
it's true. But I mean, that goes for any eyeballs. So
you have to just boil it to make sure, like the beaver shit isn't going to make you sick.
Eating bear eyeballs. Or what was that? That Chevy Chase? He was having mountain oysters. Am I right there? Was that what they called them?
In my bug out bag, I have little snail hooks. You can pretty much catch minnows with those things with no bait.
Yeah.
You just throw it in, let it, then you could catch your first one and use it for bait.
Yeah, we used to do that all the time.
If you bug out, where are you going when you bug out?
Anywhere where there's no
understand
people.
the point of bugging out, do you?
I have
Jim?
to run. I'm going.
Nobody, you don't tell people where you're bugging out to. That's like rule 1 of bugging out.
I'm gonna hide and wait for everybody to finish detoxing and stuff. I'm gonna hide for like 3 months before I come out.
Just detoxing.
Then I'll know. Only like the smart people are left.
Yeah, anywhere where there's no people. That's bugging out for me. I got my bags ready. I got my guns ready. I got it all ready. Hope I never
I
have
know
to
of a
use it.
large
I'll tell you
area
what.
where there's no people.
I don't know where I'm bugging out to, but I do have a group that when it's time to bug out, I'm getting a message and it's time to bug out, and I'm meeting them, and then we're bugging out. We have a rendezvous. Like,
Is it like a Facebook group?
Unless they use chemical warfare in my area, I'm not unless they use chemical warfare in my area, I'm not going nowhere. But if you come here, meaning harm, there'll be a body count.
We got
hard.
we just recently bought a bunch of those old school gas masks with the replaceable canister filters and shit. Have those
I'll
just
be
in case.
I'll be down by the river fishing for catfish with my AK.
There you go.
When
Mandates.
when I lived at my cousin's house, he lived along a creek, and I already had 2 signs made up, like a metal ringer, and it says, if you pass the sign without ringing this bell, don't pass the sign, ring the bell and wait. If you pass the sign, you will be shot at. And I kept them in the barn in case anything ever happened. I was gonna go put those out. That way I wouldn't
Those are-
feel as bad about just shooting somebody.
Yeah, that is cool. I've never seen that before.
Well,
Put a bear
because the
trap
people
on the
from
fence.
city, the people from the city are going to be following the creeks once it gets bad enough, you know. I mean, if they're having to like leave the city and it's just shit just straight up hit the fan, they're going to be following the water
Yeah,
place.
exactly. Same thing everybody will be doing, unless you know how to survive otherwise, like be able to dig for water. You know, if you're in the desert or
Just
whatever.
put a bear trap on a fence with a sign that
I'll
says
tell you, in the Great Lakes area,
redneck door.
anywhere around the Great Lakes, that's not really a problem. You dig anywhere, you will find water.
Yeah,
but
same here in Oklahoma.
Here's the problem: you better have your shelter built and your wood chopped before the winter comes.
That's for sure. When you think you have enough wood, triple it.
You can never have enough.
My wood math is pretty good.
I got enough white gas to last me the first year because I don't want to be seen. I don't want
You know
to
what's
make
illegal?
smoke.
You know what's illegal in Oregon? Wood burning stoves.
Yeah, they're becoming illegal everywhere.
I don't know what to tell them.
Same thing with water collection. That's their water. That's their rain.
Mandate is just a mandate, right?
I'm grandfathered in. I'm not getting rid of my resumator. I got wood burning heat and wood burning hot water.
Did you guys hear me talking about that radium heater? I'm sorry, Battle Mud. No, the radium heater. Were any of you in here? We were talking about wood stoves.
Yeah, no, I was the one you were talking about that with.
Okay.
I've never heard of it until you said it. Like, at least not that I know of. Maybe I've heard of it once before, but didn't pay much attention, you know. But,
Google it. Or don't Google it, but look into it. It's pretty interesting.
it sounds like something that if it existed, it was still very obscure at the time. Like, hardly anybody saw it.
Listen, are you talking about an antique radium?
Yeah.
Wood burner? Yeah, I got one of them in the barn. We don't use it, but yeah.
Where would you even find radium? Is that fine? Is that something you can purchase in today's market?
I'm pretty sure that's the name brand. It's a wood burning stove, bro.
It's not what it runs on. It's the name of it.
Yeah.
It radiates heat.
Yeah,
I'm telling you.
It's a radiant wood burner by Radium.
These are actual, like, just look into it. I promise. You don't have to believe me. Just look into it.
What kind of wood burner? What kind of wood? Is it a wood burner? Hold on. Is it a wood burner?
No, it didn't even have a it didn't even have a chimney.
It's a radium burner.
Yes, it didn't even have a chimney. It was
And what?
was not a wood burner.
1800s, 1950s. When are we talking about? When people?
I'm thinking mid to early 1800s.
Yeah. Give me a second. I'll show you a picture of one.
Am I
don't
like
even know if that's
in the
what they were
future
called,
or
was
something? Because I
radium.
already see the picture.
Well, that's the front. That's just the door that says Wood Everett's.
Oh, okay.
And it does have a smokestack that goes out the back. This one just doesn't have one connected to it. My dad used to use his in his body shop where he painted tanks for motorcycles and side panels.
People get pretty carried away pretty quick. You know, you see a name or a word or whatever, and I don't know. I'm not saying that
Here,
radium.
X radium heater, a little marvel of comfort and economy wanted in every home. I guess fuck it. I'll find it. I know, I understand it was a brand name, but they literally ran on some kind of.
You
I
can
think
get
it
an
was
X.
radium.
You can
Or
get an
iridium, or-
X-radium. You can do. You don't have to burn wood. You can burn corn. You can turn it into a used oil burner. They got conversion kits for these.
Either way, it's gonna need a smokestack, right?
Generally, yes.
Yeah.
I know they got these pocket warmers, like hand warmers that uses like Zippo lighter fluid, and there's no flame to it.
Yeah. Just like kerosene lanterns were part of the heating system for the home.
Can you stop breathing into your mic, dude?
I got a big collection of antique kerosene lanterns. My mom, I got one that's like 4.5 foot. We had 2 of them. My mom bought them somewhere up north, but one got broke during a fight one day. Me and my brother was fighting. I still say
You broke the dang stove.
Dude, no, those old fashioned wood burning stoves though, like
no, it was a kerosene lamp.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that could be a mess. But when it comes to these stoves though, like people you don't understand, like these things aren't made anymore. They like to duplicate them is just something that just like can't be done, not the way that it was. Like they're antique collectors for a reason.
Like John Levi would say, it's antiquitech.
Yeah.
Yeah, like this one. I still use these sometimes, just for the
Hey,
hell of it.
I got like, shoot,
I get
quite
this.
I got a couple of those that are almost exactly like that. Got a different base.
Yeah, well, that's a popular one there. If you center all the oil in the middle, then it's balanced. Well, it's hard to tip over. So they make them, a lot of them like that. But I like the scented oils. I have some of them that are brass. I have a couple that look like a railroad lantern. But it's a kerosene lamp with a wick and a roller. My mom loved that shit.
It's actually interesting. Like it's all about like just burning combustible shit, right? Like
Yeah.
but these wood burning stoves, which are in our cottages up north, and you
Yeah.
know, like these things you'll never see them again. Once they're gone, they're gone. And the actual like functional fireplace also is something that most fireplaces built today are there just for aesthetics. Like there's an art to building a proper fireplace, one that's meant to heat a large building or a house. And there's only a few old timers left in the world who know how to do that. Like
Well, yeah, you got to pipe it. You got to pipe the heat vent right. Some of them old timers would wrap that heat pipe 3 times around the ceiling before it go up all the way around the room.
It's all about the masonry, the shape of the fire pit, and like and all that too. Like they
It projects the way it projects heat. See that lamp right there on that mantle? I found one. My mom had a set of those that looked just like that with the carnival glass and all that shit. And we broke one. She was mad as fuck.
But yeah, like this is all stuff that we all need to know that's lost. Like there's only one, like there's the generation that knew how to do it, they're all like Alzheimer's age at this point. There's a few left who know how to do it, and that's once they're gone, knowing how to properly heat a house with fire is gone.
I'll just make listen.
We have to figure it out again.
Not we. I already got it down. I'll just make me. I'll fabricate me a bunch of gas tank looking, motorcycle tank looking corn oil burners, and we'll build a fireplace. I already got one, but what the fireplace don't heat, everybody will have a fucking oil burner in their room.
No,
You know,
I'm sure there's some people who those types of things got passed down, but for the most part, it's lost. It's in society, if they don't figure it out, they're gonna be fucked.
Those lanterns put out a lot of heat if you get a big enough, fucking kerosene lamp. They put a lot of heat out. I grew up in the 70s. We used to have kerosene heaters and kerosene lamps in the barn when we was working on shit. If it just was too damn cold, we'd throw up a couple more tarps, fill up all the kerosene heaters to the top, turn them all the way up as high as they go, and turn up them kerosene tower heaters.
It's about, just when it comes to building, I just find it, the more I get into building and construction, the longer I've been doing it, the more I'm into figuring out, like why certain materials are used in certain instances, or why a certain building method is used in a certain instance, or why do you use this joint versus another joint. And like all that stuff was figured out a long time ago by old timers who were using hand tools and they were limited with their amounts of fasteners.
Tongue and groove fasteners, compound.
Well, yeah. Joinery without fasteners, like.
I watch how these people build shit.
It's incredible what people were able to figure out. That most people today, what you would call a carpenter, know nothing about that stuff. Like, carpenters today are good at firing a nail gun. That's pretty much it.
Yeah. Hey, real quick question. What do you call an Amish with his hand up a horse's ass?
I don't know.
A mechanic.
Yeah, right.
A mechanic.
A mechanic, yeah.
I get it.
There's something wrong with my horsepower.
All I want to know is that horse having a breech pony or what? You hurting that horse or helping it, son? You're a little far in there. Take her back down off the elbow now.
Little less enthusiasm there, son.
I guess my point here tonight is just so important that people learn how to do actual things in reality, like turn something into something else, or because most of what people are spending their money on for a degree is all just a construct of society. You can't really do anything with it if society falls, right? Like, and you need to know how to do something.
I can build a home out of scrap shit. And
I could build a sluice box out of scrap metal.
Yeah. This man's gonna be looking for gold.
While the rest of you are fighting each other for food, I'll be getting all the gold, laughing at you fools in the valley where all the smoke is going.
What is your gold actually gonna do in times like that?
Hey, I was just gonna say, when you get hungry, come down on the farm, we'll barter.
Right?
I'll take some of that there gold, make me some jewelry. I might even pay a man to fuck off and die, make me a few gold bullets.
Silver bullets. Silver bullets. I got a couple of these
Gold
Freemasonic
pieces.
medals for my grandfather. They're made out of silver. I'm going to melt them to bullets.
I don't throw no lead out. I got piles of old lead plumbing.
That's something I've been saying for a long time, man. Like, people like to buy up gold and silver. Well, doesn't matter how much gold and silver you have. I'll take all your gold and silver with my lead, right? Like, if you the guy with the
yeah,
weapon.
but you might have lead, but I have lead and copper.
What are you gonna do with lead and copper? What am I missing?
Higher muzzle pressures.
Yep.
Never mind.
Yeah, no, it's all right. I'm not trying to get into a chemistry debate.
Yeah, I know. No, I'm just saying because the full metal jacket round as opposed to just a lead round.
Right. No, I'm not. Like I only said that just as like
I
to be
know.
a term. Like, I mean, I'm not.
Aluminum. That's the way to go if you want
No,
higher
I understand what you're
speeds.
trying to do. I was just being pedantic.
Yeah.
Yeah. You want some weight to it though. That's why they make the jacket a little smaller and wrap a casing around it. The casing rips apart and the lead punches as it flattens in.
Yep.
So you get a larger impact area.
Harder metal's fragile, therefore semi-frangible. But if it's a bonded jacket, you don't usually have the separation issue.
Yeah. I don't want to give the wrong idea. I'm not like a gun collector or anything. I worked at a gun club as a kid. I personally actually don't have any weapons in the house right now. I probably shouldn't tell that people online. I should let them think I probably do. But
However,
I know how to handle one, and I've got a plan. Like I said, I'm a pretty good shot actually for not being an owner.
I have a muzzle loader, so that helps, right?
But
Muzzle
yeah,
loader and Navy pistol. All right.
I got a different set of skills. It's more on
Navy coat.
it's more on the building side, and my friends who they basically they've told me, like when it happens, we're gonna let you know.
Yeah, but how much ammo do you have before all that becomes useless, right?
The idea is you don't want to have to use any ammo. The idea is to get as far away as possible from everybody.
Well, it depends. I got
Be the
at
last
least
motherfucker with ammo.
at least in the tens of thousands of rounds of a certain caliber.
The ammo that we're going to carry is not going to be
Sounds
so much
expensive.
for self-defense. It's going to be more for,
Well,
like
they were 63 cents a box. I couldn't walk by it. Now they're like $11 for the same box.
You got a lot
like
of small.
if your bug
small
out plan,
caliber.
if your bug out plan has to do with fighting off other, like people like too much, then you don't have a great like location. You need to be out in the as far as you can from people, and yeah, others will show up, but the idea is anytime, like you're not going to use ammo if you can help it. Like the ammo is going to be for hunting for the most
Yeah,
part.
exactly.
Right. Like
I'll be hunting with the bow. Do I have a whip? I got a few horses and some dumb cows. Yeah. I have a horse whip. Yes. He's asking me in text.
A riding crop.
I actually got a few different whips for the horses, but I don't whip on them. But the motherfucker knocks the fence down and runs towards the road. You put a good crack on that whip and tell him, "Don't make me chase you." He starts to think twice. God damn it! I just want to run, Dad. You don't have to hit them with them things, and things scare the shit out of the animals. All you gotta do is crack it.
Yeah, this is the sonic boom.
Yeah.
Sonic boom reminds me
if
of the
I ever,
pistol shrimp.
yeah, if I ever did crack a horse with a whip, it would be to save his life so he doesn't run out in the roadway. They run 50, 55 mile an hour out there. Kill him and them, or her and them. You hit a horse at 55, it might kill everybody in the car.
Yeah, you don't use those whips on the animals. You use them on other kind of animals, marauder animals.
Well, see, that's what I got
The
two
whip's
bulls
mostly
now, man. I
the
won't
whip
even let end of the world, I'm getting in the whip's cage, the bull's cage, and I'm cracking the hell out of that whip and letting him run.
Yeah,
Stampede them, boy. They're on your land and they're out playing dumb clown.
The whip is almost entirely used for sound. Like it's just a loud crack that gets them startled.
Yep.
It's not really.
You
meant
can head them one way or head them the other just by cracking the whip. The hard part is getting the horse you're riding while you're doing it to not pay attention to the whip and want to run. Sometimes your horse will want to split too. There is still some cowboying out there. If you got enough of them, you don't just go out there and go, "Come on, herd, get in the barn."
Yeah, cowboy doesn't mean big wheeled truck and hanging out at the bar.
Nope. It means, damn it, my supper's waiting, bitch. You got to get in there. What crack? What crack? Crack it a
That
couple
or,
times. They're like, "Yep, the door's open. Get moving." They push each other.
Work. The time to work is before the sun comes up and after the sun goes down.
Yep. Work is definitely constant.
Kind of miss living on the farm.
Wouldn't trade it for anything. I won't go nowhere, like I said. I'll judge your intent when you come here. If I even get a whim of a worry, I'll leave you laying where I found you.
We had
range.
we had a goat that thought he was a horse.
You can ride my goat if you can stay on.
Well, that's what
Home on
Masons
the
ride.
range,
Masons ride
you know the
goats.
song?
Yes, I do.
Hey, want an
Mom.
egg?
Give me a home
Egg?
where the buffalo roam and
Yeah.
the deer and the antelope play.
Any of you guys watched Into the Wild before?
Yes.
Yeah,
Hell yeah.
I watched
Can't
it
remember.
once a long time ago, and I was not that interested in it. I think I probably fell asleep halfway through it. But I watched it again the other day, and I was like, "This is a good freaking movie." And I knew it was. I just like never gave it a chance. But maybe I had to grow up a little bit. It's good. It's. I was disappointed that it ended. I guess I won't spoil it. I was disappointed at the end. How about that?
I don't remember.
Well, it ended too real. Is basically it. It ended too real.
That's what you get.
Oh my god, look at this burger. This is against the law. I just made a burger.
Breaking the
Bacon.
law, breaking the law.
Yeah. I don't think I can finish this, but it's gonna be good.
Why are you saying it's against the law? Did you put cheese on it or something? Bacon.
Yeah, bacon, eggs, all kind of egg, runny.
So you put an egg on top of it. Do you know what's even better than that? Now, hear me out. Hear me out. Thick Texas toast, hamburger,
Yep.
What the fuck
hash
is
browns,
fake Texas toast?
I've already
gravy.
added the
I
sauce.
get
but
you.
It's like a
Add some
very
more.
thick piece of bread.
Any of you guys watch that How to Weld with a Car Battery? I can weld 1-inch plate all the way down to 1/4-inch steel with that. All in the amount of batteries you use. If you use 5 batteries, you're going to go positive to negative to positive to negative to positive to negative. You're going to gain voltage every time from 12 to 24 to 36. You can weld 1-inch steel with that shit. It works best if you have welding rods, but you don't need welding rods. You can cut your own slices of metal. You can use a coat hanger on thin shit. As long as there's-
The porosity might not be what you would like, but yeah.
Yeah, it's not going to be perfect, but dude, I welded the tractor up and said, yeah, I'll clean it up when I got home. And just kept driving on it for 3 years, and then finally I just replaced the swing arm. But I welded it right in the field with batteries in the truck. I didn't want to. You can't run an extension cord 20 acres. You know what I mean? You got to load up fucking generator, haul behind generator with a big ass welder. Fuck that shit.
You know, basically, you can hack it. Basically, what you're saying is you can hack it. You just need
You know what irony is? Irony is the pop media pushing hybrids and or not hybrids, even just full electric vehicles, right, for the New Deal. And now, since the power issues with the heat and the lack of water, they're urging all people in California not to charge their vehicles.
Yeah,
puts too much strain on the system.
Fuck that shit. Mix me up a batch of fucking Henry Ford's hemp fuel.
Hell, you can
Take
even
it
brew
back.
your own. You can even like distill your own fuel.
Well, you can use a gasifier. You can make your own biodiesels out of any vegetation.
Yeah. Have you seen that one where
Eat a
people are
hot plate.
making diesel out of plastic?
I started to watch one about that, but I didn't finish it. I might want to look that up. I did want
Yeah,
to do that.
it's kind of interesting. The only problem is like after a certain amount of time, the distillate will harden, so it's got a lot of wax in it. Just from what I can tell from it.
Damn. Yeah,
But
no,
that's just from like taking like a retort, putting a bunch of plastic scrap in the retort, and then heating it up, right? So that's like not even, or maybe you might fractally distill it with like a double boiler system, and that way you have two different fractions, but still it has that problem. So like you might be able to like do some sort of an additive, like maybe alcohol or something to keep the wax from freezing.
Now he's rednecking it. Put some of that shine in there, boy. We'll be all right.
A fucking shine adds 150 horsepower. Do it.
Well, yeah, that's why you just make biodiesel. It's basically ethanol. You mix it with shine.
Yeah.
You got E80 race fuel. You can thin it down. You can make your own fuel right on the farm.
I heard you can even make like a type of alcohol from wood.
Wood grain alcohol. Yep.
It's not good, not healthy, but you can use it for fuel.
And I love cooking burgers and barbecues.
Yeah, but bong. Throw some hash browns on that with some country gravy with an egg.
No.
And forget about it. I call that the itis.
Oh man. Yeah. That country breakfast, T-bone steak with. Oh yeah. Colorado. What is it at IHOP? The Colorado omelet. That's what I remember. IHOP.
The Denver omelet. Or
Yeah,
no,
the
that
Denver-
would be IHOP or Denny's.
Denny's. Yeah. Yeah, IHOP was the Colorado omelet. I don't know why I don't order anything
I've never
else.
eaten there. I've never eaten at IHOP. I've always eaten at
Really?
Waffle House. Yeah.
Oh yeah, there you go. Same thing. Oh, Sundays, after church.
Well, I mean, there's too many old people in IHOP. There's like only
yeah,
young
that's why it's
yippies
good.
in the Waffle
Yeah,
House.
that's why I like it. Yeah, it's nice and peaceful. Remember me and my my first experience at a restaurant was with my grandmother, Denny's. So it's like, yeah, nostalgia type of thing.
The Grand Slam.
Yeah, she's like, order the
Two pancakes, two
Colorado
eggs,
omelet.
and 2 pieces of bacon.
Making smash burgers, onion sauce, bacon, cheese.
Now,
No more
if
macros, no more fast food.
if you're into like heathenistic swine, then you could always add pork sausage to the hamburger. Therefore, it would actually
I've
be
got
called
bacon,
a
bro.
hamburger.
I've got bacon, eh? Oh, bacon burger, I guess you could say. Yeah, I'm making cheeseburgers. My bad. Cheeseburgers with homemade, well, not homemade. The missus. I was gonna make homemade Big Mac sauce. Yeah. But
Yeah,
she
but
bought
it's
some
not going to
sauce,
be the
so I
same
couldn't
because
eat it.
you're lacking the quoted natural ingredients, the secret ingredients.
The secret ingredient is pickle and mustard.
Not it's Soylent.
So, oh yeah, that's why I'd rather make it at home, right? Because damn, homemade cooking burgers are so much better than fast food.
100%, man. You got to make them with coconut, the grilled coconut husks.
Yeah, you got to use that coconut charcoal, eh?
Gotta get that flavor in there, yeah, that coconut flavor, that oil.
Yeah.
Dude, I would love to have some coconut. You know what? If you could sell that as like coconut charcoal and like grilled steaks and grilled burgers.
That's exactly what I've been trying to tell people
Coconut
about
amino
coconut
acid
shells, man.
instead of
You know,
soy.
You know the kinds of barbecues you can have with coconut.
Pong,
Oh
I
my
got an
god.
idea. I got an idea. You go back to the people in Samoa, right? And you know how you got the Kingsford charcoal briquettes and shit, right? It's like compressed
Yep.
charcoal. My brother has a wood smoker. It's like pellets, wood pellets of apple wood, hickory.
Dude, those pellet burners are fucking awesome, man. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
I got a couple of
Yeah,
them.
he's got this, right? So if you could do the same thing with coconut and sell the
Oh
coconut
yeah.
pellets, dude, that
And
would
call
be
it
a man. That
call
would
it
be
the
a
bong
huge thing
smoker.
because I'm sure
Call it
that you could utilize that. You know what I mean? As a smoke product, like you said, like you
and a
cook
renewable
foods with it.
resource.
Exactly. That's exactly the idea
And
I had. Like
call it bong smoke. The bong smoker.
the bone cooker.
Pellet burners, instead of using something that you have to prepare, they basically use your waste. Like if you can burn like sawdust in that shit up in a pellet burner. Like you can it's amazing the amount of
But
heat you can get from waste.
after you take the meat and the juice from the coconut, if you could sell those, like maybe compress them and sell them as a product specifically for cooking, I bet you that would become popular. Even if it's just a niche, that would be I don't know what they're doing with it now with the husk. People just burn them themselves. But if you could bag them and sell them, that would be a nice industry that nobody's really got their foot in the door with it yet.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if because there's countries, Asian countries that have a lot of coconuts. I thought they might have gotten onto that idea. So I was like, maybe it's already been done. Like coconut shells as charcoal. So you can smoke. But
a bong.
yeah,
you would only have to sell 2,000 of those smokers at $500 to be a millionaire.
Damn, that's
No,
it.
you sell the bags. You sell the bags of the briquettes of the
Yeah.
product.
And that's another cash crop. Yeah.
Yeah, but
there's
that's
the whole bagging it.
thing. That's part of what makes a pellet burner so good is that you don't have to buy briquettes. Like that's something that you can do and you'll do most of the time. But like I said, they basically burn waste. Like if you create
That's cool, man.
sawdust from building, or if you have chopped
Hey,
wood,
guys.
like you can burn
Yeah,
anything in those things. And it does it efficiently. It burns very little and gives you a lot of heat. Like
And then make another one like that does bamboo and make a machine where you can grind up the bamboo and press it into briquettes or little pellets type thing. Same thing with the coconut shells, and even add some of the coconut oil to it as like a binder. That way it has the smoke and the flavor that's induced with it too. And they're just corner the market on Asia right there, man.
my sister's husband is too much like me. He's a carpenter also, and they bought a house together. They bought a house together, and he was talking about buying this pellet thing, which that's where I heard about it, honestly. So I don't know that much about it, but he was talking it up so big, and I'm like, I'm sold. It sounds good.
When
Yeah,
Bong was
Traeger.
telling the recipe to make chicken cooked over a coconut husk, I was like, dude, I gotta try this. That's on my. That's on my.
Yeah.
I'm like,
Bro, there's nothing like because the coconut shells, right? Like when I use it, grind it, there's still a little bit of coconut stuck on the shells. So when you're cooking your chicken, right, the coconut oil is going up to the chicken, and the chicken is dripping down to it. So it's this awesome flavor and
nice.
smell. and I can't share it with anybody unless you're on the island. You know, like because if you buy coconut shells, it'll probably not have the coconut in it because you got to preserve it and all that stuff. So there's nothing like fresh, like ingredients and
Is sprouted
But
coconut
this,
worth it?
sprouted coconut. What's that?
A what?
A
Apparently,
what?
I think that's like a Taiwanese or Thailand type thing. You take a coconut, you bury it in the sand, and you water it until a sprout pops up, and at that time, that nut will be completely solid. There'll be no hollow spot in it.
Oh, the thing about coconuts is you need salt water. It's
Yeah.
weird. Hey, you need seawater. Yeah, that's the thing about it. Add some salt. Yeah, and then it'll grow
So,
properly.
so basically, you just wait for it to sprout and shoot up a stem, and then you kill it.
No, and then you
then
put it in the
open it up.
ground.
Well, yeah, you just
No,
take the coconut and put it in the ground, like you're planting a coconut tree, right? You're just putting the
yeah,
seed in
the
the
whole
ground, and
thing
as
with
soon
the
as
husk. Yep.
and when it
Yep.
sprouts up, then you take it, you chop that part off, and you let it dry out in the sun, and then cut it open, and you're gonna have a whole like meat nut instead of just a hollow shell of the meat with liquid. There's not gonna be any liquid, and it's gonna
Oh,
be like full
yeah.
solid.
You're talking about that meat, that white big fat meat inside that you're talking about. We
Yeah,
that's the actual coconut tree about
yeah,
to sprout and grow, right? Yeah. So you can
yeah.
eat that. That's really good. Yeah. But it's usually when the coconut has fallen off the tree and it is matured, for a couple, maybe a week, and then that'll start growing. When you see it start sprouting, you can open it up and you'll have a nice full. But that's not what we use it for. We don't. That little thing in the middle is not because it's really soft and fluffy, and it's a nice snack for the kids, when they're
Yeah.
watching you do it. But it's not something that we really, I don't know if you could use it to cook with, but
I think they use it for like curries.
yeah. But the part of the coconut that's good is for cooking is the shell with some of the meat inside, some of the oil that's still attached to the shell. That's what
Mhm.
gives it the flavor, and it's like, man, I don't know how to explain it. But
so most people on the island, that's their source of cooking fuel, right? Is the coconut husk that most people.
not
No?
most people. Well, yeah, but most people still use charcoal. They buy the charcoal from the store. I don't know why. Well,
Oh,
my
You
family
can make
uses the charcoal.
you can make charcoal
okay.
briquettes out of the coconut shells and press the charcoal that's left over with like tapioca powder. Or okay,
Ooh,
let
yeah.
me put this instead of tapioca powder. Shoot, what is it called? Taro root powder, right?
I
And
just want to point
and
out.
bind that together and like make briquettes out of that.
I just want to point out, like coconut, though. Like it's good
Best.
because it can sustain you in an environment that pretty much has nothing other than coconuts. But does anybody really fucking like coconut?
Oh
I
yeah,
love
bro.
Yes.
that.
Bro, when
Really?
you
A lot of
when
people
you
like pina
find out
colada.
like cream, right? Especially with seafood, when you use coconut cream with seafood to cook with, oh man, whether it's baking it or creaming it or boiling it, like soup it, it's like, oh my gosh.
I've had
Rockfish and
coconut.
coconut.
I've had a coconut on a few things, and like it's like you take a
Seafood.
bite and you're surprised, and then you're like, yeah, that's kind of
Oh
good.
Well,
man.
You're like,
well,
and then
you gotta think about it. Coconuts grow near the ocean, so if you use it for seafood, it's what it's for. It's almost as if the coconut was made specifically for cooking seafood.
Yeah,
That's my
but
opinion.
Lou have tried coconut flavor, not real coconut.
no,
Like
I've had real coconut,
even
but
a
like
a pina colada has the coconut flavor, and then the if you ever had a coconut cluster, it's coconuts with chocolate, and it's like the best chocolate ever. There's like toasted coconut with chocolate on it. It's like a coconut candy. It's not a almond
I
joy.
feel like
It's like
coconut.
high end.
All right, look, coconut is one of those things. Like I only said it almost jokingly. I know there's some people who do seriously like it, right? But
No, you're right
it's one of
though.
those
It's
things.
not available
It's
everywhere.
one of those flavors that you either like it or you hate it. Like most people I think most people are
No,
not.
I don't think it's like that. I disagree. I think coconut is one of those plants because it's not everywhere. It only grows in certain places, like the tropics, and it grows well there. Those people would know the awesomeness of it. You know, where
Vaughn,
if you had to buy coconut, yep, like especially
what would
coconut
happen?
cream.
What would happen if you were to put a lime in a coconut?
And then you shake it all up. You
Yeah.
put the lime in, and you put them both
An
together.
explosion of
You
flavor
put
in
them
your
both
mouth.
How would
together.
you put the lime in a coconut? Wouldn't you put the lime on a coconut?
You put the lime in the
On a
coconut.
coconut.
You
What
take
do you
them
mean on
both
the
up. You
coconut?
put the lime in the
Look,
coconut. You
I'll
put
tell you
them
where to
both
put the
together.
lime. Put the lime. Okay, squeeze the lime into a papaya. Just cut the papaya in half, right? Take out the seeds. Squeeze the lime into there, and that's the breakfast of champions. Mm-hmm.
Lime and papaya. I never had a papaya. That sounds interesting.
Oh yeah, that's
You ever
another
had a?
tropical food. Yep, that's awesome.
Does
It's
anyone
like,
that live
oh my God.
in the United States know what a pawpaw is?
I've heard of it. We have
I've heard of it. Yeah.
there's a county in Michigan called Paw Paw.
Yeah, it's like the only indigenous fruit to North America. All other fruits, even the apple, comes from China or other places.
Prove it.
The pawpaw.
The pawpaw.
Papa,
The pawpaw
that's
was here.
potato in Spanish.
Gosh.
Papa.
I know that's pawpaw, but it's paw, like dog paw.
Like a bear paw.
P-A-W.
Paw
Yeah.
paw.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been through Paw Paw County.
And it's like a soft custardy, and then the other one that's considered a pawpaw is the papaya.
Mm.
It's just larger and like pink flavor or pink fleshed, and like the flesh is a little bit like more tough, and the seeds are smaller and more numerous, whereas the pawpaw has rather large seeds.
Oh my
And it's more like a custard texture. And it doesn't travel well, so you have to like be in the area. Like I can't remember where it's at, but they have a pawpaw festival, like pawpaw ice cream, all that stuff.
Yeah, we probably got them here in Michigan.
I would
there's
go.
a county named it.
Sounds like something to take the family to.
No, the Cherry Festival in Traverse City. The cherries in Michigan this time of year, boom. You got the best black cherries. It's part in the west part of Michigan.
Yep, coconut is the best. Coconut shell.
Oh,
We
I
call
would
it the
say
tree of
coconut.
life.
It's like you either like it or you love it. I don't know anyone who hates coconut. Like,
I know a couple
hate it.
people that really
I
don't
don't
like
hate
it.
it, but it's not what you just said, where you either like it or love it. I don't like it or love it, but I don't hate it. It's like if I had to live on it, I could probably see living on it. But
you don't live on it, dude. It's a treat. It's like you eat it once in a while.
treat. No, every treat that I've ever had that said this treat has coconuts, I've said I'll pass on that
You're
one.
eating cheap
and go for
candy,
the next
dude.
one.
The cheap almond
No.
joy. The almond joy is a cheap ass candy. Get a good
Yeah,
quality coconut.
I hate coconut flavored. I hate coconut flavored candy too. I can't stand that shit. Like coconut rough and all these stuff.
Actually,
So it's like,
I
that's not
actually know two people they're Hispanic. They're actually family members. They're uncle and niece, and they both hate coconut. Like they can't stand it. The flavor, or their smell. They can't. They hate it.
A lot of people
Well, they're
who don't
weird.
like coconut.
They're just weird.
A lot of people. You guys are acting
could
like
find
there's only people
Chinese
who
that
like
don't
it
like soy
and people
sauce,
who
you
love
know?
it. Are you kidding
Yeah.
me? I can guarantee
Yeah.
you, like it's at least 50% of the population of the United States says that
weird.
they hate coconut.
Yeah,
I
they're
wouldn't say
weird.
that.
That's why.
Hey,
Prove it.
I don't buy it. I don't.
You got a citation for that?
Yeah.
Dude, you and I are going out together. We're gonna put that lime in the coconut, and
We're gonna put this coconut debate to rest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We need to have a cookout. We need to have a cookout, and we'll have people grade the food. Okay, well, how would you grade the food? And then we'll see Bond's coconut chicken versus people, how many people don't like it versus like it.
Yep. We'll do a survey.
I'm gonna say that 40% says that they hate it. Okay, like
Nah, I wouldn't.
yeah,
I mean,
40% says they hate it.
So you're just gonna assume
Yeah.
a number, huh?
Well, yeah, that's how
You're
stats
acting like a
work.
Glober,
That's
Lou.
how
You're
stats
acting
work.
like a
I
Glober, bro.
make them up on the spot, and that's just what it is.
that's like 40% of people hate grapes. Like I don't know if 40% of people would hate grapes or cherries or.
No, I would say like
Oh,
10% of people hate grapes.
I have. Gotta half my burger. It's too big.
See, grapes are way more popular than coconut.
Well, coconut only grows in tropical regions. You can grow grapes in a lot of areas.
People like grapes. They're more accustomed
They
to
like
grapes.
strawberries. They like a lot of fruits.
They're accustomed to grapes.
Even
Coconut is
people
a
like
weird flavor,
bananas.
man. Coconut's a weird flavor. It's not for everybody.
Banana is a weird one because it's not. It's something that it expires. It rots really fast, and it's grown in a tropical region. But look how many bananas they sell in the United States for how for how perishable it is. It doesn't last long, but they sell a shit ton of bananas.
93% of all bananas go rotted before they're eaten.
Right, right.
You have
That's what I'm
not
saying.
really had a
I
coconut,
just
man.
made
Like
that
you
up.
have not.
You just agreed with me. I made up a
If
stat.
you
You agreed
if you
with me.
haven't had fresh coconut, then you don't know what coconut is. Like I know, like every coconut cream I've bought from a can smells like crap. Like seriously, like it
You
smells
gotta
like
get
it's
the
off.
dry ones.
Talking about
dry
canned
All of them,
coconut.
all of them, because coconut, the coconut is only good when it's fresh. That's the problem with it, with canning it.
You can
And that's why I
get
don't.
actual coconuts here that you crack open. Like it's not that
It's
hard.
not the same.
Like,
It's not the same. It's not the same because the coconuts that grow in the tropics grow properly, where those ones there are struggling. So it's not, you know what I mean? It's not. It's not gonna have the
it's
same.
what, a few days to
It
get
needs
one
the
from you to me.
seawater.
It takes a few days to get one from you to me. Is it a
No, it
different
takes
coconut?
if you pick
It
it
takes
right
years
from
for it to grow.
if you get it fresh
Go ahead.
off the vine, like you take a fresh picked tomato and you eat it, there's a difference between one that's been sitting and even the bananas. I don't know what you said about the stat, but most of the bananas, even when I buy green ones,
Man,
I end
don't
up
worry about
throwing
my
up
stat.
half
I
of
made
them
it up.
away. They rot before I use them most of
Oh
the
my
time.
god, this burger is sinful. You might go to hell for making such a burger.
But how did you grill it or did you fry it?
I smashed it, smash fried it.
It's
What
Smash
a
fry?
it's
With some
a
salt, some
coconut
bacon,
vegan burger. It's a vegan burger.
Gross.
bacon, beef.
Oh, baby
It's
truther. No, that's okay. I eat
vegan
bacon too.
vegan bacon.
I'm in Wisconsin. It's like hard to find a burger that doesn't have bacon on it. Also, like.
Oh wow. Much flavor.
Send us a pic, man. Send us a pic. What is this burger you're holding out?
Okay, let me take a photo. Oh, I cut it in half so I have to with my son because. But I'll take a photo of the half that's left.
You can't be greedy. You got to share something of that quality.
Where's the camera set up? Oh, okay. Oh, look at me. I'm taking photos of my food like a freaking NPC.
It's
Okay,
like
whatever.
Twitter people. Look at the burger I had today. Blip.
Instagram quality or no?
All
We're
right. I
getting
hope
as
this is.
fat.
I
We're
hope this
getting like
picture captures the flavor because I don't think it does.
Can you
Mind
put
you,
the
make
aroma?
sure
Can you
to-
send the aroma too? I want to see.
There you go.
Let's
Oh, I'm
smell
in
it.
the lobby. My bad. My bad. Shit.
Make sure
man.
to get the
Love it.
lighting correct so that it's glistening and looks juicy and edible.
Here, let me post this and let me open it up and then I'll.
Let me check the lobby pic.
No,
Hey,
it's
I
in
got something to
voice
say about these
text.
people that are always. I got something to say about all these people that are always posting pictures of their food they're eating. Like, I wish that every single one of these people instead just took a picture every time they found a really interesting looking bug and posted that instead.
Honestly, that
Okay,
At
gotcha.
least that's a little bit interesting sometimes.
Okay, I opened it up a little bit, so I hope this one is
Oh, it's got everything. He's got bacon, beef, tomato, lettuce. Got
the
everything
sauce
in
was
there. Man.
the sauce is in there, dude.
Damn,
I opened it
Bong
up a
is like
little
a
bit,
real
yeah.
chef, man.
Dude,
The cheese.
it's not like the prettiest picture, but it is
It's not
half
supposed to be, bro.
it is half
No,
eaten.
dude,
It's ugly.
It looks
Oh my
tasty.
god.
It does look
Yes.
tasty.
Okay, thank you. Yep, that's what I wanted to.
It's a used sandwich.
no, but the layers, man, the layers of the meats and with the lettuce and tomato, and I'll buy one. How much?
Yeah, I'm
I need
opening it
one.
right. I just took another bite, but let me.
$7.50.
Well, oh, my son reckons he'll pay
$7.50
$10 for
Samoan
it.
pesos.
I never seen the bacon and the meat. Is there two meat patties in there? Is that why? Is that two
Yeah,
layers?
there's two.
Okay,
It's a double cheeseburger with
I
like
got you.
two strips of
$12.50.
bacon. And... My bad. That's an ugly photo.
Well, because he was half
Next
eating
time
it,
I'll,
right?
yeah, next time I'll take it right when I make it.
I mean, yeah, it looks like he took the time to make all the layers, and he's got the lettuce, tomato,
Wait,
meat.
you made that yourself? That what you didn't buy that?
No, we just prepped it. You know, while we were talking in the last hour, I was prepping everything. I just cooked it. Yeah, we just had lunch.
That's pretty good effort for a sandwich at your house, man.
Yeah,
Oh, bro.
Bong is a chef. He's a chef, man.
If we're gonna spend $20, $30, $40 at McDonald's to get some crappy
What?
burgers, right? That's how much it costs
$40 at
down here
McDonald's?
to get a meal, right? To get a meal, yeah, it's like $15 here for a meal. Then hell yeah, I'm gonna spend the
Yeah.
time and effort to make a better burger.
Oh, you could eat that. Yeah.
Oh, wow, Arnold.
It takes a long time to make a burger.
Arnold.
Did you fry the bacon first and then fry the hamburger in the bacon grease?
I fried the bacon
wait.
next to the burger. Yeah.
Okay.
So they're
So you
kind
did
of
simultaneous.
infused, right? Yeah. So
I got
the oils and yeah, the
Is
flavors infused.
that the bacon? Is that the maple kind, or is that the
Just normal
applewood
bacon.
smoked?
No,
Must
it's
not
just
be
normal
that
bacon.
well because you put it down.
Dude, my brother made some bacon with jalapeno poppers. He took the bacon and wrapped it around a jalapeno, and he smoked it with applewood, those applewood pellets, and they were so
Applewood
damn
bacon
good.
is the best.
Oh, dude, it
Thin,
was so good. These jalapeno poppers were
thin
so
cut,
good.
thin cut
Texas
applewood.
Twinkies.
Thin
Those are
cut
called.
applewood bacon is the
I like it thick. These were thick cut applewood.
No,
And
thick is good. Thick is good. Thin is even better. I'm telling you. You
with
just
the
do like
with
a
the
lot
yeah, but
more.
with the jalapeno popper. I don't know what else was in the jalapeno. If there was cheese in the middle,
Jalapeno.
it was nice, man.
If you take a jalapeno popper and you add to it some brisket and then wrap it in bacon, it's known as a Texas Twinkie.
We made some habanero ones too. They were a little, a lot more spicy, but I didn't try one. I wasn't down for the habanero yet.
These gringos with their
Hey, I like jalapeno. I like jalapeno and
salivating.
cheddar. Okay.
I love how we're salivating over bacon and cheese now too. You come back in an hour or two, and there's gonna be a bunch of people saying how, like if you're really woke, that you'll never eat anything that's a pig product, like period, and cheese is bad for you, and you got to be vegan, and all that. It's funny how this group is broken.
You're roboting real bad, Orion.
He's fine.
Is it just me
But
that
I was gonna say, like, I think it's a bad idea to eat pork, but I think it's a bad idea to eat vegetation also. So I think people should stick to eating just red meat and not eat any plant food at all, and not eat pork. So how do I fall into that mix that you just said?
What if people should just eat insects? Is that really the best for us? Possibly. They got a lot of nutrients.
No, not insects. I mean, red meat, like beef, lamb, goat. No, it's not pork.
But if you're against like vegetation as consuming vegetation, that means you can't take any like aspirin or Tylenol or anything like that because it's derived from bushes and plants.
Well, I never do.
Well, that includes
Bro, your
marijuana.
mic
It's
is
a plant.
roboting really bad. I can't understand shit he's saying.
You guys know what chimichurri sauce is? Chimichurri for the chips, hot
That's
chip for the.
Dominican. That's Dominican stuff.
Oh yeah, it's so good, man. That sauce on French fries. I mean, on your fries, hot chips. That's the next sauce I'm working on. Chimichurri
What's the,
sauce.
Hey, wait, one more time about the pork. You guys know.
Orion,
It's
turn
still
on your
roboting
5G.
really bad. You're still roboting really bad.
No.
Oh, the thing about pork too that I want to say is, I think a lot of people are like, they're like, yeah, pork must be bad because it tastes so fucking good, and they, for some reason, they just want to like cut it out. They're like, I can't have that; it's too good for me.
No, bacon
It only
is the
tastes good
best cut.
because of the flavors that they add to it.
Bacon is the best part of the pork.
That-
The bacon and the ribs.
Bacon smells like hair when you cook it.
What?
I don't know what kind of bacon you got, but you get some quality bacon and
Cook
it
some
smells
bacon.
awesome.
Cook some bacon. Walk out of the room. Walk back into the room. You will smell burning hair.
Not
No,
the bacon
yeah, I
I
don't
buy
know what
smells
you're
good.
cooking, dude. It smells like
Maybe it's the bacon.
It smells like a celebration.
There's something wrong with your snout then.
If the skin is attached, right, then there must have been still some hair left on the skin. That's probably what you're smelling.
No, this was just regular bacon. I went over to my mom's and she was cooking it, and I go, "What the
If
hell
you
are you
burn
cooking?"
it,
She goes,
if you
"I'm making bacon," and I go, "Yeah, I'm good on that."
if you burn the bacon, it does smell like that. If you scorch it, but that's not like Bong didn't scorch it. You want to cook it so it's cooked right. You burn the bacon, it will smell like shit. You burn anything, it stinks.
Okay, you can have all the pork you want. I'm
Yeah,
not
but
gonna judge you.
that's funny because even burned bacon tastes good. Like it's like crunchy bacon. It's funny.
I know, right?
Oh, we do.
I mean, I'm Samoan. I grew up eating pork, man. I don't. I mean, I love the Bible and read the Bible, but like the pork that I talk. I don't know, man. Yes, I guess it is. What do you call it? It's the kind of animals that why we don't eat them because it could have disease.
They don't sweat. No, they don't sweat. That's why they wallow in the blood.
Prove it.
Ah. Oh, when you cook it, it
Prove it.
sweats. When you put it on a spit, it sweats like a motherfucker. I'm constantly wiping it.
Hey,
It's
Bong,
sweating
what's the
now.
Samoan? Do you guys wrap it into banana leaves and cook it under the sand too?
Oh, let me
Have you
tell
ever
you how we
done that?
prepare it. We got it right. So first you take the pig, you kill the pig, right? and then you take the pig. The umu or the oven is cooking hot rocks, really hot. It's hot now. The rocks are. You throw the pig on it, and you burn off the hair, right? And it's warming the skin. And then you take it off of the thing, you put it down, and you start scraping it. You scrape the skin, and it just comes right off. And you see that white part, just comes right off. And then you gut it. And you gotta be careful not to butt. We don't have to. You got to reach in with your hands and pull things out. We save the liver, the heart, the lungs, the kidneys. We throw everything else away, and then we pack. We put a hot rock inside first. One of the hot rocks. We chuck it in, right, and then you pack it, in the stomach, and you pack it with mango leaves. Mango
Okay.
leaves, right? And then
I've seen
you put it. Then you open up the oven, with the rocks all flat, and then you put the pig right in the middle, facing down. And now the mango leaves is infusing into the pork, and then you put your food on, and then you cover it up with the rocks, the hot rocks, and you cover it all up with banana leaves and breadfruit leaves, and you wait for an hour, or depending on how hot it is, how big the pig is, hour and a half.
Is that
And then when it
Kahlua?
comes off, it's a umu. Yeah, it's the same thing as they do at the
Ulu?
Kaluas or
Okay.
the umu. Umu.
Umu.
Yeah, it's cool. You got that island style, like all the the pig roast in the island style, and
Oh yeah, that's how.
around here, I'm mostly Irish, but around here it's Irish and German. I am also Irish and German, but mostly Irish. And there's we do a lot of pig roast and stuff around here too, but it's more like German on a spit style. But
Yeah,
like
yeah,
yeah, but
and you dress it, you
like
paint it, you paint the flavor on it. Yep.
yeah, but you can't get away from pig being part of tradition around here. Like it's in there. It's part of the meal.
Yeah.
Well, what do you put on it, Long? Like, say you have to serve the roasted pig with the rocks. What is the it just as is? Is there a special sauce that you make?
What? No. Well, so the mango is what gives it the flavor. Like when it's cooked and you bring it out, like the bone just falls off of it. Like it's not like it's not it's so tender and good and juicy, right? You don't need anything. Well, maybe a little bit of salt if you want to add a little bit of salt. But man, the flavor is already in there. Like I think that's how
nice.
they used to cook it. They used to cook it that way because it's fast, easy, simple, but the flavor is there. The flavor comes from the ocean. You grab some seawater if you want some salt. But I've seen barbecues done in I think there's a barbecue place. I forget, and somewhere in the mid east, mid. I forget. But people drive there to so they can taste the barbecue pork that they have there. It's like one of the best, and it's kind of similar how they do it. But over
So
2 days, 3 days, they would grill
how
it.
how different would the style be between a Samoan and a Hawaiian pig roast? Are they similar?
Yeah, it's the same,
Same
same thing,
ingredients,
same way,
mangoes.
same style. Yeah, it's called the umu.
Oh no,
Also in
it's
in
about
New
how they
Zealand,
cook it, right? And they're gonna do it.
with the rocks. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
New Zealand calls it a hangi. The Maoris, they call it a hangi. Yeah, call it the
So wait a
umu.
minute. Saying there's pigs. Is
Yo,
there even pigs on all these islands?
yeah, we got pigs. In the past, the king had a farm of pigs and a farm of chicken and a farm, all kinds of farms down there. And this is money. This is our money. This is wealth and
Right.
trade. So yeah, it's been going on for a long time, long time.
So
Who
what
knows?
does the pig eat actually on the island? Do they eat the
Papaya?
plant root?
I'll tell you what I feed my pigs. We got a lot of papaya trees. Every day, this papaya is just falling off the tree. Birds are eating it. I'm eating it. The papaya, coconuts, bananas, green bananas. Are you getting the kinds of? See, this
Uh,
is the kind of meat we eat down there,
That's
right?
why the
Pigs.
tastes
pigs
so
are
good.
listen.
He's eating.
Pigs have really good snouts, and they're used for like hunting down
Thank you.
like mushrooms and stuff like that. They're
Truffles, yeah.
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
like so they're big into like undergrowth, like mushrooms and stuff like that. Also like legumes, like and even grubs and stuff like that. So like they like to get their nose in the ground and pretty much eat whatever has like
Yeah.
substance in
Hey,
there.
taro is a tube. It's a root. So pigs, when there are wild pigs, man, that's a problem for farmers down there because they're digging everything up. So if there's a pig problem, pig digging, like we'll go up at nighttime, right, and listen and we'll go up with the dogs and try to catch this pig. But yeah, it
They
is.
do it
They dig up the taro roots. Yeah, and we got so many
Texas,
root
Florida.
plants.
They
Go ahead.
have a huge problem with wild hogs that are ripping up all
Yeah.
the vegetation in those places.
Yeah.
I didn't know if we're destroying the island, like if there's wild pigs like tearing up all the trees and stuff.
We
Have you
have some
seen
wild pigs, not a lot.
Have you seen those guys hunting those wild pigs with a minigun from a helicopter?
Yeah. Oh, a
Yeah, I don't know.
minigun?
Yeah.
Ah.
It's not even sport. It's just eradication because they're causing
Well, you
so much
want
of
to
a
eat the
problem in
meat.
certain
but
places. I'm not
I
eating no
don't think
meat.
the meat would be full of too much lead if you're spraying them with bullets like
Or
see,
worms, here. Yeah, I wouldn't eat a wild pig here because it got worms.
no, they got
Okay,
worms. Yeah, but if you roast
Yeah.
them with rocks, the worms will be roasted. You got to gut it.
See, I'm going to put up a sign in front of the house that says
Yes.
no pork products found on premises. So that should keep all the marauders away when the shift happens.
Bring your own bacon. BYB.
You're afraid
Well-
everybody's gonna come running for bacon or what?
Yeah, they're going to be like, "Where's the pork chops?" I ain't got no pork chops, but I got some lamb chops.
Hand over the bacon now. I've got lamb.
Yeah,
They
but
won't,
Paul, he has
bacon won't
farms
cross
that
their
have-
mind as long as you don't cook any. As soon as you
Now,
cook
see-
some, they're gonna smell it from miles away and be like, "Oh my god, I smell bacon."
Yeah, they're going to be like, "Where's the
you
bacon?
have
Where's
a
the bacon?"
pig-
I go, "What are you talking about? I just burned a bunch of hair."
It's fed tropical fruit. A pig that's
Yeah.
fed tropical fruit versus one that's a factory farm pig, there's probably a big difference in the flavor.
Oh yeah, there is. And some people down there order feed, right? Like people have come down and they go from America, from the wherever, and they're going around telling farmers that they should start feeding their chickens and their pork, their pigs, and this special feed from America that's going to help them. So not on my island though. Like some people on my island order the feed, but nah, it's too expensive and it's not as good as the fruits and all the other stuff that we feed them.
It's
Who
probably
was-
corn.
Who is it that
Probably
keeps
dried
saying
corn
that
feed.
Who is it that keeps on saying that bacon smells like hair?
Me.
Joshua.
Your nose.
Hey, since I stopped eating it, whenever somebody cooks it, to me it smells like burning hair. Unless
Dude,
they just put it on the hot, skillet too.
I have a story specifically for you. So, probably 30 miles away from me, we have a Patrick Cudahy plant. It's a big ass place. There's just nothing but bacon, and that's what they do. Years ago, on 4th of July, there was a veteran who brought back like a military flare and launched it off for the 4th of July celebration, and it landed on the roof of Patrick Cudahy, and it started a fire that burned bacon for like more than a month and a half. And and I'm like 30 miles away,
I
and
love it.
my entire neighborhood smelled like bacon for almost a month. Like cooking bacon, like for a month. I was, oh my god, every morning it was torturous. Like I just wanted like some maple like syrup and some pancakes and some eggs. I'm like, like it just, oh, it was delicious.
Oh, but a true
How
carnivore
much have you
wouldn't
been drinking, Lou?
adulterate
You
the
sound like
bacon.
Helio. You sound a little bit drunk.
I am buzzed, but I'm telling you, this really happened, and like it was literally like kind of like living in, I don't know, Candyland or
North Korea.
like no, like it was like the best thing ever. It was like a dream come true where the air always smelled like bacon.
You're such a pig.
Yeah, where I grew up, there was a mushroom plant. Like they grew mushrooms there, and whatever mixture of manure they used, it was just horrible. Like once every week, there'd be just this horrible waft that would just come through the town. Horrible. Smelled like straight pig shit. I don't know if that's what they used, but that compost pile, whew, for their substrate. And these are like the canned
Bong,
mushrooms that you buy in the store.
you say while preparing the pig, you guys will take out the heart and the organs and throw that away? Like
No,
waste?
we use it. No, we use it. We it's called blood pudding, I guess that's what they call it. But
Blood pudding?
you chop them
You
up.
eat the blood,
Right?
you vampire.
Well, it's cooked for. It's cooked. We chop it up, right, and we put it in foil, like, you know, the little portions in the foil, and then you add some onions, salt and pepper, and just chuck it in the oven with the pig. And I mean, it's good. It's beautiful. But, you know, like, yeah, blood. I know, right? Yep.
Well, no, I because you know, I don't know if like the vampires drank blood or ate blood. If they ate blood, that means it was cooked. If they drank it, it was raw, right? I don't know. Maybe. I know the blood-sucking mosquitoes. They do liquid blood.
Yeah.
So, are you afraid of? Are you allergic to garlic?
Nope.
Okay, so that's just a fallacy.
That
I've never talked to a real life vampire before.
Yes, that's a myth. Yes, that's not. Yeah, I know, right? Like when I was yeah.
You should ask that one again when Get is around.
I'm just joshing you. Just trying to take the jape.
Yeah. Joshing you, yeah. But yeah, when I first heard about it, you know, well, when I first kind of realized that, oh, I don't, we're drinking, you know, it's blood pudding. I kind of had some feelings about it, but now it's okay, I guess, because
What did it taste like?
like it tastes like meat. I mean, I don't know how to explain it, but the taste is good. It's good. It's like a delicacy. Yeah. All right, and then there's lobsters and shrimp and all this other seafood that we're not supposed to eat, but
You know, I've eaten shrimp a lot of times in my life, and every time they said, "Oh yeah, it's deveined." No, then what's this black vein, huh? That's a poop vein. It's not deveined.
Dude, poop vein. Yeah. Yeah, well, yeah, and then it gets worse. I mean, we used to be cannibals back in the day. Like not cannibals, but you know, you eat certain warriors that are awesome so that you can acquire their awesomeness. You know what I mean?
Well, I heard man tastes according to it, like the taste of humans like changes from person to person.
Tastes like
I
chicken.
heard it. I heard humans pork tastes like humans, or humans taste like pork. That's why I was kind of turned off about. I mean, not that
Yeah,
I'm gonna
like
go find out. But...
salty pork.
Look, if you're too caught up on the poop vein of a shrimp, like you're gonna have a hard time surviving. Like when shit does hit the fan, you know, like what if you think like you can't eat pig, and that's the only thing that's left to eat, you know, you're gonna start eating pig, and that shrimp with a poop vein, you're gonna forget completely about that poop vein. In fact, that poop
But see,
vein,
here's the thing: you don't need to eat
suck
meat.
the poop right out of
This
that
might
vein
be
and go
scary
there.
for you, but you don't need to eat meat. There's nuts you can eat because nuts are considered a meat. It's called nut meat, right? I mean, you can eat other things besides meat. It might be scary for some people, but it can be done. I mean, the meat, what does the meat eat? The meat eats grass, right? The meat that you're eating eats the grass. So by proxy, you're eating grass if you eat meat. Well, grass-fed meat, right?
Yeah, like grass only grows in certain seasons, you know. Like the meat is around all year round.
Like, okay, like
Yeah.
the blood sausage,
On
that
top
blood
of
pudding, doesn't it have like oatmeal or something in it too to get it thicker?
Yeah, the
Oh.
Scottish one does. The English one has got chunks of fat in it, and it's horrible. But the Scottish one's the best one. Yours sounds good as well, Bong. Homemade is the best.
But back to the grass thing. So, what nutrients that exist in the grass will bioaccumulate inside the cow? And then when you eat the cow, you're eating the nutrients from the grass, but in a much more condensed form. So there's omega-3 fatty acids in the grass, but your body, isn't designed to absorb, an appropriate amount of omega-3 fatty acids by digesting lots and lots of grass. But a cow is able to do that. Same thing goes with salmon and the algae.
I just find it really ridiculous when people like to argue about being a vegan or a vegetarian or a carnivore. I think it's very clear that we're meant to eat both. And the proper balance for you is dependent on your lifestyle and your body size and type, and like your diet is dependent on you. Like for somebody to push a lifestyle and diet onto somebody is ridiculous. Like you're designed clearly to be able to do whatever you like, whatever fits you.
Well, you get nutrients from both. Like you see, Bong had lettuce and tomato with the beef and the pork. He balanced it with vegetables.
Wait, hold on. Did Lou? Did you hear my question?
Maybe I just didn't pay attention. Sorry. No.
No. I think it was me. My end was dropping out somehow. So I was asking you. So what essential nutrient can be found in plant material that cannot be found in a meat product? Is my question to you.
Vitamin C.
Vitamin K.
Incorrect on both of those.
Then where is vitamin K found in an animal?
Well, I'm not entirely sure with the vitamin K, but probably the organs. But I'm pretty sure it's in there somewhere. But vitamin C, I know for sure is in there.
I'm pretty sure the only natural source of vitamin K is fermented soybeans.
Yeah, I don't know. I know that's a more recently classified one. In fact, I think that might be one of the most recently classified essential nutrients.
There used to be a lot more fermented foods in our diet that's been taken out, and I think a lot of these essential things come from that culture of the ferment of a bean. Now, if you think about it, yeah, it's a ferment and it's a colony of bacteria, so it's living. So technically, it would be meat, right?
Yeah, or just another way to get.
They're just smaller animals.
That's why. Well, that's all the more reason to not be surprised if you found that nutrient inside a cow or a sheep or a goat. But my question to you is: do you know what, would you know how to spot a vitamin K deficiency in someone? What symptoms they might have?
Usually, they're pale or flush in the face.
Yeah, I guess probably more likely to be 100 different things. So I guess that's kind of pointless. But the point is I'm pretty sure that's in there as well. I mean, the point is there's not really as far as I know, there's not an essential. So there's there's 4 main groups of essential nutrients. There's the omega-3 fatty acids in the 3 forms that comes in. There's the 60 minerals. There's the vitamins, and then there's the amino acids. And to the best of my knowledge, all of these different things in the form that we don't have the ability to produce inside of our own bodies, all of these essential nutrients in every category can be found inside the fat or protein of a steak, as far as I know. But that depends on what the cow ate. So if you're eating McDonald's beef, you're not eating a cow that ate something healthy. God knows what the hell that thing ate.
I just found something about vitamin K. Hang on, because it says found in different foods.
Is any found in your mama's milk?
By the way, if you want to know what part of the animal has the most vitamin C, it's the kidneys.
Yeah, but look, you're kind of acting on a foundation where you think that you know what the body needs instead of the body telling you what it needs. Like your body is designed to take in everything that it needs and it will tell you what it needs. You don't need to like learn some shit about what and have an ideal and like something that you need to like force onto other people about like this is the right diet to have. Like nobody needs to be doing that. Like
Well, I'm sorry if
You're
I was
talking
coming
like
off that way. I'm a
cravings.
libertarian after all, Lou. So I mean, it's not like, I would be doing anything but
no, I'm not
make
saying that you're
suggestions to
exactly
people.
doing that, but I'm saying that a lot of people who do take strong standpoints on diet, that's the way that they come across. So I'm not saying you specifically, but
Hey Lou,
mean-
were you talking about like cravings? Like, if your body's craving a certain
yeah,
nutrition
I
that
am
it's
talking
lacking,
about
you'll
that.
have a
I was
craving
about
for
to lead
food. Yeah.
into that. Like pregnant women, they have a craving for banana for some reason. It's because they need potassium in their diet.
Yeah.
Like that's
Yeah.
just the way it works.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, and when your body does tell you what it needs, like there was this dude that was stranded out in the middle of the ocean, and all he could do was fish. He was just stuck in his life raft, and when he caught fish, he only ate the eyes, and he doesn't know why. But that's what kept him alive. His body was telling him what to eat and what not to eat. So yeah, I think your cravings, but other things in your body can also trigger a craving, right? Like parasites.
Candidiasis makes you crave sweets. You
Yeah.
think you have a craving for sweet things, but you really don't. It's a bacteria in your gut that's taken over. It's the only thing
Yeah.
that'll really survive like massive antibiotic treatments. It's candidus. It's a
But
type of yeast.
Right. But if you fast and clean out your system and you don't have that crap in you, yeah, I think it's your your body tells you what you need to eat, what it needs, and where to get it from. I mean, if you look at an animal, right? If it comes from a plant, but you can't find the plant or the plant is not available, but you see the animal and it's in the animal, like you're probably gonna want to eat that animal. Why? I don't know.
I like fermented tea, kombucha. That stuff's bomb.
Ooh, sounds
Have
good.
you ever seen it being made? It's really gross looking.
Yeah,
Kind
the
of interesting
scroby.
looking.
The scroby, yeah. Have you ever seen how beer is made?
A little bit. But the
Yeah,
beer
it's
doesn't have, something that looks like a freaking liver cut out of somebody floating around in a jar.
well, it might, but you don't know that
Mushroom.
because of all of the floating bits that eventually sink down because the bacteria the yeast will form like a stone type thing, which will sink when they die. It's called brewer's stone.
Sounds a
So
more
instead of it
painful
being on
than
front,
kidney
it's on the
stone.
bottom. Yeah, I know, right? So it's like at the bottom of the vat instead of on top of the vat. And then you have different types of yeast. So an ale yeast is a top brew yeast, whereas a lager is a bottom brew yeast, which takes longer to ferment. The ale, which will impart flavors because it's a different kind of yeast because it's on the top, interacting with the anaerobic environment. Because if you have oxygen in there, it'll make it off. You'll basically, it has to be one of those controlled things where air from the outside doesn't go in. Not necessarily just for the sanitary reasons of having other bacteria or yeasts or funguses coming into the nutrient-rich environment that you're fermenting. So, like, if you're gonna do like a wine, bottle of grape juice from the store, 100% juice, no added sweetener. It's already sterilized. Pour a little bit out of it, throw some yeast in it, and put a condom over it. Take the tip of the condom and prick a hole in it, and it'll expand. And as soon as that condom starts to deflate, the wine is ready to drink. And then it's under 5 gallons because it's
Is
only
everyone taking notes?
maximum of 64 ounces. and you can do that legally. So I urge everybody to try attempting to make wine. You'll know it's you messed up, because if you have like an acidic, vinegary taste, that means that air was able to get in, and the the bacteria that causes vinegar, the mother of vinegar, gets in there, Acetobacter. Then it converts the ethanol to yeast, or to not yeast, excuse me, vinegar.
So if you fail, at least you've got vinegar.
Yeah. And the best thing is with the store-bought yeast, with the store-bought juices, they're in the bottle, sterilized. So you don't need to boil it. Just pour a little bit out, throw some yeast in, put a condom over it, poke a hole in the tip of the condom. 2 weeks later, it should be deflated, ready to drink.
Ooh, try that. Yeah.
I've gone a step further, and I've added raisins to it and sugar, made it really super fortified, kind of sweet and strong. Then you just freeze it solid and pour the juice out, and what the juice comes out of it's high test wine. Because only the alcohol won't freeze, and some of the sugar will come
yeah.
out with it.
I can't even enjoy being buzzed anymore. You know what I mean? Like just a little buzz. I don't know why. It's like I haven't drank. Yeah, I haven't drank in so long. It's like it feels like I'm poisoning myself if I have a drink.
So yeah, if you guys are wondering or asking, yeah, I am an asset in lockup jail. I can make hooch.
Orange juice.
Oranges, apples, and Kool-Aid for the sugar.
Man, I didn't drink that shit when I was in jail.
$5 a cup. 5 soups for a cup. 5 sopas. 5 sopas.
I always just throw in
Do you
with
make that in your toilet or your sink?
We had community toilets and community sinks, so we would take our tub, our bucket, our tote, and take like a garbage bag, mash out in there, and throw everything in there, and keep it under the bunk.
Yeah,
That's fucking gross. Okay, but whatever.
people are
And then
so
while it's
resourceful, man.
expanding, while it's gassing out and expanding, like it only takes like for a day for the hooch to be ready, because it's different kind of process. It's like wild yeast and all that, so it'll be like a weird funky flavor. But when it expands and that gas goes off, if you just release the gas, then it's going to smell like a brewery. So people have to inhale that gas, and that's another money market because people inhale it and get high.
Yeah, no, my family owned a brewery. Like they actually just sold it last year. I know what you're talking about. That fermentation smell. Like they all
Yep.
inhale all of it.
Yep. And then they're like, wow, 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 falling out. They're like, dude, this is awesome. It's like, yeah, you just go ahead and pay me to kill your brain cells, bud. I don't have any coffee left. I don't care. Give me an envelope here. Inhale this. Hell, just for free. Just come on. You're gonna get us rated.
Good times.
Yeah.
I used to make this dinner with the ramen noodle and the sausages, Vienna sausages. Everybody used to pitch in. And
I would always throw fish in there, and they'd be like, ew, why are you throwing seafood in there? And I go, hey, it's my spread, right?
I was like, I'll eat whatever you guys make, man. There you go. Here's my here's my Vienna sausage.
Chili, like 4 packs of chili ramen.
Yeah.
Make like
it's
a
good
salsa.
too, man. It's like shit. Yeah.
Throw some
Tabasco
hot
on it,
Cheetos.
and it's a complete meal.
Throw some spicy Cheetos in that bitch. Turn that whole thing red. Get some mayonnaise and some tortillas. Make some ramen burritos. Woo!
Dude,
People would trade their dinner plate for that.
It's like a WAP party every day in prison, isn't it?
Yeah.
People are very resourceful, man. When you take things away from them, they'll figure it out. They'll figure out how to get
We had a way of making orange chicken in there by taking the chicken patties from Sunday night's dinner and some oranges and what do you call it? Jellies.
Wow.
Pretty good. Oh, and then we got that whole well, we called it peckerwood pie because that's the name of it, where you take like a honey bun and you take peanut butter and you mix it with hot cocoa, and it turns into like this chocolate peanut butter frosting, and you put it over the top. Oh, that's fire.
Damn. Well, damn. Peanut butter and hot chocolate and hot cocoa. Mix it into like a paste and then spread it on the bun.
Something unusual I've done a few times is take egg yolks and use them as creamer in iced coffee.
Yeah.
Works reasonably well.
In the public prison toilet? Is that where you're going with this?
No, I just mean like, like iced coffee, but instead of putting heavy cream in it, put egg yolk.
Egg yolk?
Yeah. Hey, it's got more mono unsaturated fats than cream.
Yeah, I heard that
Okay.
about back in the day. They would do something special with coffees. They would add egg to it and sugar
I gotta try that.
instead of creamer,
Yeah.
like just an egg yolk.
Just egg white or
No, egg yolk, just the egg yolk.
uh,
Yeah, the egg
Here, let me
white
see.
doesn't really work for it.
I'll find something for it. Pete Townsend or John Townsend and Son, they do like 16th century, 17th century cooking type thing.
for some reason I keep
Sometimes
getting
make chocolate.
I keep getting these like YouTube wants me to watch videos where they like put a whole bunch of eggs in rice and teach me how to cook. I forget what kind of style. I don't know. Asian rice or whatever. But I don't know why it's doing it. It keeps on showing me this shit about eggs and how to. Anyone else getting that?
Something you
Nope.
I don't know, but something you can do with eggs is so most chocolates, the way that they're made is they have a fat base, which is either cocoa butter or cream or coconut oil. You have to have some kind of a fat as the fat base. But I've made lots of chocolate with using beef tallow from a jar that's very refined and has a neutral flavor. So I actually use beef fat to make chocolate. But an easier way is to just separate the egg whites from the egg yolks and just have like 3 egg yolks in a bowl. Throw some stevia or monk fruit extract or erythritol in there, and then throw in some cocoa powder and just stir it up. And the egg yolks function very well as a fat base, so you can have egg yolk chocolate really easily. It's probably a lot better than regular chocolate.
Yep.
Like as far as the taste and your health, I think.
I'll be back. Alrighty, here we go. Yeah. Yeah, I signed it. We'll be back.
I really hate the fact that these planes have to fly over the house. They've never done that before. Hey, if you're catching me on microwave film, get this. Fuck you, bitches.
My dog is blind. I have to take him for a walk. His nose is all he has left.
Uh-oh.
So I let him smell as long as he wants. You know, like when we stop, it's like, all right.
He's like, I haven't smelled that in years.
He's got cataracts. Gotta.
He smells something, his tail starts wagging, and starts getting happy. It's like, uh-oh. Calm down, buddy.
And he can hear. He can hear like. Oh, I think dogs can really know certain English words that people use. You know, just like.
Oh yeah, they know. They know.
Yeah.
I've seen a thing where
Like-
they know like something like 30% of what you say, actually.
Really, yeah, that's what I was thinking. Because right when I said I'm gonna take the dog for a walk, he starts walking into the room, like looking around, like where I am. I was like, oh my god.
Once they get to know you,
You
they pick
heard
out
that?
your speech patterns. They understand a lot more of what you say than what they're able to say back to you. You know what I mean?
Yep. And
Yeah.
pay attention, like, because I've noticed that with the dogs that I've had. Like, they'll give you, like, subverbal communications, and it's just, like, usually with their huffs and their puffs and and the way that they step and look in their ears. It's like, oh,
Yep.
you're really trying to do sign language, aren't you?
Just gesturing, eh? You're trying to communicate.
Look,
Like, you could say
you've
bath,
ever-
and the
if
tail
you've
will
ever
drop and they'll hide.
if you have a dog that's your dog and you've been down around your dog, that's how you know that they know. They know exactly how you feel.
Exactly.
And
The
you
tone
start
of your voice.
you
Yeah, they
start
know.
talking to them and you can see like the facial expressions on their face. They give them back. They totally respond 100% to how you feel. Like if it's your dog.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. I love dogs.
And you know how people say, "Oh, this dog's stupid." Like I always say that with this poodle because he's stupid. I was sitting there, he's like, "You're talking about me, ain't you, Dad?" Like I'll come out sometimes, or I'll go into the house, and he'll be out there, and all happy. Look around, okay, no messes on the linoleum. All right, cool, good boy. And then sometimes I'll go in there, and he'll like cower and go and run and hide. And I was like, "All right, where's it at? Where's the puddle?"
Yep.
"Oh, there's the puddle."
Yeah. Yeah. They know exactly when you've done. Man, I saw this dog on TV help this little girl watch TV, right? And when the parents came in, the dog helped to like turn off the TV and pretend like they're doing their homework, reading a book. I forget, but I was laughing my ass off at the dog. How the dog knew what the little girl was doing and was helping her. I was like, oh my god. She was like,
Have you seen that video
5,
of that
6.
savage cat that saved that girl from this one pit bull?
Yeah. The black one ran out like pow, 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 as the
Yeah.
dog
Pow,
went
pow,
away.
pow, pow.
Yeah. That cat was gangster, dude. Pow, pow. Pitbull was I ran.
See, it's not about.
Cats are like little lions.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. And even military tactics dictate this. It's not about the size of your forces. It's about violence of action.
Yeah. The will to act.
Yeah. With impunity.
Yeah. I discovered that when I was a little kid and I stood up to some bullies, big bullies, like 3 years older than me. And I just got super violent on them and scared them. And I was like, holy crap, this works. I'm just going to work on my violence. Like, what'd you say? Oh, nothing. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, even if you're in the military, like you don't really know what you're made of until you're out there and you have to shoot some poor farmer and his son because you trained really hard to fight some super commandos, right? And you come out here and you find a bunch of freaking farmers who don't even know how to coordinate themselves and so on, right? It's like, I mean, like violence of action of like what? I can't do this. For we do not wrestle against flesh and blood. Right? Cats though are like little lions, you know, when you look at them, they just sit there like they're the king of the house, like or queen.
For cats, you are the pet.
Yeah. Think about it. You're the one that cleans up their poo.
Yeah, there was an old lady that used to live next door. She died, and her cat, man, her cat just won't leave the house.
So I've seen it was studied. Like if you were to say blow your head off in your house, your cat, it'll take a matter of minutes before your cat starts eating you off of the walls. Whereas your dog will mourn you until it is starving and all of its food is gone, and then it'll take a matter of days or weeks before your dog will rely on eating
Reluctantly.
you.
Yeah.
That's why the
Reluctantly.
Egyptians feared the cat. Stop beating our dead pharaohs.
Yeah, the cat. It's like oh, it's dead. Time to eat. Like that for the cat. That's it. The dog literally like feels bad about it, and it'll avoid it until it's like time, like where it just needs to survive.
You know, people
Cat's got
walking their
9
dog or
lives.
where
They don't care. You know, that's the problem with cats. 9 lives, they don't care. With dogs, they got 1 life. Besides that, what's up with the cat's eye? It's very similar to a sneaky snake.
Yeah, hey.
But then again, a goat's eye is trippy.
Yeah, I'm seeing people walking their dogs too. People just walking around, you know, they're wearing masks. I'm like, what the hell? You're walking your dog and you're wearing a fucking mask.
And for all you cat owners out there, you ever seen your cat just staring at you from across the room, like looking really devious?
Like,
You know what he's thinking, right?
one day I'm gonna get that motherfucker.
He's thinking, I wonder what he tastes like. That's every fucking time.
Seen those lions? That guy that raises lions, people that raise lions, and the lions remember them when they go back, or gorillas.
Christian the lion.
You know, these animals know what they are, what they're supposed to do, and who their creator is. You probably even know the earth is not a ball. What about man? Well, man doesn't know shit. He thinks he knows.
The only thing I can be sure of is that I really don't know anything.
Oh, I know we are all gonna die one day. That's one thing, right? We know that 2 things are certain: death and taxes.
Well, I don't
That's not
know. I mean,
no.
you could be one of those blessed ones that sees New Jerusalem coming down and will enter it without seeing death. So death is not always a guarantee.
If you die twice, that means you're only born once. If you're born twice, you die once.
Oh yeah, yeah. Like you become born again, that old you has died and passed away.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Born once, die twice. Born twice, die once. Yeah, that's accurate. Yeah.
Then that would make more precedence and sense to the second death. Huh?
Yep.
Now, this is interesting and philosophical, but
Oh
are
no,
there
this
any
is
dumbass
no. Wait a
globers?
minute, Joshua. How could Joshua? There's no way you just said that's philosophical. Don't.
No, I said this conversation is very philosophical and enlightening. But
No. That's what I know, Matt. I know, Joshua. Come on, no. Philosophical is the love of man's wisdom. There's no man's wisdom in truth, sir. Just trying to point that out.
The love of Sophia,
okay,
right? Sophia.
I stand corrected. I stand
I'm
corrected.
just.
The love of
Thanks.
the goddess of wisdom, right? Sophia.
Yep.
No, love of man's wisdom. I mean, it's self. It's philosophy means Satanism. Sorry to always use that word 10,000 times a day. That's what.
Love of the world's wisdom, right? Which is stupid.
Yeah, it's trash, bro. They don't even. There is no such thing. It's an oxymoron. Man's wisdom. Yeah, stupid. That's the greatest oxymoron ever. That's why it triggers me, Joshua. I'm sorry. I couldn't help it.
There's a lot of times where you trigger me, but like I agree with you completely on that. Like the wisdom of man is one of the most laughable things I could ever think of.
It's not funny.
I
Why are you
stand
laughing?
corrected, and I thank you for that.
That's right,
XO.
Jemsy. Amen, Joshua. You took it very well. I know I'm hesitant, but with your name, I have to, man. You got that name.
I know. No, it's just I couldn't find a better way to describe. I was trying to like get things back to wondering if there's any dumbass ball earthers that want to champion their ball.
I'll have well, hopefully. I don't know. For some reason, every time I show up, I can't get any to join. I've tried to ask Jemsy to help me get these people in here for quite some time. And Jemsy, are you going to help me or what?
I'm trying in the background.
Thank you. I really need you to put a lot of attention. I think what we need to do, guys, we really need to start a GoFundMe account for these atheist globers because $60 million a day isn't enough to afford to put an iPhone on a rocket that doesn't glitch out. So we really need to help these people get some money together so that they can afford to take
How much
rockets
is it?
up in the. Listen, Bong, we need to help them afford to put an iPhone on the rocket when it goes up because the cameras they keep using keep glitching out every time it matters, coincidentally.
Yeah. Conveniently, you mean, right?
Well, see,
Conveniently.
Yep.
You know how they had that one program for students for these microsatellite payloads on these stupid rocket things. I was like, well, that would be
Yeah.
a good thing just to waste $80,000 and build one of these cube type things with a motion wheel, because that's what the science indicates. That's how things move without propulsion is propulsion wheels and stuff. Anyways, do all that and have it set up like a cube to where there's 360 degrees of high definition cameras, right? And it's on a delay to where it's recorded and then sent to a central relay back to a tower somewhere so we could receive it, right? And prove A, nothing goes up, and B, that it indicates there is no curvature.
Well,
You know what I mean?
what's wrong with that fast rocket? What? Like that has to be explained.
They
Right?
refute it because it stops too suddenly.
Exactly. So that has to be explained. Are they saying that that's fake? Because if it's real, it has to be explained.
Well, it wasn't
I think
launched
it's
by
real.
NASA or a millionaire, so it's got to be fake. It's amateur.
But it looks so real. That's why it's got to be fake.
Well, we're going back to they don't have a claim anyway because there isn't a video shot of a rocket showing the Earth going from flat to curve. There isn't even a claim for it. There isn't even a, I can look this up for the DoD. Where does NASA or the Dryden Flight Research Center tell me that Earth curve starts? There isn't a claim. It does not exist. There is no argument. That's how easy this is.
It should start at 1.225 miles if you are 1 foot off of the sea level, right? That's where it should start.
Do you know that a sphere doesn't have a flat spot? Do you on the water, on a sphere of water does not have a flat spot. Period.
Or a sphere of anything. I mean, do basketballs have flat spots?
Right, but the reason we have to say because of the Earth, because topography could confuse. They'll use any excuse there could be. So you go to the water, which makes sense since the God, our Heavenly Father has told us how important water is. So it does make sense to go to the water. And that's the thing, guys. I mean, over the ocean, when you're in a plane over the ocean, you see hundreds of thousands of square miles. Do you know they're called square miles? Has anybody thought of that? They're called square miles for a reason. Square miles.
And it's called sea level for a reason. Yeah.
Yeah. What do you
I
call
mean-
a surface area of a ball then? Right? The surface area, like let's say 1 by 1. What do you call that? It's not squared.
You don't have square, right? You have 0 square miles, 0 on a ball.
But that's just because people used to be dumb and now we're smarter than before.
That's right. And according to Matthew,
It's
listen, remember,
trigonometry.
listen. Oh, wait a minute. Matthew learns a couple days. Remember, this guy says he believes the Bible. I want to vomit every time. He says that God just had to talk to us that way because we were a very simple people, and that's why he had to describe it that way. Even though it's the exact same terminology when describing a carpenter planing on a flat surface, the line, the same word is used, but that's because we're stupid and God had to talk to
No,
us.
well, not really, because Solomon built a temple that no one today can recreate or build as awesome as it was built. So I don't think they were simple, man. I think they knew way more the craftsmanship. Think about it.
How about this, Bong? What about this? Is something I always like to point out, even to atheists, is that 3,000 years ago, they knew which ant, before I continue, if I were to take a few different ants and put them in front of your faces right now, including the people listening to this hangout outside of the 24/7 Discord at 1121 west of the Rockies, south of the 33rd parallel, just of Mexico. If I were to put an ant in front of your face, you would not be able to tell me. I guarantee 99% of you would not be able to tell me which one is male and female. But 3,500 years ago, because you can't just look underneath your dog or your cat, right? It's an ant. So 3,500 years ago, those goat herders knew which one was female, and that's the level of intelligence. Thanks.
Are you closing in on my location?
No, I'm just north of Mexico. I think. What didn't you say you're a few hundred miles up?
Yeah, I'm like 2.5 hours from Yuma.
North of Phoenix?
No, north of Yuma. I'm east of Phoenix, or excuse me, west of Phoenix.
West of Phoenix. So like adjacent from Phoenix, kind of. But
Pretty much the same distance from the border, but
okay, yeah.
on the Colorado River. It's like the 10 freeway, about 35 minutes north of that. So from Quartzsite on up.
Oh, I love that area. I got some great shots up there when I drove all the way to the border of Canada. But yeah, that's the most beautiful place on earth near the Grand Canyon.
Mm-hmm. I like the stars, the night sky.
Mount
It's the only
Graham
place
is
I've been
about-
able to see the Milky Way. Then it just makes me wonder,
Yeah.
are those the windows of heaven that opened up? I don't know.
I don't think I've seen that Milky Way, but we have it's pretty clear here because you're away from the city too,
Yeah, I'm out in the country. There's not
Yeah,
we don't even have paint markers on our road.
What's the elevation?
like 850, 860.
Oh, so you're still low though. I'm at over 4,000 over
Oh,
here.
wow.
I don't know if that helps me. It gives me a little bit, but yeah, just just type in Fort Huachuca. But yeah, it's pretty clear out here too. I know Mount Graham is 80 miles north of me. I can actually see the mountain from certain spots here. So just one of
Yeah,
the things I can make out.
next month we should be able to start seeing it. Or this month, August to November.
And there's a lot of mysteries out here. Besides the Old West folk tales, which I don't really care about, there were people living near here. Had some interesting archaeological things all throughout. Hundreds of miles of stuff. Caves and hidden places, treasures, you name it. There's ridiculous amounts of archaeological things out here. I think they're hiding a lot. I think the Grand Canyon has had structures in it. They very well could have been destroyed. I don't know. I think that there were some people living here after the Tower of Babel. I think they came over from Babylon all the way over to here 4,000 years ago. And that's just a personal belief. That's just because of the structures we find here, pyramid.
Did you
It's pretty
did you see
vast.
that video I shared from Flatwater?
I watched some Flatwater. I like some of his things. Some of them no, but yeah, I don't know if you showed me anything. I've seen him for years.
Let me see if I can't find it. It's called 5 months ago is when he did it. It's called The Ancient Hebrews of America.
Interesting. Yeah, I'll check it out.
Okay, I'll drop it in the thing. So you can watch it at your leisure.
Yeah, he does a pretty good job. He doesn't, he gets his information and he gets it together in a pretty cool way. He gets all the art,
Yeah.
yada yada. He does go with some of the trends. Unfortunately, I'm obviously that I'm very particular about this topic. So I don't want to use the Nazi word, but I don't like it when there are things that are tied to things that confuse and deceptions. But I'll give him the credit of the work he puts into it, but he kind of takes all the bad stuff too and also makes videos about some nonsense, which I'm not mad at him for, but it's frustrating because that's that is what Satan does. Satan will let you realize a great beautiful truth, and then he's going to put thousands of deceptions in front of you. Flat earth is no exception.
Yeah, I've noticed that even with my YouTube. Like I'll look something up and I'm like, okay, well this is interesting, and I'll look it up and say, yeah, entomologically sound on what this guy is saying. And then there'll be a 3 pages for 3 days of just videos that are going against what they're saying, and it's just baseless SJW claims where they don't actually give any citation for it. They just say, well, this one guy this long time ago said this, and so that's right. It's like, huh? Yeah. It's like the most idiotic thing, right? There's this one pilot, and he goes, I have globe Earth proofs, and I'm a commercial pilot, and this is one thing I never wanted to talk about. But the Earth is round. And I go, you're a commercial pilot, and you're still flying, so you have to say it's round. Otherwise, it would take your wings from you. Do you have any proof of bendy water? And he goes, have you ever looked at a drop of water? And I go, that's meniscus, surface tension. That's not bendy water. And he just I think he blocked me.
Yeah, it's not the meaning of the question. He's not answering the question.
Yeah.
That's the misanswer. Yeah.
I always just say, well, let's look at a water droplet at rest. Well, there's a little model there. If I don't, use that term loosely, but there's a little model of a little snow globe and a drop of water at rest. Thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, that actually is the only true hemisphere. But again, these terms are wrong. We shouldn't be using any of that. But that's the thing, is that a water droplet at rest. What's the shape
Dodge
of the
has
water?
a hemisphere. Dodge has a hemi.
All I care about pilots, okay, all I care about that a pilot does is that he does not skip any of the checks or make any fucking mistakes before takeoff and when we land, and that they monitor air traffic. That's all I care about pilots to do. Ask them about the shape of the earth. They'll turn into just any normal glober. They drive planes. They fly planes. You know, just it's like asking a taxi. You know what I mean? Like whether you're 30,000 feet in the sky, 3,000 feet on the mountain, or 1 foot off of the ground, the horizon is still there and it's not curving away. You know what I mean? It's like we don't have to go up to see that or to know that the Earth is a ball or not, because we have geometry and math and we understand how planes work. So, you know, it just turns them into a glober, like, you know, just a typical glober. He's probably intimidated. He doesn't know what to say, right? So he'll probably say something he heard or something that he thinks makes sense.
Well,
But,
what
you
really
know, even
irritates
pilots
me
are.
is I can only
Yeah.
get like 55 subscribers at a maximum 310 at one point. But this guy just putting out baloney with no real evidence, just, well, I'm a pilot, so you could trust me. Wink.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
he's got like 30,000 subscribers. And I'm just like, why do
That's what I
people
mean.
love
Like,
these lies?
well, that's what I mean. Like, because he's a pilot, right? People think that he would know, but we're all missing the point, right? That curvature is not that if the Earth was a ball, it's always more sky than land because it's curving away. The horizon wouldn't look the way it looks. It would look like a ball, like we're on a ball. So that's why, you know what I mean. Like just because somebody's a pilot, all these 30,000 whatever subscribers he has, you know, they're all also following that same way of thinking that this guy's a pilot, so he must know that the Earth is a ball. There's a ball. Like how would a pilot know that and you not? You know, like how do you go up in the sky and see that it's a ball? You know, the horizon will always be at eye level. So it's like missing the point and using this authority bullshit because he's a pilot. You know what I mean? Like you listen to a pilot, like what does a pilot know about the horizon and what he should see if it was a ball? And yeah, and of course he has his job to look after, and he's got a channel that he would like to blow up, and the government is on his side, and you know
It's
what I mean.
almost
There's
like
all these things.
it's almost as if the pilot has washed his hands from that matter and moved on completely to something else.
I mean, in a cool people meter, pilots are just under astronauts. So
Yeah, I know, right?
I
And the
don't know. There's
cool
this
people meet.
one chef over there in Turkey. He's pretty cool. Does a lot of cool stuff with salt.
I don't know if
Huh?
they're cool. I
No,
don't think they're cool.
you know that one meme where that guy kind of looks like God, the guy that played Tony Stark. I can't remember his name. He kind of looks like him with like round glasses on, and he's just sprinkling salt. That's the guy. He's got like a huge restaurant where all he does is meat with no seasoning and puts raw salt, like good sea salt on it, and this wagyu covered in like gold leaf and all that.
Yeah.
It's pretty flashy. I like watching him.
what's his name? I seen his videos.
Yeah, I can't remember his name.
Salt by.
Yeah. I mean, he's not an astronaut or a pilot, and he's pretty cool.
Well, the Globers actually have the coolest guy in the world. They actually have Logan Paul, which is the #1 cool guy on the planet.
Oh my gosh, he's not even cool.
You know, he is just so
Who?
cool. And also, you know, Logan Paul, he's so cool. You know, he's doing boxing fights now, and yeah.
The dumbass that wanted to fight Mayweather. The dumbass
Never
that
heard of
wanted to
him.
fight the other dumbass. Yeah. Oh yeah. That's good.
Mayweather? I've never heard of him either.
He won it. He fought Mayweather. They fought, bro. It happened.
Nah, he lost.
I don't know
Yeah,
any
that
of them,
guy.
so they're not famous.
It was an
Well,
I don't know them, then
exhibition.
they're not famous.
Exhibition, no judges.
Well, that's what I mean about clout chasing and people who would use, you know, this content that we're talking about to boost their whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah, let me just
So-
explain. Bong, this guy, listen, this guy sold his soul. He went out and mocked all these people. Remember, I don't get along with anybody, but I don't go out in public and make fun of people with a proud look. Again, these 6 things doth the Lord hate, ye 7 are an abomination to him. God hates that behavior. Now, the thing is, though, is that he's mocking a truth that challenges the world, literally, right? That the whole world believes something, and this truth obviously interferes with that. So he publicly had to make a mockery of it and then laugh about it. And then, of course, you know, that's big, you know, millions of people saw that he, you know, what's his name? Robbie Davidson fell for it. Obviously, he's not very bright. Unfortunately, flat earthers are still stupid, allowing people to troll them like that. Thanks, Jemsy. And that's just the sad truth. But the thing is, what you just saw was a suicide. When you saw Logan Paul or Jake Paul, whichever one it was, I don't know. Whoever did that, do that publicly, that was watching faces. Thanks.
Faces of death. Yeah.
Oh wow, is this the guy right here? He's got some he's got some weird ass tattoos.
Yeah,
Like
I
that
mean,
whole crest of an eagle on his chest. If this is who it is.
That's his
if
brother. That's
if
Jake
you do
Paul.
something,
Right?
yeah, in cloud chasing, if you do something, the more controversial something is, right, and you don't get into too much legal trouble, the more famous you become, and the more famous you become, the more influence you have. People are, YouTube might even want to make a movie with you because you're so famous, even if it's doing stupid shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but if you're
Jackass.
famous like that, there's got to be a reason behind this fame on why so many people that are other influencers are going after this one influencer because
I'm
they
not
belong
saying he's
to
not a
a club.
plant. Obviously, I think he's a plant, but it could be anyone. I mean, but I think he's a plant. I think he's been
I
put
mean,
there
they come from the Disney child programming. They are from that Disney how do you say superstar group of children.
Yeah, when people like that are famous on the internet, parents and people like us are like, man, face palm. What the hell is this crap? It's like the internet. That's the reaction they want. That's the feeling they want you to have. They want to normalize it, normalize things that are not normal, and then you get more and more degenerate. Accept things that aren't supposed to be accepted. Like, it's like
But
fame does something
you
to.
see like Exo was mentioning the Jake Paul, the Paul brothers. Their fame right now is based on mockery and making fun of things, and everything is a joke, and that's the way they do things. So
And that's
that's
why
the
people think they're
way.
cool.
Yeah, it's a mockery of everything. And they brag about how many women they sleep with and stuff like that.
Oh well.
See, that's the thing that
Wait,
I
hold
don't
on. I
understand.
gotta add on to that, Joshua. I add on to that real quick. Jemsy, pretty soon they'll be bragging about how many men they sleep with. Continue,
Yeah.
guys.
I was just gonna say, since when did it become an honorable thing to break wedlock?
We are in Satan's ritual. That's what this world is, Matthew. As you know, it's been this way for a long time. It's just now being publicized and accepted worldwide, just like it was, again, Sodom and Gomorrah was the example of this in a small factor and whatever you want to call it, relative to one this era. Now it's the half or whole plane of existence, the whole face of the earth influenced by Babylon, fine linen, scarlet and purple, which is the red, white, and blue. I'm telling you guys, this place is going to get wiped off the face of the earth, and it's going to be beautiful.
Now, okay, here's a scary thought, okay? Now, regardless if you think nuclear bombs are real or fake, okay? Just regardless of it.
Well, they
The
can't be
United States is the only one that has used them in anger. We have to reap what we sow. We've
Supposedly.
sowed 2 of those things of disaster.
But
Right?
we've done way worse than that, bro. We've
Oh,
done
I
way
know.
worse than
I
nuclear
know.
bombs, right? But
I know.
here's how you know nuclear bombs don't matter. I'm not going to claim they're fake or not. Actually, yeah, I kind of know that God won't let men destroy his creation. God destroys. He decides, when that's going to happen. So that's not
Yeah.
even a possibility. That's all. I know that for.
Well, that's what I was saying, regardless, it's one of those things to where it's an inequity, right? Like all of these wars where we've just gone over there and just completely decimated their culture and their way of life and defiled it and set up our own statues and statutes, right?
Oh yeah.
That's we're gonna have to pay for that.
God damn! Somebody just yelled at me to put on a fucking mask. Fucking idiots.
Hey, listen, yeah, you
I
don't
have my
see me
scarf
though
on.
support. I have to say this, like, I mean, I'm not a country supporter, man. Like, I'd make a lot of people angry if the normal Christian American would absolutely be terrified of talking to me because I'm an anti anything of man, including the Constitution. I take the Constitution, I'll use it for toilet paper, and that's it. Like, I don't believe in any of these man-made laws. These ideas are all satanic ideologies to take away from the Bible. It's all a deception, man. It really is. The whole country's it's not a
See,
real country.
there's a
It's a
reason.
corporation.
There's a reason why I don't mind calling you executive officer.
Hey, Bong, just tell him you don't
Boom.
participate on satanic rituals.
Yeah. It's just this dude sitting in front of his house, right? He's sitting in front of his house, smoking a cigarette, with a mask, and he signals over to me, "Oh, mask?" It's like, "Yeah, I got my scarf." And he
What you should have
Hey,
said.
gave you a thumbs up.
X, go ahead.
What you should have said is just keep smoking your cigarette, bud.
I was like, "Where's yours?"
No, because
You
here's the
couldn't
thing.
start
He's
smoking in
worried
front
about
of
if
your
he's
house
so worried
without it.
about his health. If he's so worried about about his health by your actions, what about his actions that he's doing to harm himself by smoking?
Well, he's sitting in front of his house smoking without a mask and telling me who's walking my dog, "Where's your mask?" Like, touche.
Bong, just
Are
start
you at
speaking
work,
Old
Bong?
guy.
Chinese or something.
I'm
Bong,
walking my
just start
dog.
yelling words in Chinese or something.
China number one.
Are you at work, Bong?
Hey,
No, I'm
he's
walking my
walking
dog.
around.
No, he's walking his blind dog.
My blind.
I would have used that opportunity to have a nice conversation with that guy. If somebody said that to me, I would walk my dog over to him and I would make sure that he understood what we were, as far as my opinion is concerning that topic. I would definitely have a conversation with him. You might want to take this opportunity to go walk over to him and live on air right now for the 24/7 Discord. Have a conversation with this guy and ask them, sir, do you see that I'm out in the street away from people and that's why I don't have to wear a mask, sir? Is that okay?
Yeah, but he's in
And then
Australia, and maybe the military will
Right.
fall off the air and
He,
put him in
Well,
he
see,
looks like
you
he
should
just had dinner, so I don't want to
you should
ruin
have
his.
asked him. You should have asked him. You should have said, "Mate, I bet you think the world is round."
Hey, I was gonna say that.
I
If
bet
I'm
you're a
gonna go over and
Glober.
talk to him, it's not gonna be about the math. Be like, "Hey, do you know how sphere?" Like, what?
Do you know how
Why?
do you know how ludicrous the spherical claim of the Earth
No,
is?
no. Don't start there. Don't start there ever. Just ask them, sir, do you know that the earth is spinning around this thing called the Great Attractor, also known as Satan? Do you know that? That's what I would do.
Yeah. I was gonna say, "Oh, I'm a flat earther. It's okay. I'm a flat earther. It's all right.
Yeah.
We're
Hey,
exempt.
XO,
We're
you
immune."
were mentioning about the Constitution, right?
Oh,
And
yeah.
you know
Come on,
this guy,
come
you
on.
know this you know these First Amendment auditors that go out there and
Yeah.
try to get the police, to argue with them about the First, Second Amendment and stuff like that. So
Oh, yeah, I do.
I
Yep.
think it was maybe like a few weeks ago, I was looking at one of those videos, and it was this guy Johnny 50. I don't know if you guys heard of this guy, Johnny 50, and he's very vocal about this. But then he made a video. He was doing a First Amendment audit and getting his second vaccine shot. Like, I'm like, dude, you're protecting freedom and getting a shot. Like, are you freaking ridiculous?
Yeah.
He's still a slave of Satan and doesn't
Come
even
on.
know it. That is pathetic.
And then he was like talking to
So
the
fast.
girl, giving him. He was recording the whole process of getting the.
Let's go. Let's
He
go. Let's
wasn't
go.
inside the car, inside the vehicle, and he was kind of like saying
Come on.
that people are so dumb for questioning the shot. People are just dumb. Just get it. Like I was like, oh my goodness, this guy.
He's just that's unbelievable. I just can't understand how people can be so stupid and contradictory and just they're looking for a purpose, Gemsy. They don't know what they're doing at all. They're looking for some sort of meaning and they think that you know, agreeing with their government that they're fighting against. That is so, how bass backwards is that? How do you fight my government, but I'm going to take this shot? I don't.
Fight the powers. Fight the powers that be.
It is
Oh,
backwards.
listen. Oh, I'm sorry. We're not allowed to talk about religion, but but that's all we do. Actually, that's all we do is talk about religion, guys. You didn't
Yeah.
notice, which
That
is the
Which
ball,
religion?
which is
The ball
everything else.
religion.
Exactly.
dispelling their religion. Yeah.
Touche. Oh my
I talked
gosh,
to
why
these.
is
I
everybody
was
walking
talking.
their dog today?
I was talking to some Catholics earlier, and I mentioned the Pope, and I was like, "Well, how do you guys feel about the Pope just agreeing with everything the world says?" And he says, "Oh, well, that's not what the church is saying. Just because the Pope says it doesn't mean the church says it."
Okay.
Okay, I'm just gonna leave. Thanks.
It's like, how many idols do you have to have?
He's blind.
Yeah, I have a little bit of an experience with
Good boy.
with Catholics. Friend of mine, her niece was getting confirmed or
What kind
whatever.
of
I don't
dogs?
even know what the hell that's even about.
What kind of
But
dogs?
I went there just to help
Oh, yeah.
support
Beautiful.
her, right? And so this preacher's up there telling them just things, you know, you're gonna go to hell if you don't bring him here every Sunday, and it has to be on Sunday. And I go, what chapter and verse? He looked at me like he was about ready to sprout horns and just continued on with his thing. It's crazy.
Yeah, I was just talking about that with my wife. How it's literally in the law that God gave Moses. And it describes it so elaborately. I don't know why people have a problem with it. I don't understand it. It says, and God created the earth in 6 days, and the seventh day He rested. So I want you to obey this commandment to rest, and to make the Sabbath holy. And I notice a lot of Bible believers have a problem with that, and I don't even know where to begin.
It's well, a lot of them don't even know what holy means, right? So I always like to start with like, hey, do you know what holy means? Just a question. It's all right to say I don't know, but they will never say I don't know, and they'll give their own definition,
And they'll
and
never
that's the
say
problem.
separate.
That's the problem, even with globe earthers, is they make up their own definitions for words that have a clear definition. Like planet to somehow mean soil, No. Planet means a light in the sky that does not fall in suit with the constellations. It's a wandering star. It changes its position. That's all it means. Right? And but I live on a planet. No, you don't. You live on a wandering star? And it's like, do you even know what Earth means? Well, yeah, it's where we live. It's well, tierra firma, right? Firma, firm, but actually Earth comes from Gaia, which is gay, which means earth or dirt. There's even a verb for earth, and that's to compile the body, or to compile, or yeah, whatever it is, to give the corpse to the earth for burial. It's like, yeah. Anyways, it's just crazy on the amount of illiteracy that there really is, and these people want to ridicule me for not spelling words correctly when they're verbally illiterate. They have no vocabulistic understanding of things. See, I have a disability of dyslexia, and quite frankly, some words are just like, for the longest time, I had a hard time spelling of. It was like OFV or something like that. And it's like, no, it's just OF. Right? Yeah, OVE or something. I was like, well, no, that's not correct. Well, what the heck? And I know I'm going to get laughed at for it, but you know what? I don't care. I've been ridiculed for that my whole life. So you think you're going to change anything about that? Your words don't hurt me. But some people will take words and make that offensive. Oh, I've taken offense to that. Well, that's your problem then, huh? You know what I mean? Anyways, I'll get
It's
off my soapbox.
it's like the heliocentric model. They created like a parallel universe of language, and they made all these words to have those meanings inside that universe, which is a fictitious place of imaginary land. They try to bring it into reality and talked about it like it's reality, and it's like made up language.
Exactly.
Like the word planet, and yeah, they say the planet means this place that you can go and play golf and set up base. And you live in one of those. That's where you live.
The legal fiction they've created is comical.
From the earth, from the dust, dust to dust. You know, like we were taken from the earth, and we will return to it. Remember the Bible? Yeah.
Right. And where did the earth come from? Out
From the
of
water.
the water. Yes.
From the water.
So it's not earth with a little bit of water, it's water.
Yeah, that's why I've always said about 70% flat, 30% roughly bumpy dry land.
Right, but remember that the space religion is so confusing. Again, remember there's no such thing as a heliocentric model. There's no heliocentric belief. That hasn't been in existence for quite some time. So again, these terms are so confusing because
Yeah.
that doesn't even exist on anybody's paradigm. So we're shooting past each other so many times. It's so weird when you get down to the terminology, the spells that are cast upon people's minds with these words. It destroys their ability to think.
Yep.
Especially that word universe. That's one of the worst. Yeah, planet. And there's so many others. Orbit can actually be saved because orbit just means to wheel, which is what things do above us. The sun and moon orbit us. Yes, that is the truth. You know, the stars orbit us. You know, balls don't orbit each other. So you can save that word. It's
Well,
quite
it's like
amazing.
universe is an oxymoron into itself. It's like a double negative or a double positive, right? I mean, uni is singular,
Correct.
and then verse is a single line of a sonnet or poem. So it's like,
Well, that would be the new meaning, not the etymology. It's actually worse than that. It's literally out of many one. If you were to take a sentence of the etymology, so it's literally yes, literally the same thing. That's what universe means, is the same as e pluribus. Yeah, that's why that's what Satan is. Universalism, Catholic.
Yep. It's amazing. Oh no, Catholic just means Christian. No, it means universal.
Catholics admitted that earlier. I was speaking to a Catholic. He admitted that, and then that's when I went down and I didn't get very far because the guy literally just started getting upset when I was pointing out that, you know, God is very specific in creation. That's why it's 7-day creation. He goes, well, how do you know it's a day? And I go, well, it says the evening and the morning were the first day. He actually interrupted me like 3 times. And then it's worse than that, though, because again, going back to the law, God says it in his laws to Moses, you know, he describes it. God made the earth in 6 days and rested on the 7th. And that's why I mean, that's how I know it's actually in his law. Thanks.
Yeah, but you're talking to a Catholic and they say, but that's the Jewish part. And then you sit there and you say, hey, you want to know who first tried to or the last person who tried to separate Jewishness from the Bible? Adolf Hitler. You know, I like throwing that little factoid out there. A lot of them like just go cogdiss on that whole thing right there.
Fun fact. Did you know, those kinds of like pop-ups?
Did you know that your God Messiah, Jesus, was a Jew? Oh, but that don't mean nothing. We're covered by him. We don't live under the law. Oh, really? Then why does it say, faith without works is laziness? I mean, yeah.
Oh, it's dead. It's dead. Dead fake.
Not one daughter till shall pass away until the heaven and earth shall pass away. But real quick, Clapstar. I don't know. Do you know this person, Bob?
Nope.
Oh, he's
New?
got a tag.
Is it new?
He's got a tag. Yeah, got a tag.
What's up?
Oh, it was talking about boogers.
Hey, what's up? You guys hear me all right?
Hey. Yeah, bro.
Hey, check it out, man. I got a couple extra flat earthers with me here tonight, man. Got
Welcome to our humble abode.
So you don't hang around with any Glovers at all, do you?
me?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if you go to like a family party, it's kind of hard to not hang with some of them. But any Globers, no, I don't. If you're like dedicated Glober, I'm not gonna hang out with you.
Because I'm in a Hangout. I don't know if people remember what Google Hangouts is, and it's
yeah.
full of Globers, right? They
yeah.
just want to. It's like worse than the ones here because they just talk and they don't give any proof or citation to what they say or their claims. And to try
No.
to get one of them on here, it ain't gonna work.
No,
They go, I don't want to go to Discord. Why? Well, because it's too controlled. Okay.
it's all control, man. I mean, Hangouts, Google Meet. I mean, it just depends, you know. Where,
Yeah, well,
I mean,
like right now, I've been telling everybody. I go, you guys think Hangouts is so secure? I'm not even on Google Hangouts, and I'm still communicating with you. How's that happen?
What's that,
Well, what are you using? Chat. So there's robots all up in Hangouts, and I've told you guys this like since 2016 when I did a packet sniff.
I'm
Said,
listening.
okay, this is supposed to be a safe haven type environment where you can't discover anybody's IP address. But I was finding IP addresses where nothing else was open, just that one specific web page with the call. Like I didn't even have the chat opened. And it was pinging to Quantico and all these other things, like level 9 servers. And I'm just like, you guys know that this is a controlled thing, right? Think about it. Gmail, Mason.
Clapstar.
Oh yeah, the red M. Yep. Apron. That's their apron.
Yep.
Yeah. Yes. Yes. Google is not just something that appeared
then-
from some guy's garage. Like no way.
But then again,
This
those
was the
Globers
shit.
will sit there and say, oh, are you scared? Are you paranoid? And I go, are you
Yes.
like not paying attention to the way the world's going on right now? I mean, really? You think it's going to go back the way it has been when you were a child? I don't think so,
no.
bud. Those are the good old days.
Those were some great old days. I like to reminisce sometimes. Just how amazing. I knew Google Hangouts was doomed. When I found out how damn good it was, I was like, yeah, they're gonna get rid of this shit, man. Fuck yeah. It was so good. Oh, damn. I mean, you just go on YouTube and go boop, boop. You could start a Hangout and live stream, man. Fucking like 4 clicks, you know? And I was like, this is too good.
And if you had the permalink, then you could actually
if I
like
had that shit when I was
do
15 or
phone calls.
20, I would have been fucking over, man.
They used to have that permalink for the Hangouts calls to go live and all that, and you could even like use the phone, the dialer.
The dialer. Yeah, you could have people call in and shit. It was amazing. The good old days. Anyway.
Yeah.
But it was all, it was very hostile too, man. There was a lot of hostility and people yelling all the time and screaming about the fucking globe and flat earth. It was a fucking Wild West too at the same time.
Yeah, Flat Earth Dude. I got banned. Not only Flat Earth Dude did I get banned from all the atheist, Satanist channels, I got banned from all the Flat Earth channels. Just ask your buddy Jivy.
Exactly. It was like, why are you picking on me? I'm a flat earther. And other flat earthers coming after other flat earthers. I'm like, what the fuck mental retard shit is this? You know?
Yeah, Agave got really upset at me because I once that no forest on a flat earth scam came out, I immediately smashed it and they absolutely were so pissed.
It happens, man. So yeah, just I try to be cool. I want to hang out with flat earthers, man, because you guys are totally cool. Anyway, everybody left my
I've been in
hangout.
your I've been in your chat a couple
like-
times, Flat Earth dude, but I don't think I've ever been on your panel.
Oh wow, man. Yeah, we don't do
The
a
good
whole
old
lot.
days, right?
We
6
we're
years
just
ago.
we're pretty much offline now. We got a small group, about 30 of us or something, that drop in and out, hang out, take a piss on. We'll watch fucking videos of that we most likely would get struck down on YouTube, obviously.
Yeah. Discord killed Hangouts.
I'd say the
Nah,
porn bombers killed Hangouts.
oh man, that was another thing.
Yeah, I hated
Porn
that.
bombing. Taking people's
Dude, one
chat.
time,
Porn
I don't know how this guy did it. He was like a master hacker, but he was able to join my stream without having admin rights or anything, and then snipe me.
Work out, man.
It was crazy. And then once I was sniped, I can't get back in for like 12 hours, and I'm like, this is my own room. I can't even shut down the stream. What the hell?
Yep. Yeah, getting sniped. Oh man, just a lot of great people, man. Lost some great content. And, just
Are you
yeah.
sure it wasn't someone from Google?
Possibly. I mean, I was talking about some heavy shit like I always do.
Like, if no one can hack Google, like if anyone gets into your Google account, you made a mistake somewhere. But if you make any mistakes and you get hacked, your Google account or your Hangouts.
Yeah, that's
I mean,
not
it's hard
true.
for me to believe
I
Google
know
can get
Google
hacked.
mods. I know Google mods.
Yeah, so
They
Google
even
is
had
like
they even had like a test type thing or a program to where you could be a moderator for like bug testing or something like that.
Yeah.
And like the license would last for 6 months.
Yeah, 6 months, man. Yeah, I got
Google
many.
is-
I got many 6 month timeouts. I can't live stream. Fuck, man. I can't. I don't know how many I went through. Probably a dozen.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah,
Man.
the CIA considers Google the Oracle, right? Like this all-knowing.
Yeah, the
engine.
Five Eyes told me the
Yeah.
only search engine and browser you will use is Google Chrome. And I go, no, I think I'll use Oracle. They're like, well, that's Chinese controlled. And I go, maybe Chinese control is better than Freemasonic control, huh? Or maybe it's the same control and maybe you guys are just competing for money. Yeah, I got totally hacked by the Five Eyes. Had no access to my system. Everything was encrypted. Like the only thing I could go to was like, I could only use Google. The only websites that I was able to like use was Facebook and YouTube.
Yeah. Wow.
Like even my phone was screwed. I had to sit there and like just do a hard reboot. Lost all my information, everything. I mean, they were in my system, dude, like turning my camera on and all of that. And the last thing they said is, remember, we are always watching you. And they told me something about Q and don't trust it. And just look at it, don't divine from it or anything. And I'm like, who the hell do they think I am? Then like I went through and I found a token from the DOE of all places, right? Now I'm probably going to get disconnected from talking about it. But it was labeled the
Tell us.
token was labeled psychopathic smartphone genie.
Ooh. Yep.
Good luck finding anything on it. I haven't.
Yeah. Well, yeah, there's spyware in all phones. All phones. When you turn off your phone, it's not off. PlayStation, everything. Yeah, it's gotten a lot worse.
I think it might have came from one of those extra apps I had downloaded, but how was it able to jump from my phone to my computer in like 2 seconds? I don't know.
Well, it could have been anything. You know what I mean? It could have been you clicking on a link. It could have been something you you might have popped up on your browser. It could be anything that the hacker can use to access. As long as they can get you to click on something, they've got you. So don't click on on links
Oh,
that
and that was
from
the
people
other
you
thing.
don't trust.
They kept calling my phone, right? And I go, I don't have any service on my phone.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. I
So,
don't know how that works, but
well, then I
we
was
got
also brought to an attention that there is a clever hack they can do to where, like, a lot of times it'll be a link, or you'll get a phone call and the phone will ring and you'll pick it up and
Yep.
it'll be nothing on the other end. And then if you were to try to call that number, it's disconnected and has never been in service.
Yeah. You
And
answering
they
the
already have a
phone.
back door.
Yeah, you answering the phone is you getting hacked. So you shouldn't answer. So numbers I don't recognize, I just ignore it and delete it. I don't answer them. If I don't know the number, or if I don't answer, I don't call it back. Oh,
And
that's on my
trust me,
cell phone though.
after that whole thing happened, I was wearing aluminum foil hats.
Yeah, because you got scammers doing that shit too. Like there's scammers doing all kinds of shit, and they end up compromising your phone. By you. So if your phone is compromised because of these scammers, then a hacker who knows these vulnerabilities will be able to exploit it. It's there's so many ways for us to
And
get
now
tracked without even
this is the
knowing.
deepest rabbit hole I could ever set you down, okay? Gamergate.
Gamergate?
Yes.
Oh boy. Let's
Yeah,
check
that's
it
Like
the
out.
toy,
deepest
like
rabbit
Robin
hole I can
Williams,
send you to.
like Robin Williams toys.
Um,
As far
well,
as what?
just
Surveillance?
just look
Surveillance?
into it.
Is
Just
it
look into it. Like
Let me guess.
every
It's a
like the
sex
programming
trafficking.
from
It's
no
a child
programming
sex
from
trafficking.
no
Oh.
no programming from popular games, and the fact that Discord, GG,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Discord Gamergate,
Oh. Yeah.
good game. A lot of the GG, huh? GG, GG. Yeah, it's just something to look into, guys.
All right.
I would say GG. Good game.
Supposedly, they're listening to what these conspiracy game servers are saying and talking about, and are taking bits and pieces of their information and making programs about it, like making it happen somehow. But that's just like a conspiracy theory and a tinfoil hat zone, So happy hunting.
I know what to do. I'll have Gemsy look into that, and he's going to tell me what it means.
Can you give us what's
Yeah,
like
right.
the elevator pitch? What's the elevator pitch for Gamergate?
I don't even know what, huh?
What?
So like an elevator pitch is like a 15-second summary of a concept. Then you get like a 2-minute deeper dive, and then you go into like the full explanation. So what's that like 15-second summary of what Gamergate would be?
Well, from what I can understand, it's a conspiracy that a group of gamers on a chat room are dictating the way things are going.
Going where? You got to
Like the policies, the nation, all the world's policies.
Censorship policies.
Yeah.
I'm pulling it up right now. I'm like looking at it.
And it's some pimply 16-year-old sitting in his mom's basement.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, there again, a lot of times I'll be on like Google Hangouts talking to people. For some reason, something came in my head. These people that I'm talking to and debating are sitting in a cubicle with a suit and tie.
Yeah.
So you can't really be sure on who you're actually talking to on the internet. Like even
That's why
Discord,
Yeah, that's why they
So-
made this, because of this. You can't tell them to turn your camera on so we can see you for real.
Yep.
Yeah, so Jamsy, when you research that, just make sure that you should probably use Bong's computer when you look into
Yeah.
Yeah, since his
Can I get
computer's already compromised.
remote access to your computer? I'm gonna fix it.
Yeah. Just post
And
your
then Bong.
Teams view.
Yeah.
Just post your Teams view link, and then I'll log in quick.
Yeah, Solar. If you gotta let Bong have your computer, and then Gemsy borrow it from Bong.
Foolproof.
And then we'll take it when it says like take your user ID. We'll use my cat Gypsy Boy to take the ID, and then.
My computer is not really a super secure computer. It's just a work computer. Yeah, I don't
That's
have.
fine because that's fine. Gemsy's gonna throw it away after he's done anyway. It's fine.
Yeah, one of those.
Stop with the excuses, Bong. Give me
Yeah,
the
we
password.
got to go down the dark web. And we go down the dark web. You got to give away your computer. Yeah, it's not coming back.
Yeah, passwords. I just create a long password and start changing out the letters with numbers. Like an E can be a 3. Yeah. So you can keep your same password.
ASCII, or even different ASCII characters that are shaped the same.
Or that. I mean, as long as it's not easy to brute force, with and it should be a good strong password. Yeah. Like supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, right? You can take that
So
word.
are you saying that God 1 2 3 4 is not a strong password?
No.
well, G.
That was from hackers.
0,
The most
right?
common password for these executive types is God or 1 2 3 4.
Or God 666.
Yeah.
Password 123.
Yeah.
Oh, I've set up a
take a
couple
weird
of people's
word.
Wi-Fi before because they're
Yeah.
like, I don't know how to do this, and I go, okay, do you have, it wants me to put in a password. So this is how you would log into it and do all of this. But in the meantime, I'm just going to put password as a password. Hey, what did you say that password was? Password.
Well, yeah, that's the first thing hackers have. So hackers have this thing called a list, and on this list are all the passwords that people would just not give a shit. Starting with the word password, password 1, password 1 2, password 1 2 3, password 1 2 3 4, password 4 5 6 7 8. You know what I mean? So this is the list to brute force. So you go through the list of all the password lazy people would try to use, right? That's already collected, and these lists are online. So all I got to do is download these lists, right? So now I can brute force a lazy person's password easily, right? I do a little research. I go to his Facebook, I check him out, see what he likes, what kind of person, all these things, right? And then you can almost get the computer, the AI, the algorithm to guess your password. It'll probably guess correctly if you have enough data on that person. And you think your password is secure.
Well, at least the Globers are getting smarter right now. Let's go to the YouTube chat. Just 11 minutes past the new morning. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, existence.
What's the password?
Here we are.
Open sesame.
Glat Flobe. Hold on, we got to read this from Glat Flobe here. Okay, we got Glat Flobe in the chat. We got I got to find this. Hold on, I got to back up to okay. So Glat Flobe, what's going on, man? 1207 West Rock. He says we should put on some beats, and then he says with songs like "Give Me That Gradient" and "Equations Are Experiments." Hot track. There you go, Glat Flobe.
That's great. That's fucking great.
So what you're saying is there's hope for them still.
Well, no, there's no hope for them. No, we have Trillion in the chat right now. One of the greatest Globers you could ever ask for. She's a very special Glober, and she has lots of good insight and intelligence, and lots of etiquette and nice facts, of course, that she gives people like Glat Flobe and What Question Mark all the time. She always answers every question, and she always lets you know that she doesn't care about Flat Earth at all. And every time she gets her account banned, she makes another one to immediately tell you that she doesn't care about Flat Earth. So God bless you, Trillion. Thanks.
I don't care about flat Earth, but I'll keep making these accounts and coming back because I don't care about flat Earth. Like, what do you care about?
That's always a good tactic, is to have a good 20 sock accounts in your back pocket.
And then
I
every time
only
they
care about not caring about flat Earth.
That's evolution. Thank you.
If you've got 20 sock accounts, you need a hobby. You need something in your life. You know, you gotta like 20 sock accounts. What do you do? Like, do you work for some
Oh,
agency
troll.
that pays
No,
you to
just trolling.
maintain these accounts?
Just,
Yeah.
just trolling.
Just
No,
make
I
20
mean,
more.
I don't. The
Right, but let's
maximum
okay.
accounts
Bong.
I've ever made with
Bong.
trolling is like 3.
Bong,
Yeah.
let's
Go
okay,
ahead.
real quick. Let's look at the psychological impact this person is giving themselves. Okay, when we're 3 years old and our Billy Joe in the class takes your dinosaur toys away from you, one of your defense mechanisms is usually, I don't care, I have better toys. Well, that's kind of what the Globers have to do. There's really they can't present any evidence. I mean, how many options does Trillion have? And these people live in a cartoon. They're not going to attempt to give you evidence. So what do? Harass you all day and then tell you, I don't care. I mean, we've experienced it several times when you got these guys coming in the room and you're telling them, and then after about 5 minutes, they get a little bit scared, and their panic attack is, well, I don't really care about this anyway because it doesn't affect me. It's the same panic emotion because I'm scared to death of the fact that I can't defend my religion. I'm just going to tell you I don't care. But usually they don't immediately create a sock account and come right back. That's the funny thing about Trillion.
Yeah, oh, Trillion. Yes, I've seen him many times in the YouTube chat, and yeah, I've muted him. That's why Helio took away my wrench, because I muted people like Trillion. I'll mute them, and then they'll go report me. So Helio,
I told Helio I don't want a spanner.
yeah, I don't want a spanner anymore. This is probably the only wrench I can handle here in this sport. I'm
I
not
can only
dealing
use
with
a
other
crescent.
trolls.
Yeah, I can only use a
Yeah.
crescent one.
Don't they call those Mexican sledgehammers?
That's right. I can only use one of those.
Because the only thing they're good for is to beat on things instead of taking things off, because they strip it. So you just use it to beat things
Yeah,
with it.
it's a last. This is the last use of this bolt on your drain pan equation. Yep.
I've actually broke one of those crescent wrenches before.
Damn.
Didn't
Well, I
really
can't
break it.
find
It
a socket.
just separated, like
Yeah,
cracked.
I can't find a socket. I can't find a socket, and I'm sweating out here. Where is the crescent wrench? I'll just remember to buy another drain plug later.
Those new drain plugs are kind of scary to take off. Like on the 2000 or anything from 2019 to 2021 Ford pickups. They got like a stupid plastic catch-all, like clipped drain plug. They have to have a special tool to take it off. Because if you break it, it's going to leak.
Great.
You save 17 cents on a car. You sell, 100,000 cars. That's 100,000 times 17 pennies. It's worth it.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a stupid car. You make a part that you need a special tool for that you have to buy from the dealer,
Then don't get a
the
Saab.
manufacturer.
On certain Saabs, in order for you to change the starter, you got to tear the engine completely apart, take the valve valley out, and the starter's sitting in the valve valley.
Damn.
Lovely.
Nice
Thanks.
design.
Yeah.
It's great.
That's
It's great
engineers, huh?
That's like space shuttle engineers, man. It's good. It's good engineering. Or space fucking ISS engineers.
And we lost that
Yeah, why
technology.
can't we just wait a minute? Yeah, that's a good point. Why can't we just have NASA help Ford find out how to use the material so that entropy doesn't matter? Because everything NASA makes doesn't have to worry about entropy. Why can't they help the auto manufacturers do that?
That'd be sweet. Damn. No container for my oil. No oil pan.
I mean, are you kidding me? The outside of the outside of the spacecraft is hotter than the inside of my engine.
That's
Right.
right. Yeah.
Thanks.
And the side where the light's not facing is like frigid, right?
Yeah, it's 400 or whatever, 450 degrees below zero. Yeah, it's 450 degrees above, you know, in the light. I mean, because you know, space is very hot and cold at the same time.
Hot and
Yet
cold.
there's no
Kinda
light there.
Kind of like a lot of women I met, hot and cold at the same time.
Yep, you got to be nice to science. You know, I met science at the bar. I've also seen evolution, but she wouldn't talk to me.
Hey, if the sun is a fireball, can I use fire to make plants grow and give me vegetables and fruits?
I love that one, man. That's one of my favorites. For yeah, I just built a big bonfire and grew a bunch of weed, man. Check it out. What?
Actually, if you just explode it,
What?
you might get. If you explode it and give it enough time, you'll get space atheist internet here to talk to.
Someone say weed.
Oh man.
Yeah, man. Yeah, growing with firelight. That's good. That's a good new one.
Someone brought it up
Another
the other day.
Yeah, I like that one. It's one of my favorites.
In other words, if you increase the fire and just make it, you know, you take all the heat and put it right on the plant does much.
Yeah.
I had a guy ask me one day, man, and just fucking, I was stuck in my head that day. He's like, "What is fire exactly?" And I was like, "Well, shit. Since you asked that, what the fuck actually is it?" You know.
Chemical reaction of oxidation rapidly.
There you go. It's something that sounds like something I would have come up with. Like, it's carbon burning. It's carbon. It's hot. I don't know. I was like, damn, it's a good question.
Is that what light is? What makes, causes plants to do photosynthesis?
I
Light
don't know,
is
but
fire?
science taught me that diamonds burn in a pure oxygen atmosphere. Even though they have it like in a test tube and they say it's an atmosphere. No, that's a test tube. That's not an atmosphere.
Mhm.
Right. I seen a water boil in a vacuum. That's cool.
Yeah. I've seen water boil with an ice cube.
And that's even
That blew
cooler.
my mind.
That is so cool, dude. That is real science shit right there, man. I love it.
Yeah, earth science.
Yep.
7th grade.
Yeah, it's just fucking cool stuff. That's why they do it.
Oh.
They get you thinking. We got all the answers. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
You got the spinning ball over here, man, too. Yeah, but yeah, they show you fucking ice cubes boiling water. What?
And then when I started learning about supercritical CO2, I thought back to that and I go, oh, that's right. It's just a phase diagram change. Because with the pressure, the phase diagram differs. It's dependent on pressure, like sea level.
That sounds like a Glober argument to me, actually. It's the phase diagram that's making the sun appear, the buildings appear behind the curve.
But they don't even do that. They go gravity. Right?
Gravity's making the buildings appear beyond the horizon.
It's the gravity of the water droplets in the atmosphere.
Well, the question is, what does gravity not do? I think would be the question.
That's a better question.
It don't pay my bills.
Mm.
Well, yes, it does. You just need refraction. You're not looking at it correctly.
Unless you're a furniture mover. If furniture movers, the gravity definitely pays the bills.
Oh, I haven't waited long enough. That's what it is.
Well, yeah,
Gravity
gravity
ain't got
is
nothing
revolution.
on
That's gotta be-
butterflies. Because butterflies make gravity look like nothing.
That would make a really cool T-shirt, man. Yeah, gravity ain't nothing. on
Butterflies. Take that, gravity.
I saw an interesting video about a month ago. Somebody had removed the wings off of a fly. Like there's no part of the wing left, but they still have this part that vibrates.
No.
And
That's
sitting there watching the fly, and the fly will sit there and hover for like a couple seconds and then fall back down.
Wow.
Wow.
Poor thing.
Or maybe not a few
So
seconds, maybe a fraction of a second.
Just
he was
just
able
pop
to get up with
around
no
it.
wings. That's a serious problem for the pushing off the air claim. Uh-oh.
But it's all right. Gravity's the container, guys. So the gravity of the
That's
bug
all right.
is making its own container, and it's also what
Right.
causes orbits and pulling to centers. So it's probably like the fly was just orbiting the Earth because of the gravitational attraction. You know.
That's
It
just the
sounds like
fly
gravity is
realizing that's just the fly realizing the gravity of the situation. That's why he can do it.
Correct.
I think
Which
what the
is
guy was trying to say is
Yep.
a fly has a secret to anti-gravity. And I was like, define gravity.
What this also proves is evolution. Thank you, Dempsey.
Hey, some of these Globers are doing the gravity. They just go to the bank and get a mortgage and pay with gravity. Gravity will pay their bills and solve all the problems.
The gravity of the seriousness of the situation, the weight,
No,
right? The
nope.
heaviness
You want
of
no?
the
I
situation.
got a hey Bong. I got a better one for you. Ready?
Yes.
The magnitude. The
The
magnitude.
magnitude.
Thank you, sir.
That's the word. The magnitude. Yeah, I don't think you realize
Yep.
the magnitude of the situation.
I don't think you realize the gravity of the situation you're in right now.
What's that? There's no curve. There's no curve.
Wait a minute. I'm gonna say that,
This is
Bong.
a
Listen, next time
grave.
when somebody says, listen, Bong. When somebody says, do you believe in gravity? I'm gonna say, no, I believe in magnitude.
Yeah, that's a good word. That's
I'm
the
gonna replace
magnificent
every one of
word.
these words before I retire. Okay, every single one of these words I'm replacing.
Yeah. Oh, you just call it gravity.
Also, yeah, and refraction. I'm replacing that with my cat's litter box.
Pooper scooper.
Oh, refraction. Well, I got cat's litter box, so there you go.
Because of
How do we know
space
that
and satellites.
Wait a minute. How do we know that my cat's litter box isn't making it look flat? How do we know that? Can you explain that?
Yeah, because I don't have a catch litter box and it still appears flat to me.
Well, how do we know my cat's litter box isn't it making it look round? Because someone has had to eventually